Chapter 861. Huh? At Yifon Lulong Fortress, Luke Leopold and Merc Leopold warmed their hands, with a puff of white air, and simultaneously glanced at General Rainer, who stood atop the city wall, gazing out. General, are you done? You've been staring at it for ages. What's so special about it? Merc Leopold asked, puzzled. The fire's out, Rainer said calmly, watching the rising black smoke. Fire? Merc Leopold was puzzled. Stupid. Didn't we just finish the battle for Wilhelm? Her Majesty Ajax cast a forbidden spell there. Luke Leopold patted his head. Oh. There. That's not right. Aren't they supposed to be a group of Cyclops? General, what are you lamenting about? Merc Leopold was momentarily confused as to the reason for Rainer's melancholy expression. I'm just saddened by the loss of another amazing species to the kingdom's clutches, Renaud said, shaking his head with deep regret. Huh? Not General? Are you sympathizing with the enemy? Luke Leopold was so anxious that he almost shouted out the words that would break the dimensional wall. Not my friend. Sympathy? No. I just think they shouldn't be destroyed so easily. The kingdom still has so many cities waiting to be built. So many buildings without workers. Is there any better laborer than a Cyclops? Rainer shook his head regretfully. If only they could be tamed. What a useful race. How much more livestock would be saved with them? Luke Leopold and Merc Leopold exchanged a glance. Calling you a devil is a huge compliment. It's over. At least Wilhelm won't be threatened again this winter. Rainer shook his head. The terrifying forbidden aura would repel any beasts and orcs that tried to approach. Although the forbidden spell wasn't cast directly at the ground, and while the airborne spell had little impact on the environment, its terrifying aura could still travel far. Let's go! Prepare to greet Aragorn. The man King Roland has been keeping a close eye on. Renaud sighed, donning his fur coat and descending the city walls. Yes, while Asmir and the Cyclops were engaged in a chaotic battle, Aragorn had unknowingly made his way through the Mirkwood and appeared in the Kingdom of Aqua. Under the White-Winged King's rule, the Kingdom of Aqua had flourished quite well. While the capital, Lothner, wasn't as prosperous as River Rapids, it was far more prosperous than Dale. After all, the White-Winged King had taken in a large number of nomads from the north. Also, due to their proximity, the docks of River Rapids and Lothner were bustling with people. Similarly, River Rapids was the first to learn of any developments in the Kingdom of Aqua, and spies disguised as ordinary merchants would continuously relay intelligence back to River Rapids. Not long ago, spies stumbled upon Aragorn in the Kingdom of Ecovia. It must be said that their discovery was a coincidence. Legolas, with his handsome appearance, had successfully caught the spies' attention, and then, just by glancing to the side, they could see Aragorn's towering figure. A magical place. That was how Aragorn described the kingdom. He hadn't imagined a human kingdom could have gathered on the edge of Mirkwood. After all, the orcs in Mirkwood were more than enough to crush any force that stood in their way. He was accustomed to human settlements struggling for survival throughout Rovanion. After all, the Dunedain he belonged to lived a life of guerrilla warfare against orcs. But he had never imagined that a human kingdom would emerge in this remote region, where a shocking war with the orcs had taken place just a few years earlier. Gulp! Aragorn sipped the warm, salty broth. Although the kingdom of Arkovia was relatively short on supplies, money could still secure some valuable provisions. Crackle. A few skewers of roasted meat sizzled and oozed oil by the fireplace. Clearly, for Legolas and Aragorn, expensive winter meat was a commonplace commodity. After all, technically, both men belonged to the wealthy class. That's because of the kingdom across the river. He's the true king in the north. Legolas muttered, his voice as if chanting a mantra. He gazed at the icicle-covered window, his eyes filled with respect and emotion. I'm looking forward to it, Aragorn said solemnly, observing Legolas's expression. By the way, the roast meat here is quite good. Legolas removed the roast meat from the fireplace and began to carefully carve it with a knife. Slices of the perfect thickness landed on the plate, glistening and fragrant. Without hesitation, the two of them dipped them in the sauce and rolled them into bread, devouring them with relish. Indeed, just a bit greasy, Aragorn, after countless days of grilled meat, said with a touch of nausea. But for those hungry humans, having enough barbecue to fill their stomachs was a welcome relief. Ding ding ding! Just as the two were devouring their meal, a melodious bell suddenly rang outside, prompting them to instinctively pause and reach for their weapons with swift and precise precision. Crack! Aragorn pushed the window open, and Legolas instantly flipped out. Standing on the roof of the cabin, Legolas unsheathed his sharp elven scimitar as he tumbled. Bang! With a graceful roll, Legolas absorbed the force, knelt on one knee, his sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, in a defensive stance. Bang! Amidst the scattering of snow, Aragorn, clad in a thick fur coat, leaped down, his sword drawn, and gazed warily around. Plop! The child clutching the bread bag took 2 steps back, the bag dropping to the ground. Wow! The child turned and cried, as if resolved. Suddenly, the entire street fell silent. Aside from the rustling of wind and flags, everyone remained motionless. Ahem, is there something wrong? Aragorn asked, his voice low, tilting his head slightly. It seems a little, Legolas said uncertainly, his voice low, as he gazed at the motionless residents around him. And so, both sides remained in an awkward stillness, neither daring to move, until... Beep, beep! A sharp whistle blew, and a squadron of Acavian defenders, spears drawn and shields raised, ran over. Boom! Suddenly, the stunned crowd scattered, screams and cries echoing from all directions, as if the calm figure just moments before hadn't been himself. Boom! Large shields crashed to the ground, forming a semicircular shield wall surrounding Aragorn and Legolas. Crack! With the trembling of bowstrings, longbows were drawn one after another by archers behind the shield wall. Among the dozens of ordinary longbows, several shone with a warlike aura, clearly belonging to archers. Well, I think there's a misunderstanding. Aragorn flipped his hand, his long sword instantly falling away, and then raised his hands before everyone's gaze. Swish! The next moment, the Acavian guards aimed their weapons at Legolas. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Legolas raised his hands. Bang! The 2 men were pinned to the ground, and the Acavian soldiers swiftly bound them. Hey! This isn't what I imagined. Aragorn shouted to Legolas from afar. Chapter 862. Damn! I think there's some misunderstanding, Legolas said awkwardly, as he was pinned to the ground. Misunderstanding? Wait until we meet the city defense officer. The soldiers from the kingdom of Acquia unceremoniously tied the 2 men up, then considerately removed the daggers from their bodies, picked up the fallen weapons, and marched them towards the city defense officer's office. Your Highness Legolas? What's with that? Maple Leaf Purple, as the White Wings general, was also responsible for the defense of the royal capital. After all, the kingdom of Acquia was small, and didn't have many nobles, so Maple Leaf Purple, the commander of the Imperial Guards, naturally took on the role of city defense officer. When the city defense officer saw Legolas, bound and tied up, leading an unfamiliar human, Maple Leaf Purple was flabbergasted. Why were they tied up and brought before him? Legolas, let me go. I'm going to report this to the authorities. I said it was a misunderstanding. Legolas, trying to shrug, was thwarted by the shackles. He looked at the soldier holding him with a scowl and said unhappily, What's going on? Maple Leaf Purple turned his gaze to the soldiers. A citizen reported that 2 armed individuals suddenly rushed out of the inn. They looked like bandits or orc spies. When we arrived, they were pointing their weapons at the citizens. The soldiers exchanged glances, shrugged, and reported. After all, these 2 didn't look like good guys. What are you 2 doing? Maple Leaf Purple grew serious. Could these 2 have caused any major trouble in the kingdom of Acquia? He hadn't heard anything about it. Your bell rang. We thought it was an emergency alarm signaling an intruder, so we climbed out the window, hoping to see if we could be of any help. So you know. Legolas spread his hands behind his back. Untie them. Maple Purple glanced at Legolas, and shook his head helplessly. You're such a fool. Running around the city with weapons for nothing. Are you okay? I hope my men didn't hurt you. Maple Purple grabbed Legolas and walked away. Ah. Legolas stretched his wrist, and was about to mention Aragorn, but Maple Purple, who was holding him, didn't give him the chance. Well, I'm going to take the distinguished guest to see His Majesty the King. Please ask this gentleman to leave. Maple Purple waved to the soldiers. Sir, these are your weapons. I apologize for the disrespect. After escorting Aragorn out, the soldiers returned his sword and dagger, nodding an apology. Aragorn stood bewildered at the gate of the city guardhouse, his arms clutched in his arms, their weapons tangled in the wind. Who was I? Where was I? What was I supposed to do? Alas! No. My friend is still inside. Aragorn shouted, leaping forward. Crack! 2 clashing spears blocked Aragorn's path, and the 2 guards at the gate simultaneously extended their hands. Excuse me, sir. Military territory. Please leave immediately. The guard said coldly, refusing Aragorn's request to enter. Alas! My friend is still inside. Aragorn couldn't contain himself. Throwing himself out and leaving Legolas behind to entertain him? Aragorn's good impression of the kingdom of Aquavia instantly shattered, and he simply felt wronged. Middle-earth is a society that relies on fathers. Having an elven king as a father is great. No! I'm still the king of Gondor. Aragorn thought again. Although this kingship was self-proclaimed, it didn't stop Aragorn from being full of motivation to achieve his goals. Puff! A low laugh echoed from the distance. Who? Aragorn's ears twitched, and he turned to see who was mocking him. Only a few hurried pedestrians scurried along the road. Aragorn shook his head, believing he had heard something, and after another fruitless attempt at negotiation with the guards, he returned to the inn with his weapon. No! How could you do this? Aragorn gazed at the gift left at the door, his eyes brimming with rage. Excuse me. We're afraid of getting in trouble. Please come in, sir. The innkeeper hurried out to offer a lengthy explanation. The guards had taken the two men away, and the timid innkeeper, fearing any consequences for himself, had quickly packed up their gift and thrown it out. Now that Aragorn had recovered it, everything was fine, so the innkeeper, once again smiling, invited Aragorn in. Ha! Interesting. In the shadows not far away, several cloaked figures silently watched Aragorn's movements. As the cold wind blew through their cloaks, a corner lifted, revealing a fleeting flash of dazzling silver light. General, what's so special about this thing? It's just an ordinary wretch. It looks like a homeless person. Someone whispered. Homeless person? The leader's eyes lit up with a hint of sneer, as if he had heard something amusing. Be more careful. A homeless person has no use for the long swords of the elves of Rivendell. And certainly not the future king of the Woodland Kingdom. A face emerged from the shadows, revealing itself to be Renaud, the Lulum garrison commander. I don't know why your majesty is so obsessed with this guy, but it's clear he's no ordinary person. Renaud pinched a few snowflakes, and quietly watched them dissolve into water. All right, enough of the excitement, enough of the people, we can go back. Let the guards keep an eye on them. Having seen enough of the excitement, Renaud lost interest. Judging from Aragorn's arrest and subsequent refusal to leave, while this man was not ordinary, he certainly had no reputation or background in the north, at least not enough for the kingdom of Aquavia to take seriously. Yet, Roland, for one, valued him. Though Renaud couldn't understand it, he didn't need to. After all, the king's will was his sword's, and he simply had to be loyal to him. While King Roland's tactical incompetence left every general in the kingdom feeling embarrassed, his strategic approach was always flawless. If Roland knew what Renaud was thinking, he'd probably say, nonsense. If you can't win even with clairvoyance, why don't you just go and die? Oh! I'm not targeting you, classmate Denethor too. Back at the inn, Aragorn didn't know that the kingdom's generals had secretly met with him before he even set foot on the land of this kingdom that intrigued him so much. What's the situation? What kind of person is he? Yun Feng asked calmly, his writing never stopping. Your Majesty Yun Feng, Your Excellency the Duke. Renaud greeted the two men. Dark-haired, tall, and handsome, he must be of some rank, given his distinguished bearing. Other than that, he's nothing special. After all, to be thrown out by the Aquavia Kingdom's defense forces, he must not be of high status. Renaud sat down, looked at Yun Feng and Duke Joltea, and nodded. He's the chieftain of the Dunedain, the current legitimate royal bloodline of Gondor. He carries the royal lineage of both Arnor and Gondor. This means he can lay claim to both kingdoms, Joltea said to Renaud. Renaud's pupils narrowed, and his expression instantly grew more vivid. Chapter 863. Your Majesty, are you planning to eliminate him? Are we going to attack the southern kingdom? Renaud, as if he had discovered a new world, looked intrigued. He took 2 steps and then approached. Your Majesty, have you come to your senses? Are you starting to plan for the south? While the Empire's territory is rich, the southern kingdom's land is equally fertile. The land of the world belongs to the virtuous. What are your plans, Your Majesty? Renaud lowered his voice, as if he had seen through Roland's thoughts. But I suggest we take it slow and give it to him first. Renaud gestured to his neck. After we defeat Aragorn, we first take over the northern territories, then we can plan for the south. At the very least, we must first reclaim the southern borders of the Empire, so that we can connect with the lands of Gondor. Let's work hard. We strive to accomplish this within Your Majesty's lifetime. Renaud excitedly described the future prospects. The vastness of the blueprint invigorated Renaud. What achievement could be more intoxicating for a warrior than regaining territory? It must be expanding territory. Ahem. General Renaud, please sit down first. Duke Jolteia quickly stood up, helped Renaud to the side, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. General Renaud, you seem to be going a bit overboard, Yunfeng said hurriedly. Roland had only ordered him to keep an eye on this man, presumably the only legitimate heir to Gondor's bloodline, and Renaud was actually thinking of killing him right away. Really? Cutting off their bloodline first will prevent any legal disputes, Renaud said seriously. While his own country couldn't use such a ruthless method, that didn't stop him from using it against foreign nations. What could be more efficient and simple than wiping out their lineage? Your Majesty has no plans to invade the south at the moment, Jolteia said helplessly, clutching his forehead. Wasn't Renaud thinking a bit too far ahead? Ah. Then what's the point of keeping an eye on this guy? Renaud frowned. What's the point of keeping an eye on an heir with nothing but the advantage of bloodline? Is he supposed to just watch him wander around? I'm not sure, but I just follow His Majesty's orders. We still have enough manpower to keep an eye on a lone wolf. Jolteia shook his head. Perhaps our Majesty is plotting another trap for Gondor? After all, his heart is completely black, just by looking at his belly. I can't afford to be so attentive. Yunfeng, already stressed out by Roland's actions, sneered. How could someone who could use him like an ox or a horse be considered a good person? That person's heart is as black as a dumpling. Hearing Yunfeng's words, everyone couldn't help but think of Roland's conspiracy against Denethor too, and a shudder shuddered. It's fair to say that in Middle-earth, where morality is relatively high, Roland, having learned the shady history of a 5,000-year-old introvert, is formidable. If Roland really put his face in his pockets, he could stage a Middle-earth version of the White Crossing. Yunfeng and his men could guarantee that even if Roland's army reached the White King's city, Gondor wouldn't even notice. Thankfully, everyone understood King Roland. Although he could be a bit shameless at times, he wasn't so shameless. While everyone still focused on killing the heir and then plotting to seize the southern lands, little do they know that upon learning of Aragorn's appearance, Roland had previously proposed handing this man over to the great Denethor too, plotting his own slaying. Roland would then use the crystal to record this secret, pretending to be inadvertent. This allowed Roland to use the crystal to threaten and control Denethor too. In other words, it was like Master Jia Qian's famous line, "This secret will keep you alive." What ultimately forces Roland to end his plan is the subtle differences between this world and the novel and the film. No one can foresee what Aragorn's hidden agenda is in the game's universe. What if Aragorn unexpectedly kills Denethor too? That would be a real bummer. In a better scenario, Ecthelion too, enraged by the loss of his beloved son, rebels, becoming king himself and eliminating Aragorn, the original royal descendant. However, nobles loyal to the Gondorian royal family and opportunists will inevitably rise up, leading to a massive civil war. No one knows how this war will play out, but Roland knows for sure, and he believes it will leave Gondor devastated. It's unclear whether Gondor can withstand the orcs in the War of the Ring. What if Gondor, after the Civil War, is suddenly overwhelmed by Mordor? Roland will be in for a real treat. If the worst-case scenario were to happen, the Regent family would silently support Aragorn and return power to him. However, that wouldn't align with Roland's strategy of weakening Gondor. After all, Roland wanted to continually drain Gondor's blood, allowing him to serve as a protective shield, not bleed it all at once, or allow it to heal faster than bleeding it out, allowing it to heal. So, killing Aragorn outright was too risky, and the sheer number of unforeseen risks would only constrain Roland's actions. This struck Roland as ironic. When he had nothing, he could lead his soldiers across vast distances to seize land, but now that he had a fortune, he had to be wary of everything he did. The old saying, "The barefoot are not afraid of the shod," is only becoming more and more true. "Legolas, are you okay? Aragorn, are you okay?" Upon returning, Legolas immediately inquired about Aragorn's condition, and Aragorn, anxiously standing, spoke with concern. Their simultaneous greetings instantly brought hearty laughter to the two, their worries vanishing. "Thank goodness, I was stopped by General Maple Leaf. After an audience with the White-Winged King, I hurried back to look for you. But when I returned, you weren't at the door. It took a long time to find out you were back at the inn." Legolas panted, beads of sweat on his forehead evidently revealing his lengthy search. "It's okay. The guards wouldn't let me in, and I couldn't force my way in, so I had to wait for you back at the inn." Aragorn shrugged, jokingly recounting to Legolas the story of how, after they were captured, the innkeeper, fearing repercussions, had kicked their luggage out. "Ha ha ha. It's all your fault. Who told you to open the window?" Legolas laughed. "I didn't push you," Aragorn said unyieldingly. The two of them had such a tacit understanding after so many years of traveling, they could understand each other's intentions with just a single gesture. Now Aragorn was stubborn. Okay. Next time, I throw you down first to test the waters. Legolas shook his head. No, next time I take the stairs. Aragorn shook his head. Falling from the sky was too shocking, and it might scare people and cause misunderstandings. It was a lesson learned. TSK, Legolas said in amazement. With Aragorn's physique and courage, who would take the stairs? This Renault guy is quite interesting. Roland smiled sinisterly. He took the envelope, examined it, and then passed it to Adolf Heinrich across from him. What's the matter? Adolf Heinrich took the letter and began to read. This isn't good, is it? As an Orthodox noble, Adolf Heinrich still had some dignity. Such behavior would be rounded up and terminated by the entire aristocracy. It violated the rules of the game. Of course, doing this to a foreign noble wouldn't be a target. It would simply make people think the family was uncultured. It's not so bad. At least they're not as cruel as me. Roland chuckled. Compared to what he had imagined, Renault's approach was quite merciful. Chapter 864. Why do I feel like this Aragorn is coming for us? Adolf Heinrich drew a route on the sandbox map, and was surprised to find that this guy was heading straight for the kingdom of Raglan. Roland nodded nonchalantly. It wouldn't be surprising if Aragorn came, but it would be strange if he didn't. Historically, after learning his true identity, this guy traveled extensively to the two southern kingdoms, serving under the then regent of Gondor and the king of Rohan respectively. Smartly, he didn't just return to claim the throne, but instead wisely conducted a series of experiments in both kingdoms. Through practice and training, he honed his previously limited ruling talent and military experience. It was precisely the accumulated experience in both countries and decades of trials that cultivated Aragorn's tenacious character and so-called charisma. Remember, the old man was already 87 years old when he first appeared. But for the Dunedain, Aragorn was only a third of his life. 87 is the right age to venture forth. At this time, Aragorn was very young, his life experience still relatively shallow. On March 1, 2931 of the Third Age, Aragorn, son of Arathorn II, the chieftain of the Dunedain, was born. Legend states that the wizard Gandalf brought an elf gem from Valinor. He gave this gem, called Elisar, to Lady Galadriel and prophesied that she would give this Elisar to someone also named Elisar. This Elisar would be a healer and restorer. He was Aragorn, and when he later became king, he was known as King Elisar. Tragically, when Aragorn was 2 years old, his father, Arathorn, was killed by an orc's arrow through the eye. According to Dunedain tradition, Aragorn was sent to Rivendell to be raised by Lord Elrond. Fearing that Aragorn would suffer the same fate as his father and grandfather, Elrond commanded that his identity be kept secret. Aragorn was named Estair, which means hope in the Elvish tongue. During his early years in Rivendell, he traveled with Elrond's twin sons, Elrohir and Elladan. In the year 2951 of the Third Age, when Estair reached the age of 20, Elrond revealed his true name and origins to him upon his triumphant return from one of his journeys. He entrusted Aragorn with the heirlooms of the House of Elendil, the Ring of Barahir, and the fragment of the sword Narsil. At that moment, Elrond's daughter, Arwen, returned from Lothlorien, the abode of her grandmother, the Lady Galadriel. Aragorn and Arwen met in the woods of Imladris. Like Beren and Luthien in the First Age, Aragorn fell in love with Arwen at first sight. Then the familiar story unfolded. Aragorn and Legolas traveled together, and the last White Council meeting took place in 2953 of the Third Age. It was because of this eastward voyage that Aragorn missed the opportunity to befriend Gandalf. In a sense, Gandalf, the troublemaker in Middle-earth, was the right choice. After all, a wizard who could pull Bilbo out of Bag End for an expedition couldn't be a good person. Don't worry about him. Let him do what he wants. He come to us. Roland waved his hand confidently. Perhaps Aragorn would even recommend himself to Roland, using Roland as a springboard to promote his own talents. Roland was actually considering whether he should accept Aragorn's allegiance, if he truly came to pledge his loyalty. The upside was that he have a free thug for a decade or so, but the downside was that if he did, it would be difficult to exploit Aragorn later. Furthermore, there were many things in the kingdom that Aragorn couldn't know. For reasons of confidentiality, Aragorn's desire to work for Roland seemed a bit unrealistic. But whether Aragorn would bow down to Roland, as he had done to the king of Gondor and Rohan, was still a question. Should we cross the river? Legolas pushed open the window and held out his hand, but Aragorn instinctively took a step back. Legolas shook his head speechlessly. The snow is too heavy. The swift river won't freeze, but the ice will hinder the ferry. Let's wait until spring. Aragorn shook his head and began to sort through the scraps of paper on his desk. These records were all intelligence he accidentally gleaned from the local residents. Why are you collecting all this? Legolas looked curiously at the scraps filled with information Aragorn had heard from the streets. Let's analyze it. I heard the kingdom of Raglan is interested in the griffins of the Grey Mountains. Aragorn rubbed his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Legolas frowned. They've been eyeing those griffins for a long time. They have dragon riders, so capturing them won't be a problem. Legolas shook his head. The kingdom of Raglan had been interested in those griffins for years, but they held off because the kingdom's strategic focus shifted eastward, and the dragon riders were scattered, making it impossible to encircle the griffins. After all, those griffins were a complete tribe. A level 3 dragon rider would likely be defeated if they really fought to the death. Hunting a dragon was a bit of an exaggeration, but capturing 1 or 2 dragon riders was still possible. What do you think of me choosing to serve under King Roland and gain some experience? Aragorn didn't hide his thoughts, revealing his intention to use King Roland's platform as a springboard for training. Are you serious about this? Legolas exclaimed in shock, not expecting Aragorn to actually work for King Roland. Well, the platform here is quite good. I'd like to give it a try. As leader of the Dunedain, and after years of mingling with the elves of Rivendell, Aragorn had honed his noble character and theoretical knowledge with the 2 sons of Elrond. All he needed was a platform to showcase his talents. Then let's wait for spring. Winter is too dangerous. Legolas nodded, agreeing with Aragorn's opinion. I'm afraid this winter will be a bit boring. Legolas tapped the table idly, his gaze drifting towards the castle in the distance. No problem. If you're bored, just go to the tavern downstairs and listen to the locals bragging and chatting. Aragorn smiled. Ah. Legolas sighed. Hasn't Aragorn crossed the river yet? Nyx looked down at the kneeling hidden guards, her lips curling slightly. Clearly, this man, whom Roland had been paying close attention to, had piqued her interest. Yes, he hasn't been seen at the ferry crossing these days. The hidden guard whispered. Strange. Why is he staying at the harbor? Isn't he planning on coming? Nyx rubbed the gold ring on her finger, pondering. After all, it didn't make sense for the heir to the throne of Gondor to stay in such a remote and impoverished place like the kingdom of Aquavia. Is it because the snow is too heavy this winter? The hidden guards warned. Never mind. Let Roland worry about it. I better not bother with all this dirty political maneuvering. Nyx said with a headache. She just wanted to be an innocent queen. Go find Yvonne and Lord Joelstia. Follow their decision and Roland's orders. Nyx waved and turned away. Chapter 865. Are you sure in the dead of winter? Fomlan asked in disbelief, looking at Roland before her. Listen to what this idiot is saying. Gather all the dragon knights, wyvern knights, and griffin knights in the kingdom, and go to the Grey Mountains to capture griffins? Wild griffins mostly hibernate in winter, Roland said calmly. According to the habits of griffins in the game, most hibernate in winter to reduce consumption, leaving only a few adults to keep watch. After all, there's very little food available in the vast northern wilderness. While barbarian bulls may be large, don't forget they're alive. They have legs and can run on their own. If you let a herd of griffins eat freely, a herd of 100 barbarian bulls would probably only provide them with a few months' worth of food. So, when hunting becomes difficult in winter, griffins will choose. Hibernation reduces consumption. After all, the territories of any flying warcraft race are immense. Warcraft understand the dangers of overfishing better than humans, and even highly intelligent warcraft maintain captive food stocks. How could they hibernate? And isn't that too impulsive? All the Sky Knights? Giving up Raglan City? Fomlan eyes widened. What kind of family background do you have? Just planning to go all in? What about when you started your business? Although the orcs and the tank riders have been humiliated, it's inevitable that they won't discuss Raglan with the idea of establishing a kingdom after learning that the Sky Knights have withdrawn. Don't forget that Roland's East Gate is separated from them by a river. In the otherworldly world, a river is no barrier. And our big-eyed Sauron is a confirmed Middle-earth version of Khorne's Chosen One. Do you expect him to value the lives of the orcs or the tank riders? It's okay. Adolf Heinrich and the knights aren't leaving. It won't be a big deal for me to return to River Rapids with the Dragon Knights. Roland tapped the letter on the table. Take a look for yourself. Our reconnaissance team has checked. The frequency of griffin raids on ranches has dropped to rock bottom since the beginning of winter. The ranches of the lonely mountain dwarves and the river valley are rarely visited by griffins. Roland gestured to Fomlan to look at the letter on the table. It contained intelligence compiled from river rapids, which was Roland's primary basis for determining that the griffins were hibernating. Let me see. Feng Lin Yuan took the letter and began to flip through it. Like most of the kingdom's nobles, he hadn't known that griffins hibernated. After all, wild griffins were no longer seen in the empire, and domesticated griffins naturally didn't need to hibernate. So, Feng Lin Yuan was still a little surprised to learn this secret again. Wow! Really? These creatures hibernate? I thought they were active year-round. Feng Lin Yuan rubbed her chin in surprise. The records clearly showed the number of raids on the dwarven and dale ranches. The griffins were smart enough not to harm the dwarves or humans, but they were very interested in the cattle and sheep. In the past, there had been several raids every month, each time targeting a few cattle and sheep. But by autumn, it had gotten so bad that they were raiding every 2 or 3 days. The dwarves tried to drive them away, but the griffins were clever enough to exploit loopholes in the dwarven defenses and then flee. These creatures don't know how to drain the pond to catch all the fish? Feng Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. These griffins were actually quite kind, even sharing their wealth equally. Griffins are very intelligent. Don't treat them like animals. These high-level magical beasts are just as intelligent as us. Roland shook his head. Almost all high-level magical beasts possess intelligence comparable to humans. Otherwise, guess why they're considered intelligent? Okay, but I think going this way is still very risky. After all, if something goes wrong, we have nothing to get us to the battlefield quickly. The teleportation array in our country hasn't been repaired yet. Feng Lin Yuan worried. If it were just some small fry, it would be fine. The city shield could at least hold them off until the higher level reinforcements arrive. But I'm afraid the enemy will come out in full force. The last time they saw those level 6 tankmen and orcs, they must have left a psychological scar on Feng Lin Yuan. The Dragon Knights can't leave. At least not all of them. I spotted tankmen and orc scouts on the other side of the river. We can't completely eliminate them, but we can confuse their vision. Dragon Knights are taking off and landing in Laglang City every day. If you really plan to take the team with you, at least leave one behind. Feng Lin Yuan said firmly. After all, the kingdom's Dragon Knights are now like dedicated trains, taking off from Laglang City and landing in Dragoncliff Castle every day. They follow a straight line between the 2 points every day. Any sudden change would inevitably attract the enemy's attention. Makes sense. Roland nodded. Although his tactical command wasn't great, he was known for his ability to listen to advice. Didn't his generals have much more experience in command than he did? Roland wasn't the principal. He didn't need the kind of exuberant whirlwind of activity or the need to pop champagne at halftime and exclaim, "The knights have the advantage over the tankmen." Then you stay and confuse them. Roland decided. Lagran City needed a heavyweight, high-level professional to lead the charge. It wasn't that Adolf Heinrich wasn't capable, but it was that sages were at a disadvantage during real military training. Shouldn't true sages retreat into the thick shells of cities or mage towers, casting frantic spells? The truly intimidating individual classes were knights. Mages lack single-target killing power, and no serious mage would learn single-target forbidden spells. Spell mages' first spells were almost always area of effect spells. They could handle low-level enemies with ease, but against higher-level enemies, they'd likely face a painfully awkward scraping attack. Me? Feng Lin Yuan pointed at herself and looked at Roland in disbelief. Wasn't it him, a holy dragon knight, who was left to guard the gate? What else? Aren't you the only useless dragon knight here? You don't want your dragon to get hurt, do you? Since no one was around, Roland launched into a colonel-like speech. Feng Lin Yuan pursed his lips. Honestly, that was a bit hurtful. Besides, isn't your wife Lilith here? You go out and about during the day, show some face, and come back to spend time with your wife at night. Isn't that exactly the kind of life you like? Roland shrugged. He had discovered that Feng Lin Yuan had some nerdy qualities. If possible, he preferred spending time with his wife and children to fighting and pioneering. You convince me with your sincere feelings. Before Roland could continue, Feng Lin Yuan touched her chest and saluted respectfully. Go ahead and capture the blueprints for the Empire's future. I, your loyal Dragon Rider commander, will remain in Lagran City, awaiting your triumphant return. Feng Lin Yuan said passionately. Roland's eye twitched. No, big brother, you weren't like that just now. Creaky. The sound of the door opening startled Roland and the others. Am I coming at a bad time? Adolf Heinrich looked at Roland and Feng Lin Yuan apologetically, apologizing for interrupting the affectionate relationship between the two, emperor and subject. Chapter 866. No, you're just in time. I just happen to have some government affairs to hand over to you. Roland waved Adolf Heinrich over, but Adolf Heinrich felt as if he were about to embark on a journey of no return. What's wrong? Adolf Heinrich frowned. Had King Roland, after a couple of days of peace, decided to seek some excitement? By the way, how long do you plan to train those Gondor soldiers? Adolf Heinrich looked up at Maple Orchid. All talk and no action is enough. We can't just keep those soldiers around for nothing. Shouldn't they share some of the burden on our infantry? Adolf Heinrich asked. Winter's here, food's scarce, and the orcs, who had been hiding, are back on the scene. Today, orcs raided one of our small villages, wiping out 6 families. Adolf Heinrich's brows knitted. How could this be? There should be a garrison around the village. At least a small squad of soldiers, right? How could these wandering orcs from the wasteland break through the ranks of our Raglan city guards and rob us? Roland said in disbelief. And what about the civilian militia? Where did they go? In broad daylight, in broad daylight. How could they be massacred by orcs? Roland's teeth gnashed. 6 households is roughly 1/3 of the population of a small village. Such a small village wouldn't appear alone in the wilderness. This meant there must be a small town around it, and there would be several villages like it scattered around it. These small villages didn't have regular royal garrisons, but they still had local militias, and there were definitely several squads of regular royal troops in the town. It's not their fault. The militia on guard were ambushed. The orcs took advantage of the darkness to attack the village. That village is the closest gathering point to the north around Raglan City, so there's a big loophole in the defense. Adolf Heinrich shook his head and sighed. After all, the militia isn't a regular army, you can't expect them to do better. Didn't the outpost have any warning? Such a large group of orcs reached the kingdom's gates, and the border guards didn't even notice? Roland's tone was tinged with doubt. Logically, these villages existed under the protection of the border outposts. Those small, permanent stone towers were rooted in the Raglan plain like castles. The land south of them was the kingdom's true control. Yet, even the controlled area was being attacked by orcs. This made Roland very embarrassed. The snow is too heavy. Any traces of the movement will soon be obscured. Our forces are already running low. So, Lord Yuan, can the Gondorian Legion under your command be deployed? Adolf Heinrich asked tentatively. After all, those Gondorian soldiers can't be kept for nothing, right? Although Denethor II paid them, actual combat is also part of the army's training and development. After all, the original agreement was to provide Denethor II with an elite infantry. How could infantry that had never seen blood be called elite? Isn't this a bad idea? Using our allies' soldiers as temporary laborers? Concerned by chivalry, Fonlin Yuan felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Ahem. How can you call it temporary labor? It's clearly to train their fighting ability and willpower. I think your proposal is excellent, Lord Adolf. It's settled. Yuan, you will transfer them out of the city shortly. We don't expect them to engage the orcs in bloodshed right away, but having them help us hold the line will free up some of our soldiers to fight against the orcs. Roland made the decision. By the way, what happened just now? Adolf Heinrich asked. Nothing serious. I was planning to gather all the dragon knights during the winter and take down the griffin herd. Roland rubbed his nose. Oh. All? Including those in Lavrand? Adolf Heinrich was about to nod, but then realized what he was thinking. All the dragon knights? How did you learn to play all-in? Well, let's make a quick decision. I keep Fonlin Yuan to help you confuse the enemy spies, and I take the others tonight. I leave this place to you guys for now. Roland assigned the task. No. You agree to that? Adolf Heinrich ignored Roland and turned to look at the unfortunate child, Fonlin Yuan. Well, His Majesty has convinced me with his sincere feelings. I didn't want to agree to his all-in plan, but he allowed me and my wife to be so affectionate. It was such a great offer, it was hard to refuse. Huh? It's not just him who's going crazy, but you're also going crazy. We're all alone here. Adolf Heinrich's pupils widened slightly, clearly shocked by these two all-in sages. There's no other way. We have to go. We're not the only ones who know about the Griffin tribe. But we're the force that can devour them the fastest so far. I don't know if others have made plans or taken action, but I doubt anyone will leave such a large Griffin herd alone after seeing the overwhelming air superiority of the Dragon Knights. Roland said firmly. While he might not need it right now, others would definitely want it. Rather than letting others reap the benefits, why not go all in and take those griffins away before you guys even react? But Adolf Heinrich wavered, but common sense forced him to persuade him. No buts. If the Empire needs to be revived, then the Sky Knights are indispensable. The kingdom doesn't have enough Dragon Knights to lavishly display their power and prestige, but our Sky Knight heritage remains. We have the Wyvern clan. If we take down this Griffin clan, then all we need to revive the Empire's 3 major Sky Knight orders is the Pegasus. Roland said firmly. As the saying goes, if you hit the high, you hit the low, you're a loser. The same applies to Middle-earth. For Roland, I can do without it, but I can't live without it. It's well known that the 4 main types of Sky Knight mounts are the lowly Pegasus, also known as Pegasus, the mid-range Griffin, the high-end and classy Wyvern, and the rare giant dragon, capable of decisive action on the battlefield. The kingdom now has a Wyvern clan. All it needs to do is cultivate it slowly, and capture wild dragons to replenish its bloodline. This Wyvern clan has the potential to become the Reglandi from the Lord of the Rings games. A large dragon herd like that of the Kingdom of Heaven could provide the Empire with several dragon riders every year. As for the giant dragons, Roland would probably need to take DOS to Dragon Island to chat when he's achieved success, but by then, Roland would need to be quite strong, otherwise he'd likely end up like a 9-dragon coffin. While low-end Pegasus mounts had appeared in the Mirkwood, the dense forest provided the best shelter, and Roland lacked the time, energy, or manpower to search for better replacements. The Griffins of the Grey Mountains were equally enticing. Those creatures possessed lightning abilities. Even our future Grand Duke of Lordaeron, Verve, was tempted by them. If not now, when would you buy them at the bottom? Strike first. Would he have to fight someone else for them later? Roland, who believed in making a fortune quietly, naturally hoped to quietly reclaim them during winter. This was the first time in years that Roland had the time and energy to deploy a full team of dragon riders. Before, he had fewer dragon riders, and he wasn't very sure. Chapter 867. Roland and his companions departed quietly. On a dark and windy night, Roland, Caslo, Weiss, Fonglin and Fonglin quietly left Lagran City under cover of darkness, landing in a small wooden cabin towed by Cardo in the wilderness. Inside the cabin, Roland and his companions stared at each other with sullen expressions. Roland's miscalculation had caused the cabin's windows to fail at high altitude, shattered by the strong wind. They silently endured the draft, channeling their battle chi to shield themselves from the possibility of hypothermia. It wasn't that Roland hadn't considered building a fire to keep warm. He had plenty of small iron stoves in his storage space. But after seeing the ash-covered faces of the others, they tacitly agreed not to mention a fire again. Your Majesty, you? After a long pause, Caslo stopped, and Cardo released his grip and lowered the cabin. Upon opening the door, he saw the 4 black men, and his speech suddenly became incoherent. Mistake. Let's eat, Roland said helplessly, his face darkening. Let me see what we have today. Premium cheese from the River Rapids Ranch. Pan-fried lamb chops. Black pepper beef tenderloin. Hey! Exquisite butter bread. Roland immersed his consciousness in his system space and began to search. All sorts of delicious food, still emitting hot steam, was magically conjured onto the table. This is too sumptuous. Weiss's mouth twitched. It was just a quick lunch on the road. No need for such formality, right? Hey! Cardo, your reward. Roland threw out a whole roasted leg of beef. Cardo narrowed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it. Huh? What on earth are you pretending to be, Your Majesty? Weiss was completely stunned. Who would be so kind as to stuff a roasted beef leg into his precious spatial storage equipment? You can never have too much food. Roland gave the young Weiss a calm look. Do you know what it means for one person to support half a kingdom? The food reserves in Roland's system space could feed the entire kingdom for at least 10 days to half a month. Weiss pursed his lips. Okay, I'm just ignorant. Your Majesty, can you find a way to fix this? The wind is too strong. We're using all our dragon power to resist the cold. Fonglin said timidly. Oh, baby! It's my mistake. Please wait a moment. Roland rubbed the little girl's head and then tapped Dos in his arms. Dos immediately rolled his eyes and crawled out. Crack! Sawdust began to fall from the cabin. Under Weiss's golden dragon power, the once dead wood began to sprout. Then branches began to entwine and weave into a dense web, covering the windows. Twigs entwined within, and soon the windows were sealed shut. Except for a few thin cracks that let in sunlight, the entire cabin was plunged into darkness. Crack. Then, under Dos's control, the branches on the entire cabin quickly withered and died, transforming into dry, tough vines. Crack. Roland lit a piece of wood and threw it into the small stove in the cabin. All right, done. Kids! Roland clapped his hands triumphantly, just like the big sea who had just been raging. Little did he know that he was actually raging, and that Dos in his arms was the one raging. Thank you, Your Majesty. The little girl wiped the ash from her face and ran happily inside. Oh! I'm truly guilty of sending them out to work at such a young age. Roland suddenly felt guilty. Come on! Aren't you interested in their dragons? What's your connection to them? Dos was too embarrassed to expose him. Roland had brought these two girls with him simply because he had his eyes on two young dragons at peak combat power. Could he really expect two dragon knights, barely even at level 3, to be used as child laborers on the battlefield? Ahem. I still have sympathy for children. Roland coughed softly. Just fool others, don't fool yourself. How did you trick those girls out? Dos's dragon head showed a visible sneer. What glory? Chivalry? You're trying to trick those two little girls. You didn't even intend to take them to the battlefield, you just wanted to trick them into bringing their dragons. Do you really think that idiot Fonlin Yuan didn't see that? Or do you think he let his two little sisters follow you, an unreliable fellow, to capture griffins? He sees it all, but he's just not saying it. Dos chuckled. It's a law that a dragon rider's dragon never strays from its rider. Roland wouldn't have brought two of these idiots along if he hadn't been trying to trick the two little girls from the McDougal family into willingly bringing their dragons. To convince them of a battle that would require them, Roland even went so far as to paint them in a rosy picture of chivalry, the glory of a dragon rider, and the honor of the McDougal family. Such provocative descriptions made the two little girls want to sacrifice everything they had, leaving Fonlin Yuan standing there awkwardly, picking her feet, and Darien Nightblade, trying to hold back his laughter. Dos was embarrassed to tell Roland off. You're so old, and you're still trying to trick a child. Shame on you. A weird uncle trying to trick a little girl. Ahem. It's just a strategic necessity, not shameful, Roland said, rubbing his nose with a hint of embarrassment. After all, tricking a child wasn't exactly a good thing. Your Majesty, we can go. After packing up, Caslow waved to Roland. To prevent the large group of dragons from being discovered, Roland chose to have Caslow lead everyone back to River Rapids. While everyone agreed, this was unanimously criticized as being extremely sneaky. Okay. I'd be right there. Roland nodded, then slipped into the cabin and locked the door securely. After all, everyone except him was a little Karami. If anyone got blown off, it would be a real bummer. He'd be a household name in the annals of Dragon Knights for the next 5,000 years. You're back? Nyx suddenly threw herself into Roland's arms. She hadn't expected the man she'd been thinking about so long to return so suddenly. With a sparkle in her eyes, Nyx looked up at Roland tenderly. Yeah, you're back. I missed you. Lagran City is so cold and empty. There's everything. But you? Roland hugged his beloved, rubbing his chin against her head. The two of them held each other tightly, feeling each other's heartbeats. Won't it take a while? Yun Feng whispered to Caslow, looking at Roland and Nyx. Are you questioning the speed of the wind dragon? Why would airlifting take so long? If it weren't for the fear of the cabin falling apart with them, Cardo, and I could get here in a day at full power. Caslow's lips curled up, clearly in a good mood. Then Yun Feng had barely finished his words when Caslow suddenly strode forward, and then he saw Ajax in his arms. I'm redundant. Yun Feng raised his eyelids. Let's go, don't bother them. There's plenty of time later. Duke Joltia reached out his large hand, grabbed Yun Feng, and dragged him away. Well, so what do we do? Feng Lin Shilon and Feng Lin Shuan exchanged glances, then turned their gaze to Weiss, who was about their age. Let's go back to River Rapids. Glancing at the two couples already engaged, Weiss grabbed the two girls, who were watching intently, and left. Shall we go inside? Yes. Is there a carriage? No. I'm so tired. Just bear with it. As Weiss's voice faded, the three young figures gradually disappeared from the road. Chapter 868. Your Majesty, so what are we doing? Feng Lin Shilon pulled Feng Lin Shuan and timidly looked at Roland. Be good. Just wait in the castle. Roland patted the two little girls' heads. Knight Commander Ladian, can I trust you? Roland turned and asked. Ladian tightened his grip on his sword, then glanced at Nyx and forced himself to hold back. Very good, it seems I can trust you. Please keep an eye on these two children while Nyx and I are away. If anything happens to them, you'll likely be killed by the McDougal family, Roland said with regret. Ladian gritted his teeth, feeling a bit too exhausted to complain. All right, you two, don't run around with him. We're going to the Grey Mountains for a few days. Wait for us. Roland instructed the two girls. All right, your majesty. Then our dragons. Feng Lin Shuan timidly glanced over Roland's shoulder. There, the miniature golden dragon Dos was suppressing the equally miniature purple thunder dragon Zillian. Nearby, in midair, a miniature dusk dragon, Juiguang, watched the spectacle. They? Oh! That's right. I'm just borrowing them for a little while. I return them soon. Roland pointed at the two dragons that had separated from their knights. Then you must be careful. The two little girls waved innocently at Roland, unaware that Roland had actually violated a dragon knight's cardinal sin, separating dragon from knight. Juiguang, who had long considered his knights mere figurines, looked nonchalant. As the 1,000-year-old guardian dragon of the MacDougall family, he knew full well that the king would not harm his knights. But Zillian was different. Accepting Feng Lin Shuan didn't mean accepting Roland as king. To him, everyone except his knights was essentially a stranger. Hence his agitation. Unfortunately, it was useless. Dos quickly subdued them with his combined power of high-ranking bloodline and dragon might. Now, he was languidly accepting the Emperor's judgment. Let's go! Roland waved to the two little creatures, then pulled Nyx out. Unlike usual fluffy skirts, Nyx wore a loose mage cape and convenient leather pants today. As a dragon mage, she also rode a dragon, but clearly no one would ride a dragon in a skirt, right? Thank you, dragon god. You look so beautiful today. Roland kissed Nyx tenderly. If a fight starts, stay back. Don't stand there stupidly. Dragon magic doesn't require close combat. Roland warned. And you? Wise. The Griffin's fighting power shouldn't be underestimated. You better stay behind them and assist them. Don't rush out to fight alone. Willie is fearless against the Griffin's claws, but you are not. Roland knocked on Wise's helmet. Wearing the Cerner Soul dragon armor, Willie was no ordinary Griffin could possibly stand against him. The dragon armor granted the dragon a terrifying defensive power, allowing them to move freely through all kinds of terrifying firepower. Dos. Keep an eye on that guy Purple Chain. Don't let him get too carried away. He's the weakest here. Roland tilted his head and instructed Dos on his shoulder. In terms of combat power and bloodline, Purple Chain was definitely not the worst, but in terms of group fighting, Purple Chain was undoubtedly the worst member. He had no knight command, no training in the Imperial Dragon Rider system, and only the Dragon Clan's combat instincts and the experience of his ancestors. There was no doubt that he could not integrate into the Imperial Dragon Rider's tactical system. After all, except for the wild dragon Purple Chain, the other dragons were either from the Lagran Empire or commanded by Imperial Dragon Knights. Even Juiguang, who was also on this trip without a knight command, was familiar with the Imperial Dragon Rider's combat system. Yeah. He can't make waves. Dos nodded. All right. Caslo. Gather everyone and get ready to go. Roland said to Caslo, who was still strapping equipment to Cardo. Okay, your majesty. Wait while I tie these anti-magic ropes. Caslo nodded. Yunfeng, are you going? Roland asked politely, looking at Yunfeng as he saw him off. You guys can't handle so many dragons, so why should I go? Yunfeng said with a scowl, looking at Roland, who looked like a farmer. He didn't need him for things a group of dragon knights could handle, and there was no point in him going for things that even the dragon knights couldn't solve. Wouldn't it be a nuisance to ask yourself such a trivial question? Okay, I was thinking of taking you out for a walk. Roland said seriously. Ha ha. Thank you so much. Your Majesty. Goodbye. No more seeing you off. Yunfeng gave a fake smile, looking at Roland, the Middle-earth pie-in-the-sky king. Take care of yourself and take care of your family, or I have my legs broken when I get back. Roland smiled and waved at Yunfeng. Go! As Roland took flight, the dazzling blue elf suddenly grew larger, then with a clear cry, soared into the sky and disappeared. Who? Ouch! The people of River Rapids looked up at the sky in surprise. In the clear sky, giant dragons spread their vast membrane wings, casting their shadows across the snow-covered earth. The people of the city cheered. This was the might of the Dragon Kingdom. This was the pressure of the dragons. Faced with swarms of dragons, even gods would give way. Oh my god! Is this the kingdom of Lagrang? Aragorn stared in amazement as he counted the massive figures soaring into the sky. Standing on the dock, gazing across the river, Aragorn's excellent eyesight allowed him to spot the dragons soaring in the clear sky. Yes! They're heading north? Such a large group of dragons heading north? Have the northern dwarfs' lines been breached? Unlike Aragorn, who was astonished, Legolas, familiar with northern affairs, broke into a cold sweat at the mere thought. For this kingdom, known as the Land of Dragons, to unleash its mighty dragons, one could only imagine the depths of the North's decay. No! We must go north and see. The Woodland Kingdom must be completely clueless, Legolas said worriedly. No one understood Thranduil's isolation better than he did. The reclusive woodland elves would likely be the last to learn of the situation. Aragorn wanted to yell at Legolas, "How reclusive are you woodland elves? To have such a strong reaction?" Okay, wait while I check out." Aragorn didn't hesitate. Trusting his friend, he grabbed his luggage and rushed downstairs. "It's too late to run away. Take these and buy 2 horses. We have to ride after them." Aragorn tossed Legolas a fist-sized bag of gold coins, signaling him to buy horses. "Thank you, but I'm not so broke as to rely on friends for help." Legolas tossed the gold coins back the way they come, shouldering his weapon, and tumbled out the window again. This time, however, he didn't descend to the street below, but instead hopped across the rooftops, tumbling forward. "Haven't you had enough of the city guards?" Aragorn couldn't help but wave his fist at Legolas's retreating figure. "Aren't we being too conspicuous?" Nyx whispered, leaning into Roland's arms. To conceal his identity as the Golden Dragon of Death, Roland planned to ride with Nyx before arriving. Sometimes a sword can't just be hidden, it needs to be brought out and brandished when necessary, otherwise its power is lost, Roland said meaningfully. Chapter 869. "It would be perfect if you could get off," sighed the elven dragonsmith, feeling uncomfortable as Roland rode on his back. Logically, no dragon in the entire kingdom of Lagran would let Roland ride on their back except Dos and Cardo. But the duo of Dos and Cardo, combined with the intimidating power of the golden dragon Dos, made Smith look as if he'd been pissed off as he carried Roland on his back. "Look, you're talking nonsense again. Time for treatment." Roland patted Smith's back sympathetically. "Even if you treat this feeling, you still drool. Better not treat it," Dos added ruthlessly. Smith rolled his eyes, but endured it for the sake of Dos and Nyx behind him. "What's our plan?" Nyx turned to ask Roland. Since her husband had decided to subdue the Griffins, he must have a good plan. "Plan? No. Just attack." Roland waved his hand. "What need for a plan now that we have a group of dragon riders? I made a plan when there were no dragon riders, and now I still make a plan with a group of dragon riders? Then all my dragon riders would be wasted. So simplistic and crude?" Nyx asked in surprise. She had always thought of her husband, Roland, as someone who wasn't always meticulous in his plans, but always made careful arrangements and prepared several contingency plans. She hadn't expected him to be so radical this time. "With so many dragons around, isn't it normal to get bloated?" Roland said seriously. Now he was thinking about how to push forward without letting the Griffins escape. Hurry! We have to hurry." Legolas galloped, snow mixed with mud kicked up by his hooves. Legolas rode ahead, followed by Aragorn, carrying his luggage. Wait for me. The luggage isn't tied up yet." Aragorn pulled the reins with one hand and the luggage with the other, his face flushing red from the strain. "Hurry, we need to get to the Lonely Mountain as soon as possible. Hopefully, we have time to figure out what's going on," Legolas said anxiously, not stopping. Okay, you go ahead. I'd be right there." Aragorn, his body twitching with the weight of the luggage, had no choice but to stop and tie up their belongings. "Damn it! You really won't wait for me." By the time Aragorn had finished packing, Legolas was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, the snow hadn't fallen, and the hoofprints along the way were still clearly visible. Aragorn didn't stop but followed them. Hello. King Roland." Dwalin trembled as he watched Roland and his companions from the dwarven border. The already tall northerners were riding dragons, leaving the dwarves with nothing but admiring glances. "Hello, Dwalin. Give Thorin my regards. For some reason, I can't visit him right now." Roland patted Dwalin's shoulder and said happily. His time was precious, and he didn't want to waste precious time socializing. The only way was to seize the Griffins while no one was reacting. Roland wasn't stupid enough to visit Lonely Mountain with a group of dragon riders before going to capture the Griffins. If they knew it was a visit, someone might have thought they were coming to attack the Lonely Mountain. After all, Smaug was able to capture Lonely Mountain by surprise with just one dragon. Mountain! Roland and his group of dragon knights wouldn't be too much of a stretch to attack Lonely Mountain, right? Of course, Roland wouldn't do that. After all, King Roland still had some dignity to maintain. He still had people alive in Middle-earth. There was no need to make his reputation the Middle-earth version of Sima. Lonely Mountain wasn't something Roland cared about as much as Sima. He cared about the Wei Empire. While there was plenty of money in Lonely Mountain, Roland wasn't short of it right now. That money wasn't as useful as honor points. Ever since he bought the Dragon Knight system from the mall, Roland's honor points had been reduced to 0. Very well, Your Majesty. Dwalin was overwhelmed by the dragon's aura. The other dwarven soldiers retreated to the rear, looking at the dragons with some trepidation. After all, many dwarves viewed dragons as creatures that would destroy their homes, especially Ajax's fire dragon, Renoir. From a distance, it bore a striking resemblance to the mutated fire dragon Smog. Don't be nervous. They are all intelligent creatures, not mindless beasts, Roland reassured him. After all, to a certain extent, dragons were far more intelligent than humans. Dragons were a civilization too. It was just their limited population that led the world to classify them as superb beasts. Oh. Okay, so where are you going? Dwalin swallowed, his heart pounding. Putting aside the idiotic idea of Roland and his dragon riders going on a trip, Dwalin couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety when Roland, known as a warmonger and overpowered king, appeared with a group of dragon riders. After all, his defenses might soon become a forbidden battleground before he knew it. That's what they done at Old Pass. Everyone expected Old Pass to be the site of an epic battle. Even bards had sung their praises beforehand. However, the course and outcome of events completely defied expectations. No one could have imagined that a forbidden battle, the likes of which hadn't occurred in Middle-earth for millennia, would erupt there. What epic battle? A battlefield filled with flying forbidden spells, where lives were the pawns, sacrificed the cornerstone of victory. Either rely on forbidden spells or on human lives. But on a battlefield where even the great forbidden spells appeared, human lives weren't even worth the chips. We're heading to the Grey Mountains. The griffins there need to be dealt with. Roland patted Dwalin's shoulder and didn't hide anything. After all, with the current strength of the Kingdom of Lagrang, there was no need to hide anything. His destination was already above board. His only concern was that Thor would take advantage of the Dragon Rider's journey north to give him a thrill, or else he wouldn't even hide his whereabouts. But now that they were in the north, there was no need to hide their whereabouts. Those griffins? Dwalin immediately realized. It seemed there wasn't any unrest in the north, but simply the Lagrang men were going to capture the griffins. The reason those griffins were able to fleece the northern kingdoms without causing any trouble was that they didn't hurt anyone and everyone had trained them. To convince them, some livestock would be considered advanced feeding to foster a rapport. However, the dwarves' dragon hawks were no match for these griffins. Those griffins were roughly the same level as the dragon hawks, but the griffins were far more numerous. Without an overwhelming advantage, Thorin wouldn't risk it. Well, we use your camp to rest and recuperate. Excuse me, Roland said, but he didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. After all, he come uninvited, so how could the dwarves kick him out? It's okay, as long as the conditions are simple, Dwalin said. After all, it was just a border outpost, with low walls to block the wind and a stone fortress. Compared to the biting cold outside, the fire in the fortress was warm. It's okay, excuse me. Roland waved his hand dismissively. Take care, King Roland. Dwalin waved goodbye. Roland and his group only stopped to rest and eat a light lunch before packing up and leaving. They were heading straight for the Grey Mountains. Chapter 870. I sensed the presence of a large group of high-level magical beasts. Doss, in Roland's arms, suddenly spoke from a distance. Those griffins are at the southern foot of the Grey Mountains. They're sheltered from the north wind. Roland pondered the intelligence and nodded. Hide your presence. Roland communicated with all the dragon riders and dragons through his telekinesis. After all, griffins are also high-level magical beasts, possessing sufficient intelligence and combat power. The griffins would definitely sense the dragon's blatant presence. A single dragon might not scare these griffins, but a flock of them would surely flee if they weren't fools. Roger. The dragon riders nodded in agreement, and the two lone dragons obediently restrained their dragon power. The oppressive feeling in the air instantly vanished, as if nothing had vanished. At this moment, in a valley in the Grey Mountains, a group of griffins, divided by clan, took refuge in warm caves. Griffins of all sizes huddled together, their bodies cushioned by soft hay to insulate them from the cold. The more than 10 caves scattered throughout the valley were filled with griffins, some of them carved out by the griffins themselves. However, not all griffins lived in caves. Some had taken refuge in dry trees, using dead branches to build giant spherical nests. These nests, facing away from the wind, also offered protection from the chill. The usual grandeur of the griffins was gone. Only a few diligent adult griffins took turns on guard duty. A massive adult male griffin laboriously brought in a subadult bull, and the resounding noise of the bull landing startled the dozing guards. Cry! A resounding eagle cry echoed throughout the valley. The other hibernating griffins remained motionless, leaving only a few alert griffins to open their eyes and rise to feed. It must be painful if it's scratched, Roland whispered. One peck from that thing would rip your head open. The smith cursed viciously. Silly boy. Are you testing your emperor's professionalism? Can a golden dragon knight be killed by a griffin? Dose doesn't need a living person, just hit him to death. Roland chuckled. The smith was speechless. After all, Dose was the dragon king of the entire Lagran kingdom, both in name and in reality. The blood of a golden dragon was as pure as gold. In terms of bloodline conversion, it was equivalent to the level of the 5-star red flag of Holy Terra. As a giant dragon, the smith could taunt Roland mercilessly, but he couldn't insult the golden dragon Dose. Your Majesty, what should we do? Dragon Rider Commander Caslow, the team's top fighter, flexed his wrists eagerly. How? Of course, block the door. What good strategy could Roland have? It wasn't like he was fighting a human enemy, so he couldn't show off his shoddy command skills with the 36 stratagems. But against a monster that didn't understand military tactics, there seemed to be no other solution except a head-on confrontation. Caslow paused, feeling like he was asking a question unnecessarily. Just charge in, Roland continued. There were only a few dozen griffins. How could it be harder than those dragons? And Roland hadn't brought anyone else this time, only the dragon riders, because the dragon riders' fighting power already overwhelmed the griffins, eliminating the need for the forbidden spells of other sages and wise men to blockade them. Ajax. Dose Anthony. Shui Guang. Caslow. Block the other end. Roland began assigning tasks. The East-West Valley only needed to be blocked for 2 days, and controlled from the air to successfully capture the enemy. Then you over here. Caslow glanced at Weiss and Zillion. Roland had thrown all his high-level combat power into one end, leaving Weiss, the couple, and a lone purple thunder dragon alone. I got Dose. Don't worry. While Dose's endurance wasn't impressive, no one doubted the combat prowess of this golden dragon, who could temporarily draw upon the power of his ancestors. If he wanted to, and give it enough time, he could definitely. A dragon ripped the griffins apart. Remember, I want them alive. Don't kill them. They are the future hope of the kingdom, Roland warned, but everyone's reaction was indifferent. He had said the same thing when he captured Joel and the others. Move. Roland waved his hand and gave the order, signaling the start of the roundup of these griffins. These griffins had committed no crime, their only sin being that they had been too close to Roland, making him his target. 18 adults. That means the herd could number over 50. And there's no ruling out new members. Roland muttered silently, calculating. After all, griffins are social animals. In the northern lands, where there are no natural enemies, they will expand their population and territory without hesitation. This is why such a large griffin settlement can be formed. When food is abundant, wandering griffins will choose to join a griffin settlement with a fixed territory to settle down. They will wait for the opposite-sex griffins in the settlement to reach adulthood and then form new families with them. Therefore, hunting grounds with abundant food can raise a group of griffins that even dragons fear. Ah! From afar, the resounding dragon roar of Cardo echoed through the sky, and Roland couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. They begun. We can enter now, Roland sneered. The stage was set, the actors were in place, and it was time for the grand spectacle. Roar! Doss burst from Roland's arms, his figure swelled in a shimmering golden light. His massive membrane-like wings cast a vast shadow. His mighty roar shook the snow from the trees. Ah! Each dragon unleashed its mighty power without reservation, its terrifying might practically tangible. Warcraft and wild beasts within 100 miles crouched on the ground, holding their breath, hoping to avoid being noticed by the dragons. Cry! The terrifying dragon might immediately alerted the griffins, and the subsequent pressure sent their hair flying. The alert adult griffins bristled, wings spread, and cried out. Their shrill warnings quickly awoke the hibernating griffins. Cry! Cry! As the adult griffins awakened one after another, they weren't frightened by the dragons. Instead, they formed a circle in the air, to everyone's astonishment. The adult griffins protected the subadult and young griffins behind them, and zeroed in on a single location, preparing to break out. I thought they would scatter, Roland exclaimed in surprise. Intelligent species, with a sense of community, aren't mindless beasts. They have their own civilization, Dose warned. While the dragons looked down on every species equally at a strategic level, that didn't mean they would take a complete group of griffins lightly. Tier. 2 electric nets suddenly flickered, expanding in size, and sealing off the entire valley. Dos Anthony and Kurt have taken action. Nix nodded. The blue net was clearly the dragon power of Kurt, Dos Anthony's mount. As for the purple net, the true master was right beside them. They'd broken out in the direction of Lord Caslow. Weiss shouted, extending his hand. Let's go! Let's go help. These griffins can't get away, Roland said. If the griffins weren't crazy, they wouldn't rush into the golden dragon's defenses. The eldest brother had the most powerful aura in the room. How desperate would the griffins be to rush here? Chapter 871. No! How could there be a lunatic here? The number of these griffins doesn't seem right. Dos Anthony was bewildered as he dodged a stun gun that looked like it would cause significant pain. The griffins' reaction truly shocked him. Not only did the enemy refuse to surrender, they dared to attack us. Furthermore, the numbers seemed to be significantly lower than the intelligence report. Furthermore, since they needed to capture the griffins alive, they were limited in their ability to deal with the griffins' desperate assault. Think of a solution, sister, Dos Anthony said. They looked grimly at the griffins charging at them, while they could only use area of effect abilities to block and trap them. Dos Anthony warned that if he didn't find a way to help, he'd be mauled to death by the griffins. Don't rush. They can't break out. Ajax remained calm. Facing the waves of griffins charging at her, she fully utilized the power of her fire-based area of effect magic, the Resist Fire Ring. The Resist Fire Rings, cast with dragon power, had a wider range and greater resistance. Wave after wave of Resist Fire Rings formed a three-dimensional web of fire that enveloped the griffins. On! Balls of pure white light fluttered toward the griffins. Once they approached, they suddenly exploded, their dragon power transforming into scorching white flames that clung to the griffins like a thorn in their flesh. The griffins' magic power was rapidly depleted by the evaporation of the flames. Tier. The lightning-fast electric net zigzagged around the griffins, occasionally lashing them, driving them together. No! These things have ridiculously high magic resistance. Kurt was shocked. The lightning dragon's lightning struck them like a tickle, leaving the lightning dragon, who prided itself on having the most explosive attack power, completely bewildered. The last time Kurt felt so helpless was just the last time. Except for facing the canned food with earth attributes, this was the first time the power of lightning felt so weak. It's not magic resistance. It's that these griffins have dual wind and lightning attributes. You idiot! Zhuiguang couldn't stand it any longer. How could someone who controls lightning be killed by lightning? As a high-ranking monster, did the griffin lose face? Damn it! There's a concept of attribute degeneration within the same element? No one taught me that. Dos Anthony was also confused. As a direct descendant of the Anthony family, it seemed he had never learned such things. It's not attribute degeneration. It's channeling. Those griffins can channel lightning. Yours is like blowing up the air. It was Cardo who saw the problem first. After all, he also knew how to channel lightning. Feng Shui dual-element monsters, greatly enhanced by lightning, have learned this ability over their long evolutionary journey. To put it bluntly, it's like creating a lightning rod to channel lightning. For a lightning monster that deals pure energy damage, it's a real blow. Kurt turned to look at the dumbfounded Dos Anthony, then the man and the dragon felt compelled to wait. Anyway, going forward would be a waste of time to show off their lightning. As for a passionate dragon rider charge, it was certainly out of the question. Just look at the thunder dragon Kurt's thin scales. Compared to the full armor of Zhuiguang and Willy, a naked dragon's defense is indeed flimsy, and his own tiny arms and legs. Both man and dragon had a clear understanding of their own strength. They want to escape. Block the wings, Ajax shouted. After all, the sky wasn't covered. If these griffins really tried to scatter and flee, it would be troublesome. Roar! 2 cyan wind belts roared past. This was a new level of mastery of dragon power by Caslow and Cardo. Hundreds of meters high and 10 kilometers long, the cyan wind belts blocked the roads on both sides, like 2 walls of size. Wind blades falling like fireworks shredded the valley to the left and right, pulverizing with chips and gravel. Clearly, reality had told the griffins that this was a dead end. The 2 wind walls, like a high-speed meat grinder, devoured everything within their range. This is the Great Forbidden Spell. Azure Sky Corridor. Dos Anthony stared at his brother-in-law in shock. He was indeed a 6th-ranked dragon rider. He envied the way he could unleash the Great Forbidden Spell with such ease. Dos Anthony knew clearly that he would probably only reach the 4th rank in his lifetime, and that he would only be able to play with forbidden spells. He probably wouldn't be able to master the great forbidden spell in his lifetime. After all, by the time Kurt reached adulthood, Dos Anthony expected his own grave to be so high that even a forbidden spell wouldn't be able to level it. Wow! A great forbidden wind spell. Caslo's great forbidden spell shocked not only Dos Anthony, but also Roland and his group, who had joined the battle from behind. The Dragon Riders, sensing something was amiss, formed a long snake formation behind Roland, and watched in shock as 2 walls of wind swept past on either side. So intense? Even using great forbidden spells? Are the Griffins so formidable? Weiss's eyes widened. The kingdom's Griffin Knights were no strangers to them. Those puny Griffins, Weiss thought, couldn't possibly pose a threat to a dragon. Willie, beneath him, praised Weiss's idea, assuming the Griffins weren't in large groups. A large herd would have sent Weiss running. Look carefully, silly boy. This is clearly dividing the battlefield. Before Roland could say anything, Zillion sneered at Willie. Even a fool could see that a large, sustained great forbidden spell like the Azure Sky Corridor was used to divide the battlefield and intercept enemies. Could anyone really rush in and break through it? Weiss was speechless, receiving confirmation from Roland and Nyx's gazes. But he couldn't help but sigh at the kingdom's current extravagance, using great forbidden spells to divide the battlefield. What should we do? Roland, rushing to the outskirts of the battlefield, felt a sense of unease as he watched the swarm of griffins fly in a ball. After all, he wanted seedlings, not corpses. These were the foundation of his future Sky Knights. Killing even one would be heartbreaking for Roland. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for witnessing this natural wonder. A massive griffin colony. The half-dead system suddenly came to life. Reward honor points +5. Hush. Is this the larger settlement Verway mentioned? So all you elf, dwarf, and human scouts were raised on the idea of a defense? Roland muttered, gazing at the flock of griffins and the system notification. Only now did he fully grasp the sheer size of the flock and the reason it had been registered as a wonder by the system. Too big, was Roland's first impression. If there aren't more than 100 griffins in this flock, slap the respected Master Roland in the face. No wonder this thing deserves the title of wonder. With such a terrifying population, there's probably no larger griffin herd in all of Middle-earth. No! Your Majesty? We're capturing these creatures? Weiss's face was already filled with his classic expression. I don't know. Your Majesty, what is your will? Caslo's mental power instantly connected with Roland's. What are we supposed to do, Your Majesty? Ajax joined in, countless mental energies mingling in the void. The 6 people and 8 dragons were deeply shocked by the terrifying scene before them. Hundreds of wild griffins were flying. They were going to kill us! The entire north is their hunting ground. Nyx hailed from the Grand Duchy of Nyx. As one of the first shareholders of the Empire, with close ties to the Anthony and MacDougall families, as well as King Rune, she naturally possessed no shortage of secrets. She could figure it out with a simple calculation. Chapter 872. I'm really full now, Roland muttered. The swarm of hundreds of griffins had completely overwhelmed Roland's preparations. After all, Roland's intelligence had estimated the number to be at most 50 or 60. And that was an overestimation. He had never expected. We're not sure if we can finish eating. Caslo's mental power communicated silently with Roland. Whatever. We have to eat even if it's half-cooked. Roland gritted his teeth. Disperse them first. If they gather together, we have no chance of catching them if we continue to stalemate. Although Roland didn't understand the details of tactics, he had a clear understanding of the battlefield situation. This flying griffin ball was enough to paralyze any dragon rider who tried to attack them. Don't look at me. I can't do it, Caslo said shamefacedly, gazing at the glances cast at him. After all, asking a wind-attributed dragon rider to do such delicate work wouldn't be too much of a stretch. A single wind blade from him would likely leave several griffins dead. Everyone averted their gaze. I try. Nyx suddenly rose from the smith's back, the scepter of the Sea of Silence radiating a faint blue light. I intercept them. Light Chaser's light magic was still very powerful in sealing and blocking. Doss, help! Roland patted Doss. Yes. My knight, Your Majesty. 2 voices echoed in Roland's mind in unison. Roland opened his mouth, but he actually wanted to tell Dos Anthony that there was no need. After all, facing these griffins with lightning-inducing abilities, Dos Anthony and Purple Chain's attacks were powerless. Although electric grids were also siege-type abilities, it was inevitable that the griffins would be able to break through. Ah! The Smurf's dragon roar was unusually clear. Blue dragon power surged wildly, and terrifying dragon language spells appeared behind Nyx. Stop them! Ajax pointed his dragon spear, and a surging fire dragon flame rushed towards the charging griffins, like a wave. Roar! Fearing the griffins' razor blades, Caslo could only cast a domain-based dragon language spell. Storm Forbidden Land! The swirling air mass suddenly accelerated, and the surrounding air was drawn into the twisting air mass, causing it to swirl. The griffin formation suddenly began to tilt and disperse under the gust of wind. Cry! Looking at the dragon soaring against the wind, the griffin leader let out an angry and unwilling eagle cry. Cyan magic instantly enveloped his body, and the griffins, originally being pulled wildly by the wind domain, suddenly stopped. Quickly flapping their wings, they steadied themselves. Following their leader's lead, the griffins found their backbone. Protecting the youngsters, they mobilized their wind magic to cover themselves and their young, using their collective strength to counter the dragon's power. They quickly formed a sharp arrow formation and launched an assault towards Caslo and his men. Cry! The griffins hurled their lightning spears one after another, acting as penetrating magic. Ong! Crack! As the horde of griffins charged, Kurt, feeling the pressure, instantly erupted in lightning. A massive electric net expanded and pushed directly towards the griffins. Crack! Bolts of lightning lashed the griffins fiercely, sending a burst of flames and charged smoke spreading. Led by their leader, relying on the resistance granted by their lightning-drawing skills, the griffins charged directly towards the dragon language magic, forcibly breaking through its range. Dragon Flame. Burning Sky Wall. Ajax's pupils constricted, and she quickly ordered Renoir to spit out a wall of fire. Empty Seal. Dust Dragon Jueguang frowned, quietly shielding the others in front of him. Go! Roland didn't care if his food wasn't half-cooked or not. If he didn't eat, he'd run off, maybe even dropping his own bowl before running. Even if it weren't for the griffins, Roland had to save the dragon knights blocking the griffins head-on. Now, those griffins were blindly fighting and desperately trying. Be careful. Doss's powerful dragon power pushed aside the blue elves, who were standing still and casting spells. The next second, several lightning spears, gleaming pale green, shot out from the airspace they had just passed. Protect Her Majesty, boys. Doss looked at Weiss and Willie. After all, the turrets needed a tank to absorb damage, and what better tank than a suit of dragon armor? Okay. Your Majesty, Doss. Weiss nodded subconsciously. On! Accompanied by Doss's dragon roar, thick vines rose from the ground. As a dragon with all attributes, Doss was also proficient in countering the griffin's lightning-type wood element. Although Roland's team lacked green dragons, both Doss and the Smurfs possessed wood elements. While they couldn't control the elements like a top-tier green dragon, they could still cast a few forbidden spells. Green Hell? Pull up. Caslo glanced at the movement below the valley and immediately knew what it was. A wood-based control forbidden spell. This thing indiscriminately imprisons every creature it encounters, regardless of friend or foe. Caslo certainly didn't want the kingdom's dragon knights and dragons to be dragged down and tied up like dumplings. Regardless of the physical damage, the mental damage would be undeniably severe. Screech. The griffins were once again flung back by various attacks. The immense resilience of the 3 dragon riders and a giant dragon was now on full display. Even a swarm of griffins couldn't break through the impenetrable wall of dragon magic wrought by the dragon. What the hell? Kurt, before he could react, was entangled by his feet and dragged downward. Buzz! The pulsating azure wind blades easily sliced through the vines entwined with Kurt. Kurt struggled to shake them off and immediately soared into the sky. My dragon god. That thing absorbs dragon power. Doss Anthony said in fear. While being entangled wouldn't kill him, it was certainly embarrassing. That thing could actually grow by absorbing dragon power. Screech. Faced with Doss's forbidden dragon language spell. Green Hell, the griffins finally began to stir and panic. Thunderbolt slashed down at the vines. But more and more griffins were dragged down by the magical vines fueled by dragon power. As the vines entangled them, their magic power was rapidly drained, and soon they fell into exhaustion and weakness. Well done! Roland swung his fist. Although his ability to break the griffin's tortoiseshell formation was inefficient, at least more griffins were being pulled out of their defensive formation. Stop looking. Pay attention to when your wife can successfully cast a spell. These creatures are going all out. Doss suddenly narrowed his dragon eyes. As a fellow high-level magical beast, The dragon clan naturally understood the unique dignity of highly intelligent magical beasts. These griffins would definitely not hesitate to fight to the death when facing slow death. What is Nyx doing? Roland knew that the blue elves and Nyx were casting forbidden dragon language spells, but there are two things that are impossible to predict. One is a zero-frame start, and the other is an extremely long pre-swing. A major water-based control forbidden spell. Weak water like the abyss, Daw said with narrowed eyes. Not to kill them, and we have to keep them all. The number of forbidden spells we can use is limited. This is really troublesome. Doss couldn't help but sigh. Oh no! They're going to fight to the death, Doss roared. Intercept them. Don't let them get away. As the griffins suddenly dispersed in all directions and launched a desperate charge, Doss's voice echoed in everyone's mind. Chapter 873. I risk my life to stop them. As Doss spoke, the Dragon Knights stared in amazement. How could they possibly stop these fleeing griffins? Catch as many as we can. Catch them. Roland gritted his teeth, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He was clearly prepared to force his way out of troubled waters. After all, any further delay would be in vain. The 10 or so griffins that Green Hell had successfully imprisoned were clearly not enough for Roland's efforts this time. Cry! With the griffin leader's wail, the once massive flock of griffins instantly exploded and began fleeing in all directions. Their graceful movements left Roland in awe at this strange-looking creature of nature. Dragons aside, the griffins truly combined the strength of a lion with the agility of an eagle. Wind magic granted them even greater speed, and lightning magic gave them even greater lethality. Time stop! The obscure dragon language lingered in a deep, drawn-out voice, a venerable aura that seemed to traverse eternity suddenly permeating the air. Crack! Silence the world. Listen to the sound of time breaking apart. The great forbidden spell of space and time? Doss raised his eyelids, clearly shocked. As a golden dragon, he possessed the power to use all attributes, but not all the great forbidden spells could be cast with ease. At least, the forbidden spell of space and time was his weakness. Space seal. Time stop. Dust dragon. The blue elf then turned his gaze towards the distant chaser light, shielding everyone in front of him. He was now suspended in midair, his pale golden space and time dragon power transforming into obscure dragon language spells that floated in the air. A huge, illusory hexagram hourglass appeared behind him, the sand flowing continuously. Why are you looking at me? Catch them. Juiguan grinned. This support immediately used their ultimate to crowd control everyone on the opposing team. Just ask who's the boss in this game. Forget about anything else. Roland would have to give him a cigarette when he got home. Quick, quick, quick! Catch them. Roland, reacting quickly, pointed with a trembling hand at the motionless griffin suspended in the air. The hourglass flip skill is ineffective. Quick! Find the griffins whose hourglasses are about to run out, and capture them first. Those are high-level adults, Do said anxiously. Besides the illusory hourglass that appeared behind Juiguang, the other griffins also had smaller hourglasses ticking above their heads. The hourglass behind Juiguang's head served to divide space, transforming it into a separate dimension, independent of Middle-earth. Meanwhile, the hourglass above the griffin's head stopped time. As a major forbidden spell that forcibly distorted the laws of the plane, its disruption of the order of space and time was the most severe. Therefore, he would be subjected to a frenzied counterattack and devouring of the plane's will. Therefore, the actual duration of this major forbidden spell was very short, perhaps only 3 or 4 minutes, after which his forbidden spell core would collapse, unable to withstand the laws of the plane. Finally, I caught you. I have to treat you well. I come from a nation of etiquette. Bang! 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 Roland drew out a stick, enchanted with earth element shock spells, and struck the griffin on the head. Doss then cast a vine prison spell on him, quickly completing the assembly line process of knocking him out, tying him up, and free-falling him. Bang! Rip! While the others weren't as incredibly efficient as the state of etiquette duo, they were still quite effective. The griffins could only watch helplessly as a giant dragon roared over, only to be knocked down from the air using various methods. Ah! I'm rich. I'm rich. Oh, 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 oh! Roland, riding a golden dragon through the air, was like Fan Jean, a man who had passed the imperial examination. His entire body began to tremble, his mouth almost showing his back teeth. Every knock made a bang. Every knock made a roar of joy. It turned out that with these griffins unable to resist, it took only a few minutes. In less than 2 minutes, the 7 dragons and 6 men were all knocked unconscious by the griffins. Hee. Roland jumped off the dragon's saddle, licked his lips, and smiled a lewd smile. His expression was like that of a dog thief. Hold on, you're drooling. His wife, Nyx, poked Roland's waist with a hint of disdain, her expression revealing her helplessness and speechlessness. Hee. My wife's made a fortune. We got the main force of our son's future air cavalry. Roland rubbed his hands excitedly. You know, even though the kingdom has a fleet of dragons, given the dragon race's poor reproductive capacity and population growth rate, it's still unclear when the Dragon Knights will be formed. But the birth of the Griffin Knights is imminent. Griffins take a few years to reproduce, while dragons take at least 10. Fortunately, the survival rate of these dragons raised in captivity is definitely higher than in the wild. After all, unhatched dragon eggs and young dragons are prone to many accidents and deaths in the wild. But with the kingdom taking over and dedicated care, there will definitely be fewer accidents. Alright, let's find a way to get these griffins back. Nyx looked at the fallen griffins with a sense of worry. After all, these griffins have only been subdued temporarily. If they can't be quickly controlled, it will be troublesome once they recover. It's okay, just watch me. Roland immediately started showing off. After all, he owned the system. It didn't matter that other spatial equipment couldn't hold living creatures. As Roland's large hand caressed the griffins, one by one, they vanished from view. Then, a series of notifications popped up on Roland's system. Adult Griffin +1. Juvenile Griffin +1. What happened? Your Highness Thorin. Legolas hurried to Lonely Mountain. What's wrong, Legolas? What happened? Thorin, who was staring at Legolas in the hall with a bewildered expression, asked in surprise. Why are you here so suddenly? Thorin asked Legolas, puzzled. Although Thorin disliked the expressionless elf King Thranduil, who had suffered from autism, he was still very enthusiastic about Legolas, who had given the dwarves their all during the Battle of Lonely Mountain. Roland. Why are King Roland's dragon riders suddenly gathering and heading north? What happened in the north? Legolas' eyes were filled with longing. The north? Roland? Dragon riders? What's all this? Is there any activity from the border beacon? Thorin tilted his head and pursed his lips at his nephews, Keely and Philly. Later. The two exchanged glances, then, holding torches, ran toward the steps leading to the hall, their figures soon disappearing. Nothing. The sentinels never saw the signal from the beacon. A moment later, the two returned, torches in hand. Would you like a sip? Thorin took a sip of wine to warm himself, shrugged, and gestured to Legolas. This is... Thorin then spotted Aragorn behind Legolas, and immediately became interested in the handsome, tall man. After all, when would elves ever mingle with men? Thorangil, chief of the Dunedain. Legolas hesitated for a moment before uttering Aragorn's alias. Welcome, both of you. The north is truly safe. Could you have mistaken me? Thorin asked again, motioning for them to sit down and eat something to warm themselves. No, those dragons dancing weren't just seen by us too. Everyone along the entire coast of Lorthiniel and the Long Lake could see them. Legolas shook his head. Chapter 874. That shouldn't be possible. How could they possibly go back north, when there's nothing unusual happening in the north? Thorin shook his head, and personally poured a glass of wine for the two. Stop talking nonsense. King Roland has been pioneering in the east for ages. There aren't many dragon riders left here. Where did this group come from? Thorin waved his hand. Perhaps these two foolish children mistook a bird for a dragon. Really, Your Highness Thorin? I swear on my honor. You better check the border. The dragon riders of the Kingdom of Raglan really did head north today, Legolas said solemnly. Thorin was stunned. Seeing Legolas's confident tone, he couldn't argue. After all, Legolas was even citing his reputation. Go check on the merchants traveling to Raglan today. See if they've seen it? Thorin couldn't ignore Legolas' words. Although he felt the two men were most likely unconscious, Thorin decided to ask anyway. Your Highness! Your Highness! Two different soldiers ran in, causing Thorin's eyelids to rise. He couldn't help but glance back at Legolas, wondering if this guy couldn't be so naive. Just because he said the north was in trouble, there was a problem in the north. After all, Thorin could still tell the soldiers apart. The soldier behind him was clearly a guard from the northern border. What happened in the north? Thorin asked. Your Highness, General Dwalin, asked me to report that King Roland has arrived in the north with 8 dragons. He has gone to the Grey Mountains. The soldier from the northern outpost breathed. He had ridden his Argali without stopping for a moment, and returned at full speed. Well, congratulations, Prince Legolas. Your information is true. Thorin glanced back at Legolas, and waved his guards back. Now that the northern guards had returned, there was no need to question the information they had just gathered. Thorin was such a clever man. Upon learning that Roland was personally leading the expedition to the Grey Mountains, he understood what was going on. There was no other option other than the flock of griffins, so coveted by so many. However, Thorin wasn't jealous, for he knew his own worth. Following the principle of win, lose, lose. While Thorin had some thoughts about these griffins, they were clearly not something he could devour. Of course, Thorin should be thankful for his own caution and foresight. If he had truly chosen to capture them, he would likely have quickly faced the tragic annihilation of his entire Sky Knight army. While powerful as sub-dragons, Dragonhawks were clearly no match for hundreds of griffins. Has anything changed in the north? Legolas demanded. No. King Roland was simply preoccupied with his own affairs. Thorin waved his hand, not elaborating with Legolas. After all, those griffins had nothing to do with the woodland elves, only the dwarves, and the kingdom of Raglan knew of them. Of course, he didn't know that everyone else knew about the Grey Mountain griffins. Pursuant to the principle of less is more, Thorin laughed it off. But they were all thousand-year-old foxes. Although Aragorn and Legolas had guessed that Roland might attack the griffins, they, sharing Thorin's thoughts, played dumb for a moment. They all tacitly avoided mentioning this open secret, hoping for a chance to reap the spoils. After all, Thorin and Legolas would never have imagined that the great King Roland would take everything with him. Huh? It's great to be back. Roland smiled, gazing at the familiar castle. Come on. I cook for you. Nyx affectionately took Roland's arm. Don't leave today, okay? Nyx looked at Roland lovingly, eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance. Roland naturally couldn't resist Nyx's gaze, which could move even a lion. Figuring that with Fonlin Yuan and Adolf Heinrich supporting Lagran City, a day's delay wouldn't be a big deal, Roland stayed. Is everything going well, Your Majesty? Although Yin Feng couldn't stand Roland's servitude, he remained dedicated to his work. He and Duke Joltia approached Roland. Not bad. We had a great harvest. You need to set up a magic circle to block air and magic here. Otherwise, I won't be able to release them. Roland pointed to the courtyard behind him. This empty courtyard was where he kept the griffins captive. Okay. A little later, Yun Feng nodded and began to set up the arrangement. Since he was the only one tinkering, Roland watched as Yun Feng, driven by the need for efficiency, pulled out a handful of magic crystals and began to draw a magic circle. As each crystal disappeared into the void, a strange vibration began to resonate throughout the space. All right, Your Majesty. After a long moment, Yun Feng finally looked up and nodded to Roland. All right. Roland placed his left hand on his right wrist, pretending to use his spatial equipment to release the griffins he had stored in the system space. 1, 2. Roland counted silently. He hadn't counted the griffins when he collected them, but he could already feel that there were probably over 100. Hiss. So many? Can you stop them? At first, Yun Feng's expression remained calm. After a while, as Roland pulled out more and more, bound, paralyzed, or stunned, time stood still within the system space. Preserving their freshly collected state, Roland retrieved them one by one. Many griffins took a moment to break free from the vines. After all, within the forbidden magic circle, the vines that absorbed magic power also vanished, turning into tiny specks of light and fragments that dissipated into the air. However, under the suppression of the forbidden magic and air circle, the griffins could only stumble a few steps. Finally, Yun Feng couldn't help but cry out. Well, we were lucky. We almost let them get away. Roland tapped the head of the dazed griffin on the ground. You're going to stop these griffins with your life? 113 griffins. It would take even a pig a while to catch them. These creatures can fly. Can you stop them? Yun Feng and Joltia exchanged glances. After all, it's understandable for a dragon to fight a dozen griffins, but asking a dragon to capture a dozen griffins is too much, right? Could it be that Roland sold a ditch to the griffin leader? Yun Feng thought darkly. No way. It took several great forbidden spells, and a bunch of forbidden spells to trap them. If it weren't for the time-space forbidden spell I cast, I'd be lucky to have even half of them alive. Roland was in high spirits. 113 griffins. 31 adults. 65 juveniles. And only 17 juveniles. Adding the kingdom's original 5 griffins, there are now 118 griffins in the kingdom. Big profit. Roland chuckled, his eyes turning into money. You have to know that these griffins belong to the royal family. At most, the Dragon Knight families can get a share. Unlike the griffins of the Lagran Empire, which belong to the Council of Nobles, the Emperor needs the Council's permission to form a Griffin team. I suggest you slow down the formation of the Griffin Knights, Jolstia said calmly, looking at Roland. Huh? Roland was stunned, unable to react. Although Knight Commander Nogai is the instructor knight of the Dragon Knights, the Aerial Knights are actually only divided into Dragon Knights and Aerial Knights. Most of the other Aerial Knights are interchangeable. Lord Nogai can train a group of apprentice Aerial Knights, but I think you should first expand the Aerial Knights' mount population, Joltia suggested. Of course. I won't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Both the dragon and griffin populations need time to reproduce. We have no shortage of Aerial Knights right now, but you can have Nogai train a group of reserve Aerial Knights. They use warhorses for now, and they can become true Aerial Knights at any time. Roland proposed a talent reserve plan. After all, the knight profession is essentially interchangeable. Doesn't a dragon knight riding a horse without a dragon still make him a knight? Chapter 875. After discussing with Jolstia, Yunfeng, and the others for a while, Roland summoned Knight Commander Nogai. Your Majesty. Nogai knelt solemnly on one knee before Roland, and offered his loyalty. Rise. Roland raised his hand, motioning Nogai to rise. His aura was so powerful that it was difficult for ordinary people to ignore. With the exception of the elders, who had followed Roland the earliest, everyone would be intimidated by Roland's pressure. Remember, from the beginning of his rebellion in 3E2941 to the end of 3E2952, Roland had been here for 11 years. He was now a 27-year-old adult. Compared to the longevity of the Lagrang people, Roland had only lived 1/10 of his life. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nogai stood up solemnly. Roland didn't make any special comment. As the kingdom grew larger, Roland, as king and even future emperor, had to project increasing authority. Maintaining a distance from his subordinates became crucial. Naturally, the treatment of veterans with long-standing service and newcomers varied considerably. The McDougalls, fortunate enough to have caught the last train of the nation's founding, would otherwise have been separated from Roland by an invisible generation gap, even as a dragon martial family. I have a question. Take a look at these. Roland gently tapped the railing, motioning Nogai to inspect the contents of the courtyard. Nogai obediently peered in, his expression immediately filled with surprise. A group of griffins huddled together feebly, their eyes filled with wariness and fear of the unfamiliar surroundings. Your Majesty. Nogai hesitated. These are the griffins from the Grey Mountains, just captured by me, Roland said proudly, shamelessly claiming all the credit for himself. This action shocked the calm Caslo standing nearby. All the credit for the 8 dragons and 6 men is now yours alone? No matter how you calculate it, Caslo, who used the Azure Sky Corridor, should have a smaller share, while Chaser, who activated the Sky Seal, time stop, should have the lion's share. Your Majesty is mighty, Nogai said respectfully, patting his chest. Well, that's quite plausible. I called you here to see if you can train a group of qualified Sky Knights in reserve, Roland said calmly. Duke Joltia said that the Sky Knights are of the same lineage. Since you're an instructor of the Dragon Knights, you naturally have the ability to train Griffin Knights, Roland continued. Nogai was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Your Majesty, although the Aerial Knights share the same lineage, I cannot deceive you. There are subtle differences between Griffin Knights and Dragon Knights. Aerial combat is unlike land combat. A slight error can make a huge difference. If you only require a reserve Griffin Knight capable of taking off and landing, I can do it with some effort, but a truly qualified Griffin Knight, I'm incapable of it, Nogai said respectfully. It wasn't that he was being modest, but rather that the entire kingdom of Lagran currently lacked a single true Griffin Knight. The Griffin Knights trained by Caslo were, at best, ordinary knights who could fly on a griffin. Is there a difference? Aren't Aerial Knights all based on the same routine? Besides the difference between Dragon Knights and ordinary Aerial Knights. Roland frowned, and even the others looked at him intently. Only Caslo, belatedly, seemed to understand. Ha! Your Majesty is such a joke. Nogai gave a wry smile, and began to explain Roland's details. Aside from the Dragon Knights, the remaining 3 major types of Sky Knights actually have different roles. The Pegasus Knights, the weakest of the Sky Knights, although their combat effectiveness is at the bottom, are large in number, quickly formed, and easily replenished. Aside from a few rare Pegasus species, most Pegasus Sky Knights are high-level cannon fodder. Nogai shook his head. Pegasus reproduce faster than other flying monsters. If the environment is suitable, Pegasus can even produce 1 or 2 babies every 2 years. Moreover, compared to the long growth period of other monsters, Pegasus can enter service at the age of 3 or 4. Roland glanced at the others, who nodded in agreement. After all, Pegasus were once the Empire's preferred choice for civilian air knights, and many minor nobles had their own Pegasus Knight orders. Powerful viscounts and border barons could easily afford a Pegasus Knight order if they gritted their teeth. Compared to ordinary knight orders, the cost of a Pegasus Knight order was only slightly higher. The strongest Dragon Knight, His Majesty Caslow, was once a member of the Dragon Knights. Everyone should know the advantages of the Dragon Knights. Wyverns possess combat power second only to true dragons. In fierce combat, armed dragons fear no enemy except the Dragon Knights. It's just that they cost the most. Next is the Griffin Knights. Griffin Knights are somewhere in between. While their breeding costs are higher than Pegasus, they pale in comparison to dragons. Their combat power is just right, making them a perfect fit for an elite knight order. Nogai spoke eloquently. But this involves the different uses of the three aerial knights. Compared to the Pegasus Knights' quick training and the Dragon Knights' focus on grappling strategies, the Griffin Knights prioritize coordinated group attacks. They require strict discipline training to achieve synchronized attacks, something the other two aerial knights lack, and something I can't do anything about. Nogai shrugged. While the aerial knights all share the same goal, their differing combat styles lead to divergent training methods, which can be fatal. In other words, the Griffin Knights rely on their frenetic combo skills to maximize damage. Their disciplined and synchronized movements are their most formidable strength. The aerial knights' glory skills are fragile, unable to perfectly maintain the connection between all players like the land knights do. Especially in chaotic battles, the aerial knights can rely solely on their individual prowess. The Pegasus Knights can rely on sheer numbers to overcome difficulties, while the Wyvern Knights can similarly crush opponents with their superior mass, second only to the Dragon Knights. Only the Griffin Knights, who are neither superior nor inferior, choose to fight magic with magic. The Griffin Knights' disciplined and synchronized attacks can maintain their glory skills even during dive attacks, meaning the enemy faces a truly powerful force. Knights in the sky, so? Why do you suppose a mediocre air knight unit, stuck in the middle, could be favored by the Lagran Empire? It turns out, you can disbelieve the human emperor's aesthetic taste and vision, but you must acknowledge the rigorous selection of the 9 clans by the imperial nobles. Because the Griffin Knights can truly penetrate strategic points where even Dragon Knights can't reach. Perhaps a war fortress can instantly dispatch a half-naked Dragon Knight, but facing a square banner Griffin Knight order, that war fortress must be prepared for at least one wall to be wiped out. You thought the Meteorite Tower's Dragon Hunter crossbows could kill a Dragon Knight with one shot. In reality, a formation of Griffin Knights can shift formations to dodge heavy crossbows during a high-speed charge, maintaining their glory skills, and then driving into your walls. Imperial nobles, don't underestimate the bond between me and the 9 clans. Are useless units left to be parasites because they think I lived too long in this turbulent world? Chapter 876. I understand. Then you should start by training a group of reserve Dragon Knights according to the standards of Dragon Knights. The Kingdom's Knights don't need to expand at the moment. You can take all those apprentice knights and teach them first. Roland nodded and said to Nogai. While the more knights the better for the kingdom, the cost of a full Knights member is very high. Under Roland's current strategy of keeping a low profile, there's no need to expand the regular knights. 2 knights are more than enough to suppress all ambitions. Given the kingdom's current situation, it's better to focus on quality than quantity. Roland hopes to have a true air cavalry regiment before the War of the Ring, rather than an extra knights for battlefield penetration. After all, a knight's charge can't break through the Black Gate, although Roland's command is hardly artistic, 5,000 years of shy. Earthchild. Historical experience tells him that 3-dimensional warfare poses a far greater threat than 2-dimensional warfare. It just so happens that Roland possesses an advantage in air knights. In this Middle-earth world, where only Sauron possesses a certain aerial base, no one can exploit this aerial superiority better than Roland. Furthermore, Roland's Dragon Knights aren't just filler babies. As the most mobile, single-unit combat-capable pyramid unit, Dragon Knights have always served as firefighters and top-tier spirits, while their knights are needed to fill in low-level situations. Yes, your majesty. Nogai nodded. Let's keep these griffins for now. Feed them slowly, and then tame them. Roland glanced at the wary griffins and chuckled. Don't think of Warcraft as mindless animals or bloodthirsty beasts. As mentioned earlier, their intelligence is not low, especially the higher-level ones, whose intelligence is comparable to that of humans. These Warcraft also understand the importance of knowing when to act. Aside from the super-powerful Warcraft, which are difficult to subdue by force, these Warcraft can be tamed through a combination of kindness and force. Well, I probably need a year or 2 to tame them. Jolstia estimated the time. After all, it takes time for these magical beasts to become familiar with humans. As the saying goes, an orc will never be a slave unless they have food and shelter. Roland's place not only provides food and shelter, but most importantly, he's kind. Referring to the 8 dragons. Roland, full of martial virtue, didn't care at all whether the griffins would submit or not. After all, griffins know how to choose between cooperating with the kingdom and enjoying good food and drink, or engaging in close combat with dragons. It's true that humans don't speak beast language, but mental power and dragon language are valuable resources. Just stay here, you and your people will be fine. Roland's mental power blossomed in the griffin leader's mind. The griffin leader narrowed his eyes and looked at Roland with a mixture of fear and anger. He was afraid because Roland exuded a strong golden dragon aura, and he was furious because he had witnessed Roland capture all his people. Interesting. Roland found the Griffin King's eyes intriguing, but with the dragon's suppression, he figured they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Taming those griffins is now your responsibility. Do your best. The kingdom needs your strength. Roland patted Nogai's shoulder and offered him a promise. As someone who had been raised as a slave on Earth, Roland was a master of this tactic. Compared to the capitalists in China, Middle-earth, this noble lord is the epitome of truth, goodness, and beauty. So a mere cookie is no tribute. As you command, your majesty. You will see a healthy group of griffins and a qualified reserve squadron of air knights. Nogai puffed out his chest and raised his head, the air of a man willing to die for his friend. Little did he know that Caslow, who was daydreaming beside him, was practically squealing with laughter. He and Roland knew each other very well. He had also come here on King Roland's cookies, and even most of the people had come here on King Roland's cookies. What are you laughing at? Roland looked puzzled at the chuckling Caslow. From his perspective, Caslow's sudden laughter looked a bit crazy. Nothing, I just thought of something funny. Caslow forced a smile as he looked at Roland. He wanted to tell Roland that, although you looked a little embarrassed after failing to act impressive, your rosy dreams were truly beautiful. Alright, if you have nothing else to do, go back and spend some time with Ajax. You won't be able to see her for ages now that we're gone. Roland waved at Caslow, then sighed as if remembering something. Alright, if there's nothing else, let's adjourn. Night Nogai, I hope you can uphold the virtues of chivalry. I await good news from you and Legrand. Roland poured another bowl of chicken soup, said hello to the others, and slipped away. Are you done? Nyx wiped the water from her hands. She had clearly just finished cooking. You made it? Don't we have a chef? Just let them do it. Roland looked at Nyx's reddened hands with a distressed look. It's warm. A water mage like me wouldn't be freezing. Nyx followed Roland's gaze, then lightly punched him with a mixture of laughter and tears. That's unnecessary, my queen, the queen of the kingdom of Lagran. There's no need to cook for her. Roland patted her hand gently. Don't you always complain about the chef's food? And constantly ask the royal chefs to feed you pig food? Nyx chuckled. Indeed, for someone from the great foodie empire, the culinary standards here were a torment. Perhaps the only food Roland considered normal was that of the halflings, hobbits, who were skilled in cooking. Sigh. Roland sighed, unable to put it into words. The scene of that dark dish that threatened to poison him was still vivid in his mind, and it still haunted him. If the royal chefs really let loose, their creations rivaled the culinary prowess of Third Brother. Looking at the fried tofu and other dishes Nyx had prepared, though not exquisite but still quite delicious, Roland couldn't help but wonder why the nobles of Middle-earth preferred to employ halflings as chefs. It was truly because the food of other races was so meager. After Roland introduced the tofu-making method, the people of Lagrang revered tofu, tofu pudding, and the resulting tofu skin as delicacies. Soy products? So many? Roland raised his eyelids and casually stuffed a piece of fried tofu into his mouth. Of course. The soy products you invented are now a rare delicacy in the north. Merchants from other kingdoms can't keep up with the demand. I love them. Nyx happily divided the food with her fork and knife. Roland had previously been skeptical of the news about soy products being exported to other kingdoms, but after seeing Nyx serve him plate after plate of them, he was completely convinced. He'd known the people of Middle-earth suffered, but he hadn't imagined it was this hard. Eating dark cuisine all day and still being able to dominate the world was a testament to his resilience and a strong stomach. Are you leaving tomorrow? Seeing that Roland had almost finished his meal, Nyx tugged weakly at his sleeve. Roland was silent for a moment. Come with me this time. Leave River Rapids to Duke Joltia and the others. Roland whispered, hugging Nyx in his arms. I'm worried. When River Rapids is finished next year, I lead the people to migrate and find you. Nyx's eyes sparkled, and she looked Roland in earnest. Ouch! Nyx groaned, her mouth gagged, and Roland laid her down on the bed. Chapter 877. The next morning, a refreshed Roland fought back his reluctance to part with Nyx. With the kingdoms east and west still unconnected, it was best for the king and queen to rule the east and west, respectively, as the best option. I'm leaving. I pick you up once everything's settled. Roland whispered into Nyx's ear, embracing her. Well, I wait for you then. Nyx smiled, her face alight with warmth, as if the world had melted and suddenly warmed up. This warmed Roland's heart deeply. Well, let's go, little ones. Roland waved to the children, signaling they could mount the dragon's back. Unlike their rival, they wouldn't have to endure the cramped cage and be carried back by Caslow. Caging a wooden cage wasn't their past, it was their origin. Wait! Nyx suddenly grabbed Roland's hand. What? Roland turned, but before he could say anything, Nyx kissed him fiercely. After a long moment, their lips parted. Tears welled in Nyx's eyes, like a wounded little animal. She timidly waved at Roland, and then turned and ran, afraid she wouldn't be able to help herself and follow him. Don't look, your majesty. The queen has run away. If you truly feel sorry for her, you might as well take care of your lower body in La Grande City. After all, loyalty is the foundation of love. Yun Feng said calmly, the air of a seasoned veteran. I strangle you to death. How dare you maliciously slander me? Roland, still feeling melancholy, instantly lost his composure at Yun Feng's words and lunged at him with his claws bared. Why does this king seem unreliable? Mogus, the sixth-rank hero from the Swift Hand family, observed Roland's unreliable appearance with some concern and complained to the old man beside him, Attila. Ahem. Your majesty is lively. That's normal. That's normal. Adal coughed lightly. After all, in his opinion, Yufeng and Roland, this pair of bickering lovers, were the kingdom's living treasures. Mogus pursed his lips as he watched Roland, who was currently pinching Yunfeng's neck. Take care, your majesty. Adal, along with Mogus and his companions, waved goodbye to Roland, who had just finished arguing with Yunfeng. Aside from Yunfeng, who looked sullen and unhappy, everyone else looked reluctant. Whether this was genuine reluctance or just pretense, Roland wasn't sure and didn't intend to find out. Duke Joltea, please help Nyx look after this land. I leave the safety of the kingdom's western border in your hands. Roland encouraged. Rest assured, your majesty. Duke Joltea bowed respectfully to Roland. Well, it's all right. Let Yunfeng shoulder more of the burden. After 2 days here, I discovered he's still the most capable person in the kingdom, capable of handling almost every task. So let His Majesty Yunfeng help the others. Roland said calmly, his expression unmoved. Yunfeng's fists hardened. He couldn't help but grit his teeth at the thought of a making him work like a slave, managing the town and exploiting his labor for alchemy. Huh? Yunfeng, why aren't you smiling? Don't you like laughing? Roland feigned doubt. Fuck. That is so bold. Roland said fiercely, covering his eyes. The swelling has gone down, your majesty. Stop rubbing it. Caslow said calmly after taking a look. Fortunately, Roland's divine power specializes in healing various injuries, otherwise Roland would have returned to La Grande City with a black eye. I refuse to accept this. That old always plays dirty. If you're brave enough, let's get ready and fight head-on, Roland said indignantly. Apparently Roland, who usually steals chickens, had his hypocritical habit resurfaced after being robbed. He was always the one hitting people, but this was the first time he was being hit. Do you have any evidence? Caslow asked darkly. Why do you need evidence? Doesn't anyone know who has the best mental power in all of River Rapids? Roland puffed up his cheeks. All right, you can't talk nonsense without evidence. Even if Yunfeng really did it, you just have to bear the consequences. After all, you didn't catch him in the act, so there's no proof. Caslow smiled. Although everyone knew who did it, without proof, there was nothing they could do about Yunfeng. All right. So, give me a lightning blast with your mental power. Roland bared his teeth and huffed. The problem was, Yunfeng's cunning attack dissipated so quickly that Roland couldn't even intercept a trace of his mental power, leaving him with no way to prove who was responsible. Ha ha! Caslow, sitting in front of Roland, couldn't contain himself any longer and burst into laughter. Roland sat dryly behind him, looking like he had lost all hope in life. The world has isolated me, and I let him mock me. It's okay. Just hit him back next time. Caslow, observing Roland's gloomy expression, quickly offered him advice. Keep the team intact. Roland's mental power echoed in the minds of the other dragon knights. After all, everyone was riding dragons this time, except Roland, so maintaining the team became the most important task. Don't let the team get separated while flying, that would be a big problem. In addition, the quality of this wave of dragon knights was at the bottom of the history. After all, there were 2 dragon knights who were burdened, so there was a real possibility that the dragon knights would get lost. Roland, nominally commanding his comrades on this mission, naturally didn't want to be stigmatized by history, so he kept reminding them to contact the other dragon riders. Dragon riders have large flight paths and require vast distances, so they rarely fly in close proximity, as that would affect their maneuverability. After all, these things are over 20 meters long. No need for such nagging, we're all dragon riders, and we won't get lost. Caslow assured Roland. After all, air riders have excellent sense of direction, let alone dragon riders. Roland said nothing, simply turning his head to the side and behind him. There, a yellow-white figure was rapidly approaching them. Judging from its flight path, it was obvious that it had strayed from the target and was returning. I take back what I said. Is there really someone who could get lost? I want to see who it is. Caslow muttered, sharing Cardo's dragon eyes with a closer look. Okay, it's Feng Linshilon. That's all right. Caslow shrugged helplessly after seeing that the red-faced figure on the dragon's back was Feng Linshilon. After all, this was the legendary knight who could bring the Dusk Dragon to its knees. So you think I have nothing to do, and am doing this in vain? Roland's mouth twitched. If Dose hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have known Feng Linshilon, with the light chaser, was already flying at a 90-degree angle to him. If Dose hadn't been more cautious and taken a closer look, he would have already released a dragon knight. Your Majesty, you're finally back. As Roland landed, the first person to excitedly rush over to him was Adolf Heinrich. Calm down. Where's Yuan? Roland asked, holding Adolf Heinrich with one hand. That guy shouldn't be up yet. Adolf Heinrich confirmed, glancing at the sky. Isn't he training Gundor's soldiers? Roland looked at the rising sun and fell silent. He already handed it over to the other knights for training. Adolf Heinrich shook his head. Well, Maple Orchid's situation is special, and his dragon is like that. Let's not talk about him for now. There's an important matter to resolve, Adolf Heinrich said. Roland was puzzled. We're short of big men. Chapter 878. Are you short of large livestock? Roland was stunned, then realized that what was lacking was real livestock, not oxen and horses like Yunfeng. Of course, if there were qualified oxen and horses like Yunfeng, the more the better. As a boss, Roland didn't object to his subordinates voluntarily becoming oxen and horses. Yes. This place is not like River Rapids. There are no caravans visiting here, but the population is indeed increasing. There's a serious shortage of animal power. Adolf Heinrich frowned. Although Roland had long ago developed a more advanced curved plow and implemented a simplified version of intensive farming due to various issues with the grain variety, and even with the composting techniques Roland personally taught him, grain production in the north still fell short of the ancient Blue Star standard per mu. In Middle-earth, a yield of 100 kilograms per mu was considered normal. Vast tracts of abandoned land led everyone to focus solely on reclaiming more wasteland for quantity, never considering quality. Consequently, the demand for animal power to cultivate vast tracts of wasteland was alarmingly high. Why did farmers live so poorly? Because they needed draft horses to plow the land. Horses, unlike cows, couldn't be used to cultivate the land. Easy to deal with. Just cut a few baskets of grass and you'd be fine. Remember, a good warhorse can't just eat grass. Beans, oats, and other staples and grains need a constant supply, and even eggs are needed for nutritional supplements during battle. Draft horses, while not as valuable as war horses, still require careful care. First, you need a complete stable, then you need to provide them with coarse grains and eggs to strengthen them during heavy labor. Most importantly, you need to wipe the horse's sweat after work. Otherwise, a sweaty horse will easily get sick. For farmers in the small-scale peasant economy era, cattle and horses were carefully cared for. Fake cattle and horses plowed the fields morning and night. Real cattle and horses, they went out under the stars and returned under the stars. What? If draft horses are so bad and have so many shortcomings, why don't people raise cattle? Excellent question. Blind student, you hit on the key point. That's because the West hasn't developed a draft ox tech tree for thousands of years. What are their draft oxen? They're gentle creatures selected from the herds of the steppe peoples. They're rare at least. For a long time, horse-drawn plowing was the primary method of Western farming. This also applies to Middle-earth. You have to know that the prototype of Middle-earth, the Shire horses of the Tattars in Europe, are heavy draft horses. As for why they couldn't develop a draft ox tech tree and instead chose the draft horse, at least for agriculture, please watch the VCR. The Europeans, unfortunately, were simply unable to tame the fiery steppe cattle. They could only select a few docile ones for farming, while the majority were used as beef cattle. But on Blue Planet, cattle are treated like precious treasures. It must be Roland's charming ancestor who successfully cracked the ox farming technology, using animal power to sweep across the earth and live his life like a prodigy. What about cattle? Don't the dwarves have cattle? Bring them over to work as oxen, Roland said seriously. After all, it would be foolish not to use the resources at hand. Cows? With all due respect, those animals aren't as practical as draft horses, Adolf Heinrich said with some psychological trauma. After all, as one of the kingdom's governors, he needed to consider every aspect. Adolf Heinrich, who personally investigated the situation, had even been kicked off by a bison. Roland thought carefully. The background of Middle-earth was similar to the European matchmaking system, and he instantly understood what Adolf Heinrich meant. Could it be that the Lagrang kingdom's agricultural technology tree had also been off-kilter in its use of animal power? Try to gather the bison before the spring plowing. The people are eagerly awaiting the animals. Roland glanced at the snow outside and solemnly told Adolf Heinrich. Everything needed to be prepared before the plowing, otherwise it would hinder the kingdom's development. Bison? The kind the dwarves keep in captivity? Adolf Heinrich's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but applaud Roland's whimsical idea. With all due respect, Your Majesty, only a few of those bison are docile enough to plow the land. Perhaps you should try to get some draft horses? With the increasing population of Legrand's vassal states, Adolf Heinrich was feeling the pressure. If the spring plowing went wrong, it would be another difficult year. After all, one person could only clear the land at a limited speed without large animals, and efficiency was a concern. Strong animals were essential. Don't worry, I have a plan. Roland patted his chest with a meaningful smile. No, Your Majesty, are you free? Feng Lin Yuan stepped forward and spoke first. Roland's disheveled appearance made Feng Lin Yuan frown. Ah! I done it! Roland excitedly grasped Adolf Heinrich's arm and exclaimed in delight. Just an iron ring? Adolf Heinrich's expression was filled with a question mark. It must be said that Adolf Heinrich was quite talented at delivering a comedic performance. Of course. It's called a nose ring, Roland said arrogantly. How could a Middle-earth country bumpkin witness the grandeur of the Han and Tang dynasties? As a long-standing farming technique, Roland naturally remembered it clearly. Cows are fiery and difficult to control due to their large size, so naturally, everyone chose draft horses over time. But with a nose ring, things changed. Once the nose ring was put on, the cow was practically tamed. But putting a nose ring on this bull like this, isn't that inappropriate? Ordinary people probably can't tame it. Adolf Heinrich and Feng Lin Yuan exchanged glances and murmured. After all, Roland's ease was due to his professional status, which enabled him to subdue this ordinary bull. But most commoners walk the earth as blank slates, without dragons or the immense power of dragons to back them up. Although Roland had demonstrated his success in bull taming, that didn't mean everyone could be Roland. Stupid. Get him drunk first. Then put the nose ring on him, wouldn't it? Roland said, speechless. Get it done as soon as possible. I hope to see them soon. Roland urged again. Oh! By the dragon god, mighty King Roland. I salute you. This is simply incredible. This is the embodiment of the dragon god's wisdom. A gift bestowed upon us by the dragon god. Charlie Prost looked at Roland with the look of a fervent zealot, a look that made Roland's entire body tingle. Is this guy going to brainwash us all again? Just as Charlie Prost was about to raise his hand to speak again, Roland decisively reached out and blocked his mouth. Adolf Heinrich and the others glanced over, then quickly looked away, telling Charlie Prost to shut up and speak to everyone. Okay. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will do my best to equip the citizens with bison suitable for working, Adolf Heinrich promised. The benefits of oxen were obvious to everyone, and the future was bright. Well, you can handle the nose rings on the oxen yourself. Giving them some wine will keep them quiet. Roland waved his hand. Actually, he had quite a few Shire horses in his system space. These would be enough for the kingdom, but horses were not as cost-effective as oxen, and these were already high-quality war horses. In the end, Roland put the idea aside. Chapter 879. Roland had to admit he overestimated the agricultural technology of Middle-earth and La Grande and underestimated the craftsmanship of his ancestors. In the eyes of the Middle-earth peasants, who rely solely on the weather for their livelihood, Blue Star's advanced agricultural technology is practically state-of-the-art. In fact, before the Industrial Revolution, when agricultural tools were revolutionized, the most advanced agricultural technology on Earth was in the hands of a certain nation. You may not believe in the wisdom of the ancients, but you must trust the meticulous selection of our ancestors. Although Roland wasn't a farmer, the farming gene in Blue Star's bones awakened at that moment. Drawing on memories of past television shows and occasional readings, he was able to outmaneuver these crude primitives. No wonder crop yields were so low. Civilizations that don't understand intensive farming rely on the weather for their livelihood. Food, not to mention that ancient Blue Star also depends on the weather, but at least they believe in conquering nature with one man, unlike Middle-earth where everything just starts with a whirlwind. What Roland didn't realize was that he had once again profoundly influenced the course of Middle-earth's history. The composting method had spread to other areas of the north, and even the curved plow had begun widespread use in the Valley State and the Kingdom of Aquavia. Even if Roland knew, he wouldn't say anything. After all, these were essentially unskilled techniques that anyone could learn with just a few glances. Besides, Roland couldn't possibly shut himself off from the world or let anyone who saw him do it. Roland also understood that tools were just tools, created to assist human labor. What was truly advanced was management knowledge. While the phrase meticulous craftsmanship might be simple, no one could truly summarize it. All that was needed was to sow the seeds on vast expanses of wasteland, and then let them sprout and grow naturally. While wasteful, seeing everyone's serious expressions, he realized this was normal practice in Middle-earth. After all, if farmers couldn't access the tech tree for high-yield crops, they better opt for large-scale planting. Quantity over quality became the key to Middle-earth's development. While this might be acceptable for other kingdoms, it didn't mean Raglan could push it so recklessly. The area under its control was limited, and suitable soil was scarce. Compared to kingdoms like Gondor and Rohan, Raglan controlled far less land, and it couldn't withstand such abuse and tampering. Intensive cultivation became the best option. Cows? That thing can work? Is your majesty going crazy again? Yun Feng was stunned when he saw that the livestock prepared for spring plowing in river rapids had been replaced with cows. It was obvious that it was the king's idea. After all, Roland was known as the king of Lagran ideas. He could die, but he couldn't die. And next, there's a demonstration of how to tame a bull. Joelsia opened the magic transmitted by Lagran, and saw that it contained a taming technique. Go borrow some troops from Queen Nyx. We need our own people to handle this. Joelsia narrowed his eyes, and glanced at the central control mages who were watching them. A dangerous glint in his eyes, but he shook his head. Nyx had loyal family soldiers who could learn this skill. The mages, unaware that they had walked back and forth between life and death, were sent packing by Yun Feng in bewilderment. They had no idea that Joelsia, who was seeing this life-changing technology for the first time, was already planning to silence them. Wild buffalo can actually be tamed. You save some money. Joelsia patted Yun Feng with relief, finally bringing a smile to the usually gloomy Yun Feng's face. This problem had actually arisen a long time ago, but at the time it was too small a scale to dwell on. It could only be said that the peaceful times were entirely Yun Feng's responsibility. The main reason Roland hadn't received this information before was that Yun Feng had already resolved the issue through his own governing ability. However, Yun Feng's equal distribution of the cattle and horses could only temporarily mitigate the conflict. It merely buried and cooled the conflict, not completely resolved it. Otherwise, everyone likes capable cattle and horses. As Roland expanded into the east, leaving Yun Feng to govern the west, this huge problem gradually emerged in the east. It was clear that Adolf Heinrich's governance skills were lacking. He was indeed inferior to Yun Feng, or rather, the kingdom's strongest internal affairs assistant had been swayed to River Rapids. Then the bitter fruit began to set in. Although Adolf Heinrich had the ability to assist in government affairs, without Roland's guidance, he could only follow the rules. This conservative nature doomed him to be unable to rule independently, but Roland was still grateful for this incident, otherwise, he would have remained in the dark. He had preconceived the idea that Middle-earth was in the ancient Middle Ages, and had, outrageously, used a certain country as his coordinate system. This led him to believe that cattle were equally scarce in the north, that oxen were indeed a rarity. But bison were everywhere. If Roland hadn't pointed out the technology tree for the nose ring, Middle-earth would probably still be playing the game of horses pulling plows. It can be said that Roland's small ring advanced Middle-earth civilization by a huge margin. Spring is almost here. Spring plowing is a big deal. Commanders, take charge of your officers and soldiers. Orcs love to roam in spring and autumn. Don't pin your hopes on our allies in the north. I'm always treating their defenses there like a sieve. Roland knocked on the table. Orcs often roam in spring and autumn, raiding the valleys. While the probability of orcs appearing in the La Grande area is low, it's certainly possible. The northern defenses are a dwarven iron wall, but Roland has never been optimistic about this wall. The dwarves' sparse population means they can't intercept the nimble enemy forces, so it's not surprising that orcs wander down to the warmer and more prosperous south. By the way, put the satellite towns around Raglan City on alert. I don't want any more news of orcs raiding villages and towns and slaughtering people. I don't want to be embarrassed about this, understand? Roland said solemnly. Having experienced a successful orc raid, Roland knew how disgusting those nagging words could be. So he warned everyone in advance that they needed to prepare carefully for this spring plowing and strive for a safe and stable spring. Hello. 3rd Era 2953. Looking out the window at the nearly invisible snowflakes, Roland reached out his hand to feel the late winter warmth, then whispered, "How convenient, Your Majesty. Those cows are simply amazing." Darien Nightblade quietly emerged from the light behind Roland. He had just examined the cows with nose rings. The previously grumpy herd, under the influence of the rings, had become surprisingly docile and obedient, surprising everyone. "Why would I take it out if it's inconvenient? Tell me, what's the matter?" Roland raised his eyelids slightly, accepting Darien Nightblade's flattery, and spoke. "Your Majesty, something's not right. The orcs seem to be recovering." Darien Nightblade frowned. "Ha ha. When have they ever been paralyzed? They just ran away after being hurt by our attacks." Roland was very self-aware. He knew that he and the others in the coalition hadn't truly defeated those wandering orcs. Even more worrying was that even if they were wiped out, there would still be a steady stream of orcs heading south along the Pioneer's Path. Chapter 880. Keep a close eye on the wandering orc groups in the north. Ignore those in the south, who can't even cross the river. Roland waved his hand. The river rapids isn't completely frozen in winter. There's a massive ice flood in early spring. Any orcs crossing the river, even if they're desperate, will surely succeed. Those ice slivers, buffeted by the current, won't just leave bruises on the ground, they'd likely be scattered here and there. Ah, by the way, Your Majesty, the Gondorian army has been completely transformed. Darien Nightblade reported to Roland, as if he had thought of something. Well, those are good sons of good families chosen by Denethor too. With proper training and good food, they'd be easily trained and made into soldiers. Roland waved his hand. They were already good candidates for soldiers. Most of these good families came from free farmers. Hardiness was their hallmark. Raised doing manual labor, they were naturally strong. So, after Roland had those soldiers abuse their power for personal gain and fight a few security battles, it instilled confidence in these former militiamen. The soldiers are good, but the generals? It's hard to describe. Most of the lords of Gondor are even more difficult to describe. Darien Nightblade said disdainfully. "Come on. Take a walk with me," Roland suddenly said. "Oh." Darien Nightblade nodded. Other assassins yearned for darkness, while he embraced the light. "Such a beautiful land. What a shame it's been ruined by all the fancy stuff," Roland said, gazing towards the distant Sea of Rune. The Rune region boasts a warm climate and fertile land, while its flat terrain is ideal for lush pastures and animal husbandry. These lush grasslands and vast expanses have forged the fame of the Rune warhorse. These warhorses, with greater explosive power than the Shire horse, are the cornerstone of the charioteer's active presence in the Middle-earth theater. After all, Middle-earth is a grand stage, and if there's work to be done, you're not just joking. Alas, I've been walking on thin ice my whole life. Tell me, can I ever reach the other side? Before Darien Nightblade could even begin, Roland's melancholy returned. Darien Nightblade, hello, brother Thin Ice. You're the epitome of greed. Your Majesty, why don't you send some men to take down a few outposts on the other side? The charioteers won't be challenging us anytime soon. With the dragon riders protecting the skies, we have no reason to lose. Send a legion straight ahead. By the time they realize what's happening, we have already established a stronghold. Darien Nightblade thought for a moment, then pointed somewhat radically toward the distant riverbank. You're being too radical. Let's be more conservative. Let's march directly to Rune and break the backbone of the Dongi people once and for all, Roland said in a very conservative manner. Okay. Your Majesty, that's a good idea. Darien Nightblade's eyelids twitched. So your conservatism means the radicals are too conservative, right? Alas, how jealous. Land belongs to the virtuous. We may be virtuous enough, but we are too few. Roland lamented that he had the ability to take things from afar, but lacked the people to occupy the land. Even as Roland lamented his lack of support, the kingdom's war machine was rapidly mobilized. Large numbers of soldiers were dispatched to search for wild herds of bison. The bison on the Lagrang plains were in dire straits. Previously, only hunters would capture these bison with restraint, but today they were met with a dragnet-style hunt by the kingdom's army. This was practically a death sentence. Now, the soldiers used traps and tripwires to bring down the cattle, large and small. Although some losses were inevitable due to accidents, they had generally managed to recapture them intact. Then it was the turn of the Lagrang barbarians to show their violent side. What? Pierce a bull's nose ring? Come on! Pierce it raw. Pierce it by getting it drunk? His Majesty is in trouble. Wine is so expensive. That's all food. Why not just give the wine to the barbarians, and let them hold down the bulls? Here, Roland's habitual thinking had overlooked the fact that this was a magical Middle-earth. The bulls were strong? What a coincidence. Was a third-level Grand Knight strong enough? No. A fourth-level Knight Commander. Anyway, in this cold winter, I'm just sitting around doing nothing. If I can't go out and chop people with a knife, twisting a bull's horns is just as good. And so, from River Rapids to Lagrang, you could see teams of Lagrang barbarians in light leather armor, pinning down fat bison and inserting nose rings as they roared in pain. It was a perfect example of early humans quickly taming their domestic animals. A documentary about cattle. When it comes to brute force, the kingdom of Lagrang has always been efficient, swift, and concise. The results are not only visible to the naked eye, but immediate. Roland was stunned by the ferocious and violent Lagrang barbarians. If he had known they were so martial, he wouldn't have needed wine. What infuriated Roland the most was that the taming was supposed to be for calves, but because Roland forgot to mention it, they tamed all the adult bison too. No. What do I need cattle and horses for if you're doing this? Aren't you already cattle and horses? Roland's mouth twitched as he watched the knight petting a bull with his bare hands. Raising cattle and horses requires feeding and care, but raising a group of knights to plow the fields, and they plow them themselves, and they don't even have to worry about food and water. His heart was stirring. The farmer's whip was about to start waving. At this moment, the orcs should be thankful for their meager intelligence and less than stellar physique. If only they had the brute strength of the greenskins, Roland would have been in the farmer's version, picking cotton by now. The matter was settled in a flash. 1,000 oxen wasn't a lot, but it was definitely more than enough. Remember, in ancient times, each village had only one ox, and commoners' cattle were shared by several families. Roland had originally thought it would take some time to gather them, but he never expected these people to be so unsportsmanlike. The dragon knights cast their nets to locate the target, while the night warriors mounted their horses to surround and attack. Watch out. Don't give those two little ones a chance. Their son is dead, Roland said to Adolf Heinrich and the others. After all, neither of them could afford to die. Aragorn was just an important plot tool, and Legolas was even worse. This guy was Thranduil's son. If he really died on Roland's doorstep, Roland would be in a state of panic. How long have they been walking? Why haven't they arrived yet? Are they living as wildlings on the Lagrang plains? Roland asked in confusion. Logically, they should have made some movement. How could they have disappeared so quietly on the flowing road? Those two. Darian Nightblade's face was hesitant, and he hesitated. At this moment, Aragorn and Legolas, the two Roland had been thinking about, were working hard at the table, their faces slick with oil, their mouths filled with Lagrang delicacies, and they were enjoying themselves. Hiss, are these two outsiders starving? The innkeeper's child asked timidly, curled up in his family's arms. Plop! Aragorn and Legolas exchanged glances, their forks dropping to their plates, and gave awkward smiles. Haha, smells so good. Boss, you're such a great cook. Are you the best chef here? Your skills surpass even those of a halfling. Aragorn praised enthusiastically. No, this is just a simple inn. This is food invented by our king. If you like it, please help yourself. The innkeeper looked at the two outsiders with a hint of pity. Such people could be found everywhere in Riverstorm. Chapter 881. While Roland was still worried about these two hot potatoes dying in his own home, the intelligence system in River Rush reported back another message. Hiss. Are these two eating? Roland was shocked. Wasn't Aragorn traveling? He wandered into a ditch. How could he be eating? Judging by the way they were lingering around River Rush, They were planning to eat from the west end to the east end of the city. Then what about us? Darien Nightblade said, feeling somewhat hesitant. After all, the two men were huddled in River Rush like turtles, motionless. This left the guards under Darien Nightblade's command helpless. They couldn't just go out and drag Aragorn and Legolas out themselves. Wrong move. These two are really strong. Roland smacked his lips. He had imagined countless ways to meet Aragorn, but the only thing he hadn't imagined was that the food in River Rush would be the only thing standing in the way of him meeting the only royal blood of Gondor. But to be honest, the food in River Rapids is indeed good. Even though the people in Raglan have received instruction from our military chefs, their cooking is still far from perfect. Darien Nightblade thought about what kind of pig food he'd eaten before. Before Roland popularized cooking, the Raglan people's meals were no different from those of ordinary Middle-earth people: frying, roasting, stewing, boiling, and deep frying. Besides salt and spices, there were no other flavoring methods, and the dishes were even more difficult to describe. It's better than you guys dipping your roast meat in pepper, right? Roland's eyes fluttered, and he thought back to the so-called banquets of the nobles he'd first seen here. A plate of snowflake salt and a plate of pepper, with the roast meat and bread dipped in. It instantly reminded Roland of the bizarre dining styles of the Western nobility in the Middle Ages. Luckily, Roland vaguely remembered some simple dishes, like scrambled eggs and tiger skin tofu. However, Roland's first failed attempt at cooking nearly got the castle servants into a fight. The flavor of salt was unimaginable to modern people. Dragon God. I swear anyone who eats like that will be a heretic. I personally approve of His Holiness Charles Pross, the Templar Bishop, to attack. Darien Nightblade chuckled. He couldn't help but laugh at the image of Charles Pross, holy book in one hand and hammer in the other, chanting for peace while trampling on brains, shouting for the dragon god's blessing, and then sending everyone to see him. You seem a bit extreme. Roland's mouth twitched. What deep hatred would justify sending out a charlatan? It was a good thing the madman from the Templar Inquisition wasn't here. Otherwise, under Charles Pross's leadership, these people could have truly stormed the Black Gate with such high morale. Really? Darien Nightblade scratched his chin. Forget about them. Just have someone keep an eye on them, and don't let them die at my doorstep, or else it'd be bad luck. Roland said disdainfully. He had already changed the course of history. It would have been fun if he had optimized Aragorn before the War of the Ring. History, if not utterly distorted, would have been completely distorted. So Roland's goal was clear: just keep Raglan from dying. And according to historical inertia, it was unlikely they'd get into trouble elsewhere. After all, Aragorn and Legolas were still members of the main cast, and the will of the world wouldn't let them die here. What? You're saying there's danger within the great King Roland's realm? The facts show that Roland only controls a narrow strip of land along the north bank of the Rapids River. Other areas aren't safe. You're exaggerating about finding a giant dragon on this plain, but Roland wouldn't be surprised to see a few flying dragons or ground dragons appear. Where else do you think the kingdom's forces are tied up? Please! We're facing an enemy to the east. Not only the pervasive orcs, but also the terrifying monsters, and all sorts of other bizarre creatures. Oh right. Didn't they say the Swiftstream Avenue is haunted by the undead? Let's send some men to check it out. Don't let the Swiftstream Avenue become the avenue of the undead, Roland said with a gloomy look on his face. After all, the undead were certainly unpleasant, and the kingdom had no necromancers. These uncontrollable creatures were a destabilizing factor for Roland. As a human, he felt pity for these restless souls. As king, he was responsible for everything in the kingdom. Yes, Pingnan City has already started investigating. Lord Lance has moved his seat of government there, Darien Nightblade said respectfully. Pingnan City? Roland knocked on the bricks of the city wall a few times before suddenly realizing. Shouldn't he be in Baidu Fort? Why did he go to Pingnan City? Neither Nix nor I have ever issued such a transfer order, Roland exclaimed in surprise. After all, when the Swiftstream Highway was under construction, Baidu Fort, as a crucial ferry crossing among the 12 Swiftstream cities, needed loyal confidants to defend it. Although Lance was overseeing this section, his jurisdiction remained within Baidu Fort. Because the governor of Pingnan City died in battle, Darien Nightblade said awkwardly. The governor, Lord of Pingnan City, was a member of the Vladivostok family of the Swiftstream Hand. Forget nepotism. Duke Kolstia, in every sense of the word, has a stake in the empire. Is it illegal to hire two relatives for positions in your company? And even a half-crippled Swiftstream Hand is still the Swiftstream Hand. His death doesn't mean his loyalty or abilities have deteriorated. Puff! Roland, whose chi cultivation skills were top-notch, thought he had top-notch endurance, but Darien Nightblade's words broke him down. He thought he remained calm, but now he was completely undone. No! The city governor is dead? Who killed him? Where did it happen? Where is the murderer? At this moment, Roland, like a philosopher, posed the question that haunts humanity. Who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going? Well, it was the undead. Ping'an City is a small city after all. Strictly speaking, a town is more appropriate. The garrison is small. After the undead outbreak, the defenders resisted. Although they repelled the undead, the death aura corrupted many people. The priests weren't able to save them all. Darien Nightblade said with a touch of sadness. Because of its location in the inner region, the city in the middle had few professionals. Most of the garrison consisted of flood infantry, with a small number of professionals as support. As a result, the inexplicable appearance of the undead caused heavy losses to the town. Investigate. The undead couldn't just appear for no reason. They either had a guide, or we just got lucky and encountered a naturally occurring monster. Roland narrowed his eyes. Since the city's garrison could repel them, it was clear these undead weren't very powerful, otherwise Roland would have been left with a dead city. And why haven't I seen any reports on this incident? Roland clearly remembered that this thing hadn't appeared in any government or military reports. Queen Nyx took over this matter. She sent some knights and dragon riders to handle it. To reduce the workload, such a decided political matter shouldn't be repeated. Darien Nightblade explained why the documents were missing from Roland's desk. Alright, stay safe. Have the secret guards cooperate as much as possible. Now that Nyx has taken action, there's no need for me to intervene. Roland said, happily unhurriedly. Chapter 882. After hearing that Nyx had arranged for Lance to occupy Ping'an City, Roland made no further comment. After all, Nyx had already made the arrangements, so Roland didn't intend to worry about it. Furthermore, while Baron Lance's abilities were mediocre, he still had the strength to govern a region. So where did these undead come from? Lance frowned, his brow furrowed at the chaos before him. Although the undead hadn't captured the town, the toppled wooden and stone walls, and the shattered wooden houses all revealed its desolation and desolation. A large number of civilians, faces filled with sorrow, rummaged through the ruins, their numb figures like the walking dead. To the uninitiated, one might have thought the undead army had breached the city and transformed them into zombies. What's the situation? Lance said, looking anxiously at Knight Commander Radian. Knight Commander Radian, Roland's #1 public enemy, Queen Nyx's protector, the Nyx family's guardian, the Principality's chief knight, and the Grand Master of the Cross Bohemian Knights, was the chief general dispatched by Nyx to resolve this matter. His deputy was Morguz, the rock-hard hero sent by Duke Joltea. He was standing beside Lance, gazing at him sternly. The situation isn't good. There's a curse. But it's not a Barrow White. This undead spirit is strange. Radian shook his head. He's seen the plague curses brought by Barrow Whites before, but judging by the current situation, it was definitely not something a worthless Barrow White could have wrought. There's a hint of dragon power in this curse. I can't be mistaken. After all, there are many dragons in the kingdom. Radian's eyes flickered with suspicion. So what do you mean? Lance frowned. Dragon power and other things don't just appear in the wild. Unless, there can't be a second kind of evil dragon, right? Lance said wearily, closing his eyes. Vess's Willy was even more terrifying than he imagined. Willy hadn't even unleashed his most terrifying curse power yet. That shouldn't be the case. Cases like Vess are rare. The McDougal family's purple chain was an unexpected occurrence. There are almost no wild dragons in Middle-earth right now, Radian said after a moment's thought. Aram? Or a demonic dragon? This dragon power is definitely from the dragon clan. Something's wrong with dragon power appearing in the curse. Lance picked up a piece of scorched earth from the ground, his eyes filled with anxiety. The kingdom's control over this wasteland was tenuous, so tenuous that no one could even claim it was safe. Dragon riders and dragon rider patrols could only find traces of large-scale herds of magical beasts. If high-level magical beasts or other insidious creatures were truly intent on hiding, throwing them into the vast Lagrang plain would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The situation is out of our control. Call for help. We need at least one clergyman to take a look. Knight Commander Radian sighed and shook his head. If it were just a simple undead curse, it would be fine, but the dragon power mixed in with it is a problem. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Lagran has many dragon species, and everyone has frequent contact with dragons, so they are aware of this weak dragon power. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Well, This is the only way. Gather the troops and gather the people. Let's get through this period. Lance frowned. If it weren't for the long journey, he would have prepared to evacuate the entire town. Unfortunately, Roland was anxious to connect the east and west of the kingdom, so he didn't spread the city out steadily. As a result, the supporting facilities in the towns along the way were insufficient. In this situation, there was no evacuation area that could accommodate the entire town's population. Have His Majesty Morgus prepare. We need to be wary of the undead that may attack at night. At least, until the clergy arrive. Lance patted Ladian's shoulder. Rest assured. As long as the kingdom soldiers remain, no civilians will be sacrificed. Ladian nodded firmly. Your Majesty Morgus? What are you looking at? Ladian found Morgus, kneeling on one knee with his back to him. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Ladian approached, only to find the former lord of Pingnan City lying on a stretcher, covered in a white sheet. His neck had been completely ripped open, his trachea and blood vessels exposed, and his entire neck was a bloody mess. It's all right. Morgus slowly pulled the sheet over his face, obscuring his shattered remains. Ryukin Vladivostok. He was once hailed by the family as the Golden Years. His abilities rivaled those of Vladivostok. He was also a key candidate for the family's training, but he excelled in the military. That's why the Duke sent him to garrison Pingnan City. I still remember the excitement and pride he felt when he took the helm as the prefect of Pingnan. And yet, in such a short time, he's gone. Morgus gazed at the cold body of Ryukin Vladivostok. This descendant, hailed as the Ryukin Years, was supposed to be the pillar of the family's future, yet he collapsed in frustration. Did you notice something? Ladian noticed Mogus's low mood and quickly changed the subject. Something's wrong? There's something wrong with these undead. Skeletons can't have such speed. The fatal injury comes from the high-speed claw attack. But look, the claws of these skeletons. Morgus picked up the collected undead remains and gestured. After all, both of them were high-level professionals. Not to mention that these things were dead and chopped into pieces. Even if they were alive, the two of them could chop them up again. So the two of them began to mutter around the claws. Is this a skeleton? How did the claws become hooks? How did the ribs close and become bone armor? Radian said he was too ignorant to have seen anything like it. Even the undead must respect the laws of nature. It's impossible for a human skeleton to transform into a beast skeleton. Even if it transforms, it's a super undead creature like a bone dragon, a composite of countless skeletons. Even the most inferior skeleton soldiers wouldn't deserve it. Something's affecting them. These skeletons are all like this. This abnormal mutation must be the work of a high-level undead. Morgus confirmed. We must eliminate the source. Otherwise, how many corpses lie dormant beneath this earth? A glint of fear flashed in Ladian's eyes. Skeleton soldiers were merely experienced necessities and filler points. A swift infantryman with a mace could pummel a dozen without a break. But now, these mutated skeletons, with their claws and bone armor for resistance, can hold down ordinary soldiers in one-on-one fights, instantly killing them in a group. Yes. What if a lich or something comes along and casts a bloodthirsty aura on them? Morgus stopped talking and exchanged a glance with Lance. They both saw the fear in each other's eyes. Swift Skeleton, are you thinking about me? Hopefully our knights can hold the enemy back. Ladian sighed. This place has already experienced 2 undead sieges. The Lord of Ryukin was killed in the second wave. There's no guarantee there won't be a third. Don't worry. It will. The dragon riders are still here. Morgus pointed to the arrow tower on the city wall, where dragons were lying there, basking in the sun. However, the tower was a bit too small for their size. I hope so. Radiant glanced at the 5 dragon riders accompanying him, feeling a sense of unease and worry. Chapter 883. Our magic carrier pigeons have limited speed. It will take at least a day for them to receive the message. Knight Commander Radiant said with some concern. The kingdom currently has a newly refreshed Beastmaster, but his level is very low. Currently, training magical carrier pigeons as communication beasts is a powerful tool for the kingdom's rule. After all, controlling a region depends primarily on transportation and communication. If, as in the Middle Ages, a castle fell and the king didn't know until a month later, the opportunity would be lost. How many carrier pigeons did you bring? Lance frowned. Ordinary pigeons were not up to the task. Inclement weather and predators made the long journey fraught with risk. Such a risky gamble had been abandoned by the kingdom due to its unreliable success rate. Magical pigeons, however, didn't present such problems. They were rare in the region and could capture nature spirits with life-saving and acceleration magic, so their tolerance for error was much higher. We have 4. Radiant glanced at Mogus, who then said to Lance. Great. We have 2. Lance shook his head with a wry smile. Only 3 was a safe bet. They needed the news to reach King Roland and Queen Nyx promptly and accurately. No time to wait. That's it. Send 1 each to River Rapids, Lulong Fortress, and Baidu Fort. 1 to Longya Fort, and 2 to Legrand. It's settled. Send the message now. Lance clapped his hands, and made the decision immediately. He sent to Baidu Fort and Longya Fort because they also had carrier pigeons, and the 2 locations were close. Even if something happened to the other carrier pigeons, the 4 groups would increase the margin of error. If all 6 carrier pigeons were intercepted, Lance would have to go out and see if a dragon swarm was surrounding him. What a hassle. If only there were a communication magic circle here. Lance yearned for the communication arrays of Lulong Fortress and Flow City. It wasn't until he was far from the central hub that he realized how precious time-sensitive communication was. You're dreaming again. Ladian shook his head and went to issue an order. Ladian could only shake his head at Lance's dream. It would be more realistic to kill Roland than to ask him to build a magic central for this town. While this was the foundation for the future 12 Flow cities, that was still the future. Pingnan City would surely be a major city comparable to Flow City in the future, but now it clearly couldn't live up to its former glory, and could only rely on primitive methods to contact Roland and the others. Hurry up and deploy your defenses. I need you to prioritize evacuating the civilians. Then set up a perimeter. We might have a major battle tonight. I can already smell the stench of the undead. Lance said with exaggerated force, but the others clearly didn't think it was an exaggeration. After all, the undead could indeed attack at night. Hopefully, we don't get hit tonight. Radiant complained. After all, fighting the undead is always a disadvantage, no matter how you fight. All you do is send already dormant beings back to sleep. It's even more disgusting when they're just sticky. Resurrecting after being beaten to pieces is truly mind-boggling. Please, gentlemen, stop talking. Mogus chuckled bitterly. Murphy's Law is most easily applied on the battlefield. Some things are truly mysterious and inexplicable. Ravian. Hack your father. Mogus reveled in the sheer swearing. He had never imagined that the Murphy's Law he feared would come true. Thousands of skeletons were now charging the Logron soldiers' defenses. Mogus. Hold on. Lavian led the Cross Bauhinia Knights as they charged along the road, clearing out the gathering skeletons, shouting to Mogus, who was blocking the main battle on foot. I back you. Help. Mogus roared in fear. If it were just skeletons, he wouldn't even stand a chance. The problem was, these skeletons were not only swift, but more importantly, they could reanimate. Mogus watched them shatter into pieces, then piece together again to form new skeletons that continued charging forward. For Mogus, it felt as if his fighting spirit was finally fading, while the enemy skeletons were endless. Dragon Knights, attack! Lance roared. Sir! Enemies are everywhere! The Dragon Knight roared. Then fire from all directions. Lance declared decisively. Ouch! The sharp roar of a flying dragon reached everyone's ears, and dragons spurted out their breath. The skeletons enveloped by the dragon's breath struggled only a few times before quickly becoming motionless, never to rise again in the middle of the night. However, most of the skeletons would rise again after being shattered. This caused the entire battle line to retreat. After all, battle reports can be deceiving, but battle lines cannot. Bang! As Mogus chopped through the pile of bones for the umpteenth time, he carefully protected the others while keeping a peripheral eye on the pile. Finally, the pile of bones didn't rise again. Dragon God. I finally killed him. Mogus exclaimed excitedly. After all, his sword was nearly bent. These skeletons were finally suffering from battle damage. Use long-handled weapons. Keep the enemy at bay. Because the Flood infantry were numerous, Mogus really had to use them. Teams of Flood infantry skillfully used their lances to hold back the charging skeletons. Their sharp lances were like a wall of steel, turning anyone who collided with them into a sieve. Where's the dragon? Where's the reinforcements? Mogus struggled, trapped with the ordinary soldiers. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him, but his soldiers didn't have the ability. So, under the leadership of their officers, this weak army formed a phalanx with their teammates near the houses, struggling to maintain the battle line. Thank goodness the skeletons had no brains. If they had taken a detour, the phalanx would have collapsed by now. These mindless, instinct-driven undead charged forward, one after another, against the shield wall. Quick! Dig a trench. No! Use your skills, Lavian commanded, suddenly having an idea. It was obvious that these inept undead lacked a high-ranking undead commander, or else they would have no tactics. This kind of swarming charge was precisely what Lagran was best at dealing with. It turns out that the Flood infantry was created to counter Eastern cavalry, but it's widely used for both long-range and short-range combat. Boom! The Dragon Knight's few remaining abilities were unleashed upon the battlefield, creating massive pits. The undead army was noticeably slowed for a moment before surging forward again. I need backup. These creatures are mutants. Not ordinary undead. They're indestructible, Lance said, frustrated as he fought against the undead. No wonder they say magic can only be used to defeat them. Physical attacks are truly difficult to kill. Extinguish their soul fire. That's the only way to kill them once and for all, Mogus offered. Me? Lance raised his sword, looked at the blade, and pointed at himself. His meager battle-chi reserves meant he'd have to risk his life to extinguish the soul fire of those skeletons. Wouldn't he be exhausted after just a few battle-chi blades? Can anyone tell me? No barrow whites. No messed up stuff, just these damn skeletons. How did they get to this point? The Empire doesn't teach us that. Moga shouted at Radian and Lance while protecting the gap in the soldiers' line. Chapter 884. What the hell did these guys pull out of the ground? Radian's brow furrowed. He had led his knights in several attacks, but an endless stream of skeletons emerged from the pitch-black night like ghosts. The evening glow of the azure sun. The rising dawn. The crimson mist between the rosy clouds. The twilight like azure. Lance brandished his sword and, like a choir, sketched a magnificent picture in a few words. The profoundness of his artistic conception and the vastness of his vision were truly remarkable in the history of humankind in Middle-earth. Find a way to repel them. After praising these creatures, Lance still had time to instruct the others. Fire! Light a fire! Mogus roared. Without a priest, fire was the best way to dispel evil and darkness. No matter what kind of demon or monster, they would always be afraid of light and fire. As for how effective it would be, at least it was a comfort. Whoosh! As swords blazed with battle aura, scattering fire-based battle aura, the surrounding darkness was banished by the flames. Only then did everyone see clearly what they were facing. My dragon god. This? So many undead. Was this once an ancient battlefield? Lance's face was grim. A group of pale-faced people stood in the broken gap in the city wall. Skeletons were scrambling swiftly across the landscape. Vast masses of snow-white objects could be seen moving in the darkness. The breach in the city wall, hastily repaired during the day, had been pushed back open. The wooden and stone walls stood no chance against the sharp claws and nimble movements of these skeletons. Only the dragon god knows. Knights. Charge. Ravian muttered, then led his knights in a charge. 21 knights of the Cross Bauhinia might not be many, not even a complete square banner order, but in these narrow streets and terrain, the charging knights were a walking meat grinder. Crack! Crack! Bone fragments flew everywhere, along with debris. Lance engulfed in battle aura, sliced through the vanguard of the skeleton army like a hot knife through butter. Shoo! The warhorses growled nervously. The heavily armored rune horses trampled over every skeleton soldier who tried to stop them, their bone blades grazing their armor in a shower of sparks. The terrifying impact shattered the skeletons. Lancets quickly lost their effectiveness in the dense charge. Maneuvering in this crowded area was a luxury. However, the valiant Cross Bauhinia knights didn't hesitate. They drew their long swords and slashed forward. Protected by their shields, the knights rammed everything in their path like dump trucks, wielding their swords without even needing to swing them, simply holding them flat. The sharp edges were just enough to slice off the skulls. Retreat! Retreat! The charging knights were already surrounded by skeletons. The massive skeletons slowed the knights' momentum, and they would soon lose their speed. Although Lavian was in high spirits, he kept an eye on his own position. Glory skills, lacking the scale of a knightly order, could only enhance the knight's stats. They couldn't share battle spirit and spread damage, so getting caught in the enemy's formation was highly likely to result in casualties. Lavian's command was decisive. With his horsepower nearly exhausted, he led the knights in a strange arc, forcing their way through the narrow passage. Stop shooting! Don't shoot! Lavian roared, feeling the clanking sound against his body. Judging by the force, it was undoubtedly the Flood infantry's hunting crossbows. Their limited long-range firepower, besides making a tin-can sound, only served to poke a few chicken feathers into the skeletons. After all, skeletons were practically immune to ordinary arrows. After all, A skeleton with leaks all over its body would likely be penetrated by an arrow. Dip it in grease. Fire it. Lavian, riding back, said speechlessly, watching the soldiers frantically reloading their bows. After all, these soldiers had only ever engaged in hand-to-hand combat with orcs, and had never seen a sea of undead bones. Their complete bewilderment was a true reflection of their true nature. Beware the skeleton archers. Mogus roared to the others after his battle blade swept through a swarm of skeletons. The dragon knights were scattered by the dense stream of bone arrows, and those swooping down to attack were caught off guard and shot straight at them. Their once smooth and beautiful membrane wings were now tattered, and their delicate armor was covered in scratches. Dragon God. Where on earth did these things come from? Lance shouted angrily as he directed his soldiers to fill the gaps. While these skeletons were significantly stronger than the frail skeletons, they were still inherently vulnerable. Ordinary soldiers, with their dense formation and superior equipment, could easily crush these creatures. Maintain formation. Hold on. Don't panic. Daybreak is almost here. Lance, transformed into the Ping'an City's chicken soup master and the Empire's pie-in-the-sky king, began to instill spiritual chicken soup in the soldiers. Think about you. Behind you are your families, your homes. If you fall, the civilians behind you will be in vain. Stand up. Hold on. Men of Lagran. As more and more gaps appeared, more and more flood troopers began to fall. The fall of these elite infantrymen made the defense line precarious. The knights, who had previously been able to launch a counterattack, became firefighters. They abandoned their horses and lances, raised their shields, and drew their long swords, appearing at each gap and forming the strongest strategic fulcrum. The knights' formidable infantry combat capabilities were put to the test at this moment. Quick! Carry the wounded. Lance, covered in blood, knelt on the ground and untied the plate armor of a fallen flood trooper, quickly bandaging him. The deep wound, visible to the bone, was not fatal in this demonic world, provided he could hold out until the priest arrived. Are there any militiamen? I'm conscripting you by the king's command. Don these armors. Take up arms. Defend our home. Lance shouted, holding up the ring that symbolized his status, to the pedestrians passing behind him. While mobilizing the militia might seem like a tactic, there was no other way at this point. Fight. For our families. For our homes. For our future. The men carrying stretchers between the cellar and the battlefield exchanged glances, dropping their belongings and skillfully donning their armor. Roland, you don't think my old farmer is really just an old farmer, do you? Fight. For His Majesty. The fresh troops, donning blood-stained armor, were filled with high morale. They quickly surged onto the battlefield, stabilizing the situation. With the arrival of these new recruits, many battle lines were pushed back to the edge of the city walls. Loyalty. The conscripted militiamen, mingling with the torrent infantry, roared, clapping their shields. Your Majesty's grace is yet to be fulfilled. We will serve His Majesty with all our loyalty. While the militia's combat effectiveness was somewhat inferior to that of the elite flood infantry, their fighting spirit and condition were even stronger than those of the flood infantry, who had weathered such a fierce battle. They quickly took over the defense and held out against the pale sea of skeletons. Roland, you seem a bit extreme. Amidst the cries of gratitude and loyalty echoing from north and south of the city, the first group of exhausted flood infantry were finally relieved. Chapter 885. What? Nyx in Rapid City and Roland in Lagran City received the early warning from Lulung Fortress at almost the same time. It proved that Lance and his men had foresight. Of the scattered intelligence, one copy would always end up on Roland and Nyx's desk. In fact, the magic carrier pigeons flying eastward were slightly slower than those heading for Lulung Fortress, so this important intelligence was ultimately delivered from Lulung Fortress. Contact Roland and ask him what to do. If Lagran City lacks manpower, mobilize Renault and the Holy Glory Knights for support. Nyx glanced around and quickly gave the order. Yes, Your Highness. Yunfeng and Duke Joltia exchanged a glance and quickly left together. For Lance and his men far away in Ping'an City, time was of the essence. Your Majesty Yunfeng. Have Lady Ajax prepare for battle. Support immediately. Before Yunfeng could even step out of the room, Nyx's voice rang out again. I'm afraid that won't work. Riverstorm's air power is weak, and the Dragon Riders can't move lightly. Yunfeng paused and shook his head. While the western territories were relatively safe, he couldn't rely on luck. As the only Dragon Rider in the west, Ajax's spiritual significance was more important than her combat prowess. After all, the king might not be able to bring a sense of security to the people, But the Dragon Rider certainly could. Let Lord Dos Anthony go. Even if we can't defeat him, he can still protect himself. Unlike Yun Feng's directness, Joelstia prioritized Nix's authority. Like Yun Feng, he not only had to consider the practical situation, but also the political factors. Maintaining Nix's authority was also a concern. He couldn't just let the Queen's words go unnoticed, could he? Okay. Hurry. If there's any news from Roland, notify me immediately. Nix pondered for a moment, realizing that not every situation warranted mobilizing the Dragon Riders. They weren't like cats and dogs that could be summoned at will. Furthermore, Lance's request for assistance wasn't worded as urgent. He simply needed support from the clergy and troops. So, Nix didn't object to Joelstia's compromise. Lance, I regret it. Who said it wasn't serious? It's incredibly serious. It's urgent. TSK, TSK, TSK. What's going on? Lance is incapable. He can control a mere undead? Roland, after receiving the call for help, commented calmly. Baron Lance used to be quite good. His abilities were exceptional. Ordinary undead wouldn't. Caslow took the letter and began to read. As the first noble to lead a cavalry expedition to the Southern Kingdom, Lance was certainly not the incompetent Roland had ridiculed him to be. Clearly, through this letter, Caslow, a fellow officer, saw something unusual. The past was the past. The present is the present. Practice more if you're new. Roland raised his hands, starting with a zero-frame move, and immediately cast the spell. Darien Nightblade, his figure hidden in the sunlight, couldn't help but hold his head in his hand. He was used to it. After all, the king's illness hadn't been going on for a while. River Rapids is awaiting our reply. What is your decision, your majesty? Adolf Heinrich pursed his lips and waved at Roland, drawing his gaze back. Let's be the main support. Let River Rapids send out a nightly order, and we send out the Dragon Knights and whatever. Although Roland teased Lance's foot-picking, his actions were not vague at all. After all, Roland had chosen the skill tree of loving the people like his own children. Besides, only those who wronged you know how wronged you are. No one knows Lance's ability and loyalty better than Roland. They all called for help from this brother, who commands a large force. It's easy to imagine he's in real trouble. Those skeletons must be giving Lance a headache. Roland chuckled mischievously, and casually decided on reinforcements. The west side of the Swift Stream Avenue is definitely better than the east. After all, the rush to finish projects in the east still need further maintenance. The Knights of Swift Stream City will definitely arrive faster. Plus, if Roland remembers correctly, the Holy Glory Knights should be patrolling around Lulong Fortress right now. After all, Knights can't afford to slack off on their weapons. Knights holed up in cities will inevitably become useless. Do you really think the Emperor is just bored out of his mind to take the Royal Knights hunting all day? First, it's for entertainment. The second is to maintain the Knights' armaments. 6 months of unarmoring and keeping them in the city can turn a skilled archer into a parasite. It's understandable that Dragon Knights would emerge from Raglan City. After all, Raglan City isn't big. Creating legends. Given the current prestige of the Raglan Kingdom, a group of Dragon Knights nestled in this small city is a feat comparable to Dayu's night raid on Valinor, or Sauron's ascent of the Lonely Mountain on a snowy night. The sheer number of them is astounding, but what about their quality? Oh right. Tie up that charlatan Charlie Pross and throw him over. Have him pass on the message to the undead. Roland's eyes rolled, suddenly remembering his own charlatan. He was about to throw him into the undead army to teach him a lesson, but the next second, Charlie Pross poked his head out. What? The undead. I'm going to influence them on behalf of the Dragon God. Charlie Pross rushed over excitedly, unleashing Adolf Heinrich's hand, and taking Lance's letter for help. A mutant? This isn't just any undead. We must deliver a powerful blow. Charlie Pross took one look and declared righteously. Roland's eye twitched. A cheerful little tune inexplicably rang in his mind, and then he seemed to hear the start of the first Golden State free fighting tournament. You might be going a bit extreme, Roland said, a little nagging. Loyalty, Charlie Pross said devoutly, clutching the holy book. A sacred golden light shone from his bald head, like holy light. Your Majesty, the Dragon God's grace is yet to be fulfilled. Charlie Pross murmured respectfully. Roland felt like this person could have enjoyed seaweed egg drop soup, only without the vegetables and egg drop soup. Caslow, you and Yulon should take him with you when you leave. He needs to pledge his loyalty to the Dragon God, Roland said with a sullen face. Okay. Caslow and Feng Yulon exchanged glances, each seeing the frustration in the other's eyes. After all, the Kingdom of La Grande had its own Florida, filled with talented individuals of all kinds. I hope the kingdom's reinforcements have already departed. Otherwise, tonight will be another long night. Lance said worriedly. You're dreaming again. This is Ping An City. No one can reach here in a day. Ravian complained, but then he seemed to remember something and fell silent. Chapter 886. Hey! Strider, the city garrison has moved. Legolas pushed open the door, clutching a paper package of pies, and tossed one to Aragorn. Wonderful paper! Legolas exclaimed. Compared to the leaves and string commonly used in Middle-earth, this soft, clean yellow paper for wrapping food looked so much classier. It instantly made him look so much classier. It's truly magical. Wait! What did you say? Aragorn also praised Raglan's paper, but he quickly realized what Legolas had just said. The city garrison has moved. I saw their cavalry leave the camp. Legolas gestured with his eyes. Cavalry? Those are probably knights. Aragorn shook his head. The kingdom of Raglan had few cavalry, and most of them were light cavalry used for messengers. Their main cavalry were knights. After all, the kingdom of Raglan's military philosophy prioritized quality over quantity. Wouldn't it be better to have so many workers retire to farming and raising children? A knight order? Possibly. Legolas thought back and agreed. After all, those men were certainly impressive, carrying the banner of the Order of the Holy Glory. What do you mean? Legolas glanced at Aragorn, a hint of thought in his eyes. Ha ha. You're asking even though you know the answer? Aragorn was amused by Legolas's antics. He gently patted Legolas' chest, and then grabbed his sword. Let's go! Let's take a look. Aragorn quickly shouldered his bag and rushed out. Ah! Wait! Legolas shook his head helplessly, and chased after them. As he passed the counter, he casually slapped a gold coin and ran off, with the basket of white bread on it. Hey! 2 guests, I haven't got the change yet. The shopkeeper rushed out anxiously, holding a few silver coins in his hands, looking at the 2 men running away in confusion. All right. Shopkeeper, take it. If they don't want it, there's no need to change it. The hidden guard, who had been keeping an eye on the 2 men, quickly emerged and patted the shopkeeper on the shoulder. You? Looking at the tightly hooded hidden guard, the shopkeeper reached out to hand him the money, assuming the guard was in cahoots with Aragorn and the others. Go back and forget what just happened. The hidden guard shook his head, and fished out a token bearing the dragon crest of the Roland family from his pocket. Ah! Yes! My lord, we didn't see anything and don't know anything. No, I haven't seen you. Hey! Why am I out here? The shopkeeper muttered to himself, looking puzzled as he walked back. The hidden guard's face twisted beneath his hood, as if this man was seriously ill. Was he some kind of monster? Shaking his head helplessly, the hidden guard cast a deep glance in the direction Aragorn and the others had left, then ran back into the castle. Aragorn has moved? Duke Jolteon knocked on the table. This thing had been huddled in River Rapids, like a tortoise for ages, doing nothing but eating all day. Now it was finally moving. Hiss! Are they chasing the Holy Glory Knights? Jolteon's blood pressure, which had just dropped, rose again. Yes, your excellency. They've taken their horses, and are chasing the knights in the direction they left. Or, should we notify Fort Lulong to intercept them? The guard whispered. Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have called back the Holy Glory Knights. Duke Jolteon felt a pang of regret as he thought about his clumsy order to bring back the knights, who had been training in the wilderness. Alright, it's better if they start moving. Otherwise, hiding in our house would be even more troublesome. This is a good opportunity to see what Aragorn is up to. Yun Feng waved his hand. The hidden darkness was more worrying than the moving target. At least if Aragorn started moving, everyone would know what his goal was. That's right. Let's have the guards keep an eye on them. I don't think those 2 can cause any trouble. Jolteon thought for a moment, and felt Yun Feng had a point. It's common to catch thieves, so why should we be on guard against them? Huh? They're so fast, Aragorn said in shock, as he watched the figures retreating further and further away. The fully armed knights were actually outrunning the 2 lightly armed knights. They're riding monsters, Legolas said speechlessly. How could their ordinary steeds compare to monsters? Alright. Then let's speed up, Aragorn said eagerly. After all, his eyes were filled with curiosity. From his deliberate inquiries, information Roland wanted him to know, he understood that the knights were one of the kingdom's top military forces. They wouldn't act rashly unless it was time for war. The unusual fact that the knights had set out again so soon after their return clearly made him suspicious. Has there been a fight in the east? Aragorn knew that the kingdom of Raglan was expanding eastward. In fact, almost everyone knew that the kingdom of Raglan's strategic focus lay in the east. With the already heavily colonized lands in the west, Raglan, hoping to break through, could only turn its sword eastward. Roland, actually, if I'm shameless, I can still attack the east. You can't defeat me anyway. Who knows? But the knights are moving, so it must be a big deal. Legolas affirmed. Let's go! Let's catch up. Aragorn immediately threw off the reins, watching the knights, now barely a shadow, shrug off their pursuit. Lord Lafitte. We're being followed? A knight said to Lafitte Anthony, the current commander of the Holy Glory Knights. Originally, it wasn't Lafitte Anthony's turn to lead the Holy Glory Knights. After all, it was difficult for a peak-level third-rank Grand Knight to command an entire order. Unfortunately, after Roland's eastern expedition, there were only a few high-ranking knights left in the entirety of River Rapids. Originally, the Holy Glory Knights had been led by Radian, but after Radian's departure, there were only a few high-ranking knights left in the entirety of River Rapids. Ignore them. The military situation is urgent, Lafitte Anthony said, his eyes narrowed. But the knight beside him hesitated. Can a few people really cause such a commotion? If they dare to move, we crush them. Lafitte Antoine's eyes flashed coldly. After all, the knights he commanded were unrivaled in this land. We seem to have been discovered. Legolas keenly sensed that Knight Raglan had discovered their whereabouts. After all, the noise of the two men galloping behind them was quite loud. It's okay, we haven't violated any local laws, Aragorn said nonchalantly. After all, he hadn't broken any laws. He could move as he pleased. So-called stalking? Do you have any evidence? Hold on. Reinforcements from the kingdom should be on the way. Lance encouraged the weary soldiers. We've been in Shijajwan for a week, and there's nothing. Nothing at all. Chapter 887. Reinforcements are on the way. Just hold on tonight. They arrive tomorrow. Lance didn't know the exact whereabouts of the reinforcements, but that didn't stop him from imitating Roland's promises. While he couldn't master King Roland's essence, he could certainly get the general idea. Reinforcements arriving tomorrow? How come I didn't know? Ladian turned his head and whispered, clearly shocked by Lance's words. Did Lance have other communication channels? You have a magic communication device? Ladian was stunned, speechless. Why would you use carrier pigeons if you have a magic communication device? The kingdom's magic carrier pigeons are free. No. I just said it casually. Oh, if we don't boost morale, they collapse. Lance lowered his voice and glanced around. The Flood infantry, the main force on the battlefield, had suffered heavy losses. Few were killed on the spot, but nearly all were covered in wounds. Worst hit were the conscripted militia, who rushed into battle wearing weapons and armor stripped from the wounded, only to be quickly injured and retired, only to be replaced by other militiamen. Ladian gritted his teeth and said nothing, only to give Lance a deep look. The subtext in his eyes was clear. If the civilians discovered this, they wouldn't mind tearing him apart. He was essentially driving the civilians onto the battlefield to fill the gap. Do you trust your own judgment so much? Ladian said, somewhat speechlessly. After all, no one knew which would come first, tomorrow or an accident. I don't trust myself, but I trust your majesty. Lance's face, stained with blood and mud, broke into a devout smile. Loyalty. It is my honor to be loyal to your majesty. Only the most loyal are worthy of pledging allegiance to the great Raglan Emperor. Radian's mouth twitched, and he rubbed his forehead speechlessly. Forget loyalty for now. Let's quickly find a way to reinforce the city's defenses. A lot of the walls have collapsed. Mogus came over, interrupting the two men discussing loyalty and gratitude, and pointed helplessly at the dilapidated walls. Unlike the system cities, this city didn't have a primal stone wall. His walls were simple, built by later residents using logs and stones. Originally designed to defend against wild beasts, these simple walls were never intended to one day be used to stop the undead horde. There's not much tree and stone left around here. Lance's face showed a hint of fatigue. After all, they didn't have the manpower to cut wood or transport stone, so they could only pick through the broken materials and repair them. Tear down the buildings. Tear down the city lord's mansion first. Radian waved his hand, looking at the three-story city lord's mansion. As the centerpiece of the town, the city lord's mansion possessed a certain degree of defensive capabilities, and the materials used were also quite solid. This thing is useless if the city is breached. If it's defended, we can always rebuild. Tear it down. Radian waved his hand, his eyes filled with determination. If they couldn't hold the city anyway, they'd likely be stuck, so they might as well use every available item to strengthen the city's defenses. Hopefully reinforcements are on the way, Mogus muttered. The army is hopeless, but we can still hope for the high-level professionals and dragon knights. Perhaps we see them tonight. Lance shook his head. He was well aware of the efficiency and speed of the Lovrond army. After all, he had led expeditions before, and the knights wouldn't appear until tomorrow night at the earliest. I hope so. I hope our reinforcements arrive soon. Radian shook his head, then turned and joined the team strengthening the city defenses. Shoo! Flying so fast? Wait for Caslo. Fonlin Yuan said to Caslo in shock. Help! Even a second later could mean more casualties. Caslo frowned, confused by Fonlin Yuan's meaning. After all, how could he delay such an urgent matter? But Bishop Charlie Pross has lost him. Fonlin Yuan awkwardly pointed at the sky behind him. The cloudless blue sky was devoid of even a ghost, appearing remarkably clear and elegant. Caslo paused for a moment before finally uttering a word. Wait for him here. I go ahead. Caslo gave the order without hesitation. Okay. Fonlin Yuan nodded calmly, not arguing with Caslo. Roland dispatched the duo of Charlie Pros and Fonlin Yuan, the two most suited to dealing with the undead. Meanwhile, Caslo, the highest-ranking warrior, was sent to reinforce the ranks. In reality, if Roland had been more determined, he could have assembled a powerful roster of the Holy Sage Lilith, Adolf Heinrich, the Wrath of the Rhine, the Templar Bishop Charlie Pros, the Holy Dragon Rider Fonlin Yuan, and the Storm Dragon Rider Caslo. However, Roland felt that this was unnecessary. After all, the scattered undead wouldn't be enough to cause the kingdom to erupt in war. In reality, the kingdom was currently unaware of the undead plague, and the generals of Pingnan City, having suffered overnight, had no means of quickly contacting other towns in the kingdom. Although Lance had dispatched scout cavalry to report the situation, relying on the speed of cavalry transmission, Roland would likely have been left standing by the time he received their intelligence and their call for help. Fortunately, the kingdom's high-end combat power wasn't compromised. When low-level soldiers weren't enough to carry the front, the liberated high-level professionals could become a single-person army. In this demonic world of Middle-earth, a single horse could defeat 1,000,000 troops, not just an exaggeration, but an adjective. So, judging by the current situation, as long as the kingdom's dragon cavalry commander could arrive, victory was essentially assured. Boom! A pair of enormous wings, obscuring the sky, slowly closed in a chaotic square. As the smoke and dust cleared, Caslo emerged unscathed from the dust. What's going on? Who's in charge here now? Looking at the hurried crowd around him, Caslo frowned and searched for any acquaintances he knew. Woo-woo-woo. The previously dazed soldiers, upon seeing Caslo's imposing armor and the giant dragon behind him, erupted in ecstatic shouts. They pounded their shields against the ground, venting their excitement. What's going on? What's going on? Caslo stared, bewildered, at the crowd of people weeping with joy, his face momentarily disoriented. Caslo! You're here! A figure rushed into Caslo's arms, frightening him so much that he nearly drew his sword. Caslo didn't have a dragon slayer's sword, and struck. Woo, woo, woo! Brother, life is tough. It's tough. When Caslo calmed down and looked, he saw that the grimy, disheveled figure was none other than Lance. Lance, clutching his hand, sobbed and wailing, recounted his grievances and hardships to Caslo, repenting for his sin of driving the militia to fill the line. The scourge? No, no, no. It's not your fault. They were protecting themselves. Caslo shook his head. Whether the militia went to fill the gaps under the scourge or not was the same outcome. The city was broken, and they were killed, or fighting fully armed was clearly a single choice. Okay, don't worry tonight. I'm here. Nothing unexpected will happen. Caslo consoled him. With Fonlin Yuan and Charlie Prostati, Caslo was incredibly confident. The combination of holy light and the divine charlatan was enough to silence all evil spirits. Chapter 888. Now, tell me the details. Caslo patted Lance's shoulder, comforting him as he inquired. The situation is dire. We don't even know where the enemy is coming from. The Dragon Knights can only conduct aerial reconnaissance, and they spotted signs of disturbed soil, indicating these creatures are crawling out of the ground. Lance sighed and shook his head. We're short on manpower, and we don't have the manpower to conduct in-depth reconnaissance. We can't find a single assassin in all of Pingnan City, Lance said, feeling a little overwhelmed. With the skeleton soldiers capable of long-range attacks below, Lance's scouts, without assassins, didn't even dare to leave the city. Hiss! Were you beaten like this? Caslo, walking and watching with Lance, was stunned. After all, the devastating scene before him didn't resemble the once elite Swiftstream Infantry Legion at all. The 3rd Legion's detachment has been completely crushed, Lance said with a hint of shame. Pingnan City was stationed with soldiers from the Swiftstream 3rd Legion, and these soldiers had essentially lost their combat effectiveness. These flood troopers have already been replaced. If the fighting continues, we need women on the battlefield, Lance said with some discomfort. As the first residents of the city settlement, they were naturally young and strong laborers, and these were all candidates for the flood troopers in reserve. After the militia was opened to defend against the undead horde, almost all the men in the city went to the battlefield. Most of those who remained at their posts now were reserve militiamen, and the truly elite flood troopers were basically laid up. Don't worry. I won't do anything here, Caslow soothed. Those damn creatures will come out when night falls. We don't even know where they're hiding. We just know they're everywhere at night. Lance trembled slightly. The battle suppressed by the undead made him feel extremely frustrated. Well, don't worry, I go check it out. You continue to command the soldiers to reinforce the city defenses, and I scout the surroundings. Caslow pondered for a moment, then decided to do some scouting himself. If something truly could kill him, he accepted. A 6th-rank dragon rider living to this point would be better off dead. Be careful, we can't support you much. Lavian sighed as he approached. Sir Caslow, can I join you? Dusted, Mogus approached, spear in hand. Last night, he single-handedly blocked several gaps, sending smoke billowing all around him. According to the law of smoke without injury, these undead were useless except for tarnishing his armor. No need, get some rest. We might have a tough fight tonight, and we need every ounce of strength. Caslow shook his head. While the stone hero Mogus was also a 6th-level professional and possessed the ability to fly, it did so at the expense of battle chi. Besides, no matter how fast a hero flew, it couldn't match the speed of a dragon rider. Then be careful. Mogus looked at Caslow and finally nodded slowly. Yes. Caslow signaled to the others, summoning his dragon mount, then mounted the saddle and soared into the sky. I hope Caslow can find the source of all this, Lance said sincerely. Cardo, have you discovered anything? The intelligence indicates these skeletons possess dragon energy. I just sense residual dragon energy in those shattered skeletons. What about you? Caslow frowned after leaving the crowd's sight. Clearly he too was feeling the pinch of this situation, though he hadn't been able to show it in front of everyone. Now, alone with Cardo, he no longer needed to feign anything. It's dragon power. I never seen that kind of dragon power before. It's like the power of an ice dragon, but far colder than an ice dragon. Cardo hesitated, uncertainly. Magic dragon? Not really. Caslow shook his head. After all, there were magical dragons in the kingdom. How could he not understand the source of his own apprentice's power? It was clearly dragon power different from that of a magical dragon. Sense the dragon power. Let's find the last place it rested and appeared. Caslow narrowed his eyes. It seemed he needed to risk further exploration. Here? Caslow's eyelids twitched, and he pointed at the dark cave beneath his feet. Clearly, this cave was a bit too deep. Its diameter was almost the same as the hole carved by Azog's earth snakes during his surprise attack on Lonely Mountain. And the walls were covered with claw marks. Those claw marks had even worn away the walls. Even standing there, Caslow could almost sense the presence of countless undead souls pouring out. Yes, that's right, it's here. There should be caves like this elsewhere, and they likely lead to the same destination. Cardo said seriously. Ha. Don't you think our situation resembles the dungeons and warriors in night novels? Only the warriors go to the dungeons to slay dragons. And I'm exploring the dungeons with a dragon. Caslow chuckled self-deprecatingly. Slay a dragon. Cardo glanced at Caslow with a complicated expression, raising his neck in a gesture. Clearly, he wasn't angry at Caslow for mentioning dragon slaying, but rather genuinely felt that Caslow might actually be going there. I can't be so unlucky, right? How come all these good things happen to me? Caslow thought about the precarious journey he'd taken. He fought Balrogs, battled heroes, and slain the ringwraiths. He lived a life of no less than valor. Your Majesty, do you think I can make it to the other side? Cardo fell silent. Guess who gets the most beatings when you have good things going on? Come on up, let's go down. Caslow patted his dragon, and Cardo transformed into a small dragon, coiling around Caslow's shoulders. Be careful. Open your dragon eyes. Cardo whispered, flapping his wings. As Caslow opened his eyes again, his original pupils had transformed into brilliant golden vertical pupils. The aura here is truly disgusting. As his dragon eyes opened, Caslo's vision of the cave was unobstructed. Let's go! Caslo drew his sword, impaling it on the cave wall as a cushion, and leaped down, sliding down the sloping wall. Plop! Crack! Caslo landed easily, but a strange noise under his feet startled him. He looked down and saw only skeletal fragments. As he looked deeper, holy crap! Caslo was so anxious that he even cursed, imitating Roland. The bones piled up like a mountain on the ground. Judging by the skeleton's appearance, it was almost certain they were the culprits. Something's wrong. Where's their soul fire? Cardo was stunned. Skeletons without soul fire are called skeletons, while those with soul fire are called undead. These are just skeletons. How can they move without the support of soul fire? Caslo pulled up the bones from the ground, puzzled. The dark purple blood stains on his claws revealed that this creature was also a member of last night's attack. Something's wrong. Why are undead retreating? Aren't they supposed to be fearless? This discovery made Caslo lose confidence. Who should I ask you? Why does it feel so creepy? This is a dwarf. This looks like an elf. This is a northern human. Why are there skeletons of all races? Cardo exclaimed in confusion. Was this an ancient battlefield? I never heard of it. Could these be the spirits of the Empire's former heroes? Caslo raised a brow. Huh? You mean the bodies buried by priests can still be raised? Cardo complained. Chapter 889. What made Cardo grumble was, who on earth would believe that a corpse blessed by a priest's prayers could be pulled up by necromancy and crawl out of its coffin? Doesn't that make the priest's purification magic and holy light soothing spells seem useless? I think, following the Imperial War burial procedures, we wouldn't have gotten into such a farce where the undead could rise again. The bishop in charge of that diocese would probably have been burned at the stake by the Temple of Justice. Cardo complained. In a country protected by the dragon god, you're doing this? Where's the bishop's dignity? Where's the temple's dignity? Then be careful. If this isn't the remains of an ancient imperial battlefield. Caslo's eyes narrowed. I knew it was something special, little. Cardo raised his eyelids and began to speak, but Caslo instinctively raised his sword to block at his side. Bang! I told you to be careful. Cardo whispered, watching Caslo crawl out of the wall. Ahem. I knew it existed. Caslo coughed, his expression reassuring. A strange skeleton crouched before the man and the dragon. Unlike ordinary skeletons with sharp claws, this one sported bone scythes, like a mantis. Two massive scythes, each as tall as a man, could undoubtedly cut several people in half with one strike. Moth corpse puppet. This thing. Caslo flipped his wrist, ready to strike. Whoosh. Before Caslo could even think, a terrifying green flame erupted. In the next second, the moth corpse puppet was reduced to two skeletal legs and half a bone blade. With the crackling sound of bones colliding, the dismantled corpse puppet merged back into the pile of bones. Before Caslo could even catch his breath, he was repelled once more. I knew it lived in groups. Caslo, belatedly realizing the situation, swung his sword and grumbled, parrying two massive bone blades as they clashed. There's something wrong with this thing, Cardo said, puzzled, as he casually blasted a moth-eaten corpse puppet into bone dust. What's going on? Caslo fended off the corpse puppets attacking from the shadows, occasionally chopping one down. However, to guard against enemies deep within, he couldn't freely expend his dragon power. So, relying on brute force and a little dragon power, the corpse puppets managed to hold their own against Caslo in his sneak attacks. Where are the high-level undead? How could there be corpse puppets if there aren't any high-level undead here? Cardo asked in confusion. The intelligence contained no information about high-level undead, yet corpse puppets were always born alongside the high-level undead as guards and cannon fodder. Strange. Caslo also noticed something was amiss. After all, the Empire and the high-level undead were inextricably linked. There have been many clashes between them, and even the Empire once possessed powerful necromancers. The conditions for the creation of corpse puppets are limited to a few, but currently, only high-level undead meet the requirements. Why is this place so eerie? Why don't we go? Let's wait until everyone is gathered and take a look, Cardo suggested. This cavernous area littered with bones would give even a dragon the chills, let alone Caslo. The problem was, if you couldn't see the real boss for a long time, you get panicked. Let's go. Caslo was also very willing, intending to bring his good brothers to share this treasure land together. It was a bit tiring to rush through it alone. Crack! Suddenly, a skull among the bones beneath their feet shifted, prompting the wary Caslo and Cardo, both man and dragon, to unleash their skills, shattering the skull instantly. Ha ha. You scared yourself. Caslo and Cardo exchanged glances, each catching sight of a smile in the other's eyes. Not good. Cardo's voice trembled. Through the reflection of Cardo's dragon eyes, Caslo could clearly see the skeletons behind him eerily rising to their feet, their dark blue soul fire igniting once again in their eye sockets. They looked like rise up skeletons unwilling to die. Dragon. Bone dragon. Cardo ignored the skeletons, his gaze fixed on the giant undead dragon that had emerged from the pile of bones. That's a corpse dragon. Observing the patchwork of rotting hide and festering flesh on the undead dragon's body, Caslo immediately called out its name. Bone dragons aren't necessarily the remains of a true dragon, most are imitations made from the bones of other creatures. But corpse dragons are genuine, high-level undead transformed from dragon corpses. Caslo, help me purify him. You evil beasts are defiling the dignity of the dragon race. Cardo's eyes immediately turned red. He could accept the existence of bone dragons. After all, those creatures had little to do with dragons besides their shape. But corpse dragons were destined to make him a true dragon in his lifetime. Purify him. You're sick and so am I. A corpse dragon transformed from a frost dragon. Caslo dodged the corpse dragon's attack by rolling lazily, while trying to identify its properties. Suddenly, a stream of ice shot out, and Caslo, who was nearly numb from the cold, no longer had to guess. Frost dragon? The one covered in icicles? Cardo, regaining his dragon form, slashed with one claw. The sound of the blade slicing through ice made Caslo's scalp tingle. Clearly, the strike wasn't very effective. Ong! Cardo swung out the Cyan Dragon Power Crescent Blade. The wind blade's extreme cutting power actually produced dazzling sparks. No, brother! Caslo's eyes widened. If anyone ever again claimed the Storm Dragon's attack power was unmatched, he would slam this record in their face. It couldn't even be cut. It's so tough. Cardo sighed, looking at his futile attack on its chest. Even a frost dragon, with its remaining dragon power, could still withstand the Storm Dragon's attacks with impunity. It's too small here. Find a way to shrink and get out. Caslo saw the mirror-smooth ice crystal breastplate on the corpse dragon's chest, and knew he needed time to wear it down. It can't be cut. Hold on tight. Cardo grabbed Caslo and protected him under his abdomen. Before Caslo could react, he suddenly grew in size, and slammed headfirst into the cave ceiling. Crack! Clang! As pieces of stone wall were pushed back, a green figure instantly soared into the sky. Caldor, dragging Caslo with him, frowned as he gazed into the cavern with lingering fear. You're injured. Seriously, Caldor? Caslo exclaimed, pointing at the blood-soaked Caldor. Caldor was completely dominated in the confined space by the corpse dragon. While the massive Caldor was skilled in melee combat, no dragon would relish close combat with a corpse dragon infused with plague and corruption, right? Not even the black dragon, renowned for its melee prowess. The plague curse of corruption. That's it. This thing is probably the culprit. Caldor affirmed, gazing into the deep cavern as he channeled his dragon power to dispel the plague and virus clinging to his wounds. Shouldn't we get Rand bandaged first? Caslo asked, looking at Caldor, whose wings were leaking air from the corroded membranes. Thank you. I'd love to, but I don't think I have the chance before I kill it, Caldor said with a toothache. This thing isn't afraid of sunlight? Looking at the corpse dragon breaking out of the cave and spreading its already flocculent wings to fly, Caslo was about to sneer, but he couldn't laugh any more the next second. Chapter 890. Cardo. Wind Cascade. Caslo's eyelids twitched, and he quickly instructed Cardo to cast his skills to distance himself. After all, no one liked getting so close to the biomatrix. Damn it! What a blasphemy! Cardo flapped his tattered wings, and a massive dragon power magic circle unfolded before him. The next second, a torrent of green wind-type dragon power erupted. The violent wind elemental slashed through everything in its path. Ouch! An eerie, piercing dragon roar echoed. The decayed, rotten dragon corpse let out an eon-old roar. The corroded and festering flesh caused air to leak from all sides, and the sound was incredibly eerie. Dispel magic. Seeing the high-level dragon language magic wind cascade disintegrate and dissipate in an instant, both man and dragon were inwardly shocked. How do we fight this? I never seen anything like this, Caslo said in panic. Who should I ask? There's no dragon to teach me how to fight a mobile scourge that can break magic. Cardo was also stunned. Peak dragons appear every year, especially in Middle-earth. You always encounter opponents who can break through defense. Ranged attacks will break magic and melee combat. How many people have you seen exchanging blood with a corpse in close combat? I've flown so far. The curse of this trench is still eating away at me. Cardo's entire dragon body was in a bad state. The curse and plague of this corpse dragon were slowly but steadily eroding Cardo's dragon power and defense. It showed no sign of weakening with increasing distance. Pull out. Pull out. Don't lure this thing near the city. Keep away. Keep away. Caslo patted Cardo's back anxiously. You don't need to teach me. I know what to do. Damn it. Cardo glanced angrily at the corpse dragon still crawling on the bone mountain below, and with a breath of dragon breath, he drew out his hatred. No. Do you dragons die so easily? At least protect your bodies if you don't go to the dragon tomb. Can they be corrupted and transformed by the undead? That's a frost dragon. Do all high-ranking dragons die so easily? Caslo felt 1,000 horses racing through his mind. Ice dragons haven't been acting alone for a day or two. The dragon clan can't monitor every dragon constantly. Hold on tight. Cardo suddenly rolled to the right. Be careful. Caslo screamed, as a breath of frost imbued with corpse energy passed by them. The wings are a skeletal mess. How can it still fly? Caslo turned to see a corpse dragon flying on 2 bony wings covered in rotten flesh, and was speechless. Who told you dragons need wings to fly? Otherwise, how could a bone dragon fly? Cardo replied as he maneuvered. Boom! The thick dragon power shield melted away like ice and snow after being hit by the corpse dragon's frost breath. Caslo exerted all his might to repel the onslaught. Fuck! Big brother! Daddy! Hurry up! The shield's broken. Caslo's face twisted. This was the first time he felt the dragon power shield was so weak and fragile. Dragon power attack feature. Don't attack with dragon power. This thing will devour dragon power. Cardo twisted his body and changed course. Let him devour. See how much he can swallow, Caslo said fiercely. The barrel has a limit. Once it's full, it explode. The problem is, our dragon power is fading. Cardo increased his speed, but due to the curse and plague he had been exposed to by the surprise attack, both his dragon power limit and his dragon power recovery were beginning to decline. If he didn't find a place to remove the curse, they would probably crash soon. Damn! I'm infected too. Feeling the unstoppable drain of dragon power, Caslo reacted. No wonder Cardo didn't fight him. With one side gaining and the other losing, they were truly being scammed. If they didn't run now, it would be hard to escape later. Call for help. Call for help. Cardo roared. Just because Lance didn't have any magic items to contact Roland, and the others didn't mean Caslo didn't have any. That's expensive. Caslo, distressed, pulled out a magic scroll and tore it open. Instantly, an invisible wave swept out in all directions. Help! There's a corpse dragon! Cleric, help! Caslo roared at the top of his lungs. The magic scroll faithfully recorded Caslo's voice, which then spread in all directions. A voice from across the land? Is that how you call for help? Carter, dodging in flight, was speechless. Suddenly, he felt so humiliated. This knight was no longer wanted. Help! There's a corpse dragon! Clerics, help! Huh? The people of Pingnan City all looked up, weapons raised, warily surveying their surroundings, alert for the stone dragon mentioned in the unknown voice. Something's wrong. Isn't that Caslo's voice? Isn't it? Ravian frowned, looking up with difficulty at the others. It's Caslo. Lance nodded with a dark face. That corpse dragon. Mogus hesitated. The 3 of them exchanged bewilderment, leaving Caslo to fend for himself. The terrifying corpse dragon was no match for them. Only Mogus could handle such a sinister creature, so you couldn't expect Lance and Ravian to fill the gap. So we're just going to watch? Lance, his conscience lingering, asked. After all, Caslo had come to their rescue. You couldn't just run away and leave your reinforcements vulnerable, could you? Sorry, I'm afraid we can only watch. Or maybe lure the corpse dragon over here? Mogus's eyelids twitched. Did anyone really think Pingnan City could withstand something like a corpse dragon? Caslo, who are you calling for help? Cardo frantically dodged attacks, grumbling at Caslo's actions. Of course, Folin Yulan and Charlie Pross. Should I go directly to King Roland? Far water can't quench near thirst. We're almost killed. Help is crucial. Caslo's thoughts were clear. After all, they were the only 2 people he could rely on nearby. Okay. I hope we can hold out until then. Cardo tilted his body, slowing down suddenly and gliding diagonally to avoid the frost breath. The frost breath, imbued with the power of death, instantly caused widespread death upon impact before being frozen in ice. It was incredibly eerie and chilling. Damn arm. Fly. I don't want to be a popsicle. Caslow screamed, his whole body numb with fear as the terrifying frost breath brushed past him. Hold on. We can only block one more blast at most. Hold on tight, our dragon power is running low. I need to sprint. Cardo didn't turn around, but his voice echoed in Caslow's mind. Having already been hit several times, Caslow and Cardo's dragon power was now significantly reduced. Huh? Caslow's call for help. Fonlin Yuan suddenly asked, tilting her head. It's the effect of wide area magic. Someone used wide area magic to call for help. She blinked. Corpse dragon. What a blasphemy. This is betrayal and desecration of the dragon god. This is no ordinary undead. We must strike hard. Charlie Pross gritted his teeth. Desecrating a dragon corpse was a blasphemous act of disrespect to the dragon god and the empire. Calm down, Charlie. You're going too far. That's a corpse dragon. A corpse dragon that Caslow could call for help. Fonlin Yuan frowned. Chapter 891. No matter what, we have to speed up. Charlie Pross frowned, clutching the holy book tightly in his hand. May the dragon god bless you. Charlie Pross whispered a prayer. Fonlin Yuan remained silent. After all, compared to the dragon god's illusory protection, relying on the dragon spear and dragon flame was more reliable. How are you, Longshi? Are you okay? Fonlin Yuan's voice echoed in Longshi's mind. No problem. Although I can't use dragon language magic, I still have the power of dragon breath. Longshi nodded. The power of the moonlight forcibly restored her ability to control her size, but the damage to her essence once again affected her ability to use dragon language magic. Okay, let's be careful. Fonlin Yuan wasn't as aggressive as Charlie Pross. After all, Longshi had severe internal injuries, and was missing her dragon armor, which meant she couldn't choose to fight him in a bloody battle. That was what a dragon knight excelled at. Prepare for defense. Lord Yuan. I sense we're not far from Caslow. Charlie Pross warned. Alright. You pull the corpse dragon. I support Caslow. Fonlin Yuan nodded. Okay. Be careful. Charlie Pross immediately erected a massive shield of light magic. He didn't want to be hit by a sudden burst of dragon breath. Caslow. We sense Longshi's presence. Cardo frantically dodged the corpse dragon's attacks while responding to Caslow. What should we do? Caslow asked. Keep your heads down. Wait for them to rescue us. I'm speeding up. Cardo said, then flapped his wings, his speed suddenly increasing several notches. Damn it! Caslow cursed softly and lowered his head. Dragon breath. Fonlin Yuan patted Longshi's hand. The two, their minds syncing, instantly achieved telepathic communication. The next second, a beam of platinum light suddenly erupted. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding air, and the blinding light made Charlie Pross, standing nearby, squint. Light barrier. Charlie Pross, holding the holy book in one hand and the other, thrust forward. The next second, a soft barrier of light enveloped the two men and the dragon. Ouch! A shrill scream echoed, a sound like hot oil ripping into snow echoing through the corpse dragon. Chunks of rotting flesh exploded from its body, and a lingering aura of decay spread. Ice blue aura, entwined with gray, surged over the dragon's corpse. Wings draped with rotting flesh were densely covered with hexagrams. Gusts of chilling wind lifted the dragon's body. Caslow! Where did you get this thing? Isn't it a Dragon King? Fonlin Yuan's entire body trembled. Dragon King? Charlie Pross narrowed his eyes, casually casting a light purification spell on Caslow as he spoke. How could an ordinary dragon corpse be nearly 50 meters long? Fonlin Yuan gritted his teeth. The average size of a high-ranking dragon species is only around 30, while lower-ranking dragons and a few specialized spell-skilled dragons are only in their early 20s. 50 meters is something only the battle-hardened kings of their species can achieve after years of cultivation. This is blasphemy. Longshi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. What could have corroded a dragon king's remains so badly? And when has an ice dragon king fallen on the site of the empire? Caslow asked doubtfully. After all, the death of a dragon king is a historic event. Even the ice dragon has never perished within the empire. We talk about this later. Let him rest in peace. Charlie Pross held up the holy book, his eyes revealing the resoluteness of a pilgrim. May the dragon god protect you. Charlie Pross chanted aloud, holding the holy book. Suddenly, the silent holy book burst into a brilliant holy light. A hazy figure emerged from behind him, and an immemorial pressure emanated from him. Nobody? Caslo froze, his hands raised in midair. Dragon God? Are you serious? Fomlin Yulon blinked. No, buddy, you're a charlatan. How many years has it been since the Dragon God fell? Why is he still responding to his followers? Special mission triggered. Human-dragon battle. Frost roar. Roland, who had been lying flat on his back, suddenly stood up. If he hadn't been able to sign in every day, he would have thought the system was dead. After all, honor points weren't being generated anymore, and it was too early to complete the main quest of establishing the 12 cities of Rapid Flow. The only cities currently recognized by the system were Rapid Flow City, Palembang, and Lulong Fortress, replacing one of the original 12 cities, the 3 oldest cities. And yet, he was lying down peacefully when the system suddenly appeared. A mission! This made Roland excited. After all, it was still a long time before the War of the Ring, and he needed to develop well. What better way to develop faster than to exploit the system's advantages? Special mission, Dragon vs. Human War. Frost roar. After the Dragon vs. Human War, the declining dragon race fled to Dragon Island, while some dragons close to humans remained on the land of the Empire. As time passed, even the Dragon King could not escape the passage of time. The great Frost Dragon King slept forever in the earth beneath the earth. Evil forces eroded his soul and body, but the remaining pride and honor of the dragon race suppressed the resurgence of evil. The kingdom's actions disturbed his soul, and the Dragon King awakened, grant him eternal slumber, soothe his wandering spirit, and help him return to the Dragon God's embrace for rest. Rewards will be awarded based on quest completion, with higher completion rates resulting in greater rewards. The quest will be considered complete once the Frost Dragon King Asada escapes beyond the kingdom's borders. Current progress, 5%. Wow! 5% completion right off the bat? Roland was stunned. This was the first time he's seen a reward for doing nothing. This meant Roland could get a 5% bonus just by kicking this thing out the door. That's probably his so-called remaining pride and rationality. Roland sighed. As for where this guy is now, Roland knew it with a simple thought. Just as the incident in Pingnan happened, the quest here refreshed. Guess where this guy is? And judging by the quest, unlocking this thing shouldn't be easy. Dragon King. Dragon King. The kingdom may have dragon riders, but not a single dragon has reached the realm of King. Darien. Notify the high-level professionals to come to a meeting here. Roland knocked on the table. In the light from the window behind him, the figure of Darien Nightblade flashed before disappearing. Dragon King. Ha! Interesting. Roland fiddled with the Dragon Slayer's sword, a hint of amusement and solemnity in his eyes. We have to go, Roland. They suffer. Doss, who had sensed the appearance of an undead Ice Dragon King from Roland's consciousness, stood up and said solemnly. He might not care about the lives of human knights, but he didn't want his loyal dragon to be harmed. Yes. We have to go. A Dragon King without a sense of pain, tireless and fearless of life and death. And an ice dragon known for its combined attack and defense. Don't you find it interesting? Roland clapped his hands lightly. He gently drew out the Dragon Slayer's sword and examined it. The ornate forging patterns and magical inscriptions intertwined, giving the sword a simple and majestic look. Leave it to me, my knight. Trust us. Doss's pupils stared into Roland's. Roland saw sadness and determination in his eyes, but no fear. Chapter 892. Alright, that's the situation. Now we have to go rescue them. Your Excellency Adolf Heinrich. Your Excellency Darien Nightblade. Is it okay for you two to follow me? Madam Lilith, please look after these children. Roland clapped his hands at the others, then saluted the holy sage Lilith. As you wish, my majesty. Lilith lifted her skirt and bowed. We have no objection, your majesty. The others nodded in agreement. Just kidding. Your majesty was just politely informing you, not asking for your opinion. Eating purple pomelos will result in eating purple eggs. Get some more zhongqing and enchin. Alright, if you have no objection, let's go. Roland said without hesitation. Sir Adolf Heinrich. I need you to fly with me. Roland suddenly turned his head, and said seriously. Doss's abilities needed to be used effectively. Using a golden dragon or something like that to speed the journey was too extravagant. Just let Adolf Heinrich take the flying. After all, for a sage like him, flying with one more person is still flying. Okay, your majesty, let's go. Adolf Heinrich nodded at Roland, and then, holding Roland's shoulder, a transparent magic shield unfolded, enveloping the two of them. Adolf Heinrich then directly controlled his magic power and took flight. TSK? Won't you wait for me? Darien Nightblade narrowed his eyes, and shook his head helplessly. Then, his figure flashed in the sunlight, and he reappeared 1,000 meters away. Compared to the enormous amount of battle energy required for flying, using skills to refract light actually consumed much less. Bang! The Frost Dragon King Asada slammed fiercely into a transparent magic shield. Wrapped around the shield was the shadow of an ancient dragon, constantly moving and darting, making it hard to discern. Hiss! The 3 people and 2 dragons encased in the shield gasped. The harsh grinding sound of the Frost Dragon King crashing against the shield made everyone grit their teeth. The flying ice shards and the overwhelming stench of corpses made everyone frown. Has no one explained why a Dragon King level undead creature exists here? A few drops of sweat dripped from Charlie Proza's forehead. The terrifying dragon corpse brought with it a crushing pressure. Even Long Shi and Cardo, both superior dragons, froze. Death without limbs was tangible at this moment. What's wrong with you? Charlie Proza asked, looking at the 2 tense dragon riders. Could anything penetrate their light shields and affect them? Dragon King level pressure. We're being suppressed. Cardo roared. The pressure was invisible, yet it was real. The Dragon King's pressure had inflicted a negative buff on the 2 superior dragons, instantly reducing all their stats. Disgusting. Fonlin Yulan frowned. For the first time in his life, he felt intimidated by someone's pressure. Now, he couldn't understand why he had the guts to face a Dragon King level opponent. How do I defeat a Dragon King? Can someone teach me? Charlie Proza frowned, looking at Caslo and Fonlin Yuan. The 2 men, under Charlie Proza's gaze, exchanged a glance before lowering their heads. Don't look at me. Growing up, no dragon taught me how to fight a Dragon King. I was once just an ordinary dragon, a flying dragon. Cardo and Jueguang exclaimed in unison. I'm fighting a Dragon King? Cardo and Long Shi's voices were filled with doubt, like the look of a catfish demon sent by Hydra to eliminate Tang Sanzang and his disciples, their sincere eyes filled with shock and innocence. Don't look. He's coming again, Charlie Proza warned. The Frost Dragon King Asada, whose previous dive attack had failed, twisted its stiff body again and rushed down from the sky, carrying a frost storm. Damn it! Caslo cursed softly. The Dragon King's attack shocked everyone. The terrifying Dragon King proved his worthiness with his attacking power. Defense? Fonlin Yulan frowned. The Dragon Clan's combat skill. The Meteor Dive's deterrent power impressed even this last Dragon Rider commander. When this move was used by a Dragon King level dragon, everyone's heart leaped into their throat. After all, when a Dragon Clan's combat skill is combined with Dragon Language magic, the destructive power is truly immense. Dragon Language magic. Super Frost Star. Long Shi's voice rang out. Cardo. Wind Pressure Shield. Long Shi warned anxiously. Clearly, in her opinion, Charlie Proza's magic couldn't stop the Dragon King's dive. Roar! Cardo didn't let his guard down. He unleashed all his dragon power, casting another layer beneath Charlie Proza's shield, enveloping everyone within. Boom! Everyone could clearly see the massive Frost Dragon King Asada crashing into the shield, sending up magical fragments and ripples of shockwave. But to everyone's surprise, the enraged blow from this massive Dragon King failed to shatter Charlie Proza's magical shield. Who? Dragon God. Charlie Proza's eyes held reverence, determination, compassion, and not a trace of fear. He held the sacred text in his hand, his eyes filled with fervent devotion. I suppose you, sir, don't wish to live like this in the world? The pride and dignity of the dragon race must not be forgotten. Let me liberate you. Charlie Proza could sense the pain of the corrupted dragon's spirit, its wailing, and he would take it to meet the Dragon God. Dragon God. Charlie Proza reached out from his wide sleeves and casually made the sign of the Holy Cross in the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ripples echoed through the air, and a vast magic circle materialized behind him. May the Dragon God redeem you. Baptism of glory, he said compassionately. Whoosh. The surging power of light transformed into a torrent, pouring down like a celestial river upon the decaying dragon corpse. The pungent stench dissipated under the impact of the light and the decayed flesh. Caslo and Fonlin Yuan exchanged glances, forced to admit they were impressed by the charlatan. So impressive. Ah! The Frost Dragon King roared shrilly. Under the power of light, his decaying flesh melted away like ice and snow. Numerous fragments of his body crackled and fell, purified by the light, and transformed into ash that dissipated with the wind. His crystal-clear, ice-blue bones gleamed brightly under the light's influence, leaving everyone stunned. Beautiful. Caslo was struck by the magnificent scene before him. Even the remains of the long-deceased Dragon King held an indescribable beauty. One could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Although I'm not the dragon god, I can take you to him, Charlie Pross said with a look of reverence and holiness. This isn't right. Why hasn't his soul power diminished at all? Instead, it seems to be growing stronger? As if angry? Fonlin Yulan, a paladin with keen perception, instantly detected something strange. Not good. Retreat. Fonlin Yulan swung out a whip, catching Charlie Pross's waist and yanking hard. With a thought, Long she flapped his wings and flew backwards. Hearing Fonlin Yulan's words, Caslo and Cardo didn't hesitate. In perfect unison, they flapped their wings and followed Fonlin Yulan's retreat method. The two dragon cavalry commanders flew to the left and right, leaving the center free. Chapter 893. On! A deep roar echoed from the void, a roar echoing from the soul. The angry dragon roar spread through the spiritual power within the dragon soul, shocking everyone's faces. The terrifying pressure intensified even further. This is... Fonlin Yulan was, after all, more formal than the dragon rider commander, Caslo. Compared to Fonlin Yulan, Caslo could be considered a lesser-known dragon rider commander. After all, as a dragon rider, he didn't even possess a dragon-slaying sword. At this moment, the knowledge deep within Fonlin Yulan's memory finally began to flow. The scene before him reminded him of his family's secrets. This is... The two dragons, observing the flapping wings of the figure soaring through the sky, began to wonder. Bone dragon. Fonlin Yulan said with a grim expression. The bone dragon here was a real bone dragon. Not some fake necromancer had pieced together from a bunch of corpses. Generally speaking, corpse dragons are more powerful than bone dragons. After all, a corpse dragon with its body intact has greater dragon power reserves and stronger resistance than a relatively fragile bone dragon, but the frost dragon is quite the opposite. In its skeletal form, the frost dragon possesses magic resistance comparable to its living form, and even higher physical resistance. In other words, its death actually increases both resistance and resistance. Moreover, the hollowed-out bone dragon can even dodge many single-kill attacks. Attacks will fly through the cracks in its bones, making it even more difficult to kill. And this is a Dragon King. How about we run? Fonlin Yulan smiled bitterly. The bone dragon soaring in the sky was elegant, noble, and domineering. Its heavy pressure was already overwhelming the two higher-level dragons, unable to fight with all their might. Where are we running to? May the dragon god protect us. Charlie Pross scoffed and then chanted the holy scripture loudly. No! A charlatan. No, Charlie. We're going to fight it to the death here? Caslo was stunned as he watched Charlie Pross pull out the holy scripture and mutter to himself. I find a way to trap him. You find a way to purify him. Lord Yulan, it's time to demonstrate your devotion to the holy light. Charlie Pross didn't turn around. The holy scripture in his hand moved without a breeze, its golden pages rustling and swirling, and magical runes emerged. Buzz! Layers of golden auras of various colors appeared around Caslo and Fonlin Yulan. It was clear that Charlie Pross had begun to apply various states to them. Gaw! Caslo clenched his fists. For the first time, he felt the power of a top-tier priest's assistance. The endless surge of power within him made him feel a bit euphoric. Even Dragon King seemed mediocre. For a moment, he felt he could defeat 10. Of course, this was just an illusion transmitted from his body to his brain. Caslo wasn't crazy enough to tear apart a Dragon King-level bone dragon with his bare hands. Forbidden spell. Void blood pump. Fonlin Yulan's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Charlie Pross, the old charlatan, to know such a rule-based forbidden spell. He's quite knowledgeable. We don't have much time. We have to hurt him. At least we have to cripple his maximum combat power. Charlie Pross muttered, estimating the duration of the forbidden spell. Trading injury for injury is still possible. Come on, Caslo. Cardo is counting on you. Fonlin Yulan pondered for a moment before looking up at Caslo. Huh? Caslo and Cardo instantly turned to stare at Fonlin Yulan in shock. No. The two of us? Then you. Caslo trailed off. Stop talking. That thing's back. Charlie Pross warned, watching the icy blue meteor hurtle toward them. I believe you, General Caslo. Long she can't fight it in hand-to-hand combat. For the sake of the Empire, lend a hand, brother. Fonlin Yulan said quickly. The code. Caslo, now a master locksmith, cursed as he charged forward. Storm strike. Caslo commanded. On! Cardo roared, his massive dragon wings folding up to envelop himself and the rider on the dragon saddle. Powerful Saiyan dragon energy surged from his body, propelling him towards the skeleton of the Frost Dragon King Asada. The Saiyan wind dragon energy swirled and flowed, the swirling wind splitting the air, revealing a deep spatial rift. The high-flying storm dragon was like a Saiyan meteor crashing into an ice-blue meteor. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted, and two figures were ejected from the collision center. The only difference was that the ice-blue bone dragon stopped after flying a short distance, flapping its bony wings and staring intently at the fate of those who dared to offend it. Cough, cough. Castle coughed. The chill running through his body forced him to quickly mobilize his dragon energy to dispel the yin energy within him. The chilling coldness made his entire body stiffen, and his breath was frost-tinged. Cough, cough, cough. Cardo's condition was more serious, with strands of dragon blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? Cardo. Are you okay? Castle asked with concern. It's okay. As expected of the Dragon King. Even in death, he's still so powerful. Cardo, with lingering fear, flipped up his wings to show Caslo. Caslo then noticed that the outer layer of his wings had been torn apart and bloodied, with a large amount of ice debris remaining on his body. Cyan and blue dragon energy consumed and collided with each other. Thank goodness, we were able to withstand the buffing forbidden spell. Caslo watched with lingering fear as the wounds healed at a visible speed. Clearly, the forbidden spell. The void blood pump's power lived up to its reputation. As a non-attribute buff state, the rarity of these forbidden spells is no less than that of the great forbidden spells. Buzz! Before Caslo could finish his words, a web of light suddenly emerged from the void behind the Frost Dragon King Asada, tightly binding him. Ong! The bone dragon roared angrily, its ribs and wing bones suddenly expanding, attempting to push away the obstructing web of light. Buzz! Another web of light enveloped it, and Asada, having just torn a hole, was dragged back into the trap in the void before he could escape. Your charlatan is no ordinary person. Cardo's voice echoed in Caslo's mind. What do you mean? Caslo asked, stunned and puzzled. Forbidden spell. Pure land. Light control forbidden spell. He's already unleashed two in a short time. Cardo exclaimed in admiration. Judging by the human's magical reserves and spellcasting speed, Charlie Pross is undoubtedly a leader. Nonsense. This charlatan is, after all, a high priest. Caslo thought of his identity. He was a tough nut to crack. How could a high priest, such a top-tier figure among priests, be a dud? This isn't the NBA draft. Holy slash. Fonlin Yuan, whose casting had finished on the dragon's back, suddenly opened his eyes. He loosened his grip and let the dragon spear fall. He landed, hooked his foot, and hooked the dragon spear at his feet. He twisted his hands and drew the dragon slayer sword. The sharp blade shimmered with light, its golden divine dragon power captivating the heart. Then, a phantom of the sacred dragon slayer sword, over a kilometer long, suddenly rose up and was slashed down by Fonlin Yuan. Crack! Time and space seemed to stand still. Fonlin Yuan could even hear the crackling of bones being shattered. Done? The dragon slayer sword, thrust down with force, experienced initial resistance and instantly passed unimpeded, slicing diagonally through the body of the Frost Dragon King Asada. The scattered ice crystals reflected the sunlight. Chapter 894. Crack! A barely audible sound rang out, and Fonlin Yuan's ears twitched, only to be met with a terrifying sight. The dampening sensation wasn't the result of the bone dragon's bones being cut, but rather the holy sword reacting before shattering. The holy sword, condensed with holy light, crumbled piece by piece. Golden fragments of light fell all over its head, creating a tranquil and romantic scene. Huh? What the hell? Caslo's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinpoint. A sacred skill being destroyed by the undead. This was simply unbelievable. Charlie Pross stared at the intact dragon skeleton in bewilderment, a look of helplessness in his eyes for the first time. Go! Charlie Pross. Get out of here. Move away from this battlefield. Fonlin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then casually turned over and pulled Charlie Pross, who was still disheveled in the wind, towards her. Charlie Pross, clutching the holy book expressionless, was swung in Fonlin Yuan's grasp by the wind. Holy sword. Judgment. The massive holy sword hovered above the head of the Frost Dragon King Asata and slashed down fiercely. Is your first-generation Dragon Slayer sword a fake? Others might not know, but Caslo knew the thing this guy held was a divine artifact. The first-generation Dragon Slayer sword. The Dragon Rider Generalist Beja, who was once discovered, was one of the first generation of dragon riders. Subsequent epic dragon slayer swords were all imitations of the artifact Feng Lin Yuan held. That's the Ice Dragon King. Divine artifacts are merely enhancements to the rules. They're not the rules themselves. Feng Lin Yuan complained. Holding the artifact filled him with murderous intent, but holding a divine artifact didn't make him invincible. The sharp rules within the once indestructible Dragon Slayer sword were thwarted by the thick ice as a city wall, but what they didn't know was that Feng Lin Yuan's sword wasn't completely ineffective. The first generation Dragon Slayer sword had a secondary rule: sharpness and soul. Its attack could even affect the soul. That strike had already shaken Asada's dragon soul, though it wasn't obvious because he was a bone dragon. If one looked closely, one could clearly see the bone dragon's soul fire begin to sway wildly. Ouch! A shrill scream erupted from the dragon soul of the Frost Dragon King Asada. The piercing dragon roar made everyone frown. Caslo glanced back at the situation. It was undoubtedly the power of the Holy Sword's judgment. Its terrifying power rivaled that of a sacred forbidden spell. At that moment, Dragon King Asada spread his bony wings to shield his head, attempting to block the attack of divine power. A large amount of frost evaporated into steam, rising up. In the hazy mist, a shrill dragon roar could be heard faintly. Yulan! That guy really hurt you! Caslo exclaimed. That Holy Sword judgment had been a truly brutal blow. Bound by Charlie Proza's forbidden spell, the Ice Dragon King Asada, under the influence of the first Dragon Slayer sword's true soul damage, took the full force of this attack. It was only because they were timid, otherwise, a beating would have been enough for this Dragon King level undead. Stop talking nonsense. Retreat. Feng Lin Yuan ran away. He believed he couldn't defeat this Dragon King level bone dragon. If Long Shi were still in good condition, he would have had the nerve to fight him. But now Long Shi's essence was severely damaged, and his dragon armor was also damaged. Feng Lin Yuan was a dragon knight descended from an orthodox dragon knight family. He couldn't bring himself to mince his meat with a naked dragon. Damn! This thing's caught up with us? Where are we going? Caslo raised his eyelids in shock. To Lulong. Lure it to Lulong. Feng Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. Currently, only Lulong Fortress could claim to have safely held a Dragon King. The 8 falling dragon towers could easily take down such a mindless undead. Lulong? Isn't that bad? Caslo was stunned. Doesn't this sound like shifting the blame? Isn't it a bad idea to let Renault take the blame? Who cares? Besides the War Fortress, who can handle this thing? Whoever can do it. Can't we just say we're disturbing your slumber? Go back to sleep, right? Charlie Prost complained, casually casting a light boost on the two men. Reno is unlucky to have met you. Caslo had no time to mourn for Reno before the next one to pounce on him was the legendary Frost Dragon King. Sir Adolf Heinrich, can you hurry up? Roland's eyes shone with anxiety. After all, time waits for no one. Undead skeletal dragons won't negotiate. It was obvious to him that once they engaged, Caslo and his men would be hunted down. Roland, a master of the Lord of the Rings game, knew all too well the power of a Dragon King. A powerful Dragon King was second only to the Dragon Emperor. An ordinary dragon could be torn apart by a Dragon King. Even a dead Dragon King was no match for Caslo, a dragon transformed through his essence and blood, or Feng Lin Yuan's pitiful remnant. That's the limit. I'm a sage, not a dragon. Adolf Heinrich rolled his eyes. He really thought he was a dragon, flapping his wings and flying miles? He flew with the power of his powerful magic. He flew with a mighty force. Roland fell silent. After all, Dos was still a young dragon, and his small frame couldn't possibly carry a person. Roland couldn't possibly ask Dos to use the power of the ancestor to carry someone, could he? Then do your best. Do your best? Roland muttered after a few seconds of silence. Adolf Heinrich nodded, then glanced down at Darien Nightblade, who was still using Route 11 to travel. This guy used his innate skill to refract light to achieve teleportation. With the sunlight shining on him, Darien Nightblade's speed wasn't slow. Strictly speaking, he was traveling at the speed of light. Darien's speed isn't slow at all, Roland said, following Adolf Heinrich's gaze. I hope they're safe. Adolf Heinrich sighed instead of answering Roland, and instead picked up his pace slightly. While the Heinrich family wasn't particularly old, they still had some idea of what a Dragon King was. No! Why are they flying towards River Rapids? A worried Knight Commander Radian and the stone hero Mogus rode in search of the three men, only to spot two massive dragons soaring towards River Rapids. Hey! You solved it? Mogus shouted, his hand to his mouth, his voice enhanced by his battle chi, carrying far and wide. Huh? What are they saying? Ravian asked, puzzled, as he looked at the three men waving frantically. Mogus, also bewildered, prepared to ride after them for a while. Run! Dragon King level undead. The two men who had just pulled the reins looked at the dragon rider, who had already soared through the air, and only then did their voices reach them. Wait! What are they talking about? Undead Dragon Kings? Mogus raised his eyelids. A Dragon King level undead. Spirit? Ladian corrected, then froze the moment the words left his mouth. Your Majesty, don't you think that thing is chasing them? Ladian quietly pointed at the distant sky. Dragon God. Mogus turned his head, and with his good eyesight, he saw a blizzard sweeping across the sky. Anyone with eyesight could see it, but Mogus clearly saw a massive, ice-blue bone dragon appearing and disappearing in the blizzard. Get down! Mogus narrowed his eyes and tackled Ladian, his horse, and his own warhorse to the ground. Chapter 895. What is this? Ravian's lips trembled. The terrifying pressure was more terrifying than any dragon he had ever seen. No dragon in the kingdom could compare. Doss's pressure after using the power of his ancestors was at the level of a dragon king, but he had never used it at full strength against Ravian and the others. Therefore, theoretically, the most powerful dragon they had ever seen was Renoir of Ajax. Dragon. Bone dragon. The most powerful bone dragon. Although Mogus had a vague idea of the dragon's extraordinary power, he had never considered this thing. A Dragon King level being. It's chasing them, Ladian exclaimed in shock. No wonder Caslo and the others were so fast, as if a god were chasing them. Anyone caught by this thing would be terrified. This dragon power is terrifying. Ladian used his battle chi to shatter the flying ice crystals around him. The Frost Dragon King Asada was like a walking eye of a storm, bringing a boundless blizzard. The curse probably came from him. Mogus's gaze sharpened, sensing the faint power of the undead, and the curse that subtly eroded his battle chi in the wind and snow. I don't know. What should we do? Ladian was used to seeing all kinds of things, but this was his first time seeing such a terrifying bone dragon, and his CPU was instantly overloaded. Hey! Wake up! That's a terrifying bone dragon. It's no match for you and me. Its enemies should be the kingdom's dragon knights and dragon commanders, not us country bumpkins who rely on 4 legs to run around on warhorses. Mogus laughed self-deprecatingly. What? I fight such a terrifying bone dragon? Then the kingdom's dragon knights would be raised in vain. Are we just going to leave it alone? Ladian felt a little guilty. After all, he was his own dragon knight, so he couldn't just watch him get beaten. How? He fly up and get shot down? Or get smacked in the face by someone in the sky? Mogus shrugged. The sky belonged to the dragon knights, not to ordinary knights like them. So now, go back and comfort the people and strengthen the city defenses. The rest is up to fate. Mogus waved his hand. Yes. The people. We have to evacuate them. We can't stay in Ping'an City. Ladian snapped back to reality upon hearing Mogus's words. He quickly patted his head and shouted to Mogus. Evacuate? Are you crazy? In the dead of winter, you're driving the people from the relatively warm towns into the wilderness? We wouldn't even need the undead to fight us off. We freeze to death in one night. The white steam from Mogus's breath was so conspicuous. Although it was January of the year 2953 of the Third Era, no one was foolish enough to believe that spring had arrived in the north. The late winter snowstorm was still raging, and with the skeletal dragons at his side, Mogus seemed touched by this absurd world. Ladian didn't object, his breath dripping like a stream of water. With such a temperature, forcing the people away from the warmth of their fireplaces and the windproof walls. It was obvious that most people wouldn't survive a single night. Dragons are a proud species. Do you care about ants? Mogus suddenly asked. No. Ladian shook his head, confused, not understanding why Mogus had asked so suddenly. That's right. Similarly, dragons won't specifically target ants unless they step on them, and kill them along the way. So now we can only bet on the dragon's pride. Mogus shrugged. But that dragon is now nothing but bones. Ladian worried. Although he's dead and turned into a skeletal dragon, the pride within his dragon soul remains unchanged. Mogus said with certainty. The imprint of the soul cannot change. A dragon that was proud in life remains just as proud even in death. Ladian remained silent. He felt truly powerless, leaving his fate to the mercy of others. Perhaps he could escape the attack of that skeletal dragon, but most people in Ping'an City would surely perish. Maple Forest Orchid. Take it easy, kid. That's the Dragon King. Escape? Guaranteed death. If you're really targeted, His Majesty won't blame you. After all, his 2 dragon cavalry commanders are still on the run. He's biting so hard. Caslow cursed, furious and incompetent. You charlatan. Think of a way. Don't you keep nagging the dragon god? Send him out and take care of it. The dragon god says. This kind of bullshit isn't his business. He's not home today. He can't help us. Charlie Pross, held in Fong Lin Yolan's arms, shouted. Ugh. Fong Lin Yolan said speechlessly. Damn it. The dragon god isn't here right now. Caslow complained. I understand everyone's feelings, but can you please stop insulting the dragon god? May the dragon god bless us. Cardo's voice echoed in everyone's hearts. Oh. Sorry, dear, I was too impatient. May the dragon god forgive me. Fong Lin Yuan apologized. Long she ignored his offense against the dragon god. After all, it was his own knight's responsibility to care for him, and the dragon god wouldn't blame him. It's okay. The dragon god forgives you, Cardo said calmly, as if he were saying something as ridiculous as asking the Buddha to forgive you. Huh? No. Charlie Pross struggled to turn his eyes away, his expression filled with confusion and shock. When had the dragon god become so careless? If this happened in the Empire, he'd be a dragon cavalry commander? Never mind. 3 cups of wine would be enough. We need to find a way to shake him off. It's too tight. We be defeated? Caslow shouted. I see the knights supporting Pingnan City. Right below us. Charlie Pross suddenly pointed downwards and roared. Damn it! At this moment. Bypass them. Don't lead the Dragon King over. Caslow almost cursed. If a single knight of the Square Banner Knights were annihilated by the Frost Dragon King, King Roland would probably come back and kill him. After all these years, Roland had only managed to amass 2 knightly orders. Alas! Sir, isn't that our dragon cavalry commander, General Caslow? A knight below pointed at Lafitte Anthony, gazing at the clearly visible storm dragon in the sky. There's another light dragon? Is it His Majesty Fong Lin Yuan or Madame Fong Lin Shilon? Lafitte Anthony looked up to observe, only to see 2 enormous dragons swiftly fly around him and disappear into the clouds. What is that? Lafitte Anthony suddenly sensed something large in the snowstorm. The swirling blizzard was terrifying. The blizzard isn't heading towards us. We're still relatively safe. A knight calculated his position. No. Isn't that a dragon? Lafitte Anthony pointed at the faint shadow of a dragon in the blizzard. The sky is falling. The dragon rider is being chased by a dragon? They're heading towards Lulong Fortress. Lafitte Anthony's eyes widened. Going to Lulong? The dragon rider is leading the enemy towards his own city? A nearby knight captain exclaimed in shock. Snap! Lafitte Anthony slapped him on the helmet. Lulong is a war fortress. Can you guess what its purpose is? Lafitte Anthony said speechlessly. Any enemy that could be dragged towards a war fortress by a dragon cavalry commander must be a formidable force. We must go help. Lafitte Anthony thought for a moment. Why don't we rescue Pingnan City? Besides, on the Dragon Knight's battlefield. Several knight captains nearby hesitated to speak. Chapter 896. That makes sense. Let's go to Pingnan City. Lafitte Anthony nodded decisively. After all, what good would the knights do there? Would they use their shoddy archery skills to tickle others? Or serve as targets? I believe the brothers in Lulong City can handle that thing with the fortress. Lafitte Anthony gave a thumbs up, still very confident in the firepower of the war fortress. Where are Lance, Caslow, and the others? Roland rushed over without even balancing himself, only to find Lance and his men sitting on wooden stools, holding their bowls, and showing off their food. Your Majesty. Lance and the others immediately stood up, quickly setting down their plates and respectfully greeting Roland. Okay, let's not talk about that for now. Where are Caslow and the others? Didn't you see those 3? And the 2 dragons? Roland gestured with his hand, indicating the length of a large living being. Them? Didn't they all run away yesterday? Radian picked up his plate and continued to work on his dried meat and bread soup. Would you like some, Your Majesty? It's delicious. Mogus recommended, picking up his plate. No. Ran away? Aren't you causing trouble for the undead? Caslow called for help, saying there's a corpse dragon. Roland knew more than they thought. After all, the system quest indicated the presence of the Ice Dragon King's undead spirit. Ah! A giant frost-bone dragon escaped yesterday, and His Majesty Caslow and his men led it towards Lulong Fortress. Radian and Mogus saw it with their own eyes. Lance extended his hand, gesturing to the two of them. Frostbone dragon? Is there really such a thing? Adolf Heinrich's eyes suddenly lit up with a hint of amusement. Clearly, as a true seeker, Adolf Heinrich was deeply interested in the pursuit of knowledge. After all, it was a true dragon-level undead, a rare and precious resource. Most of the bone dragons studied by the Empire were patchwork bone dragons created by necromancers using necromancy. They were the patchwork of the undead world, mere dragon-shaped undead cobbled together from various sources. But this is a true undead transformed from the corpse of a frost dragon. Where have there ever been such things as corpse dragons for humans to study? Who would be so bold as to dig up a dragon's tomb? Wouldn't that be like lighting a toilet lamp? Of course there are. Wait. That's not the point. Roland was almost fooled by Adolf Heinrich. I thought it was a bone dragon made from a patchwork of bones. Adolf Heinrich said, understanding. It wasn't his fault. After all, undead transformed from dragon corpses are so rare. Even wild dragons return to dragon tombs before death. The rest have been dismembered and used for materials. How could he become an undead? Did they go to Lulong Fortress? Roland reassured. I'm not sure, Your Majesty. After all, that's the direction they're heading. They can't be heading to River Rapids, right? Moga shrugged. Common sense would dictate that they were heading to Lulong Fortress, where they could hunt dragons. Who would be so foolish as to run to River Rapids and get beaten? General, magic detection is picking up. A powerful creature is approaching us. Suddenly, a soldier screamed and ran towards Raynor. Calm down. What's the point of panicking? Raynor placed a hand on his shoulder and said gravely. Take me there. Raynor said, quickly walking towards the magic center inside the fortress. What's going on? What's going on here? Raynor asked, looking at the magician monitoring the magic circle. Detection indicates a massive energy source approaching. Energy fluctuations that don't match our records. The magician said grimly. Renaud glanced up and saw, as expected, a point on the detection magic circle was emitting a violent vibration. Sound the alarm. Tell our soldiers. Prepare for war. Renaud's face grimaced. After all, the enemy had slipped past the scout sight and was about to approach the city. It was truly his dereliction of duty. Dang, dang, dang. The ringing alarm bells echoed throughout the Lulong Fortress. Soldiers stood bewildered for a moment, then quickly reacted and rushed to their positions. Those without work also rushed to the armory and began arming themselves. What's going on, General Renaud? The brothers Merc Leopold and Luc Leopold, who had arrived with them, were both bewildered. Why had the alarm bells sounded out of the blue? Enemy forces are approaching from the south, but the scouts haven't given us any warning. We need to be prepared, Renaud said cautiously. Although there were dramatic energy fluctuations in the south, the scouts had no intelligence, so Renaud couldn't assess the situation and could only improvise and prepare defensive measures. Huh? What's that flying thing? Merc Leopold pointed to the sky. Click. Out of sight, the dragon-hunting crossbow on the meteorite tower slowly swung its aim southward. Buzz. A beige, translucent shield rose, enveloping the entire Lulong Fortress. Open a gap. Let us in. The figures in the distance drew closer. It was Caslow and the other three. Fonlin Yuan, who was holding Charlie Pross, breathed a sigh of relief. Crack. Suddenly, a hexagonal shield shattered, revealing a passable gap. Several dragons quickly sheathed their dragons and slipped in. After all, a magic shield protects against the outside, not the inside. Those inside can enter the outside at will, but those outside cannot enter unless a hole is opened in the shield via the central control. Caslow? You? Renaud pointed at the three men, but stopped talking. By the way, what's with that energy fluctuation back there? Could you be the one causing it? Renaud asked without further ado. You're so smart. That thing is a Dragon King level bone dragon. Oh, that's right. It was originally a corpse dragon that we turned into a bone dragon, Caslow said proudly. No. A few black lines drooped from Renaud's head. Why are you so proud of me? Did I make the dragon evolve? Renaud. It's really a Dragon King. Prepare your defenses. Fonlin Yuan didn't try to make jokes like Caslow did, but patted his shoulder and said seriously, No guys, are you serious? Renaud smiled. Noticing the three of them remained silent, he chuckled awkwardly twice, then finally dropped his smile when he saw no reaction. A true Dragon King? Renaud's eyelids twitched, and his head tilted in disbelief. A true Dragon King. The three nodded in unison. All troops, alert. Shield energy output at maximum. Prepare for battle. Target. Dragon King level Bone Dragon. Renault took a deep breath and roared. Under Renault's command, the previously calm situation suddenly erupted into a turmoil. The entire city seemed to come alive. The long-lasting alarm bells became a rallying cry, and Lulong Fortress bared its fangs once again. Thank you for bringing me such a formidable beast. Renault roared from behind the battlements, but even his voice was drowned out by the resounding dragon roars in the sky. What's the matter with the dragon-hunting crossbow? Is the falling dragon tower crippled? Charlie Pross asked in confusion. After all, after a long battle with no results, Charlie Pross was instantly anxious. He's too fast. We can't hit him. A guard staggered over. Will this cause the falling dragon tower to collapse? Caslo's face paled. Asada's frantic pounding of the shield had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Chapter 897. Shoot! Full fire! Shoot that damn thing down! Caslo excitedly waved his fists, as if he were the military commander here. Calm down. The dragon-hunting crossbows on the falling dragon tower use magic arrows. They're expensive. Renault quickly restrained Caslo. If they had just let go and shot at the bone dragon, Logron would have been bankrupt before the dragon was taken down. How did you get involved with that thing? Renault was bewildered as he watched the bone dragon darting and slamming against the shield. After all, bone dragons were rare, but they were also quite common. After all, a necromancer could rub one out with his skeleton hands. That's no ordinary bone dragon. It's a Dragon King. A Dragon King level undead. Forget seeing one. I never even heard of one. Do you understand? Renault. That's a Dragon King. Fuck. Fong Linyuan screamed, grabbing Renault's armor. Dragon King? You mean that? Renault pointed doubtfully at the bone dragon in the sky. It didn't look like a Dragon King. It looked silly and dazed. Oh no! Frost meteor shower. Caslo suddenly exclaimed. You charlatan. Get to the central control center. Or we all die today. Caslo grabbed Charlie Pross and threw him into the air. Without another word, Charlie Pross surged toward the inner city, surging with magic. Boom! 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 A series of dull explosions echoed. Fine cracks began to appear on the once pristine shield, though the surge of magic quickly repaired them. But the damage had already been done. Okay. I believe it. It really is the Dragon King. Hit him with the head? Confused, Renault spread his hands. Although he was close to level 6, he was still within level 5. A level 5 paladin attacking a Dragon King? If you wanted Renault dead, you didn't have to go through all this trouble. First, call for help. Have the Dragon Knights from Rapid City rescue us. Then, evacuate the city's population and spread them out. Don't let them get wiped out all at once. I remember there's a bunker in Lulong Fortress. Have all unnecessary personnel go down there. Fong Linyuan regained some composure and began to ponder. Oh right. Tell the Dragon Knights supporting us from River Rapids not to charge the bone dragon right away. This thing is tougher than we thought. Caslo warned. After all, there were only a few people in his wife's family. While the scorching winged rat halos countered the ice element, it couldn't counter the Dragon King. The attribute suppression seemed ridiculous given the level disparity. Double, double, double. While the expensive dragon-hunting crossbows searched for the right opportunity, the arrows from the other arrow towers rained down on Asada like a torrential downpour. Arrows imbued with various war flames traced multicolored trajectories through the air, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard constantly. Your Majesty, this is bad. That's the undead Dragon King. He's attacking. He's been besieged by Caslo and his men in Lulong Fortress. Duke Joltia ran in with a panic. Calm down. The situation isn't hopeless yet. Lulong Fortress has sent a war preparation list. They need Dragon Knight support. Yun Feng hurried over, handing over the letter requesting assistance from Lulong Fortress. Although the wording made the situation seem incredibly dire, the entire letter conveyed the message that the kingdom was still under control. Your Majesty, please save my life. Ajax. Doss. Excuse me, both of you. Nyx paused for a moment, then stood up and said firmly. Yes. Ajax, who was missing and worried about Caslo, was a little confused when Nyx suddenly called her in, but she quickly caught on, nodded, and rushed out. Yun Feng looked at Nyx with admiration and nodded. This is what a ruler should be. Roland, always charging forward, is just a fool. That's the downside of the Lagrang royal family. 9 out of 10 emperors are ruffians, and the remaining one is a butcher. Do you really think the title of emperor? The great Northern Expeditionary General of the Empire's double fists is a joke. Seeing Nick sitting motionless on the throne, everyone's heart suddenly lifted. The kingdom finally had a reliable leader. But why hadn't her pregnancy been moving for all these years? King Roland hadn't been seen being affectionate with anyone before his eastern expedition. They were so inseparable, so why hadn't they produced any children? Roland can't be. Yun Feng suddenly had a bold thought, which startled him. What about the Lagrang kingdom? Bang! A dazzling golden light burst forth. As the golden light faded, the terrifying figure in the sky remained unscathed, only a cloud of ice shards flying through the air. Ah! Even the light-based magic crystal magic-breaking arrows didn't work. Are you sure you hit it? Fenglin Yuan asked in shock, looking at Caslo, who was operating the dragon-hunting crossbow. It hit! But it only shattered his frost armor. Long, she said in surprise, his face cold. This thing wasn't originally meant to fight the undead, was it? Raynor frowned. The Lulong War Fortress was designed to deal with the threat of orcs and wild dragons, and wasn't specifically designed to kill the undead. Otherwise, the fortress's weapons would have been infused with holy light magic. The defense is too high. I can't penetrate it. Caslo's face was grim. He had clearly seen the bone dragon instantly create several ice shields in front of it. The magic-breaking arrows didn't even penetrate all of them before exploding. And it was winter. It had an epic bonus against frost dragons. Roar! The enraged frost dragon King Asada lashed out at the shield once again, his tail, swirling with icy dragon power, cracking it in pieces. No! We must attack. Otherwise, Sir Charlie's magic power won't last much longer. Renaud gritted his teeth. The war fortress's shield reserves were fueled by magic crystals. Back in the Imperial era, it was easier said than done. Plenty of magic crystals were readily available, and expensive magic crystal-breaking arrows could be used at will. But the Lagran Kingdom's magic crystal reserves were now precarious. Charlie Prose had already taken control of the central command, and the shield was now powered by Charlie Prose's magic crystals. Power. Each of Asada's attacks struck home, fearing Charlie Prose would drain them dry. However, they clearly had no idea of the High Priest's magical reserves. While Charlie Prose's offensive power wasn't sharp, in terms of total magic power and defense, Charlie Prose was undoubtedly the kingdom's current leader. Facing Asada's piecemeal attacks, Charlie Prose could confidently declare, I can hold my own against you for a whole day. Holy Sword Judgment. Fenglin Yuan drew his Dragon Slayer sword, twisted the hilt, and plunged his hands into the ground. A brilliant hexagram flashed beneath his feet. Ouch! A dazzling, gigantic Holy Sword Phantom from the void struck the Frost Dragon King Asada head-on. The unprepared bone dragon crashed to the ground, becoming Middle-earth's new king of endurance. Holy Sword Judgment. Before Asada could even get up, another holy sword roared down. Everyone looked up and saw Fenglin Yuan hadn't risen yet, but Renaud had already knelt down. Don't forget that our Master Lei is also a 5th-level paladin commander. Ouch! A shrill, angry dragon roar echoed throughout the field, the air thick with the full force of the Dragon King's pressure. Chapter 898. Bang! The massive icicle slammed fiercely into the shield, sending ripples of magical energy rippled across it. Even those unfamiliar with magic knew this shield wouldn't hold out for long. Its radiance had dimmed slightly. No way. I won't be the first general to have his city defenses breached since the restoration of the nation. Renaud's expression was complicated. He looked at Caslo and the others in disbelief, his eyes clearly wondering what kind of deity you great gods had brought with you. The Ice Dragon King's defenses are already terrifyingly high, and now that he's transformed into a bone dragon. Long Shi's dragon face betrayed a human-like helplessness. Sometimes, facing one's own kind, one really wants to call the police. You too, think of a solution. Bishop Charlie might not be able to hold out for much longer. Although Renaud and the others had underestimated Charlie Prose's total magical power, this passive situation meant that even if Charlie Prose's total magical power were doubled, it wouldn't be enough to defeat a single Dragon King. Boom! Boom! Shoot! Fire! Fire with all your might! Heavy crossbows! Don't save your arrows! Shoot first! Inside the arrow tower, red-faced soldiers fought back with all their might. Even with their best efforts, the Bedanian archers could only scratch the ice armor of the Ice Dragon King Asada. Only the dragon-hunting crossbows from the meteoric dragon tower could penetrate him. However, the thick layer of ice and the undead body made the injuries that should have been enough to kill the dragon seem insignificant. I should have suggested to King Roland that he build a mage tower here. Damn bastard. Fuck. Renaud angrily punched the wall, sending stone chips flying everywhere. You two dragon riders, stop watching. Think of something. Raynor urged again. What's going on? Are they destroying the fortress across the river? Ysmir smiled, looking at the Lulung fortress across the river. The banging noises coming from there had also attracted the attention of the barony of Ysmir, so Ysmir and some soldiers rushed to the shore to investigate. Hey sir, this dragon looks quite powerful. We can even feel its might here. A nearby nature guardian exclaimed. Something's wrong. Why does it feel like it's attacking the fortress? Does the kingdom have ice dragons? Ymir, as tall as a hill, tapped his head in confusion. Then a deathly silence fell. Damn it! It's a wild dragon invasion. Prepare for battle. Cross the river. We need to help them. Ysmir turned his head and observed carefully, realizing that the creature was attacking the Lulung fortress's shields and roared at the top of its lungs. Calm down. It's a dragon. Retreat. Tell the people. Take your belongings and evacuate. Quick. Get the people out of the city. Ymir grabbed Ysmir and dragged him back, shouting. Ymir knew that even if they couldn't help Lulung fortress, just asking them to avoid being affected would be a blessing from the dragon god. And what about the scrap metal under Ysmir's command? Would he risk his life to fight a giant dragon? Magic carrier pigeon. Tell River Rapids. A panicked Ysmir, being dragged along by Ymir, suddenly thought of calling for help. Although Lulung fortress had a magic center, that didn't mean it was still intact. If it had been destroyed from the beginning, then the news of Lulung fortress's attack might not have reached other cities yet. Bang! A dark blue magic signal flare exploded, then transformed into a swirling golden dragon. This was the only thing Ysmir could do at the moment. Use the flare to communicate with the Lulung fortress. Renaud was now too distracted by Windhelm on the other side of the river to worry about it. His mind was now preoccupied with preserving the fortress. As for Windhelm's survival, it was better than the destruction of the war fortress, right? Ysmir, waiting for a long time without a reply, was disheartened. Little did he know that due to the intense fighting, the defenders of Lulung fortress had mistaken Windhelm's inquiry signal for a distress signal, and no one paid any attention. After all, hadn't they seen Lulung fortress being tortured by the dragon? How could they care about anything else? Quick! Evacuate the people. Don't take anything. Run! Run north. Quick! Don't come back until the goblin knights catch up with you. Seeing no reply, Ysmir's heart sank. He waved his hand helplessly, leaving behind some goblin knights, and sending all the other soldiers to escort the people north to the kingdom of Aquavia. Then, Lord. Some soldiers frowned. After all, they were the ones sworn to Ysmir. They owed their loyalty to Baron Ysmir. No noble in the empire abandons their territory. And neither will the kingdom. Ysmir waved his hand firmly. As a noble, he had become one with this land the moment he acquired it. Either he defended it, or he died here. Take care, Lord. We will escort the people north until the very end. The soldiers cast respectful glances. After all, a lord who protected his people and defended his territory had fulfilled the limits of his duty. Ymir, you're not leaving? A faint smile played on Ysmir's lips, gazing at the hill beside him. No. If you die, who will I turn to for the half-giant wife I promised you would find me? Ymir shook her head like a rattle. Roar! Raynor ascended the city wall, his sword extending its several-meter-long edge. He slashed holy blades of light at the frost dragon King Asada, his roar faintly overpowering the dragon's roar. Soul that should have slept forever. This is not your world. Land of the living. Go back. Raynor, holding his holy sword high, drove back the frost-bone dragon with a single blow like an ancient god, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Hoo. Even a 5th-level paladin, no matter how powerful, was no match for the long-dead Dragon King. Within a few strikes, Raynor seemed to have exhausted his fighting spirit and collapsed. Demigod? Confusion and despair suddenly shone in Renaud's eyes. So this was the Dragon King. Above the 6th rank. The pinnacle of natural disasters. 4. A demigod. How can a mortal fight a god? These words suddenly popped into Renaud's mind. No! I didn't lose. The kingdom didn't lose. The empire didn't lose. This is Lulung Fortress. The blood-stained territory of the empire. Even a god must kneel and listen to his majesty's decree. Dragon Rider Commander. Have the empire's dragon riders lost the courage to draw their swords against a formidable enemy? Renaud roared, propping his exhausted body up with his sword. A rich holy light engulfed his body, but his brilliant eyes only grew brighter. Caslo and Fonlin Yulon, perched high in the inner city tower, heard Renaud's roar. Facing gazes of confusion, hope, and admiration, they exchanged a silent glance. We had hoped to rely on the Lulong fortress to prepare a good meal for this bone dragon, but we didn't expect the war fortress to be so overwhelmed by a dragon king. And ended up being blocked at the gate by this thing? What a rebellion! The Imperial Dragon Rider commander never flinched in battle. The kingdom's Dragon Rider commander feared no life or death. We simply didn't want to make a meaningless sacrifice. The two men murmured. Go ahead. Don't let anyone underestimate the Dragon Riders. Folin Yuan said calmly. You two? Stop hiding. I know you weren't giving it your all. Casso also smiled. Lagran Royal Dragon Riders. Charge. The two men raised their nearly 10-meter-long dragon lances, mounted their saddles, and pointed their spears at the Frostbone Dragon. Ah! A resounding dragon roar echoed through the sky. Chapter 899. Tear. A turquoise gust of wind swept out, and rich dragon power pierced Cardo's body, enveloping Caslo. A 3-meter-long emerald green spear light emanated from the dragon's spear. OM! A soft holy light flowed from Folin Yuan's heart. As his heart beat, powerful holy light surged passionately with his pulse. Turning against the Tian gang. Caslo spat softly. It had always been the dragon that provided dragon power to the knight, for the dragon knight to squander. This was the first time he had ever seen a knight repay the dragon. Ah! Longshi's platinum-colored membrane wings spread out, and light surged along the joints of her wings. Strands of light slowly shone through her scales. In this moment, the noble and elegant holy dragon of light seemed to have returned to its former might. Ouch! A cross of light appeared on the chest of Frost Dragon King Asada. Before he could react, the cross's light blade leaped through the void and fiercely slashed at his icy body. Roar! A bone-chilling breath of frost swept over fiercely. Ah! Cardo opened his mouth fearlessly, and a raging storm waterfall instantly rushed past, carrying the cold wind with it. Crack! Hiss! Puff! Tiny icicles collided with the dense wind blades, making a splintering, shattering, and exploding sound. Man and rider become one. Caslo's dragon power quickly merged with Cardo's, and the already surging blue dragon breath became even more powerful. Bang! Suddenly, the Frost Dragon King paused, and the surging frost breath suddenly stopped. Then, Cardo, who had taken advantage of the opportunity, flanked it, and half of its ice wing was shattered by the wind blades. Beautiful. Folin Yuan, who was pulling up, praised calmly. Thank you for your holy strike. Castle responded. The holy strike, with its stiffening and stun effects, had dealt significant damage even to Dragon King level undead. Shouldn't that be a huge compliment to Folin Yuan? Folin Yuan raised his hand, a hint of apology on his lips. You need more practice. A professionally trained dragon rider is no ordinary mortal. The only reason you can suppress me is because my dragon is damaged and my armor is broken, not because my skills are outdated. Looking at the Frostbone dragon crawling out of the ground, shaking its head, and flinging arrows at him, Folin Yuan couldn't help but. He frowned. That guy actually raised his head and howled to the heavens? Look at you. I'm really serious about fighting you, and you're upset again. The two dragon riders, now in earnest, pinned the bone dragon down under Charlie Pross's astonished gaze, even breaking half of its wing and turning it into a free-range chicken. No way. Buddy? What are you two doing? You come all this way to show off your prowess, right? Wouldn't it be better to settle it outside Pingnan City? No. You two are already fighting back and forth here? What's the point of running away? Charlie Pross, operating the shield in the magic center, asked a soul-searching question. Huh? What's wrong with General Renault? Some of you nearby to check? Charlie Pross, who was paying attention to the magic circle, suddenly noticed Renault, motionless on the city wall, and quickly alerted the nearby soldiers to investigate. So sleepy. Lulong Fortress is under attack, wake up. Why isn't the Dragon Rider General attacking? Don't sleep. Please! The fortress is in danger. Cries echoed through Renault's mind, but his consciousness grew increasingly hazy, until everything before him vanished into a vast expanse of white, and the world returned to nothingness. What bad luck. I'm really going to lose the city. No! Is this still the same cool dragon rider I knew? Like those two wimpy guys? Charlie Pross stared at the sky in disbelief. What did he see? Was it Caslo, who was bombarding the bone dragon with forbidden wind dragon language spells like they were spells? Or Folin Yuan, who was swinging a sword of holy light that stretched dozens of meters? Brothers, you two have been playing tricks on me for half the time, right? You're going all out now that you're home? I was the C-suite halfway through the journey. If I had known you two were going to act like this, I would have just laid down. You never said you were so awesome. Bang! The hundreds-meter-long ice cone was smashed into the holy dragon of light, shrouded in holy light, shattering along with it. Charlie Pross's heart was also shattered. Ah! The remains of the Frost Dragon King Asada were beginning to crumble. Whether it was Caslo's array of forbidden wind spells, or Fonglin Yolan's sacred muscle and bone patch, both were effective remedies for bone dragons. If Asada weren't a Dragon King level being, the ailment would have been cured by now. Crack! A delicate crackling sound echoed, and dense cracks appeared on Asada's skeleton. The Ice Dragon King's small movement startled the two dragon riders. One quickly ascended, while the other quickly fled, only to discover that it was merely the crackling of ice armor. We're almost breaking the tortoise shell. The ice armor is rotten beyond recognition. His dragon power can no longer repair it quickly. Fonglin Yuan exclaimed excitedly. The two dragon riders, with the cooperation of the war fortress, surrounded this guy and bombarded him for a long time, finally carrying this ancestor away. Fortunately, the bone dragon has no spellcasting ability, and relying on the habit of fighting instinctively in life, the dragon riders, who started to take it seriously, were able to successfully suppress him. Otherwise, facing a living ice dragon king, let alone slaying the dragon, just being able to pick up a weapon would be considered qualified. His bones are melting? Is he going to seek the dragon god's eternal rest? Cardo's pupils widened in curiosity. At this moment, the skeleton of the Frost Dragon King Asada was slowly disintegrating, eventually transforming into a pale blue ice. Huh? The two men and two dragons simultaneously roared in disbelief. Aren't you dead, brother? Even at this point, you're still experiencing this kind of metamorphosis and incomplete development? Ah! Asada, like a magnificent icy sapphire, stood on the throne forged from ice and snow, gazing aloofly at the two dragon riders in the sky. From the soul fire pulsing in the fallen Dragon King's eyes, the two men and two dragons could clearly sense the contempt and disdain of the Dragon King's remnant spirit. He's declaring war on you. Caslo patted Caslo lightly and teased Caslo. No. That voice means kill them all. Caslo paused, then translated. Caslo and Fonglin Yuan exchanged an awkward glance. Attack! The two men shouted in unison, swooping down on their dragons. Their 3-meter-long spears radiated sharp wind blades and holy blades of light. As the two dragons clashed, a deep crack in the ice appeared in his chest, deep enough to reveal the bone. Fool! How could a dead dragon have a reverse scale? Fonglin Yuan and Long Shi were nearly dazzled by Caslo, who had stabbed the Ice Dragon King Asada in the thickest part of his chest. This was the first time they had seen a god attack the reverse scale of a frost bone dragon. The dragon was reduced to bones, so how could it have a reverse scale? Help me hold it back. I need time. Fonglin Yuan, weary of being chased, was about to strike him hard, but turned around and saw a holy sword, occupying half the sky, slashing down at him. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Fonglin Yuan, clutching the dragon's reins, gave it a slight tug, and in a moment, Long Shi, with tacit understanding, performed a tumbling maneuver, successfully escaping the attack line. That's... Caslo's eyes narrowed. This is Lulong Fortress. This is my territory. The north is here. Home is here. Undead. You have no right to set foot on this land. Get back. An enraged Rainer opened his eyes, and swung his mighty sword towards the frost dragon once again. 6th level already? Caslo stared at Rainer in shock. Chapter 900. Lulong ahead. The dead are forbidden to travel. Renault, sword in hand, hovered in midair, a golden dragon dancing in the wind from his crimson cloak. He was Roland's retainer, and his emblem was Roland's. A dancing golden dragon. Golden holy light enveloped his body, unabashedly radiating the aura of a 6th-tier holy hero. A golden halo hung behind him, pulsing in a constant rhythm. Renault now looked terrifyingly powerful. Heh. The Frost Dragon King Asada chuckled cautiously. Clearly, the presence of a holy hero had made him even more cautious. He had already been beaten to a pulp by the two dragon riders, but he hadn't expected another expert to emerge? Cool. Cass. Luo gave a thumbs up in praise. It must be said that Renault looked superior to Fonglin Yuan. Although Fonglin Yuan wore a magnificent set of dragon armor, while Renault wore only the standard heavy armor of the royal paladins, Renault's unique aura was unmatched by Fonglin Yuan. Fonglin Yuan, I'm showing you off. But it was understandable. After all, what was Renault wearing? And what was Fonglin Yuan wearing? In his prime, Renault, as governor of the north, commanded a noble of the rank of the Grand Duke of King's Landing in Rapid City. And then look at Feng Lin Yulan in his prime. Alone in the north, fighting a bunch of cannon fodder. From beginning to end, Feng Lin Yulan had only a few dozen dragon knights under his command. Congratulations. Feng Lin Yulan, who had returned to his former glory, nodded friendly to Renault. It was obvious that he was Roland's confidant. Didn't you see the Roland crest fluttering in the wind on his cloak? You two are finally joining the fight. Renault frowned. The way these three men had drawn the monsters over had almost made Renault think there was a traitor within the kingdom. They were just trying to shift the blame elsewhere, right? They were just standing there with their hands on their hips, watching the show. The sight of the two dragon riders holding back their actions almost made Renault's brain swell. It's not worth it to fight in the wilderness, Casso said, face-palming after a second of silence. I thought dealing with the war fortress would save us some effort, but... Feng Lin Yuan shrugged and gave Renault a look that showed he understood. Hee. Rainer was also irritated and laughed. The dragon-hunting crossbow from the falling dragon tower hit this thing like a toothpick. Who could have imagined that? Tell me, what should we do with this thing? Holy Sword Judgment hits it like a tickle. Rainer was speechless. Was his ultimate, a tier 6 holy hero, so ridiculous? Why did it only shatter into ice shards and splash water all over his face when it hit this thing? He's entered a special state. This makes it even harder to fight. Casso gestured to Rainer to look at the guy's new skin. I thought you guys broke his bones. Rainer nodded in agreement, assuming that the two dragon knights' clanging blows had just shattered the child's bones. No. That's the frost dragon's special form, melting ice. Not many frost dragons can enter this state. But clearly the Dragon King is qualified. Long, she said with some concern. Did the Empire really not consider Dragon King level threats when they built the fortress? Casso said bitterly. Dragon King? The Empire didn't even expect the Dragon King to attack. Feng Lin Yuan said awkwardly. The Lagran Empire, founded on dragons, had considered wild dragons, but never the Dragon King. Even during the Human-Dragon War, the Dragon King hadn't taken action. Who could have imagined that one day the war fortress's target would be a Dragon King? I think there should be a mage tower, Renault said helplessly. After all, war fortresses all have mage towers, and Lulong Fortress is no exception. But for some reason, this fortress's mage tower is gone. The problem is, those mage towers belong to various sage families. Lending them to the Empire to suppress a region doesn't mean they're sold to the Empire, Feng Lin Yuan said helplessly. Most of those mage towers belong to private families. Although many war fortresses have mage towers, they're simply the workplaces of the sages stationed there, and they take them away when they leave. Okay, I'm overthinking it. Renault shook his head. Feng Lin Yuan's words suggested that the mage tower in Lulong Fortress had most likely been reclaimed by its original family. After all, when the Empire sealed the fortress, there's no point sealing someone's private property in there. Hey, stop talking. That guy seems angry. Casso pointed at the bone dragon that had risen again below. No! It was an ice dragon. At this moment, Asada had completely transformed into a crystal-clear ice dragon, reflecting light and emitting a dazzling glint. Ong! The angry dragon roared, and the swirling snow in the sky froze for a moment. Then, it spun rapidly around him, the swirling snow piercing everyone's protective dragon power and battle spirit like knives. Field skill. Ice and snow! Long, she said calmly. This time, the power of ice-based skills will be increased by at least 10%. Everyone gasped, feeling a little reluctant to fight anymore, a bit like wanting to go home. Get out of the way! Casso suddenly shouted, and everyone instinctively dodged. Crack! A strange layer of ice crystals began to spread in the air, and soon a long, floating ice sheet appeared in the void, floating eerily in the air. Fuck! Great forbidden spell. Extreme freezing point. Feng Lin Yuan screamed, his palms actually sweating. If he reacted a little slower, he'd have been frozen inside. Frozen before the Ice Dragon King, and you still expect to escape? No! When did he summon that great forbidden spell? Casso exclaimed angrily. I don't know. There's no movement at all. Still terrified, Cardo's dread shrank back. This man silently cast a great forbidden spell. If you weren't so powerful, why aren't you still resting? A dragon soul of this level can be revived by necromancy? Or maybe you're just bored out there, and want to see what's going on. Is the Dragon King so terrifying? His battle energy is frozen? Renault, whose protective battle energy shield was affected by the aftermath, asked cautiously. Guess what he just saw? His own battle energy flame shield, as brittle as paper, had been frozen into a layer of ice. Be careful. That's a great forbidden spell. Not floating ice on the pond, Castle warned. Roar! Cardo and Long Shi simultaneously used their breath to contain the spraying ice layer in the void. Retreat! Something's wrong. Feng Lin Yuan raised a brow, suddenly sensing a slight glint in the ice crystals below. Go! 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 Castle also reacted. Password. Renault's face changed as he charged directly into the fortress's shield. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, and the flying ice caused the Lulong fortress's shield to flicker a few times before shattering with a bang. Puff! Charlie Pross spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Buzz! As Charlie Pross fell, the out-of-control shield array automatically connected to the stored magic crystal energy, and a translucent shield slowly rose again. Caslo! Feng Lin Yuan! Are you alive? Renault roared as he rushed out, water droplets splattering on his body. Protected by the war fortress's shield, Renault was only slightly disfigured, but the two fleeing dragon knights were not so sure. Still alive? Stop yelling. Feng Lin Yuan flew over, panting heavily. Supplying the dragon's power alone had already exhausted him. Wait, where's that guy? Caslo suddenly asked. Chapter 901. No! Get out of the way! Feng Lin Yuan's pupils shrank. They had forgotten the ice dragon's specialty, ice refraction. Using ice crystals to refraction, they could leap through space, a clever and simple technique for spatial travel. Swish! Dozens of sharp ice swords over 10 meters long blasted towards the three men and two dragons in the sky. Ong! The enraged ice dragon then lunged forward with furious force, clearly planning a series of combos. In a flash, Caslo and Feng Lin Yuan's faces darkened. After all, judging by the current situation, one of the dragon riders was bound to be captured. Being caught by this thing wouldn't be a happy ending. Fighting this disembodied undead in close combat was like going to the bathroom for a buffet, disgusting and nauseating. Roar! Suddenly, a red light flashed in the sky, and the next second, a terrifying lava column several dozen meters thick loomed between the men and the frost dragon king Asada. The ice swords that were about to strike them vanished in an instant. A few wisps of white smoke, the evaporation of water vapor, rose from the terrifying haze. Ancient flame shockwave? Ajax. Caslo's eyebrows lit up with joy. His wife had finally arrived. With a fire dragon fighting against an ice dragon, they weren't so passive. Hang! Asada was startled by the lava column that flew past him. Then, with a twirl of his wings, he gained altitude, bypassed the lava, and continued charging towards the fleeing Caslo and his companions, clearly determined to catch them in a melee. Suddenly, the Frost Dragon King Asada sensed a faint murderous aura. The battle-hardened Dragon King's perceptions were incredibly sharp. Even after years of death, the lingering instincts in his dragon soul still made Asada sense something was amiss. Glancing around, he spotted only the fleeing dragon thieves and a fire dragon approaching from a distance. Asada shrewdly ignored the knight and Renault above. You scared yourself. A sense of peace reached Asada's dragon soul. It seemed his instinct was overthinking. Crack! Boom! A flash of golden blue light flashed, and the next moment, the massive Frost Dragon King Asada vanished into the sky. Huh? Caslo and Feng Lin Yuan turned around in confusion. Whoosh! The next second, a stealthy figure leaped from the ground, soaring into the sky at a speed barely visible to the naked eye. Is that your brother? Feng Lin Yuan said, looking at the deep crater in the ground for a second before speaking in silence. Ajax's brother, Caslo said with a hint of embarrassment. After all, the thing that had just darted back and forth like a lightning-fast rat was hard to imagine as a dragon knight renowned for his bravery. It looked more like a thief who had taken to stealing and running. Nice physique. Feng Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up, not sure if it was directed at Quados Anthony or Quaco. Hello, brother-in-law. Glad to see you're still alive. A giant dragon, its body a brilliant blue, swirled with blue-gold lightning, suddenly appeared beside them. Caslo! Are you alright? Oh! Dos, shut up. Can't you just hope for something better? A second later, Ajax, with a soft but unkind tone, flew over on the scorching-winged fire dragon Renoir. I'm fine, dear. Thanks to you. Otherwise, there's a 50% chance I wouldn't have seen you. Caslo gave Ajax a reassuring smile. Oh! Dragon God. There really is a Dragon King. Ajax looked in surprise at the struggling Frost Dragon King Asada beneath the ground. Don't worry, everyone. That strike I just made definitely ripped this guy's wings off. He'd be a ground dragon for a while now. Is that all the Dragon King has? No power. Dos Anthony shook his head proudly, then began to criticize the Dragon King. Hidden in the clouds, the Thunder Dragon, initiating Thunder Rush, harnessed the power of natural lightning, using the lightning channel skill to enhance its attack. A full-strength attack could instantly kill a Dragon Knight of the same rank if caught off guard. But for the Dragon King, that terrifying blow merely shredded his left wing. The Thunder Rush smashed into him, creating a deep crater in the ground. While it looked horrible, it was better than nothing for an undead dragon without flesh and feeling pain. Thunder Rush accelerates damage. Lightning Channel provides a full amplification. Thunder Rush stuns, concusses, and paralyzes. If he can get back up like this, I just call him Waste Anthony from now on. A complacent Dos Anthony was excited, anticipating praise from his brother-in-law, sister, and others. Good boy. Good fight, but next time, remember that lightning is weak to ice. Oh, and by the way, you should change your name. Renault floated beside him, a smile covering his inner sorrow, then patted his shoulder. Huh? Impossible. Dragon God. No dragon can. Waste Anthony stared with wide eyes in horror at the ice dragon below, its left wing rapidly regenerating. That's a Dragon King level undead ice dragon. Can he? Fong Yuan said calmly. But thankfully, we have enough men now. It's time to help him rest in peace. Caslo clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. The Dragon King was practically a demigod. 2 6-tier dragon riders and a 6-tier holy hero wouldn't be enough to fight him, but with a dragon rider general and a dragon rider, it would be no problem. Besides, the war fortress has been firing non-stop. While the magic crystal magic breaking arrows from the dragon hunter crossbows wouldn't be able to inflict damage on a Dragon King, the disruption they provide is still significant. How should we do this? Ajax expressed her unconditional trust in her husband, the dragon spear in her hand already ablaze. See how Yuan commands. Yuan. I leave it to you. Caslo didn't act rashly, instead prudently handing command to Fong Yuan. After all, as everyone knew him, Old Popsicle, Fong Yuan was probably the only one who had commanded a group of Dragon Knights. After all, he was the last Dragon Knight commander of the Empire, not the last Dragon Knight. Okay. Let's begin. Fong Yuan nodded decisively without pretense. Renault, you weaken his status. It's winter now, and the icy and snowy environment has a strong amplifying effect on him. Add to that the freezing point. Give him holy light ignition. We can't let him take advantage of the environmental amplification and buffs. He's too comfortable. Fong Yuan said coldly, gazing at the ice layer still suspended in the sky. No problem. Renault nodded. If he felt a little nervous about fighting this thing, then giving him a few status effects would be a piece of cake. Caslo Dos. It's up to you two to limit his mobility. Find a way to slow him down and prevent him from charging into the blizzard. Fong Yuan expressed his disinterest in a close encounter with a Middle-earth dump truck. He didn't need reincarnation yet. Ms. Ajax, we take the lead. You break the defense, and I slash the soul. Finally, Fong Yuan looked at Ajax. The only lifeblood of the undead is its soul, but this creature's dragon soul is tightly encased in ice, protecting it. Even artifacts have the terrifying defensive power to completely penetrate it. It's clearly unrealistic for Fong Yuan to kill him alone. He needs help prying open the shell, and then he uses his artifact to deliver the final blow. Alright. I help you. Ajax didn't refuse. After all, theoretically, she was the one who could deal the most damage among the group. Chapter 902. Ancient Spirit of Wind, heed my command. Ancient Spirit of Fire, heed my command. As the two men murmured the name of the forbidden spell in dragon tongue, the wind and fire elements gathered in the sky, instantly finding their core as they always had, frantically converging towards the two, infusing them and their dragon bodies. Then, before them, a forbidden spell array engraved with endlessly obscure inscriptions condensed. This marked the formation of the Grand Forbidden Spell. Compared to their previous obscure Grand Forbidden Spell combinations, the two of them now used a combination technique that was simply unstoppable. Perfect chemistry, asshole. Don't underestimate our bond as husband and wife. Casting the Great Forbidden Spell once more. The two in Yinfu space were absolutely masterful this time. As the saying goes, first time is raw, second time is mastered. They expertly unleashed the forbidden spells, then merged them into a single, Grand Forbidden Spell, hurling it at the Dragon King Asada below while he was unsteady. Furthermore, having unleashed them so many times before, their mastery allowed them to even narrow the spell's range. Although its impact was limited, Relatively speaking, its power was multiplied. This great forbidden spell won't kill it outright, will it? Dos Anthony exclaimed. He considered this great forbidden spell truly astonishing. After all, as a high-attack Thunder Dragon Knight, he didn't believe he could unleash such a terrifying destructive skill. After all, most of Thunder Dragon's powerful skills are targeted and area of effect damage. Purely area-destroying abilities are rare. Instead of worrying about whether this bone dragon can withstand the great forbidden spell, why not worry about our fortress? Renaud shook his head speechlessly. He wasn't a pedantic person, but he still wanted to remind everyone that even with the compressed great forbidden spell, it still encompassed half of Lulong Fortress. Fenglin Yuan raised her eyelids, but said nothing. However, everyone was in a state of silent mourning. Just now, the magician from the Magic Center had informed them via telepathic communication that Bishop Charlie Pross was in a coma. Apparently, the fortress would need to rely on its own reserves of magic crystals to withstand the great forbidden spell. Reno's heart trembled at the thought. The magic crystals he had painstakingly accumulated over the years were likely to be squandered today. However, Renaud didn't say much. Compared to the loss of magic crystals, the demolition of Lulong City was what Renaud couldn't accept the most. After all, the magic crystals cost the treasury money, and the loss of the fortress would be a loss of face for Renaud. Renaud knew the difference. Roland couldn't just give him a good one, and then he'd give him a big one. How could Renaud, who was loyal to King Roland and La Grande, survive? From now on, Renaud will have to sit at the children's table at kingdom banquets. He'd probably be on the same level as Fenglin Yuan and the others. Attack! Glancing at the Lulong Fortress's shield, Renaud, feeling the gold coins draining like a running water meter, shouted first and charged forward. Wait! Was that the plan? Dos scratched his head, confused. It didn't seem like what he just said. As expected, the power of Yinfu space has been proven time and again. As a testament to the couple's love, this technique is used throughout the entire book. The aggression of fire and the sharpness of wind materialized at this moment. Everyone could even see the Ice Crystal Dragon King being shattered by the blazing firestorm, then melting into water. The Ice Dragon, scorched in the flames, looked as if it would melt in the next moment. In reality, Asada, ensconced in the flames, was far more resilient than anyone had imagined. In fact, the endless ice dragon power within the dragon crystal not only helped him resist the power of the great forbidden spell, but even had enough to repair his damaged wings. Roar! An angry dragon roar reached everyone's ears. This guy doesn't look like he's been seriously injured. Dos Anthony complained, and just as the great forbidden spell was about to dissipate, his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. Swish! A streak of lightning exploded at Asada's side. Although the lightning had left deep gashes, the ice crystals spread, and the wounds were quickly healed as if new. Dragon Crystal. After I kill him, I will embed his Dragon Crystal into the magic center of Lulong City. Renaud gritted his teeth. As the power source of the Dragon Core, the Dragon Crystal's position was unshakable. Now, this Dragon King's Dragon Crystal was unleashing a terrifying amount of dragon power. This was the first time they had seen a monster that could resist the great forbidden spell while restoring dragon power and health. Holy Inspiration. Holy Aura. Renaud said nothing, simply stacking various holy auras on him. These aura skills, which should have brought countless bonuses, now acted like death warrants. Ouch! Holy power melted the corrupted dragon soul, its shrill roar sending chills down one's spine. The holy power on the undead was like pouring hot water on butter. Thick black smoke billowed from the icy blue dragon's body, clearly its soul being burned by the holy power. Hurry! Rainer roared. Ice Dragon King Asada, struggling against the holy aura, writhed in agony, his body constantly swept by the cold dragon power, shattering his auras one after another. Clearly, the Dragon King is beginning to adapt to the burning effects of the holy power. The holy purification is becoming less effective on him. Swish! Caslo, riding on Cardo, lowered his dragon spear and slashed a terrifying icy scar across Asada's body. A flesh and blood body would have been viscerally scattered, but the skeletal ice dragon swung its long tail with a chainsaw-like whip, nearly blasting Caslo to pieces. Like a pinball, Caslo was instantly sent flying backwards. He had arrived. The dragon had gone. He had returned. The scene was vividly depicted. Kill! Kill! Faintly, everyone heard the dragon's wail, its heartfelt sorrow startling them. Calm down. It's mental pollution. Don't be deceived. Renaud gritted his teeth. I'm afraid it's not mental pollution. It's the wail of the Dragon King's remnant. Fenglin Yuan's face was filled with sorrow. Kill! Kill me! The dragon soul trapped in the wreckage cried out in agony. A proud dragon king, reduced to a corpse after death, desecrated by the undead. How could a remnant of a dragon king accept this cruel scene? Renault raised his eyebrows, his eyes clear. Is this a trick? High-level undead are clever, possessing wisdom, deceiving them is easy. Quick! Kill me! Asada roared, forcibly suppressing the power of the undead from eroding his remaining sanity. Senior? I'm sorry. Fonglin Yuan, the younger dragon rider commander of the Lagran Empire, wishes you peace. Fonglin Yuan raised the dragon slayer sword in her hand, and leaped from Long Shi's back without hesitation. Swish! The sharp dragon slayer sword plunged into his skull without a pause. Chapter 903. Tick-tick. The sound of dripping water suddenly rang in Fonglin Yuan's ears. He opened his eyes abruptly, a rare look of panic in them. Where is this? All he could see was a blanket of snow, with cold icebergs towering across the vast tundra. Crack! A slender, powerful, ice-blue dragon claw suddenly appeared before Fonglin Yuan's eyes. He looked up and saw that a frost dragon the size of a small mountain had appeared before him. Its ferocious horns and clumps of icy thorns formed a magnificent crown of ice. Its deep, vertical pupils revealed a hint of curiosity and scrutiny. Who are you? Fonglin Yuan instinctively tried to raise his dragon-slaying sword, but his hands were empty. Even the heavy dragon armor on his body had vanished without a trace. As the cold wind blew, Fonglin Yuan shuddered awkwardly. Is it cold here? The dragon spoke. A question mark crossed Fonglin Yuan's face, clearly bewildered by the strange dragon's words. Silly child. This is my spiritual world, which you can think of as a dragon soul dimension. A hint of amusement flickered in the dragon's eyes. You're the Ice Dragon King. Am I in your consciousness? Fonglin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, realizing what she had done, she couldn't calmly chat with this great god. Are you afraid? The massive frost dragon suddenly lowered its head, a hint of mockery in its eyes. Your Majesty the Dragon King, I believe I need to explain myself to you, as a dragon knight. Fonglin Yuan clenched her fist, placed it on her lips, and coughed twice. Asada raised his eyelids to indicate Fonglin Yuan was listening, his eyes filled with amusement and teasing, clearly amused by the human before him. As a dragon knight, I have an obligation to uphold the dignity of the dragon clan. Obviously, for a dragon king like you, a pillar of the dragon clan, being desecrated by necromancy after death is a truly terrible thing. As a dragon knight, I cannot go against the spirit of chivalry. To allow this to happen is a despicable act. It was rare for the usually serious Fonglin Yuan to become fawning. After all, it was well known that in the kingdom of La Grande, the most flattering person was Caslo, and among those who could flatter, Caslo was the most adept at flattering. Fonglin Yuan, due to his personality and historical status, was more stable and serious in his behavior. Well, a dead dragon king like me won't do anything to you. You worry too much, child. Asada looked at Fonglin Yuan kindly, as if he were looking at a talented junior. But you're right about one thing. Dragons cannot be desecrated by necromancy. But unfortunately, you're wrong. This isn't necromancy. It's because my soul is too powerful, and the remaining soul has become corrupted. It's very similar to a deranged bone dragon, isn't it? Asada's eyes held a hint of sadness, but more of a sense of relief. Then what can I do for you? Fonglin Yuan asked respectfully. Before a dragon king, even a dragon rider would swallow his pride and listen to the dragon king's words. You already done it, haven't you? Asada looked at Fonglin Yuan tenderly. Actually, it's not just me. I have some friends, We help you find freedom together. Actually, I alone am powerless against your might. After all, the Dragon King is too strong. Fonglin Yuan shrugged and sold out the others without hesitation. Killing the Dragon King solo? Seriously? A little flattery of Asada's strength, while throwing the others out to draw the enemy's attention, was all Fonglin Yuan could do. You have no need to fear me. I see in you the sincere and courageous heart of a dragon rider. Asada smiled and shook his head. This was his spiritual realm, where he was invincible. Every thought of Fonglin Yuan was manifest before him. In his spiritual world, even creatures less powerful than him had no secrets. Fonglin Yuan? Are you a descendant of the Lagran Empire? The last dragon rider commander? That vast empire also fell? Asada's brow furrowed, evidently recalling some past events. The McDougal family? What's your relationship with the Nix family? Asada suddenly fixed Fonglin Yuan with a burning gaze. Are you a branch of the Nix family? Oh, I remember. The Anthony family and the McDougal family. How is the Nix family doing now? Before Fenglin Yuan could speak, Asada sensed his thoughts, frightening her so much that she quickly cleared her mind, preventing Asada from reading her memories. I met the first head of the Nix family. Ospeya? That dragon-like man. One of humanity's earliest dragon riders. Most likely the first dragon rider commander. Asada suddenly began to reminisce, a flicker of memory in his eyes. Fenglin Yuan, whose mind had been blank, became curious. So the Nix family, and its branches are practically wiped out. Asada's voice, sensing Fenglin Yuan's thoughts, tinged with a sigh. It seems the gods have used their divine power to alter Middle-earth's timeline, erasing some of its history. Asada, sensing Fenglin Yuan's thoughts, suddenly grew serious. In Fenglin Yuan's memories, he realized that the current Middle-earth was completely unaware of the existence of the Raglan Empire. Even if that vast empire crumbled to rubble, only fragments would remain, not as cleanly erased as it is now. But it seems I'm overthinking it. It looks like both the dragon god and the human emperor have a backup plan? Have the dragons also made a bet? Then, Asada saw Fenglin Yuan's memories of the present-day kingdom of Lagrang and Roland, and she chuckled softly. It seemed neither the dragons nor the Lagrang Empire had conceded defeat. The victors of the Ragrang era had ultimately left behind a legacy. That's great. It seems the dragons won't be forgotten or wiped out. So many great dragons still walk the mortal world. There's hope for our dragon race's revival. Look, even the golden dragon has appeared, Asada said happily. The appearance of so many great dragons in Middle-earth showed that the dragons were still active players in the chess game. A golden dragon. How is that possible? How could a golden dragon contract with a human? Ah! Dragon god. You Lagrang people are crazy. You rode a silver dragon back then, and now you even dare to ride a golden dragon. The previously calm dragon soul's expression twisted, and the tranquil world of ice and snow suddenly transformed into the image of a polar storm. I can explain for our majesty. Fenglin Yuan, crushed to the ground by the terrifying pressure, raised her head with difficulty and pleaded. Clearly, he had misjudged the situation. After all, it was he, not Roland, who was in danger. Roland, he's so loyal. Your Majesty? The golden dragon contracted by the current king of Lagrang? The previously turbulent dragon soul realm suddenly became calm and peaceful. Asada, re-examining Fenglin Yuan's memories, spoke with a hint of thoughtfulness. You're playing a big game. This game is no longer one I can participate in. If I were still alive, I might be able to protect a few, but now... Asada shook her head. You're lucky, child. These gifts are my token of support for the Golden Dragon Contractor. Chapter 904. Fenglin Yuan looked up, not understanding what Asada meant. I leave my remains to you. They make up for your lack of dragon armor. If you had dragon armor, you wouldn't be wandering around afraid to fight me. Asada smiled brightly. Fenglin Yuan's eyelids twitched. Is it possible that even with dragon armor, I wouldn't dare let Longshi fight you in hand-to-hand combat? Am I crazy or insane? To fight a bone dragon in mincemeat? Do you think a dragon knight, who has received an elite education, is a fool? Exchanging blood with the undead would be a crime in the Imperial Age. Excuse me, Your Honor. Fenglin Yuan got stuck at this point. After all, he didn't even know who the Dragon King before him was. Frost Dragon. Asata. Dragon King of the Ice Dragon Clan. Technically, my relationship with the Lagran Empire is just as close as those of the lesser dragons. You don't have to be reserved in my presence. After all, I witnessed you fight the human dragon battle firsthand. Perhaps because he hadn't spoken to anyone in a while, Asada seemed quite talkative. Your Highness, I will not desecrate your remains, Fenglin Yuan declared righteously. Though his voice was soft, his eyes held an unwavering seriousness. Desecrate? No, that's not desecration. Do you think I let you dismantle my bones and use them as alchemy? No need to bother. I already refined them into a set of mythical dragon armor. In layman's terms, a divine artifact. Asada's gaze was filled with pride and arrogance, clearly pleased with Fenglin Yuan's naive, clueless expression. Artifact? Fenglin Yuan clearly knew what he was talking about, and this time, he'd given it plenty of emotional value. Asada nodded in satisfaction, confirming Fenglin Yuan's statement. Although it's not quite an artifact. Well, it's my remains after all. While Dragon King level puts me on the threshold of demigod, it's still a world away from being a god. So, while it's considered an artifact, it's still a step up from other artifacts. Be careful when using it, and don't actually use it to withstand attacks from gods. Asada smacked his lips. Simply put, he had no clue. He simply used the high material grade of his own remains, and the excellent ductility of the ice attribute to forcibly fuse them together to create an artifact gatekeeper. But even an artifact barely above the threshold was still an artifact. Me? Against a god? Feng Yuan pointed at his boss, eyes wide open, in disbelief. In that moment, he looked as ridiculous as that catfish spirit. Asada said nothing, only a meaningful smile. His eyes were filled with stories, but he was clearly playing the role of a Riddler. Clearly, this person knew something. You understand later. This is fate, but it's also an opportunity to break it. Where exactly will it lead? That depends on your luck. The dragon god will protect you. Asada sighed. Your dragon is very powerful. It helped you escape the punishment of time and saved your life, but it's certainly quite tricky. Asada looked at Long Shi and Feng Yuan's memory. He had to admit that this holy dragon of light was quite impressive. His origin had collapsed twice, yet he still survived and didn't explode. He was truly the most resilient dragon among the dragon clan. My dragon soul's essence is running low, so I can't help you much. Asada said regretfully. Too slow. I need to go faster. Roland glanced at the quest progress bar, which had already reached 75%. He knew his loyal knights were battling the undead, but Roland, a step behind them, was clearly unable to help them. He could only pray that his dragon rider could hold off the Dragon King. Darien! Adolphe! Hold steady. Roland gritted his teeth and unleashed Dose. With a roar from Dose, golden light rapidly converged within him. In the light, Dose's body stretched longer and longer, and soon a nearly adult golden holy dragon flew beside them. Speed up. Dose! Dose twisted his body and hoisted Roland onto his back. He grabbed Adolf Heinrich beside him, then swooped down and scooped up Darien Nightblade, who was still using light to refract his way through the air. Is this safe? Darien Nightblade, feeling a bit overwhelmed, wanted to ask if this dragon really wouldn't fall while flying. What if its ancestor's power ran out? Then everyone would be left with Roland in a free fall. What's going on? Renault poked Dose Anthony, looking weakly at the motionless figure half kneeling on the dragon's head, sword in hand. I don't know. You're so old, and this is your first time slaying a dragon. Dose Anthony watched with curiosity. Well, Yuan, stop showing off. Come down. That's so creepy. Caslo rubbed his arms, his hair standing on end. After all, the psychological pressure of this massive dragon corpse was quite significant. Hey! You! Caslo was about to walk over and pat him on the shoulder when a slender dragon claw blocked his path. Something's wrong. It seems his consciousness has been trapped in this bone dragon's mental world. Long Shi was the dragon that had intervened to stop Caslo. She knew something was wrong when her mind lost contact with Maple Forest Orchid, but she had simply waited and watched without taking action. What should we do then? Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. Letting these brute force men swing their swords and hack at people would be perfectly acceptable, but if you asked them to try something as sophisticated as a mental space, they'd be completely lost. It's not that they can't, but their crude methods would probably turn their targets into idiots before they even start. I save him. You guys stand back. Long Shi sighed, then sank her soul into Maple Forest Orchid's mental world, attempting to awaken her knight. Oh my! Is the fight over? Emer picked her nose, looking like she was enjoying herself. Stop watching. Get ready to cross the river and see if we can help. Ismir said, pulling on the fairy's rope. Are we really going over there? Wouldn't that be courting death, sir? A dragon that sighs. That forbidden spell is pouring down like rain. Ice, fire, and wind. Wouldn't we just be making things worse if we went over there? Emer scratched his head in confusion. You? Were we there to help? We were there to make some friends. Logically, evacuating the civilians and sending a signal for help would be our duty. But don't forget that a kingdom isn't about violence, it's about human relationships and social skills. If you don't stand by your neighbor's side today, who will you be when they suffer tomorrow? This is about human relationships. It's about face. Ismir shook his head and admonished. After all, Windhelm City depends on Lulong Fortress for its livelihood. The relationship between the two sides needs to be maintained. After all, if you visit more often, won't that be the way to gain favors? Emer gave a thumbs up. It must be said that humans are still playing tricks. Who can outmaneuver these human nobles in politics? Thank you, Your Highness Asada. Regarding Long Shi's origin. I didn't have high hopes. Thank you for your concern and help. Thank you again for your gift. Fenglin Yuan smiled carefreely and bowed deeply to Asada. But today is your lucky day. I have used the remaining dragon soul to restore her origin, Asada suddenly said. Chapter 905. The crowd outside Asada's spiritual world then witnessed a horrifying scene. The ice dragon, which Fenglin Yuan had knelt on one knee and stabbed with a sword, suddenly shone with brilliant light. As the light surged, the blue light from its body rapidly surged towards its head. As the light faded, the parts of it that had lost their light instantly shattered into pieces, then turned into ice shards, and were blown away by the north wind. What is this? Everyone stared at Fenglin Yuan's back with wide eyes. In the blink of an eye, the once enormous ice dragon began to disintegrate. However, since no one had ever faced a dragon king before, everyone, including the several giant dragons, watched helplessly as the giant ice dragon was reduced to dust. What a spectacle! Caslo stared at the crumbling ice dragon with a look of shock, his eyes filled with emotion and awe for dragons. No one could imagine the sight of a massive, tens of meter long ice dragon crumbling and annihilating before your eyes. Bang! With a soft sound, the ferocious dragon head instantly shattered before everyone's astonished gaze. Then, a streak of icy blue light suddenly emerged, hurtling towards the group. Fuck! Caslo raised his hand and blocked it with a wind blade. Be careful! A golden holy light shone, and the holy light in Renault's hand illuminated everyone. Boom! Crimson dragon flame suddenly swept over. Not good. Seeing that all his attacks had failed to stop the blue light, Dos Anthony's eyes flashed with lightning, and a sprawling, curving electric net instantly stretched out, grabbing the blue light. Dos Anthony's eye twitched. The blue light passed through the lightning as if unimpeded, and before everyone's horrified gaze, it slammed into Long Shi's body. Damn it! Renault! Use purification. Cardo roared. What good could come out of a skeletal undead dragon? It was obvious it was impossible. What is that? A curse? Renault and Kurt exchanged glances. They had tried to intercept it, but the light slipped through their attempts as if it were unstoppable. I don't know. Even lightning energy can't stop it. Kurt's eyes were filled with helplessness. Lightning, the most destructive of all natural elements, couldn't stop it, leaving Kurt groping in the dark. Are you the Dragon King? In the ice blue space, the massive Long Shi raised his eyebrows as he gazed at the terrifying frost dragon before him. Well, you're much calmer than that kid. Asada glanced at Long Shi approvingly. As expected of a dragon from our clan, his courage and insight were extraordinary. Just now, Fenglin Yuan trembled at his presence. Huh? Interesting. Are you a direct descendant of the Light Dragon King? Asada's spiritual power probed Long Shi. Unexpectedly, as he was about to view the memories of this descendant, an equally powerful dragon power seal emerged. Asada, a Dragon King, immediately understood that this was a spiritual seal set by the same Dragon King to protect the souls of their descendants. You are? Long Shi frowned, his eyes narrowed, and he began to ponder the identity of the dragon before him. Are you Frost Dragon King Asada or Extreme Dragon King Medusa? Long Shi asked tentatively. I am Frost Dragon King Asada. Powerful and noble. Asada instantly raised his head, gave Long Shi a look of discerning approval, and began to chant. Oh! The one who split the Ice Dragon clan. Long Shi nodded in understanding. Crunch! Asada's face twitched, and his teeth crunched, his laughter instantly fading. This may be a bit presumptuous, but why did the Ice Dragon clan split? Where did those split ice dragons go? Long Shi asked curiously. You're talking too much. Asada said unhappily, clearly having opened a wound. You know the gods, right? The two dragons stared at each other in silence for a moment, before Asada finally couldn't help but speak. Long Shi raised an eyebrow at Asada, who was eager to share. History has been erased. Asada sighed. While Fenglin Yuan couldn't speak directly, she could freely share with Long Shi what she hadn't. I can sense. This world is very strange. Long Shi nodded solemnly. Yes, the world line has been tampered with, and your empire has been wiped out. Asada sighed. I understand, but there's nothing we can do. But there's one thing they can't change. Asada suddenly smiled strangely, and shook her head. What? Long Shi was puzzled. The sinking of Valinor. Asada's eyes flashed with solemnity. Isn't this what you did back then? Long Shi asked with a twitch of her lips. How can you call us? It's clearly His Majesty the Dragon God and His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Ahem, I can't say that anymore, or it would be somewhat disrespectful. Asada blinked. So, can you tell me about the ice dragon? Long she remained undeterred, deeply curious about the ice dragon. History is a vast cycle. Everything you face was already encountered before the founding of the Raglan Empire. Asada shook her head. What do you mean? Long she asked, puzzled. Do you know Osbia Antonius? Asada asked instead of answering. Of course, the common ancestor of the Antonius, Nix, and MacDougals. The Empire's first dragon rider. Long she nodded. How could he not know something so commonplace? The history of the Imperial War was erased from this world. In fact, the ancestors of Raglan fought Morgoth long before the elves. The first ringwraiths. Wait. Ringwraiths? Aren't the ringwraiths minions of Sauron? That demon Lord Morgoth. Long she interrupted Asada. Oh! I forgot you're from the last days of the Empire. Let me explain. The Empire was active before this so-called First Age. Morgoth, crippled by the Empire, felt resilient after seeing the Empire's demise. Then the War of Wrath sent him packing. His successor is Sauron. Judging by the current situation. Well, he's probably close to becoming a god. Compared to the long-dead Asada, Long Shi, who had transcended time, looked more like an old popsicle. So what kind of ridiculous history is King Roland telling us? Long Shi's eyelids twitched. Okay, back to the topic at hand. Osbia died in the Empire's founding war. It was that battle that convinced Morgoth to be good, causing him to disappear for over 10,000 years, and even allowing him to avoid Ragnarok. Asada smacked her lips, and said with a gloomy look, Osber's death wasn't in vain. He slew the most powerful Balrogs of the time. They were all demigods. Otherwise, Morgoth wouldn't have lost. Of course, this was also decisively influenced by our dragon's personal involvement. Asada recalled. What do you mean by the outcome? A group of dragon lords beating up the poor, helpless demon god? Although Long Shi wasn't born during that era, his inherited memories clearly remember the dragon's ferocious all-star lineup. In a matter of seconds, Morgoth's divine body was being beaten to a pulp. A dozen dragon lords ganging up on him seemed a bit unethical. Chapter 906. Ahem, what do you mean by gang up? That's called a just strike and punishment. Do you even understand what a Middle-earth law enforcer is? A terribly embarrassed Asada immediately retorted. So you brought me here just to tell me about the dragon race's former glory? Long Shi's face showed a hint of helplessness. What kind of dragon would have nothing better to do than to reminisce about the past in the spiritual world? No, I simply want to tell you that this world still has a dark hand lurking in the shadows. This vanished history must have been the work of the gods. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine that such a vast empire left no trace. Asada shook her head. But didn't most gods fall during Ragnarok? Long Shi frowned. What could those few remaining gods do? Asada frowned, unsure how to explain this to Long Shi. After all, the dragon race didn't have a good reputation among the gods, especially since they slaughtered all the gods equally during Ragnarok, including but not limited to neutral and allied gods. To prevent the remaining gods from being left without a check on them after the dragon god's death, the dragon god led the dragon race to slaughter these gods as well. With the dragon god's death, the true Ragnarok. That dark hand might be a device left behind by the fallen gods. Otherwise, there's no way to explain the annihilation of the Lagrang Empire after Ragnarok. Finally, Asada shook her head and refused to tell Long Shi about the dark events of the past. That was a piece of history passed down orally by the Dragon Clan's leaders, a guilty deed that wouldn't be passed down into the inherited memory. But in reality, the Dragon Clan's plight didn't improve, but rather worsened. Over 10,000 years later, the Dragon Clan has retreated to the Dragon Island overseas, and the empire once built by humans and dragons has been erased by time, obliterating any trace of its existence. You mean the gods might return? Long Shi's pupils shrank. They return with their heads? 5,000 years into the Imperial era, the dragons and the Lagrang Empire joined forces to conquer Valinor and sink the continent. Their very lair was completely wiped out. Asada sneered. Dragons joke. What's there today and gone tomorrow? It's Valinor. How cruel. Long Shi flicked his tail. It was hard to imagine the glory of the dragon race back when the dragon god and the dragon emperor were still alive. If you don't understand how powerful the dragon race was back then, watch the VCR. The Lagrang Empire's barking history, Ragrang, the Empire's downfall, the dragon race's support gave the Lagrang Empire the courage and confidence of the barking dog nation. Later, after the Dragon Clan declined and fled to Dragon Island, the number of dragon knights, the core strength of the Lagrang Empire, began to dwindle drastically. This was especially true after the outbreak of the Human-Dragon War. Although the Lagrang Empire's El Nino Ranger attacked Dragon Island, this battle not only divided the Dragon Clan, but also further weakened the Lagrang Empire's foundation. The Human-Dragon War ultimately exhausted the remaining power of the Dragon Clan and the Empire's glory. A mutual loss was the only outcome. I saw the golden holy dragon in that boy's memories. Asada suddenly broke the silence. Long Shi's scales subconsciously stood up, and layers of light shone around her. She hadn't noticed that she could now mobilize her dragon power. At this moment, her mind was filled with thoughts of the city and Asada's explosion. Feng Lin Yulan was undoubtedly Roland's loyal dog, and she supported Feng Lin Yulan unconditionally. It was clear that the Dragon King before her was the one who would destroy her and her knight's happy life. TSK. Looks like it's working well. You can even use dragon power, Asada said frivolously, clearly pleased with the healing power of his dragon soul. Long Shi paused, realizing she had subconsciously mobilized dragon power to protect her. No longer running around naked like before. You did this? Long Shi was no fool. She looked at Asada with an apologetic look. Clearly, all this was the work of this ancient Dragon King. While I can't heal you instantly, I can repair the damaged essence. It's like a barrel. Once the last weak link is fixed, all that's left is to fill it with water, Asada said proudly. Clearly, he had repaired the damage to Long Shi's essence, allowing Long Shi, who had previously been unable to use even dragon power, to heal her internal injuries on her own. Thank you for your help. Long Shi bowed gratefully. She didn't ask Asada what the price was, but from Asada's fading figure, she could probably guess what it was. Well, it's been dead for so many years now, it's time to get down to business. Let's get back to business. Your king's sacred golden dragon has been well hidden. The rapid demise of the golden dragons after Ragnarok was unusual in the first place. I suspect some remaining gods are slaying dragons, Asada said solemnly. Impossible? Golden dragons are the royal family of the Dragon Clan. Dragon Island is surrounded by dragons. How could they be slain without alerting the guardian dragons? Long Shi tensed. Impossible? That doesn't make sense for the golden dragons to have died so quickly after the dragon god's fall. It wasn't just one or two dragons, it was a race of dozens. Their inexplicable demise over thousands of years is inherently problematic. The biggest problem is that their deaths were completely unproblematic. Asada's eyes flashed with a cold light. So, protect His Majesty Dos. He's the last Dragon King of Middle-earth. If we lose the last golden dragon, the dragon race will truly be extinct. Asada's gaze was filled with solemnity and admonition. It doesn't make sense that the gods' backup plan would only target the golden dragons? Silver dragons, dust dragons. These dragons are no less powerful than golden dragons, aren't they? Long Shi recalled his memories. Although the golden dragons were extinct at the end of the Empire, the number of silver dragons and other high-ranking dragon species was not low. And what do you think now? They targeted the golden dragons first because they didn't want another dragon god to emerge. Dragon gods were born against the will of the gods. They are the chosen ones of nature. Aren't they going to deal with the golden dragons first and wait for them to produce another dragon god? Asada sneered. You better negotiate with that king to never use his golden dragon in battle again. It would be best if he could hide it for several generations. In the name of the Ice Dragon King, I agree that his descendants can equally contract golden dragons until they reach adulthood. The current dragon race can't afford even the slightest risk, Asada said solemnly. He trusted the Lagrang people, they wouldn't betray the dragon race, and he was also confident in their help in hiding the existence of a golden dragon. For this reason, Asada even agreed to allow Roland's descendants to equally contract Dos. After all, compared to a dragon flying around, being contained in a dragon flute to avoid detection was less likely. I will, but I can't guarantee the outcome. Long Shi nodded. After all, he could only make suggestions, not sign Roland's agreement. I can pay the price. Asada's face twisted for a moment before he finally said reluctantly. Long Shi looked at Asada's constipated expression, wondering what price could cost a dead Dragon King such a distorted expression. Ice dragons, ice dragons. At his mercy. Asada gritted her teeth and ultimately chose to be sold out by the ice dragons. Huh? Long Shi poked her head in, mouth agape, unable to believe these words coming from the mouth of a Dragon King. Listen? What do you mean by at his mercy? The ice dragons aren't some niche group of dragons. This number is a bit shocking. Chapter 907. Yes. Ice Dragon Clan. Give him this dragon scale. With this dragon scale, he will be the Dragon King of the Ice Dragon Clan. Asada opened his mouth and spat out a crystal-clear light blue dragon scale. The scale then slowly flew towards Longshi's body, disappearing into her. You even taken out your reverse scale? So generous? But with the golden dragon around, you wouldn't use your reverse scale to command the ice dragons, right? Longshi was puzzled. There's no doubt that the ice dragons will be loyal to the golden dragon, but they're not necessarily loyal to humans. Asada said meaningfully. But didn't the ice dragon split? Although he didn't want to engage in a head-on attack, Longshi couldn't help but ask for Roland's life. After all, what if Roland used Asada's reverse scale to command the ice dragon in the future, and it turned out to be the split ice dragon clan? Wouldn't that be a real mess? Split? Haha. Why do you think I'm buried here? Asada snorted, his eyes full of smugness, his face a look of come ask me now. Longshi was startled. According to the memories inherited from the light dragon, the ice dragon was undoubtedly split, and the messy account of that human-dragon war still remains unresolved. The ice dragon clan that split from the extreme dragon king Medusa. Longshi asked tentatively. Medusa? That guy split? Ha ha. Why do you think I'm buried here? Asada suddenly smiled meaningfully. I was the one who gave the order to split the ice dragon. I have always supported Lagran. Medusa is just the new dragon king who is challenging me among the conservatives on Dragon Island. Asada said with some melancholy. Longshi was completely paralyzed. She feared she wouldn't be able to leave Asada's mental space. After all, everyone thought the new Dragon King had challenged the old Dragon King's authority, lost, and then led his followers to establish their own faction. Unexpectedly, it was the old Dragon King who had abandoned his loyalty and embraced his rebelliousness. No, with all due respect, it seems the Dragon Kings didn't survive that battle, did they? And with your status, there's no reason to favor a human empire, right? Although she didn't want to say anything, Longshi couldn't help but feel curious. After all, this was a secret from countless years ago. The Dragon Kings didn't meet their end? What nonsense! Which Dragon King didn't meet their end? You just didn't see where they met their end. Asada snorted proudly, his dragon soul still aching. Although the Dragon Kings didn't participate in the human-dragon war, they had fought many battles behind the scenes. After all, those who perished were their own juniors. Older people can't fight when children fight, but it's okay to fight older people, right? Because Asada got beaten up a lot in the past for this. Longshi fell silent, the humming of the grue still chasing him. Favoring humans? What nonsense! In our eyes, Lagrang and the dragons are our juniors. The blood of the dragon god still flows in their royal family. Besides, Aster is my friend. I need to help him protect his kingdom and family. Asada's dragon eyes were filled with sadness. Aster? Such a familiar name, I think I heard it somewhere before. Longshi was stunned before stammering. Lagran's Silver Dragon Knight Commander. Ospia Anthony's companion. Silver Dragon King Aster. Asada said sadly. Although Aster didn't stay on the Silver Dragon throne for many days, it didn't stop Asada from calling his best friend the Dragon King. Once a Dragon King, always a Dragon King. Ah! It's him! That senior. Longshi suddenly realized. Guess I have my knight to thank. Longshi gave a wry smile. So one day, she could actually share in Feng Linyolan's influence. What a turn of events! But it also indirectly demonstrated the ancient Dragon Rider family's rich heritage. After all, not every family could win the title of Dragon King. Hee hee. If you weren't the mount of that young Master McDougal, I wouldn't have exhausted my dragon soul to repair your essence. Asada grinned. He always helped the son of an old friend. A former brother had entrusted the family to him, so no matter how it was divided, it was still his family's to protect. Hee hee, thank you so much. Longshi flicked the tip of her tail. Sweet talk is always a good thing when it's needed. Who says sweet talk is bad? This sweet talk was amazing. Well, my time is running out. You have to walk your own path from now on. Don't worry about the ice dragons. They're always loyal. Whether it's my clan or Medusa's, this reverse scale can command them all. Asada smiled, a hint of kindness in his eyes. I heard there are still cold dragons in the Grey Mountains, but they seem to be loyal to Morgoth. Longshi frowned. Cold dragons? Those low-level earth dragons? If they're smart, recruit them. If they resist, kill them all. Asada looked down on dragons that mingled with other gods. It must be that they've been dead so long that their vengeance had worn thin. If he were still alive, he would have personally wiped them out. Don't be angry. There are even black dragons and high-ranking dragons defecting to the enemy. Asada consoled himself. Alright, I crafted my remains into dragon armor and left it to you. Girl, you can soar and fight in the skies once again. Asada's figure gradually faded, leaving only a faint sound lingering in Longshi's ears. Crack! Without the support of the dragon soul's power, the vast world of ice and snow could no longer sustain itself. The entire world instantly shattered like glass. After spending an eternity in the dragon soul dimension, Longshi suddenly raised her head in confusion. Because time flowed at a different speed, the outside world only saw a fleeting moment. Suddenly, tears welled up in Longshi's eyes, and tears rolled down one by one. Boom! The next moment, catching everyone off guard, a terrifying, oppressive light erupted from Longshi's body. However, this light wasn't blinding, but rather incredibly gentle. Pure light particles transformed into ribbons that danced around her, and then, icy dragon scales emerged from her body, rapidly covering her. Huh? A light ice dragon. Cardo craned his neck and glared. How did the dragon race suddenly gain a new species? There were dragons with both ice and light elements, but they didn't look like this. Stupid. That's dragon armor. You unsophisticated fool. Rinwar shook his dark red armor and glared at Cardo with a hint of superiority. Even though his knight had defeated his own knight, Rinwar didn't mean he would treat Cardo well. Hilarious. Just mock me. Tomorrow, I have Caslo make me a set of dragon armor too. Cardo raised his neck, his face filled with pride. Caslo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Only Roland could afford to craft a set of these. The original dragon armor was provided by the Empire, and later, with the exception of established dragon knight families, the armor for all new dragon knights was also funded by the state. Caslo couldn't afford to buy Cardo a set. On! Suddenly, Longshi extended her forelimbs and pressed lightly in the air. Then, an icicle rose from the ground. She stepped on the icicle and roared to the sky. From her mouth, a pillar of platinum light shot straight up into the sky. The terrifying shockwave immediately shattered the clouds. Chapter 908. Longshi. Fonglin Yulan, now resurrected, turned and was about to pounce when she noticed something had changed in Longshi. Radiant light bands shimmered against the crystal-clear ice armor covering her body, making her slender body appear noble and elegant, leaving several male dragons staring in amazement. So beautiful. Cardo was stunned. At this moment, Longshi was like a dragon goddess. Mind your appearance. You're drooling. Caslo nudged Cardo while communicating with him through his mind. Boom! A powerful wave of air surged out from Longshi's center, and everyone quickly raised their hands to shield their eyes. Hooray! The faint cheers of the soldiers emanated from the distant Lulong fortress. They had no idea of the thrilling battles on the battlefield. They only knew that their own dragon knight had successfully slain the indestructible ice dragon. How easily satisfied. Dos Anthony looked towards Lulong fortress with a complex expression. The soldiers there didn't know they almost walked right into the presence of the dragon god. The demigod-level dragon king was undoubtedly the ultimate boss for the current Lagrang kingdom. Even though his power had waned significantly over the years, he still caused unbearable suffering for the people. Only by facing the Dragon King directly could one understand the sheer severity of the situation just now. I'm fine, Yulan. Thank you. Longshi bowed his head and said sincerely. This was both for his help in liberating Dragon King Asada and for his help in restoring his own essence. After all, Asada had used his own dragon soul to repair Longshi's essence out of respect for the Anthony family's bloodline. Huh? Fonglin Yulan blinked, unresponsive. It's fine. Longshi shook his head. There was no need to tell his knight about those things. He'd get worried if he told him too much. By the way, what's the situation with this dragon? Huh? Fonglin Yuan turned and pointed at the shattered ice, only to discover that the shattered ice crystals from the ice dragon's remains had long since turned to dust, dissipating without a trace on the wind. If it weren't for what everyone had just witnessed, it would be hard to imagine a giant dragon ever existed here. That senior has been gone for so long that his dragon soul has lost its intelligence. If you hadn't successfully shattered the remains that imprisoned his undead spirit, we might have seen a true Dragon King-level undead creature in a few years. Longshi said with a lingering fear. Can you imagine how powerful a Dragon King could be if he could take away half the Ice Dragon clan? Whether he's a challenger or a guardian, being able to take away half the clan is a symbol of strength. That's great. Fonglin Yulan stroked his forehead, feeling somewhat comforted. After all, judging by the conversation in his Dragon Soul space, that old dragon's power was unfathomable. He could even read his thoughts and memories. That was simply terrifying. If this thing could truly be nurtured and restored to its peak, Crawling out of the ground? That would be a real treat. Roland probably wouldn't encounter one in his lifetime, but his descendants would surely enjoy it. By the way, is this the dragon armor he gave you? Feng Lin Yuan asked curiously, observing the gorgeous ice armor covering Long Shi. Yes, Ice Soul Dragon Crystal Armor. Long Shi nodded. She lowered her head and glanced at the crystal armor covering the dragon claws, with a hint of happiness in her eyes. She could fight in the sky with her knight again, instead of just watching her knight hiding behind other dragon knights and hesitating because of worry about her. A divine artifact. Better than my old dragon armor. Possessing the power of both the rules of extreme cold and the rules of solidity. The dragon crystal of Dragon King Asada is embedded in this dragon armor. Or rather, this dragon armor is an ice dragon without the support of bones. Meanwhile, Long Shi's voice echoed in Feng Lin Yuan's mind. Wow! You got it again, kid! Caslo placed his arm on Feng Lin Yuan's shoulder, gazing at the phantom of the dragon soul gliding across the ice armor. It was obvious that this armor was incredibly high level, probably starting at legendary. TSK. This is the first time I heard of a dragon being slain and still getting its gear dropped. Could this be the dragon once worshipped by the Empire? Renaud scratched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Long Shi glanced at Renaud deeply. Is this man's intuition so accurate? In his recent conversation with Asada, Long Shi learned that Asada's body was actually buried in the dragon tomb secretly built by the Empire. Because they feared the gods' backup plan to counterattack. After all, Morgoth was not dead yet. At the end of his life, Asada quietly entered the dragon tomb secretly built by the Lagrang Empire to sleep and await the final battle. But Morgoth did not come before the Empire fell. As time passed, Asada, who was originally sleeping, really fell asleep and could not wake up. Asada, who fell into high-quality sleep, recently frequently sensed the fluctuations of dragon power. The remaining perception awakened the confused Dragon King, which led to the undead siege of Pingnan City. Those skeletons were bones infected by the Dragon King's undead power. Accidentally transformed into undead, they subconsciously yearned for the flesh and souls of the living. That's why they attacked the nearest human stronghold. Alas! We all got beaten up when we came out, but Lord Feng Lin Yuan is the one who profited greatly. Time to treat us. As the head of the McDougal family, you can't be stingy. The Anthony family is watching us, right, sister? Dos Anthony winked at Ajax. Come on, stop being so shameless. Now that this is over, let's all return to our respective defense areas. A gap in the defense line will be troublesome. Ajax shook his head. King Roland should be on his way. Caslo said weakly, extending his hand. King Roland? What does this have to do with your majesty? Everyone's eyes turned to Caslo. Ahem, we sent a distress signal when we encountered this Dragon King in Pingnan City. Lagran City can quickly provide support. Feng Lin Yuan glanced at the others and stopped talking. It was obvious that only Roland and Adolf Heinrich had the ability to move quickly. Then let's go back to Lulong Fortress and wait for his majesty. Renaud pondered. After all, since Caslo and the others hadn't been seen in Pingnan City, Roland would definitely search for them along the way. So where's the bone dragon? Roland scowled, looking at the people standing in a row to greet him. Roland. Nix, who had rushed over from behind, waved to Roland. Well, we talk about our business later. Can someone explain to me where the dragon went? Roland's gaze swept from Caslo to the dejected Charlie Pross. Hey! Isn't that our archbishop? How did you overwork yourself somewhere? Be careful of a back injury. Roland sneered at the pale-faced Charlie Pross. After all, old Dang didn't look like he'd done anything good. It's unfair. I shed blood for the kingdom. I served the kingdom with all my heart. Your Majesty, you can't slander me. Charlie Pross, having come to his senses after being inexplicably named by Roland, was furious. Why are you beating around the bush? You really couldn't see me fending off the bone dragon's attacks in the central? Oh, you couldn't see. Ahem, Your Majesty, let me explain. Renaud lowered his voice, leaned over to Roland, and began to mutter. Chapter 909. Roland's expression was complicated after hearing Renaud's explanation, but he quickly put on a smile and leaned over. Hey, my bad? Roland leaned over and apologized to Charlie Pross with a smile. Roland had just taken a moment to check the system and saw that the mission completion rate was 90%. This showed that they had indeed fought the Dragon King for a while and successfully defeated him. However, since there was still 10% progress, Roland estimated that the creature was probably not dead yet. After all, The Dragon King had already reached the threshold of demigodhood. It was impossible for him to just kick his legs and pass away peacefully. Charlie Prose rolled his eyes. Being chased by a dragon was already frustrating enough, and then Roland just started to attack. Who could handle that? I serve the kingdom. I shed blood for the kingdom. How could I let the Archbishop shed both blood and tears? Your Majesty, I need to discuss something with you. Feng Lin Yuan spoke, catching Roland's attention. Roland had been about to say something to Charlie Prose, but Feng Lin Yuan's interruption made Roland look sideways. What's wrong? Roland looked at this great hero. He had originally planned to reward him later, but since Feng Lin Yuan had spoken, Roland couldn't just ignore it. I need to discuss something with you privately. Feng Lin Yuan glanced at the others, indicating that the topic was rather private and clearly not suitable for public discussion. Everyone looked at each other, their thoughts limited to confusion. Could it be that Feng Lin Yuan was trying to trick everyone into assassinating Roland? Putting aside the question of whether Feng Lin Yuan was truly foolish, even with her status as the head of the MacDougall family, she wouldn't do such a madcap act. Okay. Roland nodded without question, then turned and gestured for Feng Lin Yuan to join him on the fortress's rooftop. Alright, no outsiders. And I sealed off this area with dragon power. No one can overhear our conversation. Roland said calmly, tapping on a brick on the wall. Actually, I'm not looking for you, but... Feng Lin Yuan revealed a slightly embarrassed expression. It's my respected King Roland. Hello. A small white dragon emerged from Feng Lin Yuan's shoulder, then landed on the ground and expanded. Long Shi, right? Roland gazed at the meter-tall holy dragon of light before him, and searched his memory. He then remembered that Feng Lin Yuan's dragon name was probably Long Shi. Yes. Your Majesty. I'm honored that you remember my name. Long Shi bowed his head to Roland in respect. Okay, what do you want to talk to me about? Roland raised an eyebrow. After all, the system set up the soldiers and civilians to be loyal to Roland. Of course, this loyalty was based solely on not committing treason or rebellion, but personal feelings and ulterior motives didn't apply. After all, these were living people with their own thoughts and interests, not just puppets of the sun. General. Ugh. The king's kindness is still unfinished. It's about that deceased Dragon King. Long Shi said calmly, looking at Roland. Dragon King? You're not talking about the Bone Dragon, are you? Roland's first thought was the Dragon King named Asada from the mission. After all, he was the only Dragon King he had any contact with recently. Yes, that senior's name is Asada. He's the Dragon King of the Ice Dragon clan. He wants to make a deal with you. Long Shi nodded somewhat embarrassedly. A deal? Dragon King? Me? Are we even compatible? Roland's eyelids twitched. He couldn't understand why a Dragon King would want to trade with him. Could it be that he'd been dead for so long and was lonely in the underworld and wanted him to accompany him? Or did he need him to offer a young boy or girl? Well, it's actually about your dragon companion. The Asada Dragon King saw the existence of Doze through Feng Lin Yuan's memories. Long Shi shook his head, denying Roland's thoughts. Doze. Roland frowned at the words, and his hand subconsciously reached for his waist. Crack. A hand pushed back the sword he had thrust out. Roland raised his head and met Feng Lin Yuan's eyes. Your Majesty, don't get excited. Long Shi won't harm you. I swear on my honor as a dragon knight. Feng Lin Yuan, holding Roland's hand, shook his head slowly. Yeah, it was just a subconscious thought. Roland nodded. After all, Doze's identity was currently a shady one among the dragons. On this dragon island, where the golden dragons were extinct, a human contracted a golden dragon from the dragon clan's royal family. That was a perfect spectacle. Riding on the dragon's face, and pooping would have been less insulting than that. Didn't Roland nearly kill Purple Chain when he accidentally discovered Doze's existence? If he hadn't seized the opportunity to contract and tame him, he would have ordered his men to kill him without hesitation. So what's he going to trade? Having calmed down, Roland became curious. It had to be said that Long Shi had successfully piqued his interest. It was unbelievable that a Dragon King who had been dead for countless years could engage in a trade. He hopes you can hide His Majesty's identity and stop controlling him for the rest of your life. Long Shi said stubbornly. After all, she had also contracted her own knight, and she knew that if she didn't allow a dragon knight to soar through the skies on his mount, what difference would that make him any different from a minotaur? So what's his reward? Roland laughed. It proved that people can laugh even when they're completely speechless, like when Roland was so angry he just laughed out loud. The price is the Ice Dragon clan at your command. All the sapient ice dragons. Long she added another wrinkle. If Roland really agreed and went mad to call out the undead ice dragons, he'd probably be in big trouble. Adding the sapient word was a warning to King Roland, to prevent him from getting carried away. The Ice Dragon Clan at my command? He's just... Wait. The Ice Dragon Clan? Roland pointed a finger at Tyanuji and smirked, his expression sardonic and dismissive. But his mind quickly caught on, and his tone changed. Yes. It's the Ice Dragon Clan, Senior Asada said. This reverse scale allows you to command the Ice Dragon Clan. If you wish, it will remain in your hands forever, otherwise, it will melt into water. As Long Shi spoke, a crystal-clear scale, the size of a palm, flew out from Long Shi's chest and slowly landed in Roland's hand. This is... The moment Roland grasped the reverse scale, he felt not a chill but a warmth, accompanied by an inexplicable attraction. Bad? Roland just realized what was happening, and was about to fling the reverse scale away, when the world spun and his vision went black. Damn! I've been tricked. My mental power is distorting space. This old is so sinister. This old dragon is truly sinister and disgusting. Roland spat, glancing around. Dose? Why are you here? Roland turned his head, and bumped into Dose's face, instantly sending a chill down his spine. A spiritual force that could suppress even a golden dragon. He knew he was doomed. We have to find a way out. This is a world of ice and snow. Are we being teleported to the far north? Roland wailed. Chapter 910. Damn it! What the hell is this? I shouldn't have taken that dragon scale, Roland complained. He was still too young to have been tricked by old silver coin. Calm down, Roland. Things aren't that bad yet, Dose said calmly. I don't know where this has spread. How can I stay calm? Roland said frantically, gazing at the icy world. Since you're in your world, come out and see me. It's no big deal to be so secretive. Dose ignored Roland and spoke loudly into the void. Interesting kid. I sense a familiar aura on you. Asada quietly appeared, his eyes filled with approval and satisfaction for his junior. Huh? Roland jumped up in shock. How could such a large dragon suddenly appear beside him? If this thing was going to harm him, Roland would be powerless to stop it. Although Roland possessed several divine artifacts, they weren't invincible, especially since he was facing a dragon king who might have slain a god before. Calm down, Roland. This is his dragon soul dimension, which you can think of as his spiritual world. He harbors no ill intentions. If there were any. Dose shook his head, remaining silent. If there were, the backlash from the Dragon Rider contract would be enough for Dose to crush the remaining dragon soul within his spiritual dimension. Child, I sense a familiar feeling about you. Have I seen you before? Asada's gaze was filled with scrutiny, as she continued to examine Dose. You probably haven't seen me, but you certainly seen my father. Dose shook his head slowly, a hint of nostalgia and sadness in his eyes. Your father? Asada frowned, pondering. Meyer Estelle. Dose answered before Asada could search his memories. Oh. He's your father, I see. Wait. Who are you talking about? Asada's voice suddenly rose an octave, and in a second, she appeared beside Dose, staring intently at him. Isn't it? This dragon has a grudge against your father? Roland's voice trembled in Dose's mind. Right. Absolutely right. Alike. Asada suddenly shouted, frightening Roland so much that he almost collapsed to the ground. All Roland could think of was a chance encounter with an ancient dragon king, a formidable force, and a profound mind like a monster, unbeatable even with all his might. Not a chance encounter, not an invincible one. My father was Auspia's companion. Dose's speechless voice echoed in Roland's mind. Roland's eye twitched. This development was beyond his expectations. Could it even be connected to Auspia? And wasn't Auspia's dragon called Aster? Okay. Mile Aster? Son, how did you end up in this era? Asada looked at Dose kindly, finally asking doubtfully. After all, his father was a powerful silver dragon from countless ages ago. The timescale was so vast that even a Dragon King level being had been obliterated, its remaining intelligence plunging into corruption. Well, let me interrupt. I saved him. When I discovered he was still a... Roland, feeling like he was meeting his parents, decided to speak up to save himself. Being caught by the Dragon King and contracting a golden dragon. Haha, his family was shocked. Watching Roland gesture an egg with his hand, Asada's eyelids quirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He then glanced up at Dose, noticing he didn't deny it, and nodded. You used your life essence to save him. This king should be grateful to you, and the dragon clan should be even more grateful, Asada said sincerely. After the goddess of life fell, her divine nature and fragments of her essence weren't collected by the dragon clan, but were left scattered across the world. The Lagran Empire had collected some of these fragments. Huh? Yes. No, thank you. Doss is my important friend, and this is only natural. Roland's soul nearly broke into sweat after hearing Asada's words. After all, he wasn't sure if this unfamiliar Dragon King would tear him apart. Considering Purple Chain's initial frenzy, Roland's heart sank. Well, it seems someone has finally made a move on this chessboard. You and I are both pieces. Well, we're not done yet. Asada looked at Doss, with a mixture of kindness and sadness in his eyes. The shadows of the younger generation and the old friend overlapped in this moment. You truly resemble your father. He was the most powerful silver dragon, the proudest warrior of the dragon clan. Asada's eyes shone with tears, which then transformed into flying wisps of light. With all due respect, you're not in good condition. Is there anything I can do for you? Doss looked at Asada's dragon soul. Although he didn't know his exact condition, it was rapidly failing. I have no regrets. Dragon God. Is this what you encountered? Did you predict this day would come? Asada suddenly laughed, tears transforming into wisps of light that flowed around him, forming two galaxies. Dragon God? Roland frowned and moved Doss to protect him. Gods were already extraordinary, and the Dragon God was even more so. To bring up gods in a godless world is truly terrifying. Don't forget that this worldview lacks gods. The history of this land has been tampered with. It's normal that you don't remember the gods. Asada noticed Roland's confusion and began to explain. After Ragnarok, before his death, the Dragon God used his supreme power to erase most traces of the gods' existence to prevent the power of faith from resurrecting them. Except for a few lingering gods, all others were wiped out. But it seems there are other players. He even erased the history of the dragon race and the Lagran Empire. It's normal that you don't know this, Asada said to herself. Boom! Roland's mind exploded, his thoughts going blank. Isn't this a movie meets movie world? How could it be connected to the patched in-game world? Did the Lagran Empire really exist? Did those Valania really exist? Did Ragnarok happen? That history. System. What on earth is going on? A sense of melancholy rose in Roland's heart. But even if it was the Dragon God's arrangement, I'm still grateful to you, my child, as the executor. Thank you for allowing me to witness the unbroken lineage of the Golden Dragon after countless years. Asada smiled. Oh, by the way, I have a deal to make with you. I'm sure the child has told you, Asada said, as if suddenly realizing something. I know. Roland nodded, his mind blank. Yes, but that deal needs to be changed now. Asada smiled slyly, revealing the look of a man who had succeeded in his scheme. I understand I shouldn't deprive you of your rights as a dragon rider. Besides, even after my death, I won't be able to enforce your compliance. Asada continued. That covenant with the oath, Roland added weakly. Foolish boy, do you think your golden dragon bloodline is just for show? The Dragon King can circumvent the oath by swearing by the Dragon God. And now, there is only one golden dragon in Middle-earth. Guess who is the Dragon King now? Asada's gaze was strangely calm. Chapter 9:11. Roland's pupil shrank. Although he had long suspected that Doss would be the leader of the Middle-earth Dragon clan, he hadn't expected his bloodline bonus to be so exaggerated. Could he be the Dragon Emperor the moment he landed? This reverse scale contains a trace of my blood and soul. With it, you can command all the ice dragons, Asada whispered. I left a spiritual imprint of the Dragon King inside. It will convey my will to every ice dragon you encounter. That way, you won't have to worry about them reporting you to Dragon Island and bringing disaster upon you. Not every Dragon King is as understanding as I am, Asada boasted. With his reverse scale, all ice dragons would wish him good luck upon meeting their ancestor. They would kowtow to Roland respectfully and call him Baturu, the first of humanity. Of course, I won't deprive you of your rights as a dragon rider. As a condition of the deal, I need you to help me search for something deep within the Grey Mountains. Please help me as much as you can. Don't worry about not finding it. My reverse scale will guide you once you enter the Grey Mountains. Asada's voice was timid and melancholy. His eyes seemed to hold stars as he gazed at Roland with hope. Okay. I promise. Roland nodded. He knew with his feet that the system task was about to be triggered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for witnessing the wonder of the world. The Dragon King descends, bringing life to all things. Reward, plus 10 honor points. The system's calm voice echoed in Roland's mind. Azata. DOS began to speak. What's going on? Roland didn't panic as he watched the majestic figure before him dissolve into shards of light. However, the trembling and shattering of the entire world made him panic. After all, such a clear rift in space and time was still very obvious. Hot fact, souls can be damaged by space. Oh no! This place is going to collapse. DOS. Roland reached out to grab his dragon, but instead felt himself plummeting rapidly. Then, darkness filled his vision, and he felt himself falling into the boundless void. DOS. Roland suddenly exclaimed, his gaze met with Long Shi's bewildered gaze. Your Majesty. Feng Yuan said anxiously, observing Roland's sudden change of consciousness. After all, he had also been pulled into Asada's consciousness before. It's all right. Roland put the scale away, shaking his head to himself. DOS had just told him that everything was true, and Asada had completely vanished. No trace of Asada's soul remained on the scale anymore. It seems you already reached a deal with Senior Asada. Long Shi understood from looking at Roland's state. Apparently, that old man Asada had been dragged into his spiritual realm again. Well, the terms of the deal have changed. By the way, did Asada tell you anything about those chess players? Roland suddenly remembered that Long Shi had given him the dragon scale. She must have communicated with Asada, and she must know something. Senior Asada only has a guess, but we don't know who's behind this. The dragon god must have some foreshadowing, but we know nothing about the gods themselves. We can only guess that it was the work of those who survived the fall. Long Shi shook his head. Which gods are still alive from that era? Roland narrowed his eyes. The waters of Middle-earth were becoming increasingly muddy. He had to be more careful if he tried to fish in trouble. I know nothing about that, but I do know that Sauron is definitely a piece of the gods' chess game. Long Shi shook his head. Too many gods had perished during Ragnarok, and most of the remaining gods were hiding in secret. It was impossible to count how many survivors there were. Then, with all due respect, are there no survivors among the dragon god's divine allies? Roland's eyelids twitched. Although the probability was extremely low, Roland still wanted to ask. I think your Majesty DOS knows the answer better than I do. Respected King Roland. Long Shi said respectfully. Unfortunately, Roland, I'm afraid there are no surviving divine allies. DOS sighed. After all, those allies were eventually eliminated by the dragons, ushering in true Ragnarok. The dragons may not know how many enemies they have, but they can definitely count their allies, making backstabbing them a piece of cake. How could any of them slip through the net? That's not right. Morgoth and Sauron have always been the enemies of the gods. How could they willingly become their pawns? Roland frowned. Whether in novels, games, or movies, Sauron and his predecessor, Morgoth, have always been disdained by the gods. How could they willingly become their pawns, and backhanded pawns after Ragnarok? The gods draw their power from the power of faith. DOS explained to Roland. Wait a minute. The power of faith? You mean the gods rely on the power of faith to maintain their strength? Roland seemed to have grasped a glimmer of hope. If the power of faith is sufficient, is it possible for the gods to be resurrected? Roland looked at DOS, a flicker of fear in his eyes. After all, in this worldview, it was a no-brainer what would happen to the human kingdom, which had once colluded with the dragons and shared the same camaraderie with them, if the gods were resurrected. It's possible. The throne of God is forged by the power of faith. This is why the birth of the dragon god is so significant. Aside from the natural gods, all other gods were born through faith, but the dragon god gave birth to the dragon god before the dragon clan came into being. This is the fundamental reason why he is unacceptable to the gods, or rather, the dragon god's power system is derived from both his own strength and the power of faith. This is an existence that the gods fear. Perhaps the power of faith has accumulated quite a bit over the years? Roland narrowed his eyes, and began to ponder the deeper secrets. In this worldview, the battle for the Lonely Mountain in Middle-earth remained unchanged. But the outcome was much better, at least Thorin was still alive. The War of the Ring would likely still happen. So, was there a deeper meaning? Roland suddenly had a terrifying thought. In the original novel, Gandalf was a Maya under the Vala, a fellow god. But in this worldview, Gandalf was just an ordinary White Council wizard. So, what was the point of him organizing the Lonely Mountain expedition? Unless he was a messenger traveling the world on behalf of the gods, gathering faith? The restoration of the Lonely Mountain allowed the dwarves to regain their power. The dwarves believe in their ancestor Durin and the king. So if Thorin really died on Raven Hill as history has shown, would the immense power of the Dwarven faith really go to Durin, the ancestor? Don't forget that Durin didn't become a god after his death. Those vast, unsourced faiths. Similarly, the War of the Ring might even be a chess game set up by the gods to gather faith. It's humanity's faith that's being harvested. Even Sauron is being exploited. Before, Morgoth had already been exploited once. It seems the War of the Ring needs to change. The king who carries humanity's faith must not die again. God knows where that massive amount of faith would go. Roland felt a chill in his heart. I mean, if the bearer of faith dies, where does the power of faith go? Take me for example. Roland pointed at himself. If he dies of old age, the faith will return to the nation's banner. If he dies suddenly, the faith will dissipate. What do you mean? Doss realized. I suspect the gods are collecting scattered powers of faith by letting kings of various races die tragically. Look at history. There are very few kings who died of natural causes. Roland said with a dark face. Chapter 9:12. Turning through history books, from humans, elves, dwarves, to orcs, few kings have died of natural causes. The scattered power of faith will likely be divided up by the corresponding gods. After all, the power of faith is so important that no god would want to be resurrected. Faced with the end of Ragnarok, it's not impossible for the gods to devise a backup plan to resurrect themselves. So what can we do, Your Majesty? Fonlin Yolan's expression changed. After listening to the conversation between the two, even he, no matter how slow, realized it. The kingdom is now. We're in the game. While no one can be sure whether the gods have truly devised a backup plan, it's a safe bet that they won't sit idly by and wait for death. It's unreasonable for them to sit there and wait for death when even they can clearly see it. What do you think we can do? It's hard enough for the chess pieces to survive, Roland said helplessly. The gods only need faith, while the chess pieces have so much more to consider. Let's wait and see. Even if the gods truly descend, we'd be powerless to stop it. The war between the various tribes is an open conspiracy. There's no way to stop it. Roland shook his head. Fonlin Yolan was silent for a rare moment, before finally shaking her head and retreating with long she. After all, anyone who knew they would be playing chess against a god would be shocked, and they needed to digest this fact. Special mission completed. Current progress 100%. As the last trace of Asada's soul dissipated, the system finally announced 100% mission completion. No wonder the previous mission was only 90%. It turned out that Asada's soul had split off and been waiting for him. The random mission reward has been issued. The system's voice was emotionless and perfunctory. No! What reward? You could have at least told me. Roland cried darkly in his heart. This stupid system is really addicted to opening blind boxes and picking up prizes. What if I could get one myself? Identified as a talent type reward. The system paused for a moment before finally speaking. Talent type? Got it to a high-level professional again? Roland thought to himself. That wasn't a loss. If he had dared to assign a mission of this level to a professional below level 6, Roland would have lashed out at the system. You two have done enough. You dare to approach a bone dragon that size? Lafitte Anthony, riding his warhorse, gazed at Aragorn and Legolas, the woodland elf prince, bound to either side. This kid is clueless, and you're fooling around with him? Lafitte Anthony questioned, looking at Legolas, who was tied up like a dumpling. Legolas shrugged helplessly. As for why these two were bound by Lafitte Anthony, the story goes back to the beginning. Upon seeing the massive frost dragon queen in front of Lulung Fortress, Lafitte Anthony had no impulsive intention of rushing in to help. After all, air defense wasn't the knight's forte. So, he decided to continue south to support Pingnan City. After all, he figured the bone dragons were following them, so the other undead wouldn't be coming here carrying skeletons, right? As the knights were preparing to circumvent the battlefield, Lafitte Anthony unexpectedly spotted Aragorn and his two companions, who were following them, and were actually heading towards Lulung Fortress. So Lafitte Anthony tied the two men up and led them south. After all, King Roland's orders didn't mention any casualties, and Aragorn couldn't afford to die in disgrace, right? Thanks to Lafitte Anthony, Aragorn had successfully missed Roland. Eastern Mountains. Your Highness. We've been awakened. Has the Empire been restored? A swordsman in light armor looked at the leader in front of him. Our magic communications are disconnected from the magic network. I'm afraid the Empire is still sinking. The leading man shook his head with worry in his eyes. After all, they were technically a group using the Imperial Spark plan to escape into the void and survive. The time-space magic derived from the Great Forbidden Spell would always have a time limit. It was possible that the magic's effect had expired, pushing them out of the dimension again. Let's check our location. Let's confirm our location first. The man shook his head without further thought. Now the most important thing was how they could survive. Your Highness, we're still around the Eastern Mountains. But I haven't seen any Avalon elves. The kingdom of Avalon has been completely destroyed. After a while, the soldiers who had gone out to scout returned, frowning. The surrounding mountains were barren and looked like they didn't seem to be inhabited by elves. Although the kingdom of Avalon is independent, it is still fundamentally dependent on the Raglan Empire. Unlike the Grand Duchy of Lordaeron, where most of the inhabitants are half-elves, the population of the kingdom of Avalon is primarily pure-blooded elves. As long as they are not dark elves, almost all elves will make their homes full of natural atmosphere. Flower gardens and parks should be commonplace, but the swordsmen who scouted the area found no trace of them. What was the situation in the kingdom of Avalon when we entered the void's eternal sleep? The man tapped his flowing blonde head, a headache coming on. Your Highness, I remember Avalon wasn't destroyed at that time. After the Great Wall fell, we were separated and had no choice but to break out to the north. You even borrowed the rangers of the kingdom of Avalon to counterattack. A soldier came up to help him recall. Haha, then the kingdom of Avalon is doomed. What will the Avalon elves do to stop the orcs after we retreat? Retreat? Tell the soldiers to stop looking. Avalon is history. The man shook his head helplessly. Count the head. I hope the spark plan is reliable enough. The man rubbed his brow. After all, those exiled to the void might be swept away by spatial turbulence. If they're unlucky, only 1 in 10 of those they took away might survive. Your Highness, you're lucky. All 15 members of your family are safe. A private soldier of the family came over and whispered. Where are the other soldiers' families? The man frowned, not a trace of joy in his eyes. Still counting. Your Highness. Good news. The Imperial 14th Legion is still here. A swordsman stumbled over. They just emerged from the dimension. It seems they also successfully retreated back then. The swordsman's eyes were filled with joy. After all, this meant they weren't alone. The 14th Legion? Had their highest commander come to see me? The man's eyes flashed with surprise. The sense of security felt completely different, with an Imperial Legion by his side. So, this is the so-called 14th Legion of the Empire? The man's eyelids twitched. With all due respect, Your Highness, Archduke, how much combat effectiveness do you think the Legion, which followed you on your campaigns from the eastern borders of the Empire to the northern lands, would have had by the time of your self-exile? An officer asked with a sullen face. Well, I don't mean to question the loyalty of the Imperial soldiers. It's just that these statistics are too horrific to be believed. The man known as the Archduke paled. Your Highness, the Wind Knights are still with us. Thank goodness. Those elite knights weren't lost in the void. That's truly great news. The man's eyes flashed with relief. A third-tier square banner knights accompanying him at least gave him a trump card for the decisive battle. Your Highness, 500 double-edged swordsmen have been assembled. The man's retainer, the swordsman commander, saluted. Oh! By the way, a force from the MacDougall family is still with us. The swordsman commander suddenly remembered that the MacDougall family's troops were still following them. Chapter 913. MacDoug? What do my relatives have to do with us? The man called the Grand Duke tapped his head. Your Highness, Grand Duke Okrian. If you're in your right mind, you should remember. When we broke out to the north, the MacDoug family's army was with us. The soldier nearby was confused. Oh! I remember. They were with the Imperial 14th Legion. Grand Duke Okrian nodded repeatedly. Your Highness, Grand Duke, you are now the Supreme Commander. The Legion Commander has died, and now we must obey your orders. An officer from the Imperial 14th Legion stepped forward. As the Imperial Legion stationed in the east, the 14th Legion shouldered the heavy responsibility of defending the eastern frontier. But when the enemy appeared from behind, the 14th Legion knew the Empire was in deep trouble. After the southern expedition failed, the 14th Legion could only protect whoever they could gather, and followed the remnants of the eastern Grand Duke Yasuo's family to break out northward. After overcoming countless obstacles along the way, they successfully reached the eastern mountains. Fortunately, the kingdom of Avalon had not yet fallen, so they decided to regroup and prepare for the next southward advance. However, the enemy following them successfully penetrated the remaining 14th Legion's defenses, separating them from the kingdom of Avalon. Disheartened, the Yasuo family and the 14th Legion launched the Spark Project, exiling themselves into the void. Greetings, His Highness, Okrian Yasuo. It's a pleasure to see you again. A cold voice interrupted Okrian Yasuo's thoughts, and he looked up in the direction of the voice. You are? Okrian Yasuo narrowed his eyes. The person in front of him was wearing a standard set of royal cavalry plate armor. This familiar yet unfamiliar attire made Okrian stunned. Royal Northern Forbidden Cavalry. 6th Corner. The newcomer lifted his helmet, revealing a weathered face. Greetings, veteran. Okrian pounded his chest in a salute, his eyes filled with respect. The Northern Forbidden Cavalry, one of the Royal Knights, deserved this tribute from Okrian. These Royal Knights, who had been active on the borders and in the heart of the battlefield for years, spread the Emperor's glory and death across the wilderness. No need for pleasantries, Your Highness. This is not a place to stay for long. Besides, we are leaderless now. You need to make plans. The veteran of the Northern Forbidden Cavalry declared decisively. You are the only one left of the Northern Forbidden Cavalry? How did you end up in the East? Okrian asked, puzzled. Northern Forbidden Cavalry, Northern Forbidden Cavalry. The name clearly indicated the Northern Army. And yet, there were Northern Army members among his own Eastern Frontier troops? I told you, the 6th Corner is here. I don't know where the other 9 corner banners are. We were dispersed. The veteran sighed. Okrian was bewildered. The Northern Army had been dispersed and fled to the east? That couldn't be right. As a branch of the Royal Knights, shouldn't the Northern Army's Forbidden Cavalry have returned to Legrand City after being dispersed? Why would they be running to the east? We were responsible for escorting the McDougal family, helping them transport a treasure. The old soldier sighed, shaking his head. The McDougal family? Them again? Where are the people you were escorting? Okrian looked around. Dead? The old soldier shrugged. Dead? Not dead? You? Okrian's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. AUV? Is that royal badge of yours fake? That's normal. The Northern Army's Forbidden Cavalry were dispersed. Would he have died if they hadn't dispersed? The old soldier acted as if it was a matter of course, as if this was the way it should be. Okrian opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. At that moment, he felt the futility of words. The Northern Army's Imperial Cavalry had been dispersed, and the people they were escorting were naturally dead. This is the cargo we're transporting. The original owner has died on the battlefield, so you have to deliver it. The veteran sighed, pulling out a silver ring from his chest and handing it to Okrian. With no targets left, they could only give the quest item to the Windrush family, who were related to the McDougals. Okay. Okrian sighed, accepting the so-called cargo. After just a glance at Okrian, he clenched his fists, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Veteran! Did they ask you to transport this? Okrian's voice was off-key. No! This is His Majesty's decree. The old soldier shook his head. If the McDougals could mobilize their Imperial Guards, it would be like craving purple eggs after eating too many red beans. I see. Okay, if I ever meet someone from their family again, I pass it on. Okrian nodded. It seemed the Northern Imperial Guards didn't know exactly what they were transporting, but the Emperor was certainly concerned. They were assigned to escort this thing, and it was a good thing they did, otherwise it would have been uncertain whether they could have gotten there. The last we heard about the McDougals was in the east, so we came here. The old soldier from the Northern Imperial Guard sighed. Unfortunately, veteran, a private army did follow us out, but the family members weren't among them, said the private officer from the Windward family. That's a real shame. The old soldier shook his head. Okrian wasn't listening to what they were saying at the moment, instead lost in thought. After all, the artifact he held in his hands was certainly quite significant. At the same time, Okrian cursed Feng Lin Yuan, who had been dead for who knows how many years. How could this **** just leave the artifact? Why didn't that idiot take the artifact with him when he died in the north? Who am I going to give this thing to? Okrian's palms felt like they were clenched in fire, sweat pouring down his face. After all, he held the ancestral armor artifact of the McDougal family. It was incredibly heavy. Folin Yulan Yu. Adjutant. Look at what scumbags of the McDougal family have followed us. Okrian muttered, cursing Folin Yulan inwardly. I'm the rotten fish. Okrian slapped himself in the face. The McDougal family's army, which had followed him out of the encirclement, was truly magnificent. Besides the half-crippled Maplewood Knights, they also had a full regiment of 100-man war mages. Although Okrian Yasuo commanded a full regiment of banner knights, don't forget that he was a Grand Duke and an Elector. To have only one knight order at his command was already quite shabby. As a border duke, he used to have to cover his face when going out like this to avoid being seen by other border nobles. Does the Imperial 14th Legion have such a force? The statistics of the Imperial 14th Legion later shocked Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Don't forget the 10th Legion. The 4 legions had been tortured along the way with him. The fact that they managed to gather a 100-man knight order after all this fighting was truly incredible. Oh my dragon god. The Emperor. My eyes. What is all this? The Northern Army's forbidden cavalry, forget it. The Northern Brotherhood? Huh? The Southern Guard? No. Where are the Western Guard Knights in the 14th Legion? Are you holding a Knights Conference here? The Free Will Knights? Why are there cultists? Ah! Ocarina Yasuo's hand trembled wildly as he grasped the parchment. He hadn't expected the complex composition of this improvised knight order, even including members of the Free Will Knights, a cult the Empire had labeled a heresy. Chapter 914. Before Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo stood the 14th Legion, a seemingly unassuming knightly order, but in reality a hodgepodge of Imperial Knights. As a garrison on the Empire's borders, the 14th Legion should have included at least 2 reorganized banner orders, and often even 5. Now he faced a mixed knightly order comprised of surviving veteran knights from various battles. This knightly order wasn't without tacit understanding, but rather a complete lack of coordination. The range of ranks was staggering. From 4th rank knight captain to 1st rank apprentice knight, they comprised everything. It could be considered a history of the development of the Imperial Knights. I don't understand. Thenghua accent, how could there be members of the Free Will Knights here? Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo rubbed his brow. Since when did cults become eligible to join the Imperial Army? What? Why are they cults? Advocating for the Republican Parliament to abolish the Emperor and elect a new speaker of the nobles in the Empire is a death sentence. The Free Will Knights were once defeated in the southern border, and the remnants retreated to the noble territories in the eastern border. I guess they retreated with us during one of those battles. The private army commanders of the Yasuo family muttered. How insane! Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo's head was as big as a bucket. How about we capture them, and then... A private army commander gestured with a sharp blade. Get lost. Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo kicked him out. After all, they were still engaged in internal strife at this time? Did they really think that the nobles of the East were just idle nobles of the South? It was the gods of the South who were fully focused on political struggle, not the nobles of the East. Then there's nothing we can do. Everyone exchanged glances before shrugging helplessly. Forget it, let's ignore them for now. After all, just a few of them can't cause any trouble. Let's figure out where to go next. Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo's eyes were filled with fatigue. Before being exiled to the void, Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo had hoped for a comeback, but he actually made a comeback, and the Empire seemed to be gone. Why don't we go back and take a look, Your Highness? Someone nearby whispered. Yes, I kind of miss the wheat fields back home. Someone said, wiping away tears. Whoa. Then, a low sob echoed from the crowd, leaving Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo stunned. Why was he crying in the middle of his speech? Stop, stop, stop! Let's see where our coordinates are. Let's go back to Lagran City. Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo quickly reached out to stifle the tears threatening to burst forth, and ordered everyone to return home. Long live. For the Empire. Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo pouted. What about the Empire? The Empire has been dead for 8 generations. No one has awakened them in all these years, so the Empire's situation is definitely not good. Your Highness, we don't know our exact location, but this is a map of the Eastern Mountains. If the terrain hasn't changed drastically in recent years, we can go straight southwest and get home. The Ryukin Swordmaster, a 6th level swordsman branch, a retainer of the Wind family, unfolded the map and pointed the way to Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo. Actually, Your Highness, the journey back home is long, and the Empire is mostly in trouble. You are also an elector. Norman, the 5th level knight commander of the Wind family, cautiously tested. Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo slowly turned his head and gave him a questioning look. You're going to harm me? Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo's mouth twitched. The Empire had many electors, but he never seen many vying for the throne. Instead, a group of kings desperately fled the royal family, and he, a mere Grand Duke. Your Highness, if it really comes to that, you still need to shoulder the heavy responsibility, said the Sword Saint Ocarina Ryukin Swiftwind. While he disapproved of Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo's rash ascension to the title of Raglan Emperor, if the Empire truly fell, someone would have to step up and lead the charge. Get out of here. How did the Swiftwind family become Grand Dukes of the East? Don't you have any idea? Our ancestors went to great lengths to escape the imperial capital and enjoy a carefree existence, and you're actually going to lock them up? Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo's expression was as if to say, are you crazy? Get out. Shut up. Gather everyone now. Count the number of people, we're heading south. Okay, shut up. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo saw that Okrian Ryukin and Okrian Norman were about to speak, so he quickly opened his mouth to silence them. As you wish. As you wish. Okrian Ryukin and Okrian Norman exchanged a helpless glance, and shook their heads. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo saw nothing of this. Seeing the two men leave so quietly, Okrian Yasuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they were the ultimate fighting force of the entire Wind clan, aside from himself. A 6th-rank swordmaster and a 5th-rank knight commander were the family's ultimate safeguards in troubled times. If the two men had truly attempted to force the yellow robe upon Okrian Yasuo, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo would have been helpless. After all, they were all clan members, so Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo could only accept the situation. Fortunately, the two men didn't force him to abdicate, though it was more likely that the situation wasn't right. Roland, far away in Lulong Fortress, had no idea that the kingdom of Lodron had nearly given birth to 2 kings at that very moment. By some strange coincidence, an awkward situation with 2 kings hanging in the balance of power was averted. A 100-man, 3rd-tier square flag knight order. This is the family's private army, the Wind Knights. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo muttered. 500 of the family's private double-edged swordsmen, most ranging in strength from level 2 to level 3 elite swordsmen. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded in satisfaction, as he surveyed the family's phalanx. Unlike the other princes of the knight-founded Lagran Empire, the Windward family was a rarity within the empire. Unlike other families that produced knights and dragon riders, the Windward family produced a prolific army of swordsmen. Each of the Grand Dukes was either a hero or a swordsman. The family's special unit, the double-edged swordsman, was renowned throughout the East. During the Empire's Twilight War, they were among the few combat units capable of defeating cavalry with infantry. During the Empire's civil unrest, it was the Windward family's eastern frontier forces that held off the onslaught of the southern rebels, preventing the chaos from spreading across the entire East. What a pity! So many good men are left on the battlefield. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's heart trembled as he looked at the remaining 5 centuries of the double-edged swordsman. The MacDud family suffered even worse. The once powerful Maplewood Knights were wiped out to the point of losing even half their strength. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo sighed, looking at the remnants of the Maplewood Knights, the core of the MacDud family. This elite knightly order was also composed of 3rd-tier knights. It was unknown why half their strength was decimated, but the chaos were truly brutal, and retreating was a real struggle. Hiss. That Maplewood Orchid actually hit a 100-man war mage regiment. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo gritted his teeth in envy. Even though these mages were only 2nd or 3rd tier, and most had no hope of advancing, these experienced mages were no less capable in combat, and combining a few forbidden spells was effortless. Chapter 9:15. The 14th Legion is a bit. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo pressed his throbbing temple, feeling a headache pounding. Over 130 knights of various kinds. That's a disparate range. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked with some difficulty at the distorted knightly orders of the 14th Legion before him. Don't get me wrong, the distorted order doesn't mean its military appearance is untidy, but rather that this solemn order, due to its complex composition, looks a bit like a beggar's group. After all, an army with over a dozen different types of armor alone is hard to look at without getting a headache. We make do. There are still 2,000 Flood Riders left. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo raised his head and carefully observed the tenacious army, its spears like a forest. A touch of respect and sadness could not help but show in his eyes. After all, the Flood Riders of the Border Legion numbered in the dozens. That meant the 14th Legion had at least 30,000 Flood Riders, but now... Dwinian Heavy Swordsman. Oh! Sorry! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo suddenly slapped his head, muttering to himself. Then he took out a pen, moistened it with his saliva, and began to write something on the parchment. As his hand dropped, the cold wind lifted a corner of the parchment, revealing that the row for the Dwinian Heavy Swordsman on the 14th Legion's roster had been crossed out entirely. You're lucky, aren't you? The 14th Legion at least left you a 1,000-man force of Badanian archers, didn't they? Okrian Ryukin said with a wry smile. If you intend to raise the banner of the Empire, these soldiers are enough. Okrian Norman cautiously poked his head out and spoke. Password. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo scowled and kicked him. How badly do you want to join the ministry? If the position of Raglan Emperor was so easy to take, wouldn't a bunch of electors be so desperate to refuse it? Electors from other nations are scheming to take the throne, and the electors of the Raglan Empire are scheming to get someone else on top. Hiss. These 70,000 civilians. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at the sea of refugees sitting on the ground, his heart suddenly choking. After the Empire's fall, the civilians were the ones hurt the most. Those who followed him were fine, but the rest of the Empire. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo didn't dare open his eyes, hoping it was just an illusion. The Empire is now safe and sound. Your Highness, you're not going to abandon them, are you? Okrian Ryukin watched Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo close his eyes, a cold sweat breaking out. He wondered if his own patriarch would just grit his teeth and run away with his army. You too? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo opened his eyes blankly and gritted his teeth. Feed everyone first. Then, we head south. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo gazed toward the former imperial capital, his heart churning. A sense of sadness enveloped the troops, most of whom had accepted the loss of their homes. It wasn't that the Windrush family didn't want to stop the spread of the news, it was simply impossible to conceal the situation. Before the soldiers could offer their words of comfort, they themselves were losing their composure. Are you still leaving? Nyx tugged timidly, tugging at Roland's collar. How about you come with me? The inner city of Raglan is still under construction, but it won't stop you from coming. Roland nudged Nyx's nose affectionately. That place in Rapid City. Nyx's eyes flashed with worry and struggle. Leave it to Yunfeng, Roland said without hesitation. Puff. Nyx couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed. If you ask Lord Yunfeng to stop like this, I'd probably break your legs. Nyx recalled the image of Yunfeng leaping for a fight to the death with Roland. To Yunfeng, Roland was just a skin king. It's okay. As the future Prime Minister of the kingdom, he needs to have some responsibilities, Roland said calmly. It was clear that Yunfeng was very easy for Roland to use. Whenever something happened, Roland's first person to turn to was Yunfeng. In a sense, this also meant that Jane was in the Emperor's heart. You? All you know is empty promises. He's been the Prime Minister for so many years, and now Yunfeng is just a slave to you, Nyx said coquettishly, feigning anger. Okay. My dear wife, you're right. I should give him a status. Roland thought Nyx's words made perfect sense, so he wholeheartedly followed his wife's advice. What? The Queen's been kidnapped. Gah! Yunfeng and Duke Kolstia's faces flushed red, as if their necks were being strangled. God damn it! God damn it! Guards! Guards! Assemble the troops! Suppress the bandits! Suppress the bandits! Duke Kolstia was from the renowned Vladivostok family, the renowned hand of the flowing river. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? The Queen's been kidnapped? Isn't that an insult to the hand of the flowing river? It was always the Queen who was kidnapped. Didn't the Queen go to see His Majesty? Where's Roland? What does he think of her? Yunfeng grabbed Dos Anthony and roared. It's Queen Nyx, whom King Roland kidnapped. He said she was going with him. Dos Anthony continued after a heavy breath. The code. An enraged Yunfeng and Joelstia unleashed a barrage of blows on the Dragon Knight Dos Anthony, leaving him howling in agony. I encountered the kingdom's twin pillars in Rapid City. Their boxing skills were as advanced as monsters, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't defeat them. So, Roland became a hands-off boss himself, and dragged Queen Nyx along with him. Yunfeng's eyes flashed dangerously. That meant the code had been exposed. Duke Joelstia, standing nearby, clasped his hands to his chest, acting as if he was in the thick of things. Are you kidding me? The Empire's two fists are playing tricks on you. I met plenty of hands-off emperors. Roland's not the only one. At least Roland is still a decent human being, unlike some other emperors, who don't care about anything but money and troops. At least Roland is responsible for his own profits and losses in Logran City. As compensation, His Majesty has a letter for you. Dos Anthony finally managed to catch his breath and speak. He pulled out the letter, and vanished from Yunfeng's sight in a flash. Let me see what it is. Yunfeng, receiving Roland's first letter offering compensation, tore open the envelope with a mixture of curiosity and relief, and peered over. Joelstia leaned over to watch. Sir Yunfeng, I take in Nyx with me. I entrust everything in River Rapids to you and Duke Joelstia. In recognition of your dedicated service to the kingdom, I hereby grant you the title of Court Duke, hereditary for 3 generations. I wish you good health, my dear Duke. And give my regards to Duke Joelstia. Greetings, Your Majesty. Duke Joelstia bowed slightly to the letter. Gah. Joelstia turned to see Yunfeng's face flushed red, his knuckles white from pinching, and his teeth clenching. So careless? Is the title of Duke so worthless? Yunfeng gritted his teeth. Even if a court noble was worthless, he still had the title of Duke, whose dukedom wasn't granted with great fanfare and pomp. Why was it that for me, the title of Duke was just a perfunctory job, giving off a cheap, faux chicken vibe? Roland, look, I actually gave it to you, and you're not willing to accept it. Ahem, maybe King Roland doesn't have time for such a grand ceremony right now. Joelstia blushed as she spoke. Chapter 916. Roland naturally didn't know Yin Feng was madly teasing him behind his back, but even if he did, he wouldn't have taken it to heart. After all, Yin Feng, a commoner, had instantly become a duke, a blessing many could only dream of. Although the value of a duke of the palace was low, after 3 generations, he was still a noble, eventually being demoted to a baron of the palace. He could still be considered a hereditary noble. This explanation was quite satisfactory for Yin Feng. Now Roland was more concerned about where his reward had gone. Normally, quest rewards would be distributed quickly, and not too far from his territory, but with no one reporting the situation, he couldn't possibly be rewarding the growing population every day, could he? Huh? That's almost done. Roland suddenly glanced at the main quest in the quest list. Rule over 10 towns, and you receive a mage's inheritance and a mage tower. But compared to the lousy mage inheritance, Roland preferred that to a mage's inheritance. It comes with a mage tower. It's been a long time since Middle-earth saw a mage tower battle scene. Perhaps everyone has forgotten the horror of a mage tower. A basic mage tower can easily support a sage's 2 or 3 additional forbidden spell slots. If the tower has a sufficient supply of magic crystals, then congratulations. You witness a scene of forbidden spells sweeping the land. Beyond its primary functions of reducing a mage's spellcasting costs and accelerating mana regeneration, a mage tower also possesses a crucial ability. It can rapidly channel the power of magic crystals, allowing mages to cast spells from their reserves without expending their own mana. Furthermore, the magic arrays engraved within the mage tower can significantly reduce spellcasting speed. Each mage tower is unique, and only its owner knows the engraved magic patterns. Even more astonishing, with time and resources accumulated, mage towers can be upgraded. This makes mage towers a family heirloom second only to the dragon riders. Just like the dragon riders, the sages are equally formidable. Adolf Heinrich's Heinrich family relied on their renowned great forbidden spells, combined with the magical engravings of their top-tier mage tower. The Adolf Heinrich family's mage tower could instantly unleash a terrifying great forbidden spell, leaving no room for evasion. The Augustus family was completely blindsided by the Heinrich family. In the end, the Augustus family had no choice but to force their mage tower to teleport and directly collide with the Heinrich family's mage tower. River Rapids, Palembang, Lulong Fortress, Baidu Fort, Pingnan City, Longya Fort, Lagran City, Tupa Territory, Delvin Town. 9 missing 1. Only Windbell City is missing. Roland rubbed his hands. Of the planned cities, only Windbell City hadn't been built yet. What shocked Roland was that after the development of Delvin Town, it was classified as a town. Roland could understand that, but it seemed that the Tupa Territory on the Centaur side hadn't added any new population. Wait a minute. Bird joined the team? Roland exclaimed as he scrolled through the system panel. What's wrong, Roland? Nyx gave him a gentle hug in her arms. The reluctant Smurf beneath them could only roll his eyes and fly unhappily. Although the elven dragon was petite, it had no problem using its massive magic to enlarge itself. As for why the Smurf agreed to let Roland ride on her back, we have to mention Yiziduosi. Your Majesty Dos. Why don't you let your knights go to other dragons' backs, such as Cardo? I feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at Roland and Nyx, who were affectionate with each other on his back, the Smurf resisted the urge to throw Roland down. Hold on, we're almost there. Dos's apologetic voice echoed in Smurf's mind. Hearing this, she could only droop her face and continue flapping her wings, pretending to be exhausted and about to die. She forgot that behind her were the newlyweds, Roland and Nyx, who hadn't paid her any attention at all. This flirting with the blind man left Smurf completely speechless. Your Majesty, I'm so glad you're safe. I defeated those skeletons. Pingnan City is safe. Lafitte Anthony bowed to Roland. Thank you for your hard work, Roland said, looking at Lafitte Anthony, Lance, Lavian, and Mogus. Lance's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression of exhaustion touched Roland especially. They exuded a foul odor, the blood stains on the soldiers and generals from the prolonged absence of armor and clothing. Everyone, go down and rest. We don't need your service. Rest well. Nyx approached Roland from behind, bowing gently. Thank you, Queen. Several people quickly knelt on one knee in respect. Roland, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. You never been so sincere to me. It's you. Lavian. Watching the affectionate scene between the king and his subjects, Roland felt slightly embarrassed and could only glance around to ease his embarrassment. He unexpectedly spotted two people tied to stakes. Legolas? Ah! Roland strained his brain, finally recognizing that this beggar-like figure was actually the elven prince Legolas. You? Why are you here? Tied up? Roland blinked, holding out his hands, looking somewhat bewildered. Huh? It's a long story. Legolas sighed. Let's cut to the chase, Roland said unhappily, as he untied the ropes. Well, you should take a shower. Legolas, who was about to speak, was choked by Roland's words. Your Majesty, the truth is, these two men followed our knights all the way. But when the Bone Dragon attacked Lulung Fortress, they tried to take a detour to Lulung Fortress. I led my men to arrest them. How about giving them a proper trial while everyone's here? Lafitte Anthony asked. You captured him? Roland frowned at Lafitte Anthony, then relaxed. After all, Lafitte Anthony didn't know Legolas, and he wasn't there when Legolas fought alongside him. How did he capture you, even though you're already a level 4 ranger? Roland patted Legolas' shoulder curiously. After all, the aura of a peak level 4 ranger was still very evident. Perhaps Legolas would reach level 5 in a few years. After all, he was already a level 6 stalker during the War of the Ring. What can I do with those Wyong lances pointed at my chest? Legolas rolled his eyes. Going against the knights alone? What a joke. He wasn't a level 6 stalker. Even a stalker wouldn't dare stand before the knights and let them charge. Is there anyone to take care of me? A weak voice called out from the corner. This is my companion Thorongil. Legolas pointed at the disheveled Aragorn and introduced him to Roland. Legolas knew Aragorn's real name, but had chosen his alias. Thorongil? Roland glanced at Aragorn meaningfully. This was the future protagonist. King of Arnor, King of Gondor, Lord of the Dunedain, and so on. Your Majesty, hello. May you be well. Aragorn nodded and smiled. It wasn't that he didn't want to salute, but he was still tied up. Chapter 9:17. Glad to meet you, Thorongil. I hear you're the ranger of the north known as Strider? Roland curiously surveyed the man before him, hailed as a savior. Aragorn is described in the original novel as being 87 years old when he first appears in The Lord of the Rings. However, due to the longevity of the Dunedain, he's only about a third of the way through his life. Aragorn died at the age of 210. At that time, he had a head of shaggy gray hair, a thin but pale and resolute face, a pair of sharp gray eyes sparkling, and a deep and rich voice. The years of travel left traces on Aragorn's face. As a wanderer, he was not good-looking, but when he was young, he was tall and handsome, like a young monarch. Although Aragorn did not often wear fancy clothes during his travels, the majesty of his heir to Isildur always burst out at the right time. He was full of heroic spirit, his figure seemed to suddenly rise, and he exuded unparalleled power. The power and majesty of a king. This kingly majesty could convince friends and intimidate enemies. But at this moment, Roland's attention was drawn to the still young Aragorn. Aragorn was tall and handsome. He was tall, with black hair like Roland's, shining black, and his piercing eyes held a light of hope. Hello, Thorongil. Roland glanced at Aragorn meaningfully and nodded. So, do you have an explanation for your actions? Roland raised his chin. Although he had probably guessed Aragorn's intentions, the pressure of his country was not something he could take lightly. It's like this, Your Majesty. We saw the Bone Dragon, and we were wondering if we could be of any help. Aragorn wasn't afraid. Instead, he raised his head and met Roland's gaze. Roland saw sincerity in Aragorn's eyes, and Aragorn sensed a kingly aura from Roland's. It was an aura distinct from Elrond's, as if a giant humanoid dragon stood before him. Crack. Kneeling on one knee, Aragorn's joints creaked slightly under Roland's pressure. Rise. I sense your sincerity, Ranger. Roland withdrew his gaze, and the mountain-like pressure suddenly loosened. Thank you for your trust. Aragorn gasped suddenly. His breathing had been ragged by Roland's presence. Unbeknownst to Aragorn, he had just faced a dragon. Dose, in Roland's arms, had enveloped Aragorn with his dragon might. Don't act so impulsively in the future. Without absolute strength, you only add 2 more names to the list of casualties, Roland said, gazing at the 2 rangers. He had always assumed Aragorn was a warrior or a knight, but he never expected to find out he was actually a ranger. Looking at the calm Roland, Aragorn felt as if a mountain loomed before him. He had wanted to strike up a conversation, but for a moment he didn't know how to begin, and could only stare at Roland awkwardly. What's wrong, Roland? Nyx approached, her skirt gently lifted. Her mature, intellectual, and pretty face startled Aragorn, but he quickly regained consciousness as Alwyn's voice resonated with him. He turned away, silently apologizing to his beloved. "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. 2 rookie rangers were captured by our knights," Roland said, feeling both amused and annoyed. He had imagined many different encounters with Aragorn, but he had never imagined this fellow being tied up to meet him. "Well then, when are we leaving?" Nyx glanced at Aragorn, then stopped paying attention to the wildling-looking ranger. "Don't rush. This place has just been through war. Let's comfort the people first." Roland shook his head, a flicker of pity in his eyes. He once didn't understand the meaning of power comes with responsibility. But after climbing from a small lord to the throne of king, he suddenly looked back and felt the heavy weight and responsibility on his shoulders. The path in the throne room is slippery. If you fall, you have to get up. Roland, a commoner for 3 generations, had no one to teach him the art of ruling except the experience of his ancestors. This position was never meant for him. He was groping his way through life, like so many other child emperors throughout history. His only advantage was absolute military power, and the loyalty of his people. But this loyalty and trust was both a help and a shackle. "Oh, okay," Nyx nodded. Although she didn't think Roland should do this personally, she supported him since he had spoken. Roland walked silently through the ruined city. Numerous houses had been demolished, embers still burning within the rubble. Smoke curled from the rubble. Water-based warriors summoned the water element from the air, condensing streams of water that rushed through the city to put out the fires. Many residents were left homeless, huddled in tents, gazing out at the heavily armed troops. "Your Majesty." A citizen trembled as they knelt before Roland. Their once pristine linen robes had turned gray and tattered, with wisps of fabric hanging from their bodies, yet their eyes still couldn't hide the respect they held for him. "Rise up. The kingdom won't let its people suffer. You will soon be properly resettled." Roland's chest tightened with anxiety, but he suppressed his emotions and calmly patted the civilian's shoulder. "Distribute all this to the people. Remember, distribute it door to door. I don't want anyone taking advantage of this. Baron Lance, do you understand?" Roland unfastened the Dragon Slayer's sword from his waist and gently placed it in Lance's hand. Lance's hand trembled, and his lips moved as he spoke. "Your Majesty, no one will do anything to enrich themselves." "Well, I believe you. Maybe not now, but what about later? Keep an eye on it, human nature." Roland shook his head and stopped talking. Not betraying the king was their bottom line, but no one could guarantee their moral limit. Roland didn't want to end up catching a bunch of rats in his own house. The lesson of the War of the Ring and Gondor was deeply engraved in Roland's mind. Those corrupt nobles were all showing Roland the image of a parasite. "I will, Your Majesty." Lance hurried away, ordering the soldiers to load up the various supplies. Clearly, the system Roland carried with him was the perfect transport vehicle. Pile upon pile of chopped linen and thick military tents formed a small mountain, along with dry bread and dried meat that could be used as hammers. "Slow down. Slow down. The people behind can't keep up." The knights who were wandering outside galloped to the side of the knights leading the way. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo frowned. Because clearing the way was a dangerous task, he had brought along his only fully fledged unit, the Knights of the Wind. This square flag order, composed of third-tier knights, was far superior to Roland's Holy Glory Knights. After all, the Holy Glory Knights were still filled with second-tier knights. This Iron Fist, composed purely of third-tier knights, was more than enough to smash through a phalanx of tens of thousands of people on the plains. Chapter 9:18. What's going on? Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo, leading the way, quickly turned his horse and galloped back at the commotion behind him. Although he was a 6th-rank hero, he was no fool and knew how to ride fast. "Your Highness, the civilians behind us have fallen behind. We sent troops to regroup." Ocrian Norman galloped past, leaving only his voice lingering around Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo. "Don't bring shame upon the family." Ocrian Ryukin narrowed his eyes, as his voice echoed in his ear. Ocrian Norman waved his hand behind him, indicating he understood. "We need to slow down our march. Those civilians aren't soldiers. They can't march quickly." Ocrian Ryukin shook his head at Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo. "But it's not safe here. The map shows us on the edge, and the north is right next to us." The north was already a paradise for orcs back then, let alone now. "It's just a pity for House Baikal." Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo sighed. "Forget it. Tell everyone to slow down. We have to protect them after all." Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo glanced at the long line of troops behind him. Naturally, he couldn't give up on these remnants of the Empire. If the empire truly fell, these people would undoubtedly be his closest relatives. By the way, spread out the reconnaissance. There's no need to clench the fists of the knights of the 14th Legion. Let them scout on their own. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said helplessly, holding his forehead. The knights under the 14th Legion were now a mess when they were together, but a scattering of stars when they were apart. Those knights, hailing from all corners of the world, were all skilled at fighting alone. After all, they were the gods who could break through the encirclement and reunite with the 14th Legion. Don't forget, these people didn't break out as a whole. Yes. Okrian Ryukin nodded. Rather than forcing these uncoordinated knights together, it would be better to let them do what they wanted. Without reorganization, these knights couldn't attack in unison. The gory skill only works if the knights advance and retreat in unison. If they swarm together, they're not knights, they're horse thieves. Swish. The sharp cavalry sword flashed a streak of light, and an orc's head flew up with a startled expression, clearly unprepared for a human knight to appear in such a corner. Hiss. Are the orcs coming out from hibernation? The knight slowly stopped his horse, scooped up a handful of snow, and squeezed it. It was clear the frozen snow was beginning to melt. Winter's tale was over. Spring. The knight's eyes caught sight of the green shoots emerging from the dug-up snowdrifts, and his heart trembled. Damn it! He quickly grabbed the orc's head, jumped on his horse, and galloped back towards the main force without looking back. Your Highness! Your Highness! I think you should see this. After going through numerous inquiries, the knight finally arrived before Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. He placed the head, its neck already frozen with ice, before Grand Duke Yasuo. Orc? Grand Duke Yasuo raised a brow. Yes. The knight gasped. Where did you meet them? Grand Duke Yasuo demanded. North. Less than 10 miles from our rearguard. The knight exclaimed in horror. Are you a member of the Knights of Free Will? Grand Duke Yasuo glanced up at the emblem on the knight's chest. A severed crown stood out starkly. Yes. But your highness, we are now on the same side. The knight said calmly. The Free Will Knights merely wanted to overthrow the emperor, not to the point of colluding with the orcs to harm the people. Damn it. One day I have to fight alongside this cult. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo couldn't help but slap his forehead. He actually been on the same side as the rebels. If anyone knew it, it would be a disgrace to the House of Windrush. From now on, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo would have to cover his face. We have no intention of engaging in a battle of ideologies with you, but the orcs are a pressing threat. As the supreme leader here, you need to come up with a plan. The Free Will Knight shook his head. Spring has arrived. The orcs have revived, and they be out foraging en masse. If these bastards hold us back, more and more will descend upon us. We be stuck in a quagmire. We can't let them hold us back. Norman, lead the Windriders, spread out, and strangle the surrounding orcs. A cold glint flashed in Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes. As long as the orcs didn't discover their large force, they wouldn't be surrounded. Yes, your highness. Okrian Norman pounded his chest, his eyes filled with determination. It was clear that the orcs along the way were in foreseeable trouble. Go! Do what you do best. I want to see the capabilities of the Free Will Knights, who once stood up to the Royal Knights. Kill every alien you see. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes narrowed, gazing at the Free Will Knights with a cold gaze. The Free Will Knights had indeed clashed with a banner knight under the Royal Knights, neither side yielding, the battle ending in a draw. Very well, your highness, you will be satisfied. The knight simply nodded gently before riding off. Ryukin, you go to the rear of the group. If orcs get in your way, you know what to do. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said, looking at Okrian Ryukin. As the only remaining 6th-rank swordsman of the Wind Clan, he was undoubtedly the perfect choice to cover the rear. Ah! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo drew the Wind Blade, an ancestral artifact of the Wind Clan. Legend has it that this 4-foot-long blade was blessed by both the Daylight Dragon and the Night Moon Dragon. Therefore, when drawn, the sword often emits a long dragon roar, and a shimmering dragon image lingers around the blade. Shadows swirled. Isn't a lone sword ineffective? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's heart sank. These people, left behind by the Empire's fall, were his only remaining people. If anyone dared to raise a hand against them, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo wouldn't mind cutting off their claws. The title of Noble of the Lagrant Empire wasn't just a right. It was a responsibility. 70,000 people. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo bit his jaw tightly. He knew that with his current limited supplies, he wouldn't be able to go far with 70,000 men. He needed to resolve the supply issue quickly. Scouts, advance 20 miles. Be sure to scout villages, towns, and cities. A flicker of struggle flashed in Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes. If they could encounter remnants of the Empire, that would be even better. But if it were another race? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo wouldn't mind covering his face and imitating his ancestors by playing the role of a horse thief. What? You said the Windstorm family played horse thieves? Never mind the history of the imperial nobility. Besides, even as horse thieves, they never robbed imperial territory. They simply cried bitterly for the welfare of the people of the empire. Kill! Don't let them escape. Kill them all. Don't let any escape. In the wilderness, far from the main force, several knights, lances and swords in hand, indiscriminately hacked at the orcs that had come out to forage. The orcs fled in terror. Chapter 919. Human Cavalry. How could humans appear here? The orcs roared in terror, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. After all, since the large-scale migration of human cavalry from the north-south, no humans had ventured into this land for a long time. They had only been seeking some food to soothe their stomachs, shriveled by hunger during the winter, but instead, they were left in this wasteland forever. Chief Han of the Stone Tribe crouched on his hide throne, a throne, in reality, a leather-covered chair made of stone and wood. He shuddered at the sight of the orc before him, his chest slumped and his arms broken. Their tribe was a survivor of the Battle of Panasia Creek at the northern foot of the Grey Mountains. They had seen Raglan's cavalry. They knew the mighty blows of Raglan's dragon riders. They were the ones whose faces were etched red by the flames of the Great Forbidden Spell. If Chief Han Shuyang hadn't led his tribe swiftly, they would have been annihilated by the Raglan Kingdom. In those days before the Ringwraiths intervened, they were still the former Raglan Kingdom. The regime's external offensive power is terrifying. Are you sure you saw that flag correctly? After a long silence, King Han, wrapped in thick animal skins, asked the orcs lying below with a hint of caution in his eyes. But no one could answer him. The orc with a collapsed chest had long since stopped breathing. It was lucky to have returned with a breath. Hundreds of orcs like it had already collapsed in the ice and snow outside, gradually freezing and stiffening. Impossible. How could they have penetrated so far? King Han, the chieftain of the Stone Tribe, scratched his head, unable to understand how the flag that had so terrified him could be flying in this empty wasteland. The memories that triggered its fear were none other than the knights of the 14th Legion. These elite knights, with the Imperial Dragon banner tattooed on their chests and aloft the Golden Dragon banner on a red background, mowed down every orc they encountered like grass. The 14th Legion, affiliated with the Imperial family, happened to share Roland's banner. This was how the orcs mistakenly believed that the Southern Kingdom had invaded the wasteland. Damn! These lunatics! Are they desperate? Shaking his bloodied sword, a Wind Rider knight found his overturned, struggling warhorse among the corpses of a dozen or so wolves, and quickly pulled it free. Puff! A knight kneeling on the corpse of a wolf rider drew his sword from its chest, and tremblingly stood up. He looked around. A layer of fallen orc corpses covered the scattered snow mounds, the purple-black snow melting even a little. Are all right, brothers? The knight, who looked like a captain, raised his lance with a corner flag, signaling his target to rally the troops. Still alive? Too dangerous. Don't these lunatics fear death? Listening to his men's complaints, the squad leader bewilderedly glanced around the corpse-strewn battlefield, momentarily unsure who should be afraid. Report back. We encountered a wolf cavalry centurion. Completely wiped out. The squad leader shook his head and mounted his horse, his eyes gleaming with undisguised pride. Only the most elite knights of the Wind Clan could fight 10 enemies at once and carve out such a bloody path with ease. By the way, remember to finish off the enemy. Leave no one alive, the captain said, as if remembering something. Puff! Puff! The knights, in perfect order, swiftly stabbed the corpses before them with their lances. Ouch! A half-dead wolf howled and leaped, attempting to pounce upon the knight's warhorse. Puff! A shadow flashed by, followed by a sharp sound, as a lance pierced the wolf's head, pinning it to the ground. TSK! Getting more and more cunning. Even the wolf. The captain who had thrown the lance shook his head as he walked towards his own lance. Whoosh! A corpse suddenly threw off its own dead body and rushed in the opposite direction of the knights. Using both hands and feet, it swiftly climbed the snowy hill, about to disappear from sight and escape. Buzz! A flash of blue battle energy flashed, and the next second the climbing orc stood straight at attention, then lay on the ground, twitching a few times. Hilarious. The hilarious scene made the captain cover his face with one hand. Can you outrun a swift horse and outrun a bow and arrow? A knight, bow in hand, twitched his lips. He was trying to flee right in front of them. Was he assuming they didn't exist? It turns out that not all Knight Orders are as ignorant of bows and arrows as the Holy Glory Knights. The Windrider Knights are one of the few Knight Orders that specialize in bows and arrows. As the Orthodox guerrilla knights of the Eastern Empire, kite tactics play a significant role in their tactical system. The pillar of the Swift Wind family, not really a pillar, the real face is the double-edged swordsman, is kidding you. A decathlon-level Knight Order. It's managed to survive the war that crumbled the Empire, yet it still maintains its integrity. Its value is high enough to rank among all the knightly orders in the Empire. And let's give some of the Grand Duke's orders a run for their money. Of course, I'm not referring to the Grand Duchy of Nyx. His. Are we in an orc's lair? Are we rats? Just crawl through any hole. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo was horrified by the reports from the scout cavalry. After all, with reports of orc encounters coming from all directions, the scout cavalry had been transformed into a full-scale attack cavalry unit. They appeared to be scouts, but in reality, they were the vanguard of a guerrilla operation. Is it possible that we've been away from this land too long, and the orcs have already taken root? The swordsman accompanying Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo said weakly. Well said. Don't say it next time. Come, drag them down and chop them down. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo's face twitched as he adjusted his anxious mood and teased the soldiers. No more delay. We have to speed up. I don't want to be caught in a war of human waves. In the past, I was the only one who used human waves to drown others. How can I let others drown us? Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo said with a wave of his hand. After all, the Empire's torrent infantry was the epitome of cheap, affordable, and effective. The problem is that the people behind us aren't as fast, and we don't have enough carriages. The swordsman said tactfully. Even without the soldiers telling him, Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo knew it wasn't just that they didn't have enough wagons, they simply didn't have any. Saving people was a struggle, so how could they have spared the trouble of salvaging any equipment? Everyone, get ready to go. You should have rested enough. Don't delay. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo glanced at the sky and decided to set off. The people had to move forward, even if they had to support each other. Staying put would only mean death. Remember to cut down trees along the way. Collect every piece of wood you see. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo told the soldiers. The sun was setting, and if they didn't move, tens of thousands of people would soon be plunged into darkness and cold in the night. Yes, your highness. The soldiers and knights nodded in understanding. They could skip food, but they absolutely couldn't go without water or suffer from hypothermia. Those two things could be fatal. I hope those orcs don't go about their lives ungratefully. We don't want to fight now, we just want to get home. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo consoled himself. Chapter 920. I want to see your Grand Duke. Let me see your Grand Duke. A commotion erupted from the crowd. A man in tattered clothing shouted amidst the soldiers' shoves. Though his clothes were tattered, one could still tell they were made of the finest imperial ice silk satin. They only looked a bit ridiculous on this disheveled fellow. Quiet. Your Highness needs to rest. He's been clearing the way for us all day. Don't you know how to be grateful and content? Sit down and don't cause us any trouble. The soldier glared at the disheveled man, the fury in his eyes nearly setting him ablaze. Asshole. Do you know who you're talking to? Not even Ocrian Yasuo would dare point his finger at me. The man leaped to his feet, shaking with anger. He waved his arms, and engaged in a fierce argument with the soldier. The civilians nearby, seeing this madman, moved away to watch the commotion. Swish. I'm warning you one last time. Stop messing with me. We need plenty of rest to ensure everyone's safety, not spending our energy playing house with you. This is wartime. Impersonating an imperial noble is a capital offense. I mean no harm, but please respect yourselves as citizens. The soldier drew his armor-piercing sword and held it across his body, his eyes and gestures filled with warning. I kill you. The man froze for a second, then his fur flared as if he'd been electrocuted. A torrent of elements surged through him, and a giant yellow elemental hand pinned him down. Who are you calling a masquerader? Do I need to pretend to be a noble? Wow. The man, his eyes bloodshot, was so agitated that the elemental hand instantly tightened around him. The swordsman's eyes immediately bulged out. Swish. Just as the swordsman was about to be crushed to a crisp, a narrow flash of sword light flashed. The next second, the powerful elemental hand uncontrollably disintegrated, and the swordsman fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Who are you, sir? Why are you attacking the soldiers of the Gale family? Are you trying to provoke the Gale family? A somewhat lazy voice came from behind the man. Ocrian Ryukin appeared behind him, arms folded, his sword barely drawn. To the sixth-rank swordmaster, this man was full of flaws. He had at least 100 ways. 100 ways to deliver a fatal blow. Okrian Ryukin? You? These are your family's private soldiers. Great. The man felt a chill run down his spine, like needles pricking him, and his neck felt chilled. But once he got a clear look at the man before him, a sneer settled on his face. I'm going to kill you today, the man said, raising his foot and kicking Okrian Ryukin. Madman. Okrian Ryukin didn't attack, but simply dodged the man's kick with a flick of his body, appearing 10 meters away. Sir, this place is not safe. I am not taking action not because I am afraid, but because I hope everyone can work together to bring everyone back. You should understand that one sword is enough to kill you, Okrian Lujin said in a deep voice. If he did not need manpower now, he would have attacked with a sword long ago in the Imperial era. Come on, come on. Cut inward. The man said nothing, merely lifting his tangled hair and gesturing to Okrian Ryukin with his neck. What's going on? Such a commotion? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, from a distance, saw the crowds of spectators and quickly inquired what was happening. Yasuo. You old bastard. Get over here. Suddenly, the man's eyes caught sight of Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo peering through the crowd. He roared, frightening him and sending him shivering. How dare you? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo stepped out from the crowd, his eyes flashing with sarcasm. Just when he was worried someone wouldn't make an example of him, here comes the Buddha. Look at me, Grandpa, the man demanded, lifting his hair from his face. Ow? Huh? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo paused, then lost in immense surprise. My friend. You're still alive. My dear. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo opened his arms to embrace the man, but the man grabbed his breastplate. Come on. Do you think I'm a noble or a gangster? The man clutching Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said excitedly. You're a noble. Marquis Franz Altigran Franz. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was terrified by the question. See? I'm Altigran Franz, Chief Quartermaster of the Imperial 14th Legion. Lieutenant General of the 14th Legion. A Marquis. Who the hell accused me of pretending to be a noble? Slander. Blatant slander. Where's that swordsman? Come out. I'm going to duel you. The family's honor is on the line. Altigran Franz, growing increasingly agitated, leaped to his feet, and Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo quickly stopped his former colleague. Calm down, calm down, calm down. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo apologized repeatedly. After all, he hadn't recognized Marquis Altigran Franz, let alone the other soldiers. It was a sign of courtesy that his soldiers didn't attack this man, dressed like a beggar sect elder, who claimed to be a marquis. Are these your soldiers? I fed them my food for nothing. I should have let you all starve to death on the northern front. Eating my own food while calling me a pretender to be a noble? Marquis Altigran Franz cursed. After all, before the Wen family took these sparks into exile in the void, Altigran Franz was responsible for allocating and distributing supplies for the entire 14th Legion and the Wen family. Throughout the Empire, the Franz family is known for being stingy. They're all penny pinchers, and that's why they're so full of quartermasters, so no one can get a penny out of them. Marquis Altigran Franz is the most prominent of the family. The penny pincher of penny pinchers. The bureaucrat of bureaucrats. His famous saying goes, how much money can you squeeze from the common people? Squeezing from the bureaucrats is the biggest profit. Thus, the Franz family became the largest creditor of the smaller nobles, specializing in lending for millennia. Their wealth rivals that of an entire nation, yet they eluded the imperial family for so many years because they're incredibly loyal. Of course, this loyalty only goes to the emperor. Their loyalty is like working for a job. They're equally loyal to every emperor. As for the empire? Sorry. We're not familiar. Al himself is the most skilled trader and logistics manager of this generation of the Franz family, and thus successfully ran for the family's marquisate. It's hard to say, this family's title isn't inherited by blood or illegitimate children, but by winning the support of the family council through ability. Electing a family head is a rare exception in the empire. And the most amazing thing is that it was passed down without incident. Altigran Franz, the Marquis, is here because he was appointed by the Emperor to oversee the logistics of the northeastern front. More precisely, he's overseeing the battle under the Emperor's command. Thank God. I thought. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo choked up, holding Marquis Altigran Franz's shoulder. Chapter 921. Get out of here. I outlive you. Marquis Altigran Franz's eyes flashed with displeasure. He died long ago. And now he's thinking of me? I'm sorry, it was so chaotic back then, everyone was trying to break through, and I couldn't find any nobles in the chaos. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes flashed with sorrow. The imperial nobles he had been drinking and chatting with were swept away by the massive, steely torrent of orcs, leaving countless nobles' fate unknown. Because the war in the north was going badly, the empire had been withdrawing troops from the safer east. As a result, the Great Wall of the East was directly overwhelmed by the sudden orc horde. The most deadly thing was that the enemy came from behind. Marquis Altigran Franz closed his eyes, tilting his head back and trying not to cry. His family and the royal guards bestowed by the emperor had all perished in the attempt to protect him from the breakout, ultimately sending him into the throng fleeing north. Where are you going, your highness? Marquis Altigran Franz twirled his golden beard, his shrewd eyes scrutinizing him. Home. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shook his head and said nothing more. Home? Do we still have a home? Altigran Franz sneered. They had seen no trace of the kingdom of Avalon upon their return from the eastern mountains, a clear sign that the empire was truly doomed. Even the elves of Avalon, a remote vassal state of the Lagran Empire, had perished, let alone the empire on the main battlefield. Furthermore, along the way, the northern lands, once supposed to be pasture land for the empire's horses, were now filled with orc burrows. Just going back to take a look. Everyone has their own wish list. Going back to Lagran City for a look. A look? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's voice trailed off. No one could face the grief of a shattered nation head-on. If the empire truly is gone, what are you going to do? Marquis Altigran Franz glanced at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, ready to erupt in disbelief. What's that look? I'm telling you, I have no interest in that position. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, irritated by Marquis Altigran Franz's scrutinizing gaze, quickly stood up and waved his arms to prove his innocence. I haven't said anything yet. Besides, isn't your Windrush family an electoral family? Your words are hard to believe. Altigran Franz said, his face skeptical. His. Don't you know why the Windrush family went to the east? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's face twitched. Didn't the Windrush family go to the east to become Grand Dukes to escape the political whirlpool? After all, family bloodline is very convincing in the empire. To accumulate strength to regain the throne? Marquis Altigran Franz asked in response. If the Windrush family had thought this, you should have called my ancestors your majesty. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo roared. Did the Franz family treat the emperor like dogs? They thought everyone they saw was going to rebel. The emperor might be dead, and you're still wagging your tail? His majesty has treated you well. You can't do anything stupid. Marquis Altigran Franz warned. Although he was alone, his aura was as powerful as an army of thousands. Aren't you seriously ill? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked, with a twitching eyelid. He had previously thought the Franz family was a bit abstract, but now he realized that this illness was far more serious. The empire has not yet died out, so even if you are an elector, it's not your turn to inherit the position. Marquis Altigran Franz warned. It was obvious that the electors wouldn't get to inherit the throne until the royal family died out. You're crazy! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's face twitched as he looked at the serious Altigran Franz. A sense of powerlessness rose from the depths of his heart. Don't tell me I'm not interested in that position. I just want to ask you one question. What year is it today? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes were filled with sarcasm, and he gestured with his hand to the wasteland behind him that had once been the empire's pastures. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo could clearly see Marquis Altigran Franz's pupils shrink. Although he quickly concealed it, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo still noticed the flash of panic in his expression. However, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo didn't point it out. It was like waking up from a sleep and finding the world has returned to prehistoric times, which would have left anyone stunned for a while. Remember, as long as the imperial family remains, you will always be a prince. Marquis Altigran Franz chose to verbally warn Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Without waiting for Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo to speak, he headed towards a distant campfire, where a group of soldiers were preparing a pot of porridge for everyone. Is this the head of the Franz family? So insane? Okrian Ryukin leaned over to Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and whispered. Ahem. Normal. What do you think helped this family rise from peddler to marquis? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo laughed and shook his head. What? Okrian Ryukin asked curiously. He wasn't the one in power, so he didn't need to memorize the histories and characteristics of the various noble families. After all, it was Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo who took the blame. Hearing this for the first time immediately ignited a raging fire of gossip. Competence alone isn't enough, loyalty is also necessary. Loyalty alone isn't enough, competence is also necessary. A humble background isn't a disgrace. A man who can bend and stretch is a true man. The Franz family rose to the imperial family's attention step by step through loyalty to the emperor and their excellent system for selecting heirs. But the role of the imperial twin fists isn't. Okri and Ryukin hesitated. It seemed that the roles of these families overlapped somewhat. After all, when it came to loyalty and competence, the twin fists had never lost. Do you think the twin fists were truly loyal? Grand Duke Okri Yasuo let a faint smile play on his lips. No. Their loyalty is to this country. This race. They kneel not to the emperor, but to the millions of people of this world. Grand Duke Okri Yasuo said calmly. They don't need to prove their loyalty to the imperial family with their fists, nor do they need to. This empire already has their share. They are the pillars of the empire who voluntarily gave up the elector. Grand Duke Okri Yasuo sighed. Wait, Yasuo, I'm confused. You're talking too much. I don't understand. Okri Ryukin tapped his head. That's right, you don't understand. How wonderful it would be if humans could be as pure as swords. Grand Duke Okri Yasuo smiled wryly and shook his head. The Franz family's rise to prominence stems precisely from their loyalty to the emperor. In other words, their loyalty isn't to this country, but to its royal family. Every generation of Franz family patriarchs has been remarkably clear-headed, their goals resolute, and their hearts pure. They're willing to sacrifice their honor and reputation for the emperor. Who wouldn't want gloves like these? Grand Duke Okri Yasuo said helplessly. Isn't this just like being a dog? Okri Ryukin was stunned. He expected some extraordinary ability, but this? Every family has its own way of survival. Just focus on our own strengths. We don't need to pay attention to others. Grand Duke Okri Yasuo waved his hand. Chapter 922. Roland had already returned to Lagran City with his beloved wife, accompanied by Duke Joltea. As the patriarch of the Hand of the Swift and the master of internal affairs, he had also been coaxed back by Roland. What? Judging by your expression, I guess Duke Yufeng didn't say anything nice. Roland teased. Duke Joltea shuddered. Yufeng cursed profusely after learning Roland had transferred him. After all, Duke Joltea was the only person with sufficient ability and influence. With him gone, Yunfeng's work was only half the effort, twice the effort. Worst of all, Roland had abducted Nyx. Logically, the queen and the king eloped. No! It was natural for the queen and the king to stay together. But with Nyx gone, everything in the city would fall on his head. Duke Joltea's departure only made matters worse. I knew he wouldn't let me go! Yufeng roared in the empty castle, with only the Dragon Knight by his side. Dos Anthony listened quietly to his complaints and dissatisfaction. As for why only Dos Anthony was there? Good question. Because Ajax had gone to Pingnan City with Caslo to be affectionate. Alright, Your Excellency, you've been yelling all morning. Take a break. Dos Anthony waved his hand at Yunfeng in boredom, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. After all, which of Roland's orders and his sister's could he disobey? I don't understand. What does Roland have? To catch me and try to take advantage of me? Why? A wise man's life isn't a life. A wise man isn't a sixth-level person. I see. He even treats the cattle in the fields more meticulously than I do. Yunfeng gritted his teeth. Dos Anthony studied Yunfeng carefully, remaining silent for a rare moment. However, the forlorn expression on his face betrayed his inner feelings. After all, cows tire, horses fall sick, but you, my dear wise king, you possess the iron will of an empire. You will heal yourself. Bad luck. Yunfeng happened to catch a glimpse of Dos Anthony's compassionate eyes, and suddenly felt a surge of nameless anger rising within him. However, he could only turn away abruptly. Gazing at Yunfeng's back, Dos Anthony shook his head helplessly. The worst part for a person is when you need to vent your anger, but can't find the right person to help you. Your Majesty the Queen, Charlie Pross said, bowing to Roland and his wife. Well, no need to be so polite. Get ready. From today on, Nyx will be living with me. Roland's beaming expression fully demonstrated his excitement and joy. Charlie Pross politely nodded to Nyx, and prepared to leave. Duke of Kolstia? Hello. Oh, and where's Lord Caslo? Charlie Pross suddenly realized that one person had been added, and one person had been lost in his group. Caslo was a crucial listener, and believer in his preaching of the glory and miracles of the Dragon God. He called it that. Oh, that fellow Caslow is in Pingnan City with Lady Ajax, so why would he care about us? As for Duke of Kolstia, of course, His Majesty brought him back. The air beneath the light and shadows rippled as Darien Nightblade slowly emerged. Not bad, better hidden this time. Adolf Heinrich nodded with satisfaction. An assassin needs to blend in. Charlie Pross had been careless and hadn't noticed Darien Nightblade standing right beside them. Okay, we're leaving now. Sir Adolf, please help entertain the others. Without waiting for Charlie Pross to speak, Roland waved his hand and left with Nyx in his arms. Is he always this impatient? Fenglin Yuan pointed at Roland's distant back and pursed her lips. Not bad. He's about the same as you. Darien Nightblade patted Fenglin Yuan's shoulder and said gravely, I was being responsible. I was showing love. Fenglin Yuan suddenly became anxious, muttering words like duty, responsibility, and protection. Did the trip go smoothly? Did you encounter any danger? Caslow was away. After taunting Roland, Fenglin Yuan hurried off to find Lilith, leaving Adolf Heinrich and the others staring at each other. Charlie Pross coughed and began questioning Darien Nightblade and the others. It was okay. It started strong, but ended badly. I thought the dragon was so formidable. But then? Huh? Fenglin Yuan struck it with one sword, and it shattered. Darien Nightblade shrugged helplessly, continuing his journey like a nuclear-powered donkey. That was a wasted trip indeed. But I found something strange. You can come and see it. Charlie Pross finished his rant, and thought of something important. He led the others to the magic control room in La Grande City. Look! This magic locating device has been activated here before. Charlie Pross pointed to a spot, somewhere to the northeast. Aren't we almost reaching the eastern mountains? Adolf Heinrich said, scanning the map. So what exactly is this thing for? Darien Nightblade was confused. Location. Charlie Pross tapped the crystal plate in front of him, and said to Darien Nightblade. Location? Darien Nightblade frowned. To be more precise, it's used to locate Imperial troops with positioning compasses. Although the city isn't large, the magical center built by our ancestors is disproportionate to its size. I think it's the backup core city for the Spark project. Adolf Heinrich tapped the crystal plate in front of him. So that location is lit? Darien Nightblade hesitated. That means someone with an Imperial positioning compass has appeared there. Duke Joltia said calmly. But why isn't it showing? Charlie Pross asked, puzzled. There are many reasons: damage, distance, etc. Joltia shook his head. The only thing that won't happen is a false alarm. Joltia said without waiting for them to speak. After all, as the hand of the stream, he was quite authoritative in this area. Impossible? Project Spark would appear in such a remote place? That's the border? Darien Nightblade said in disbelief. Don't forget one thing. That place once belonged to the Empire. Moreover, the Empire's vassal state, the Kingdom of Avalon, was once established in those mountains. Joltia shook his head, his eyes solemn. What should we do? Adolf Heinrich asked Duke Joltia. Chapter 923. Your Majesty, I know you may find this unbelievable, but I must say this. Duke Joltia said sincerely, looking at the displeased Roland. So, is there something urgent you're looking for me about right now? Or are they busy? Roland gestured to his pajamas, and then to the group of people behind Joltia. Well, we detected a signal from the Empire to the northeast. Although it's only brief, I think it's necessary to check it out. Joltia organized his words. As the highest-ranking noble in La Grande City, he was the most appropriate person to communicate with Roland. So why don't you go look for it? Roland raised a brow. Was he some unkind emperor? Or was he sensitive to military power? Why bother disturbing him while he and Nyx were asleep? That place is in the eastern mountains. We need your written order to mobilize the Dragon Knights or Wyvern Knights. Joltia rubbed his hands awkwardly. Beautiful. Roland's big head, which had been controlled by the small one, gradually regained consciousness. This must be a system reward. No wonder it's been quiet all this time. It must have gone to the edge of the map. The Joltias looked at each other, confused as to what Roland meant by the sudden word beautiful. It's too dangerous for the dragon riders to go. The journey is long. We need to get a few dragon riders to see it. Roland shook his head. While flying dragons are powerful, this sky doesn't belong to them. Giant dragons, on the other hand, don't have to worry so much. You've seen top-level monsters hunt flying dragons, but who has ever seen monsters hunt giant dragons? Isn't that just courting death? You agree? Joltia exclaimed in surprise. Of course. If there's even a glimmer of hope that they could be our people, we welcome them home. After all, abandonment isn't in the Empire's vocabulary. Roland shook his head. Under normal circumstances, Roland wouldn't risk sending a dragon rider far from home to pursue such an elusive possibility. But since it was a system reward, it was certainly no problem. Roland's family was short of men right now. Based on the War of the Ring, Roland's cards were likely enough to outmaneuver Sauron. For example, if Roland were to go all out to attack Mordor right now, Mordor would likely be unstoppable. Mordor, without the Black Tower, would be defenseless against the Dragon Riders, and Sauron would be mired in the war with Raglan. The fall of Mordor would only. It's a matter of time. But what good would Roland gain from defeating Mordor now? Besides leaving behind a devastated kingdom, and women and children who have been waiting for their family's return. Roland is no saint. There's no need for him to risk all of Middle-earth. In other words, Middle-earth right now isn't worth Roland's life. Roland wasn't prepared to confront Sauron until Gondor and Rohan were awakened. A showdown now would only result in heavy casualties, and a fleeting thank you from both nations. After all, the whip hurts only when it strikes. Who should we send? Duke Joltia asked the crucial question. After all, personnel selection is a crucial issue. Too strong would compromise the kingdom's national defense, while sending too small fry would easily lead to their demise. Therefore, careful selection is crucial. Do I still need to choose? Caslo Weiss. Roland waved his hand. The kingdom's top dragon rider duo was a perfect match, and Weiss's combat effectiveness had improved significantly over time. He wasn't exactly capable of leading a battle, but at least he could protect himself and wouldn't hold Caslo back. As for Caslo, he was still the kingdom's big brother. Roland was intentionally hiding Fon Lin Yolan's strength. His 6th rank paladin combat power might leak out, but the news of his dragon's recovery would remain unknown. Don't underestimate this move. If he jumped out at a critical moment, he could kill a demigod. Lord Caslo hasn't returned yet, Jolstia said. Let's wait until he returns. There's no rush anyway. Roland waved his hand. After all, it's natural for a couple to reunite, and the system reward is there, so there's no need to worry. It's those devils. The devils from the south are attacking. Han Shuyang, chief of the Stone Tribe, felt his legs weaken upon seeing the familiar red flag with a golden dragon. The fear from deep within his memory washed over him. As chief of the Stone Tribe, he felt a certain sense of responsibility. Seeing the situation was dire, he fled early, and then fled towards the northeastern wasteland, annexing many small tribes along the way. By the time he reached this place, he had grown into a tribe with a population of tens of thousands. But faced with the order to attack from the red flag with a golden dragon, he still didn't dare to initiate the attack. Damn it, we're being targeted. Ocrian Lucan narrowed his eyes, and whispered to Grandmaster Ocrian Yasuo beside him. Where? Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo said calmly. East. On the snowy hill. I see them. They seem to be scouting? Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo whispered. From thousands of meters away, Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo could only vaguely make out the orcs. What to do? Ocrian Ryukin asked. Norman! Go get them. Don't let them get away. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo summoned Ocrian Norman and whispered. Ocrian Norman remained calm upon receiving the order. He calmly summoned a team of knights, and began to march towards the outskirts of the migrating group. As the group moved, they inched closer and closer to the snowy hill. Clearly, he was trying to prevent the orcs from scattering in the face of danger. There was no way to capture all the fleeing orcs in the vast wasteland, so the best strategy was to annihilate them while they were still together. Keep low. Those knights are close. Prepare to retreat. Chieftain Han, the king of the Stone Tribe, was already beginning to retreat. Though hundreds of wolf riders lay on the snowy slopes behind him, these elite orcs offered him little comfort. He knew full well that if discovered by these humans, he would be pursued endlessly. After all, he had fled to such a desolate region, and yet these humans, with their families, were still chasing him. Such perseverance made this lucky orc chieftain sweat profusely. Quiet! Let's go! Seeing the knights closing in on him, as the group approached, Chief Han Shuyang of the Stone Tribe gave the order for a covert retreat. Charge! Before he could finish his words, Ocrian Norman, a few hundred meters away, suddenly erupted with a sinister grin. The 10 knights he led instinctively followed their leader and charged. Boom! Amidst the flames of battle, Ocrian Norman was already imagining himself skewering orcs with his lances, crushing their bones beneath his steeds. Then the scene suddenly changed. As the knights climbed a snowy hillock, ready to feast their lances on blood, they were met with a scene that left them bewildered. Hundreds of wolves and orcs, their butts pouting, were quietly retreating down the hillock. The men and horses on both sides stood there, staring blankly in disbelief. Tough. The awkward atmosphere made Okri and Norman hesitant to act rashly. After all, the orc leading the way, dressed in garish attire, also exuded the aura of a high-ranking Fifth Order. Chapter 924. Kill! Okri and Norman suddenly drew his sword and slashed down with all his might. A stream of wind-like flames instantly sliced through an orc wolf rider and his mount. Facing a close-range enemy, a knight who had lost his speed was no more effective with a lance than with a long sword. Kill! The orc wolf riders, having regained their composure, were horrified by the bloody scene before them. They howled and charged at Knight Raglan. Charge! Seeing the orc wolf riders so close, the members of the Wind Knights instantly demonstrated their prowess as a top-tier knightly order. They quickly gathered together, attempting to push forward by riding the wall and break through the orc positions. However, Okri and Norman held no hope. He understood that the wolf riders, one of the orcs' top-tier troops, were no mere cannon fodder. They might be vulnerable to an organized knightly order, but against scattered knights, their mounts could unleash their full potential. After all, while defending against the orcs' attacks, human knights also had to be wary of the wolves' pounce. Gather. Don't get left alone. Don't lose speed. Cut through them. This was Okri and Norman's last hope. Facing the wolf riders' encirclement, an assault alone was a death sentence. Losing speed meant being a lamb to the slaughter. Clang. Clang. The sound of metal clashing continued. Although not a fully fledged knightly order, the glory skills could still be activated to provide proportional defense to the knights. With their various skills, the knights could still rely on their plate armor to withstand a few blows from the orcs' ferocious scimitars. Counterattack! Counterattack! Okri and Norman roared, hacking away at the orcs blocking his path. But his gaze remained fixed on the strongest orc. After all, even the aftermath of a level 5 orc clashing with him could shred the knights behind him. As the last remaining legacy of the Windbringer family, and to ensure Okri and Yasuo's succession to the Empire, Okri and Norman would risk his life to protect his only established knightly order. Retreat! King Han, chieftain of the Stone Tribe, was a spineless figure. When he saw the dragon banner, his spirit had already flown away. As Okri and Norman charged, his composure was enough to show that he had been stunned for a moment. Okri and Norman, who was hacking away at the wolf riders, suddenly noticed something was amiss. The orcs before him began to evade, gradually clearing a path for them. General! They're fleeing! Should we pursue them? The blood-soaked knights behind him shouted murderously. Hunting you! Okri and Norman broke out in a cold sweat. Was he not dying fast enough? Fortunately, the orc leader had led the charge, otherwise a fierce battle would have been inevitable. Okri and Norman had been holding back, not wasting his battle chi on unleashing any skills, simply preparing to clash with the 5th-level orcs. Retreat! Retreat! Okri and Norman gasped, hurriedly calling on the knights behind him to flee, not even bothering to finish off the wounded orcs on the ground. Look! Our knights have returned victorious. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo muttered to himself with satisfaction, watching the knights galloping back in the distance. Why do I feel something's off? Marquis Altigran Franz asked, staggering on the nag that had been vacated for him. With his superior psychic perception, he clearly sensed the tension and panic in the knights. No way. What could possibly go wrong if we strangled a few spies? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo asked, puzzled. Your Highness! Your Highness! Okri and Norman explained from a distance. However, he possessed exceptional military prowess. Although terrified, he refrained from revealing any military intelligence, as this would have shaken the morale of the people and caused serious trouble. What's wrong? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo asked hurriedly, after glancing at Marquis Altigran Franz in surprise. Something's happened. Something terrible. Okri and Norman took a breath and continued. We just, encountered wolf cavalry. Hundreds of them. Led by a 5th-level orc warrior. Okri and Norman panted. Oh no! I'm terrified of these idiots. They're so disgusting. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo's eyes revealed undisguised disgust. After all, in his understanding, a tribe that could dispatch hundreds of wolf scouts must be a large orc tribe, estimated to number over 100,000. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly support a wolf cavalry regiment numbering thousands. Damn it! Those demons are really after us. They're bringing death and slaughter. The chieftain of the Stone Tribe trembled in fear. Those knights charging at them without a second thought must have something to rely on. Perhaps their mages and powerful knights, capable of unleashing the horrific scourge, were right behind them. This made the chieftain flee without hesitation, What horrified him most was that these human soldiers had brought civilian laborers with them. This was unprecedented. The appearance of human civilian laborers on the battlefield meant the humans would continue fighting. With the civilian laborers arrived a terrifying amount of supplies. Fortuitously, both sides had exaggerated the other's strength and simultaneously chosen to flee. Looking down from the map, the long march of humans suddenly turned west, while the orc hordes brazenly headed east. This miscalculation on both sides resulted in a potentially earth-shattering battle being averted. Although the outcome was already predetermined, with Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo commanding the war wizards of House MacDougall, there was no reason for them to lose. Those orc bastards didn't catch up, did they? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked nervously, watching Okrian Ryukin fall from the sky. Those human lunatics didn't follow, did they? The Stone Tribe chieftain asked anxiously, looking at the wolf riders reporting back from behind. It seems we successfully shaken off those bastards. Marquis Altigron Franz congratulated Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, bowing. For now. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was not taking it lightly. Order the soldiers to cook. Prepare dinner for the people. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo ordered the officers. After all, the people had been running with them for most of the day, and many were already lying on the ground. A large number of people were lying in the icy snow. Although it was spring, the snow in the northern wasteland had not yet melted, and the ground was still covered in a blanket of white. I go take a look. Marquis Altigron Franz frowned, a hint of struggle in his eyes. Your Excellency, why are you eating this? A patrolling knight spotted Marquis Altigron Franz mingling in the crowd. He was drenched in a wooden bowl, sipping a thin porridge topped with a few wild vegetables. The startled knight hurriedly ushered him into the general's tent. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at Marquis Altigron Franz, who was holding the wooden bowl, and then exchanged glances with the others before blinking. Where have you been? Okrian Ryukin gritted his teeth at the beggar-like Marquis. Chapter 925. I'm going to eat. Altigron Franz, his expression calm, found a place to sit, and quietly sipped the porridge from his bowl. That's for the common people. Your Excellency, the Marquis, should eat this. Okrian Norman quickly presented a plate of white bread and a bowl of steaming dried meat soup. You guys eat. I just have some porridge. Marquis Altigron Franz took a deep look at the food before him, then turned back to the soldiers wolfing down their food. Finally, he fell silent. Al. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo called out. It's all right. You guys eat. The common people need the soldiers' protection. Marquis Altigron Franz shook his head, then lifted the tent, holding his porridge, and left. Okrian Ryukin glanced at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, signaling with his eyes whether he should recover the money, but Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo quickly shook his head. Alas! Marquis Altigron Franz sighed, as he sniffed the aroma of meat wafting from the military camp. He didn't blame Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's qualifications or reason. After all, even a fool knew that starvation wouldn't kill anyone in this chaotic wasteland, but without the protection of the soldiers, they would be torn apart. Troubled times call for harsh punishments, and the soldiers' treatment also needed to be guaranteed. Although Marquis Altigron Franz wasn't well versed in military affairs, he understood economics, and even more human nature. He stood blankly in the snow, watching the people greedily licking every morsel of nutrition, and suddenly a pang of pain pierced his heart. It's snowing. Suddenly, Marquis Altigron Franz's face froze. He stood frozen in place, then slowly raised his head. His spiritual power had long since sensed the snowflakes that hadn't yet fallen. Although spring had arrived, for the northern wastelands, where the snow only melted in the summer, the difference between spring and winter was minimal. Dragon God. What should we do with him? Marquis Altigron Franz asked, grabbing a passing soldier and pointing at the huddled civilians. Well, may the Dragon God bless them. The soldier paused for a moment, then saluted helplessly, touching his chest. This is murder. Marquis Altigron Franz paused, then rushed towards Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's tent in a rage. It's snowing. And the people are just huddled in the wind and snow, shivering? They don't even have a few tents. Do you know they freeze to death? Marquis Altigron Franz demanded of Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. The truth is, there's nothing I can do. To be honest, there aren't enough tents for the soldiers. Look, my tent is packed with soldiers. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo made way for Marquis Altigron Franz to take a look. Sure enough, the tent was filled with soldiers sitting and lying in all directions. Because we need to keep the horses warm, many of the tents have been taken away by the horses, forcing the soldiers to squeeze in. Even so, most soldiers still have to sleep in the snow. Thankfully, we rotate guards to ensure every soldier gets a break in a tent. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo sighed. In reality, the tents weren't warm at the moment, as the heating stoves weren't lit. In the icy wilderness, fuel is a precious resource. Of all the tents, only Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's had a small stove lit for illumination. The warmth it provided was limited, but it was enough to satisfy the soldiers. Fire and light mean hope to humanity. Marquis Altigran Franz paused for a moment before the tent curtained down, then silently turned and left. It wasn't that Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was being impolite, but rather that the curtain was drawn to preserve the remaining heat and prevent drafts. Altigran Franz walked through the snow. Hunger didn't drive him mad. Instead, his mind grew clearer as his stomach churned. Finally, he suddenly stopped and sighed, as if making some kind of resolution. Where did all these tents come from? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, having opened the curtains that morning, gazed at the endless array of khaki military tents and the rich aroma of wheat in the air. His mind froze. And this wheat aroma was definitely not something you could get from thin porridge. This was issued by Marquis Altigran Franz. He said it was a royal gift. A soldier who had helped him the previous night told Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo glanced at the soldiers in confusion before searching for Marquis Altigran Franz. He soon found him, looking like a beggar. He was the only one wearing a piece of silk aristocratic clothing, the tattered silk revealing the last bit of his aristocratic stubbornness. "Hello, your highness. Would you like a bowl of oatmeal?" Altigran Franz scooped a large spoonful of thick oatmeal with a wooden spoon and offered it to the grateful civilian. The sharp-eyed Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo spotted some finely chopped meat in it. "This is..." Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo gestured bewilderedly around, then pointed at the iron pot in front of Marquis Altigran Franz. "Was that to say life was over?" "Don't worry, your highness. These are supplies for the Imperial 14th Legion. As the logistics manager for the eastern frontier, their supplies are under my control." Marquis Altigran Franz gestured to Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo to rest assured. He had funded all of this. Then, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was about to ask, "Why didn't you bring it out sooner? That way, everyone wouldn't have to eat gruel all day." "First of all, I must state this in advance. These supplies belong to the royal family. They are a gift from His Majesty the Emperor to his people. As the deputy to the governor of the Eastern Territory and head of logistics, I have the authority to distribute these supplies on His Majesty's behalf. I'm only giving these out as royal relief to the civilians. Your Majesty wouldn't want the people to go hungry and without clothes." Marquis Altigran Franz looked at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo seriously, his eyes full of undisguised pride. As the royal henchman, the Franz family has always done a good job. Then, "Thank you, your Majesty, for this gift." Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo didn't hesitate, but immediately knelt on one knee and saluted. "Rise, Grand Duke Yasuo. His Majesty will surely wish you could lead them out alive." Marquis Altigran Franz calmly nodded and accepted Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's kneeling obeisance, a gesture he accepted on behalf of the royal family. "Then could you please tell us how long our current supplies will last?" Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was completely overwhelmed by surprise. He had initially assumed that the rescued Marquis Altigran Franz was merely a noble addition, but he hadn't expected this man to actually be carrying the 14th Legion supplies. Now, he was literally bringing money into the group. That's right. Imperial quartermasters carry supplies. Given the Franz family's level of favor, carrying an entire legion's worth of supplies wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 926. All the logistical supplies for the Imperial 14th Legion are here. They were originally intended for the 14th, but now the situation is special and requires emergency requisition. Marquis Altigran Franz said calmly. "All? That's great. We need arrows." Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes lit up. The remnants of the 14th Legion included a 1,000-man squadron of Bedanian archers. These archers could easily unleash a terrifying array of arrows. No one would want to withstand their torrential rain of arrows. The consumption of arrows was also terrifyingly high, and using battle chi to shoot at them couldn't guarantee endurance. Therefore, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo urgently needed a reserve supply of arrows. "Okay." Marquis Altigran Franz nodded without refusing. After all, he had witnessed those archers forming a phalanx, and using arrows to cover and kill the orc spies. Once those arrows were shot, there was virtually no time or energy left to recover them. Therefore, it was normal for Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo to be running low on supplies. "What's wrong?" Roland awoke from a gentle slumber, his sleepy eyes opening. He saw Nyx's delicate, cherry blossom white body lying before him. Little Roland instinctively nodded in greeting. "Wake up, time to take care of government affairs." Nyx looked at Roland lovingly. Government affairs? Such a foreign word to Roland. Adolf Heinrich Joelstia, Yun Fong, ah yes, yes. Nix looked at Roland's sincere, innocent, and bewildered eyes, and let out a helpless chuckle. They were truly alike. Now, anyone who said Roland wasn't of the Legrand royal family would be furious. Just look at the royal family's long-standing history of lax governance to see how strong and stable these genes are. Okay, go to sleep. Cover yourself. Nix nodded Roland's head, signaling him to look away from the two snow-capped peaks. Then, she stood up and began to dress. HM? As she dressed, Nix sensed something was amiss. Why were there 4 hands working on her? Nix paused, while the other 2 pig trotters continued to juggle the ball, seemingly oblivious to the signal. Snap! A crisp slapping sound was heard, followed a second later by Nix's angry voice. Roland! Get up! Ah! Roland, his ears being pulled, screamed like a butchered pig. Begin! Nix, sitting next to Roland in the palace, said in a deep voice. Joelstia and Adolf Heinrich, who had been preparing to go through the motions at the bottom of the stairs, exchanged looks of bewilderment and froze in their places. What's wrong, Duke? Is there a problem? Nix calmly gazed at the nobles and generals at the foot of the stairs. No, nothing. Oh! Well, because of the heavy snow, we provided reconstruction aid to the nearby villages, spending a total of... Looking at Roland, who sat hopelessly on the throne, the startled Duke Joltia finally came to his senses and began to report his work fluently. After all, as the head of the Swift Hand, one of the 2 great leaders of the Empire, no one knew how to report better. Yes, no problem. You're doing well. Pay attention to the safety of the civilians. We need their support. They're the lifeblood of the kingdom. Nix was very satisfied with Joltia's report. As a political veteran, any member of their family could handle these things with ease. Your Majesty, Commander Yasef wishes to purchase some meat and supplies. He also wishes to open up purchasing privileges for the soldiers, allowing them to trade with the residents. Fonlin Yuan said, rubbing his chest. As the military commander of Lagran City, although Casso held a higher position, the real power belonged to the lesser-known Fonlin Yuan. Nix cast his gaze at Roland, who immediately tilted his head back in a contemplative pose. The comical scene added a touch of amusement to Nix's calm expression. Okay, in your Majesty's name, I agree to their request, but they must keep their soldiers under control. I don't want their soldiers to clash with our residents. Nix sighed helplessly, seeing Roland still feigning contemplation, and said to Fonlin Yuan, As you command, your Majesties. Maple Orchid nodded with a sinister smile. Could there really be some fool trying to stir up trouble in front of the Dragon Rider? No way. No way. Surely a Gondorian wouldn't do that. There's another important matter. What should we do with Aragorn and Legolas? Adolf Heinrich stepped forward. After all, these 2 had shamelessly followed Roland here. They couldn't just leave them there forever, could they? Is Gondor hostile to us? Nix glanced at Roland, who was almost asleep, and spoke for herself. No, in a sense, they are allies. Well, partially. Adolf Heinrich thought of Prince Adoramus, and Denethor too, and chose his words carefully. What about the Dunedain? As Roland's devoted wife, Nix had already begun gathering intelligence the moment Roland suggested keeping an eye on Aragorn. Of course, there's no conflict of interest with us for now. Jolstia replied, looking at Nix. Very good then. Since when did the kingdom of Lagran become so intolerant of even 2 foreigners? Nix asked calmly. All right, your Majesty, I understand. Adolf Heinrich was a brilliant man. He instantly understood what Nix meant. After all, he could still make 2 people stir up trouble in his own hands. Ah. Roland stretched lazily. Boo! My wife is wonderful. Roland generously showered sweet words, gently kissing his tired-looking wife beside him. Nix's face, which had been tinged with emotion, slowly broke into a smile. You're just a chatterbox. What are you doing? Do you think you're a king but a hands-off boss? Why do I feel like Adolf, and the others are more like kings than you? Nix chided. Absolutely not. My loyalty to the dragon god is evident. Adolf Heinrich, who hadn't yet left, fell behind. He vaguely overheard Nix's words, and slid swiftly around, kneeling before the 2 men. He knelt on one knee, touched his chest, and bowed his head, all in one seamless motion. Roland was stunned. His first thought was, if it were him, he could have avoided that bowl of spicy soup. Oh! Stand up. Your Excellency Adolf has misunderstood. I was joking with Roland. Nix smiled, using a magical hand to help Adolf Heinrich to his feet. Although she was joking, her expression was devoid of a smile. The Heinrich family has never betrayed the royal family. Adolf Heinrich was so shocked he practically swore an oath to the heavens. Of course I know you're loyal. Well, you still have work to do, so I won't keep you here. Nix nodded gently and watched Adolf Heinrich leave, a hint of a smile on her face once again. Roland belatedly sensed something was amiss. It was just a casual blow. The Heinrich family has a history. If a hands-off boss like you encounters a family like that, if you have any ulterior motives, there's bound to be chaos. Nix smiled gently at Roland. Chapter 927. No. Not that exaggerated. Roland stuttered. Nix looked incredibly unfamiliar to him at that moment. Only then did Roland suddenly remember that the woman beside him was no pushover. She was the Archduchess, who had dared to launch the Crusades. She was the mastermind in the imperial political game. Nix's innocent and naive behavior had always been just to herself. Their sweet flirtation had made Roland subconsciously overlook the fact that this woman, who could lead the principality forward amidst the political turmoil, was no naive young woman. Human nature can't withstand temptation. It's better to warn them in advance than to make amends after they actually betrayed you, Nix said gently. Isn't that right? Nix asked Roland, looking back. Yes. You make a lot of sense. Roland didn't argue. He knew he had a system, and these Lagrangians would be loyal to him, but Nix didn't know that. She was always thinking about him, so how could he blame her and make her sad? What's going on? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked calmly, looking at the hurriedly approaching Okrian Ryukin. For a Grand Duke of the Empire, he actually done a great job of cultivating his energy. Your Highness! There's a dragon! A dragon rider! Okrian Ryukin panted. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo paused for a moment, then abruptly stood up and, pulling Okrian Ryukin with him, ran in the direction they come from. Is this definitely our target? Weiss asked, looking at Caslo. From the sky, this massive crowd hardly matched his impression of the people of the Lagrang kingdom. Of course, Caslo said seriously. The faded yet unstained dragon flag instantly revealed the identities of these people. They appeared to be troops and civilians directly under the Empire. In his haste, he hadn't noticed the flying wind dragon banner of the Jiefeng family. At the same time, Roland's system panel finally pinged. After a long hiatus, the panel finally refreshed with new entries: territory, capital, Lagran City, Jilia City, Lulong Fortress, Palembang, Baidu Fort, Longya Fort. Generals: Caslo, Level 6 Dragon Rider, Rainer, Level 6 Holy Hero, Rattle, Level 5 War Mage, Adile, Level 6 Hero, Yifeng, Level 6 Sage, Omsk, Level 6 Hero, Lavian, Level 4 Knight Commander, Holland, Level 4 Knight Commander, Luke Leopold, Merc Leopold, Ajax Anthony, Level 5 Dragon Rider, Lafitte Anthony, Level 3 Grand Knight, Varen Angus, Level 3 Warrior, Dos Anthony, Level 4 Dragon Rider, Umadlon, Level 4 Knight Commander, Verve, Level 6 Hunter, Adolf Heinrich, Level 6 Sage, Darian Nightblade, Level 6 Creed Assassin, Weiss, Level 3 Dragon Knight, Alistar, Level 3 Goblin Knight, Marcus, Level 4 Knight Commander, Lance, Level 3 Warrior, Fonlin Yulon, Level 6 Dragon Knight Commander, Fonlin Binglon, Level 6 Hero, Charlie Prose, Level 6 Priest, Mogus, Level 6 Hero, Lilith, Level 6 Sage, Nogai, Level 4 Dragon Knight, Altai Grand Franz, Level 4 Mage. Vassals: Apophis Brio, Tier 4 Knight, Ismir, Tier 3 Druid, Okrian Yasuo, Tier 6 Hero. Special Personnel: Ivy, Tier 4 War Priest, Grand Duke Nix, Tier 5 Dragon Mage, Nina Bon, Tier 3 Archmage, Rule, Tier 3 Warrior, Joltia, Tier 3 Knight, Vladivostok, Tier 2 Knight, Fonlin Shilon, Tier 2 Dragon Knight, Fonlin Shulon, Tier 2 Dragon Knight. Troops: 28,974. Holy Glory Knights: 150 Tier 2 Raglan Empire Vanguard Knights. Romanian Royal Knights: 100 Tier 2 Knights, Imperial 14th Legion Knights, 130 Disorganized and Complex. Raglan City Guards: 4,000 Tier 2 Bodnia Archers, 6,000 Tier 2 Dewinian Heavy Swordsmen, 1,000 Tier 2 El Nino Rangers, 200 Tier 2 Lodiran Rangers, 300 Tier 2 Lagran Royal Guards, 500 Tier 3 Lagran Royal Crossbow Guards, 300 Tier 3 Surge Legion, 14,000 Surge Infantry. Priests. 1 Tier 2 Priest Corps, 50 members. 1 Tier 3 Priest Squad, 10 members. Mages. 1 Tier 3 Forbidden Spell Mage Corps Squad, 5 Tier 3 Fire Mages, 5 Tier 3 Wind Mages, 30 mages of all levels, including Tier 1 to 3 mages. Cross Bohemian Knights. 20 Tier 2 Crusader Legion, 100 Cuirassiers, 100 Crusader Crossbowmen, 300 Crusader Hoplites. Woodland Warriors. 500 Tier 2 Warriors, Griffin Knights. 4 Tier 2 Wyvern Knights. 20 10 Tier 2, 10 Tier 1 Apprentices, Grassland Elves. 200 Tier 2 Goblin Knights. 1,000, a mix of Tier 1 and Tier 2, total kingdom population. 550,000 plus, trainable civilians. 100,000 plus, honor, 5 points. Main quests. Establish the 12 cities of the flood. Top Legion *1, path to the Empire's resurrection. Control and own 10 towns. Reward. 1 Mage Tower *, 1 inheritance of any mage. Overall review. A thriving kingdom. The surrounding environment has been cleared and stabilized. The resilient people of Lagrang still stubbornly defend this ancient land. Their king has reclaimed the old capital. Vast territories have been reclaimed. The kingdom urgently needs a large number of cities to consolidate its territory. Note, the kingdom of Lagrang, with its military hegemony, firmly holds the reins of power in the north. Its noble pioneers have also successfully penetrated various parts of the north. The shadow of darkness in the north has been suppressed to the extreme under the king's brilliance. The king, full of martial virtue, seems eager to accomplish something historic. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo? Roland said quickly. He noticed this newly emerged nobleman. After all, the gleaming title of Grand Duke and the crimson insignia of the Elector were so easy to spot. The last person so conspicuous was the Lion Duke Apophis Brio of our great house of King's Landing. Shoo! So arrogant. Is this the Grand Duke? Roland saw the branch panel on Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's bodyguards, revealing his private soldiers. The rare 6th level swordsman was eye-catching. After all, a swordsman is a rare prize among swordsmen. Not even 1 in 10 6th level swordsmen is a swordsman. When Roland saw the remnants of his army led by Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, the Grand Duke of the East, he felt a sudden surge of inferiority. Look at him, born with a knight's order and a swordsman order, and a 6th level swordsman. He only had a miserable squad of knights and a single dragon knight. Chapter 928. Roland was envious of Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's lavish birthplace. But it was only a momentary envy. After all, Roland now held the truth, and his authority and power were far greater than before. Greetings, respected Dragon Rider Commander. I am Okrian Yasuo of the Windstorm family. Which emperor reigns now? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo saw Caslo standing before the Storm Dragon, and Weiss riding on its back. His gaze rested on Caslo, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Caslo's subtle dragon aura, and the dragon power lingering around him instantly reminded Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo that he was standing before an unfamiliar Dragon Rider commander. He immediately inquired respectfully, "The Wind family?" Caslo scrutinized Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. He first glanced at his armor, then at the banners behind him, a soaring wind dragon, and the imperial red flag with a golden dragon fluttering in the wind. Caslo nodded in satisfaction. He had no way of verifying the authenticity of the Wind family, but Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's dragon armor was undoubtedly genuine. Combined with the soldiers behind him wearing standard Imperial Legion armor, it looked authentic. The kingdom soldiers, on the other hand, looked a bit like a ragtag army. I have no way of verifying your identity. I leave it to His Majesty to decide, Caslo said slowly, looking at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Upon hearing the word Your Majesty, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was very calm, but a trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of Okrian Lucan and Okrian Norman behind him, seeing that the other two people's hopes of joining the tribe were shattered. However, someone's eyes lit up at these words. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and shouted with delight, Your Majesty? Which Majesty? Where is Your Majesty? Marquis Altigran Franz looked around excitedly, like a guard dog seeing its master return home. Marquis? Where did you come from? Okrian Ryukin and Okrian Norman stared at each other, clearly startled by the elusiveness of Marquis Altigran Franz. I followed you when His Highness the Grand Duke was running, hoping to see if I could be of any assistance. Marquis Altigran Franz waved his hand. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Who is this? Caslo said, looking at the beggar with a strange smell and tattered clothes. He clearly didn't think this guy was a marquis. After all, the contrast was terrifying. Ahem. I am a loyal defender of the imperial family. An extension of the emperor's spirit. A minion of the imperial family. Marquis Altigran Franz, patriarch of the Franz family. Marquis Altigran Franz stood up straight, his eyes filled with pride and honor, his gaze so determined it seemed to take on the shape of the empire. Franz? Caslow's gaze narrowed. Oh my goodness, Franz! Royal lackeys weren't even an adjective for this family. But soon, Caslow's gaze dimmed as he thought of the Franz family's inherited spirit and honor. The phrase absolute loyalty to the imperial family made Caslow's hand rub the hilt of his sword for a long time. He debated whether to kill this fellow with his sword, and then frame him with a false claim of nobility. Even if he was proven to be a noble, he would simply offer a toast at his grave and apologize. Could Roland really kill him? Yes. It's Franz. We are the survivors of the Spark Project, preserved from the Empire's fall. Some of these soldiers are the private soldiers of the Wynn family, and the rest are remnants of the Empire's 14th Border Guard Corps. This is Marquis Altigran Franz, the Eastern Front's logistics chief. Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo noticed the changeable look in Caslow's eyes, and the subtle movements of his men, and subconsciously stepped in front of Marquis Altigran Franz, smiling. Your Majesty, the Dragon Rider Commander, who is the current Emperor? From which branch? Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo pressed on. After all, Caslow's somewhat unusual behavior had given Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo a chill. Could it be that the remnants of the Empire staged a coup after they fell asleep? You soon find out. Caslow glanced at the two men, feeling a bit flustered. After all, Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo's name spoke for itself. He was from the house of Aucrian Swiftwind. He was the Grand Duke of the East, and one of the imperial electors. In terms of bloodline, this family wasn't necessarily inferior to Roland's King Lazi Romanian. Just because the Julin family was honest and loyal, and had no ulterior motives didn't mean the other families were loyal to Roland. Wise. Go back and tell His Majesty everything. Have them prepared to welcome the people. Caslow emphasized the word everything and, using the high-sounding excuse of welcoming the people, silenced Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo's open mouth. Okay, General. Even if Weiss was stupid, he could feel that the atmosphere was wrong, so he pulled the dragon reins without saying a word and soared into the sky, not giving others time to react. Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo and Marquis Altigran Franz exchanged a furtive glance, both sensing a sense of foreboding. Is that imperial capital still there? Marquis Altigran Franz trembled, still clinging to a last shred of hope. Caslow shook his head and then nodded. Well, the imperial capital was indeed there, but it certainly wasn't what he imagined. Altigran Franz, seeing Caslow's expression, felt a wave of despair. The imperial family? Altigran Franz trembled slightly. Caslow shook his head at Marquis Altigran Franz. Aucrian Norman frantically supported the limp Marquis Altigran Franz. The empire is gone. Now it's the kingdom of Lagran. Caslow sighed softly, looking at the disheartened Marquis Altigran Franz. The imperial family? Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo's eyes wandered for a moment before he finally stopped talking. I have failed His Majesty. Marquis Altigran Franz kept muttering. A flicker of heartache flashed in the eyes of Aucrian Norman, who was supporting him. He knew which Majesty Marquis Altigran Franz was failing. Only the great Larry, who had led the northern expedition. But from the words of this Dragon Rider commander, it seemed that Larry had also failed. No, Your Excellency, you have failed no one. Only by living well can the Empire have hope. Just like the spark of fire. This is the meaning of your existence. Although the royal family is gone, the royal blood still lives on in this land. The current king is Roland Lagran. Caslow said soothingly, looking at the nearly unconscious Marquis Altigran Franz. Lagran? Marquis Altigran Franz opened his eyes instantly, and appeared in front of Caslow with a swift leap, frightening Caslow so much that his hand reached for the hilt of his sword. Yes, King Roland. Caslow nodded. What was his last name? Marquis Altigran Franz didn't care about Roland's first name, only his last name. Lagran? He's a direct descendant of the last Romanian king. Is there a problem with inheriting the Lagran name? Caslow asked, bewildered. Great. Raglan is fine. A flame of hope reignited in Marquis Altigran Franz's eyes. Who said the royal family was gone? Wasn't the Raglan line still there? How could King Romagnan not be a legitimate royal? Aucrian Ryukin and Aucrian Norman exchanged a glance, the gleam of relief and excitement in their eyes fading once more. Chapter 929. When the name Legrand appeared, everyone knew the Empire's legacy lived on. The blood of the human emperor still flowed through the world. Your Excellency, look forward. The situation may not be as dire as you think. Caslo smiled at the group. He could probably guess at the change in Marquis Altigran Franz's attitude. After all, the Franz family's loyalty lay with the imperial family, or more precisely, with the Legrand name. As a branch of the imperial family, Roland wasn't something Marquis Altigran Franz found difficult to accept. After all, although the Franz family wasn't born in Roland, they dedicated their entire lives to building the road to Rome. The royal family is the foundation of their existence. Unlike those nobles with real titles or real power, the hereditary court marquis, while prestigious, lacks the resilience of a powerful baron. And if they were a border baron, the comparison is even more incomparable. As a powerful border baron, even if the Morin family isn't favored by the emperor, it still possesses a formidable military deterrent. Without the royal family, the Franz family is doomed to extinction. This explains Marquis Altigran Franz's change of heart. After all, there's no one in the Legrand family who dislikes the Franz family. I think you convinced me. Marquis Altigran Franz smiled kindly at Caslo, already secretly plotting how to get some useful information. Your Highness, if you have no objections, you may lead the team on your journey. With luck, you should reach the Redwater River in about 7 sunsets. Caslo calculated and told Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo that while they could choose to take a detour through the plains between Lonely Mountain and Iron Hills, that would be quite a detour. A team of nearly 70,000 civilians couldn't withstand such a hassle. Alright, let's set off. Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't one to cling to power. As one of the Grand Dukes of the Empire, he had long since established his own kingdom and experienced the feeling of being king. He truly had no desire for the throne. Now that the king was presiding over the affairs of state, Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo felt a great deal more at ease. At least, there was a nation willing to back him up. This feeling of not having to think too much was simply wonderful. That's all, Your Majesty. Weiss politely saluted Roland. Why are you like this? If Caslo didn't know better, he'd think I was being harsh with you. Lift your head, stand up straight, and get closer. Roland's lips curled up into a smile. Although, as a time traveler, he had no place to practice his political tactics, was 5,000 years of history of struggle just for nothing? Roland still valued maintaining relationships with important officials and his trusted subordinates. Although Roland knew the system conditioned their loyalty, living people weren't machines after all, and relationships needed to be nurtured diligently. Even though Yun Feng complained constantly about Roland treating him like a beast, he was actually quite pleased. The king was close to him and relied on him, and since he had been given the chance to govern a region, calling Roland a beast was just a way to vent his anger. After all, as the Prime Minister and Duke of the Kingdom, he couldn't dig his own grave, could he? Haha, it's just that you seem much more majestic. Weiss thought for a moment, and finally said this. Majesty? Haha. Roland's lips curled up into a smile. He finally had a bit of a kingly air. Thinking back to when he first came to rule Middle-earth and founded the city of River Rapids, he was a man in dragon robes who looked nothing like a prince. Although Roland was still not a mature politician, fortunately, he had advantages that other nobles didn't have. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Go down and rest. You be busy these few days. Keep track of their location and intelligence. We picked them up. Roland nodded to Weiss. With all due respect, Your Majesty, the ice has melted. Crossing the Red River with 70,000 men is a challenge for the kingdom today. Duke Joltea, who had been listening quietly nearby, stood up and spoke solemnly before Weiss's figure vanished. The Swift Hand family has cultivated the Swift River for thousands of years. They know it so well. Crossing the river is easy in winter, easy in summer. But crossing it in spring and autumn is the most difficult. In this time of half-melted ice and snow, ice floods are even more formidable than war magic. No matter how strong a human being is, they still have to bow to the might of nature. Even if you're a peak-level 6th-level professional. I know, so you need to find a solution. Roland tossed the burden over. If the king has to worry about everything, what's the point of supporting you guys? It's probably too late to mobilize the manpower to build wooden boats now. Adolf Heinrich's eyelids twitched as he looked at Feng Lin Yuan, who was hesitant to speak, fearing that the Empire's last Dragon Knight commander would say something thoughtless. Fortunately, he spoke before he stopped him. That's true, but perhaps we can use other methods. Duke Joltea shook his head. If Roland truly didn't care about the number of casualties, and risked his life to force the people across, that wasn't a solution. Simple wooden boats connected by ropes could at least ensure the safety of most of the population. However, after understanding Roland's character, Duke Joltea was certain King Roland wouldn't issue such an order. After all, Roland hadn't yet madly declared, "Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the empire. Life is the currency of the emperor." Such abstract words. Roland's first impression of Duke Joltea was that he put people first. As the strongest partner of the hand of the swift current and the emperor, catering to their needs was a traditional skill of the imperial fists. With their credentials and capabilities, the imperial fists naturally didn't need to imitate the Franz family and crawl to Rome to lick the imperial throne. Where they were was Rome. Let's just use magic to freeze part of the river. It's simpler and easier. Duke Joltea finally uttered these words after a long moment of deliberation. It wasn't that the hand of the swift stream was petty, nor that Duke Joltea was mediocre and incompetent, but rather that the Roland dynasty's financial resources didn't allow Duke Joltea to show off his skills. He also wanted to simply cast a mass teleport spell to teleport people over. He even wanted to open a spatial warp channel to connect the two sides, but the kingdom was truly broke. Adolf Heinrich took a step back, knowing only he could understand the damage that small action could carry. "I didn't count on you." Duke Joltea glanced at Adolf Heinrich helplessly before continuing. "Maple Forest Binglon and Ms. Lilith can do it." Duke Joltea nodded affirmatively to Roland. "Excuse me. My wife's essence is still injured." Lilith's husband, Maple Forest Yulon, raised a weak hand. "It's okay. It's just an ordinary frozen river. No big deal." Duke Joltea shook his head. "Just make the McDougalls suffer." Duke Joltea patted Fonlin Yulon's shoulder in comfort. Fonlin Yulon, now fleeced like a sheep, felt as if the sky had fallen. "Then it's settled. Yulon, go tell your sister to come back and prepare. As for your wife, let her do what she can. If all else fails, we can airlift her in small increments using dragon riders," Roland said considerately. He understood the severity of Lilith's injuries, so he didn't force her. Chapter 930. "Are you saying there's a human force of tens of thousands from the north heading south?" The Wainrider chief's eyes lit up. "Yes. It's from that southern kingdom. They're leading an army of tens of thousands to sweep the north." Clearly to Han Su, the chief of the Stone Tribe, this human force was the northern expeditionary force of that terrifying kingdom. How is that possible? The southern kingdom hasn't had the energy to organize an army of tens of thousands for a northern expedition in ages. The Wainrider chief exclaimed in disbelief. After all, mighty Gondor had long since declined. The era of Gondorian kings' eastern expeditions was over. The Easterlings' weapons were soaked in the blood of Gondorian soldiers and kings, and they didn't believe a word their orc allies said. The stone chieftain cast a deep glance at the arrogant Eastron war rider chieftain before him. He knew full well that this insular Eastron, a frog in a well living far to the east, had no idea what a devastating forbidden war entailed. They had never witnessed the horrific slaughter of infantry by dragon riders. After all, the Ringwraiths had originally recruited the western tribes of the Eastron, and the other Eastron war riders had never fought Roland. Barbarians who hadn't experienced King Raglan's iron fist were naturally more assertive. "I think you're overthinking it. How could western humans penetrate the north? Ever since those northern knights marched south, the Northrons have lost their righteousness." The Eastron war rider shook his head, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. "What if they really come back?" The stone chieftain cast a deep glance at the ignorant and fearless Eastron, a wry smile uglier than tears spreading across his ferocious face. "Then crush them. Just like we did back then," the chieftain of the Dongi Chariot people said cheerfully, baring his large yellow teeth. "Crush them?" The Stone Tribe chieftain's face froze. "Do you even know what you're talking about, kid? Back then, the scrap metal of the Raglan kingdom was enough to give the orcs a run for their money. Now, tens of thousands of troops are coming to ravage our land, and you tell me to crush them? Do you really think you're a nine-headed monster and us catfish? Anyone who's fought against the Raglan kingdom wouldn't be so foolish as to say such a thing. Perhaps you tribes should exchange information about the Raglan kingdom. That kingdom is more than you think. Perhaps your western tribes will tell you the answer." Although the Stone Tribe had retreated north, their intelligence tentacles remained, constantly pouring in information. Wandering orcs are the best source of intelligence. Through them, King Han clearly knew that Raglan had already purged the orcs from the entire plains, relegating them to the area north of the Iron Hills. So is this possible? Fonlin Binglan's icy face finally showed a different emotion. When Duke Joltea and his men brought him to the edge of the Red River, pointed to this narrowest part of the water, and told him they wanted to freeze it shut. "Are you kidding? This is simply a dream." "Of course." Duke Jolstia nodded at Adolf Heinrich, gesturing to Fenglin Yulan and his wife, who were following behind him. My brother's light element seems more suitable for melting ice. Fenglin Binglin's face twisted. Could it be that the sage Adolf Heinrich had found a way to transform light elements into ice elements? He was dreaming. Even a tribute transformation couldn't transform something so abstract. No. It's Lady Lilith. Jolstia and Adolf Heinrich bowed slightly, gesturing to Lilith. Dragon God. Above. You are committing murder. His Majesty knows you are. Fenglin Binglan had barely finished speaking when he saw Roland beside her, and the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Brother, won't you refuse? Fenglin Binglan stared at Fenglin Yulan in disbelief. He knew his brother, the clan leader, loved his wife more than his kingdom. How could he allow Lilith to take such a risk? Give it a try. 70,000 lives are at stake. Surprisingly, Fenglin Yulan didn't refuse this time, but nodded. Although he loved his wife, he understood more clearly what these people meant to Legrand. Don't worry, I stop if anything seems amiss. Lilith gave Fenglin Binglan a kind smile. The aura of a 6th-rank holy sage began to bloom, and ancient magic patterns encircled her body, creating icy blue bands dancing around her. Take over. Lilith nodded to Fenglin Binglan, then strolled towards the river. Crack! As her footsteps touched the water, her white robes fluttered in the wind, revealing the graceful curves beneath. Pure magic surrounded her, cloaking her in a radiant feathery robe. Chill seeped from her white leather boots, and thin ice spread from beneath her feet. Crack! Crack! With Lilith's graceful steps, each one a shimmering icy lotus, a solid band of ice slowly and steadily stretched towards the other side. Brilliant, Roland said, his eyes narrowed. Only someone who has reached the pinnacle of magical mastery could achieve such feats amidst the surging ice tide. After all, ice floes of all sizes crashed into the ice bridge she had constructed at every turn, yet the bridge beneath her feet remained sturdy and stubbornly stretched into the distance. She's gone. Nick suddenly spoke to Roland. A short distance of less than 500 meters had already caused beads of sweat to form on Lilith's forehead. As a fellow mage, Nyx could sense her strength was fading. I tried my best. Lilith flashed and appeared beside the group. She nodded apologetically to Roland and the others, indicating that she had done her best. Let me do it. Fenglin Yulan embraced Lilith, and a solemn expression crossed Fenglin Binglin's pretty, heroic face. Swish! She plunged her sword beneath the ice. As her icy blue battle flame surged, the ice bridge quickly extended toward the other side again, this time a fraction faster than Lilith's. Crack! Fenglin Binglan knelt on one knee, her hands resting on the hilt of her sword. She injected her battle flame into the sword, causing it to freeze and extend the ice. As the ice bridge grew longer, Fenglin Binglin's face paled. Sweat covered her forehead, and she felt a shaky feeling on the verge of collapse, but she persevered with her willpower. All right, step back. Let me do it. A white, soft hand gently supported her shaking shoulders. Chapter 931. Fenglin Binglan, concentrating, shuddered. Then, she saw Nyx, clutching the scepter of the Silent Sea, sauntering up from behind her. Facing Fenglin Binglin's bewildered expression, Nyx gently raised her hand. Ornate runes began to illuminate the staff, and a heart-pounding dragon energy emanated from her. Ice is the strength of water. An icy blue light crept onto Nyx's pretty face, replacing her previously black pupils. Her robe, like a rainbow dress, fluttered in the wind, swirling in the vortex of dragon energy. A mysterious silver light shone from the peaks of her chest. It was the trinkets of Osbage's legacy. Dang! As the tip of the staff gently touched the ice, a magical wave of energy instantly emanated from the staff. Roar! A silver dragon appeared behind Nyx, and within a second, it had burrowed into her body. Awing! A sharp dragon roar echoed, and a multicolored dragon burst forth from Nyx's side, pressing its palm in front of her. The surging water dragon energy transformed into ice dragon energy, spreading rapidly across the river's surface along with the cold wind and ice crystals. Crack! The delicate sound of water freezing echoed incessantly. The blue fairy stood behind Nyx, wings spread wide, and layers of ancient and obscure dragon magic patterns emerged from her wings. Dragon magic! Fenglin Binglan exclaimed in astonishment. She had always thought of Nyx sitting at the same table with Fenglin Shilon, Fenglin Shulan, and the others. She had never imagined that the queen, whom she had always considered a vase, could have such a side to her. 5th level. Roland looked at his wife bitterly. As a 4th-level dragon knight, he felt deeply hurt. Everyone was secretly making progress, while he alone remained stagnant. With Nyx unleashing her full power, the 5th level dragon mage's immense dragon power was no match for a sage like Lilith, whose essence had been damaged. With the powerful dragon power, fueled by the dragon's blessing, Nyx's endurance far outlasted Lilith's. Crack! As the last glimmer of silver light in Nyx's eyes faded, an ice bridge successfully spanned the east and west banks of the Red River. "All right, Roland." Nyx turned and smiled brightly at Roland. Instantly, Roland could feel the ice melting, the breath of spring. Roland agreed reluctantly, his eyes already captivated by Nyx. The wide, warm robe didn't hide Nyx's beautiful figure, but instead, it accentuated her with a hint of maturity. The purple girl is quite charming," Roland commented to Nyx. Duke Joelstia followed closely behind Roland. He couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Roland's words. "We done everything we could. Now it's up to them." Adolf Heinrich crossed his arms, folding his arms, and looking across the river. Behind him, a group of royal guards had already begun piling logs to build a camp. They clearly needed to maintain the ice bridge to prevent it from melting and collapsing. They needed to stay here until everyone had safely crossed the river. "Does this thing really work?" Foamlin Yuan tested the ice bridge with her foot. "Nonsense! Ice's carrying capacity is far greater than you think," Adolf Heinrich grumbled, glancing at Foamlin Yuan. "It feels a bit unreliable. Will it collapse halfway through?" Foamlin Yuan asked uncertainly, glancing at his wife and sister's masterpiece. "Do you think a dragon will ride on this thing?" Adolf Heinrich glanced at Foamlin Yuan. How could those commoners, with barely any belongings, put much pressure on this thing? "Our mission isn't over yet. Yuan, bring the Romanian royal knights to search for them." Roland nodded to Foamlin Yuan. "As you command, Your Majesty." Foamlin Yuan put away her smile and solemnly saluted Roland, beating her chest. "Your Majesty, what about us?" The 3 little ones emerged from the back. With the exception of Weiss, who was a bit more serious, the other 2, more than just supporting dragon riders, made Roland frown. "If you want to leave, then honestly reach level 3. Are you going to be a target as a level 2 dragon rider? You're not a help to the dragons now. You're a burden. Please be responsible for your companions," Roland solemnly warned them. "Your Majesty, I'm already level 3. Weiss shuddered and raised her hand. "Well, then you be level 4. Roland said without question. Countless questions rose in Weiss's little head. "Is this how you bargain? Why are you still raising the price? Your Highness, we're not scammers, are we?" Okrian Ryukin and Okrian Norman quietly approached Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and spoke cautiously. "Lie? Are you so shameless that the dragon rider would lie to you? Besides, I'm not a fool. I know exactly where the imperial capital is." Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo waved his hand at the suspicious 2. "So we're really just going to go there like this?" A hint of worry appeared on Okrian Ryukin's face. After all, they had no idea what this unknown so-called Lagran kingdom was like. If the king really wanted to abandon the donkey after it had served its purpose and forcibly annex the Okrian Gale family. Looking at Caslo in the sky, Okrian Ryukin could only say that hope was slim. That Dragon Rider General was enough to deal with the 2 6th-level members of the Gale family. As for the accompanying Marquis Altigran Franz, Okrian Ryukin had never trusted him. After all, as a staunch royalist, if the Wind family had such an idea and the king also had the same intention, Okrian Ryukin would guess which side they were on in a second. In the age of short videos, Okrian Ryukin would have posted a video with the caption, "I guess the Marquis's choice in a second, guess what you guys should do too." What else? Do we have a choice? Don't worry, the sword bearer is still from the Lagrang family, so there won't be any problems. The source of our bloodline is here, they won't make things difficult for us. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was incredibly confident. Believe it. The Grand Duke of the Empire is more than just a title, and the electors bring more than just a name. They are families that act as shareholders of the nation. Before the Lagran ship completely sinks, the value of these original shares is self-evident. In essence, the Grand Dukes are the nation's first line of defense. I hope so. The Ryukin sword masters, unable to grasp the heights Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo saw, remained somewhat worried. After all, so many years have passed, and it's not uncommon for people to become distant. In the political game, no one dares to gamble on the moral bottom line of the royal family, but Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo did. Because they are all family. It can only be said that the confidence brought by the Grand Duke bloodline of the Eastern Territory is different. The value of a 1,000-year-old family heritage. Strong flavor, no need for salt. Set up camp. We still have some distance to go before we enter the kingdom's range, But instead of rushing in the dark, it's better to let everyone rest. Caslo had already descended from the sky. Seeing the sunset through the clouds, Caslo immediately realized that they needed to set up camp, otherwise it would be a big deal if these 70,000 people were to bomb the camp at night. Chapter 932. Greetings, Your Highness. It's a pleasure to see you again. Fonglin Yuan bowed to Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo rubbed his eyes in disbelief, a look of disbelief evident in his gaze. After all, the person who greeted him was truly unexpected. Yuan, you're so idiotic. Are you still alive? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo ran over in surprise, grabbed Fonglin Yuan and pulled her off the horse. Then, placing his hands on Fonglin Yuan's shoulders, he looked her up and down in shock. What? Surprised? Fonglin Yuan looked at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and lightly punched him in the chest. You? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at Fonglin Yuan, who had been presumed dead. The Empire's last dragon rider had actually appeared before him, alive and well, after countless eons. What's wrong with you? Where's your dragon? How did you end up riding a horse? After a long pause, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo finally spoke slowly. Fonglin Yuan's words were stuck in his throat. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's reaction was quite different from what he had imagined. He had assumed it was just a greeting between nobles reunited after a long separation, but he hadn't expected Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo to be so focused on something so strange. How did you survive? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo then put away his sly expression and asked seriously. I have my dragon, Longshi, to thank. She sent me into the river of time, evading the pursuers and keeping me alive until now. Fonglin Yuan shook her head. Respect the Dragon Clan. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo raised his right hand at a 45-degree angle, his face solemn and dignified. He held a special affection for the dragon-like Lagrang people. Okay, now tell me about you. I really didn't believe it was you at first. After all, given your personality, you definitely fight to the end. Fonglin Yuan sighed, looking at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. You understand me, but I have no choice in this situation. I can't let those civilians die with us, can I? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo gave a wry smile. You're right. Isn't that the point of the Spark Project? Fonglin Yuan patted his shoulder and smiled. By the way, how many regular troops survived? Fonglin Yuan asked curiously, gazing at the soldiers in their distinctive armor. The remnants of the Imperial 14th Legion, plus the remnants of our clan and yours. There aren't many left, but it's more than enough to launch a campaign. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shook his head with a wry smile. With only so many remaining from the Northeastern Empire's army, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's heart was practically bleeding. The remnants of our clan? Fonglin Yuan was stunned at first, then her face filled with surprise. You know, the MacDougall family, part of the Dragon Marshal clan, is actually quite large, and as the Duke of the Eastern Frontier, the MacDougall family's power is undeniable. Fonglin Yuan, now a lone commander, was instantly excited to learn that he still had members of his clan. Don't overthink it. The Maple Forest Knights are less than halfway there. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo first told Fonglin Yuan the tragic news, and Fonglin Yuan's once rosy and excited face immediately turned pale. The good news is that one of your family's war mage regiments survived intact. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo then gave a sly smile and gasped. Gah! Fonglin Yuan clenched her fists, resisting the urge to punch Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo in the face. While the casualties of the knights were heartbreaking, the added bonus was that the addition of a complete war mage regiment gave the kingdom's ground forces a frontal, heavy firepower cluster. Mages of this era were no different from artillery. Few troops, other than the knights, could withstand a head-on magical bombardment. Okay, stop looking at me like that. I got something good for you. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said, pulling an antique ring from a necklace he wore close to his chest as if offering a treasure. Fonglin Yuan's eyelids twitched at the familiar ring, then a look of shock crossed her face, her mouth wide open as she stared at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. You're still stealing. Fuck you. This was found by the royal family and sent to the east. What do you mean we stole it? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at Fonglin Yuan, who was about to sing birds and bloom with his hands, and kicked him like a crow flying on a plane. Where are the brothers from the Northern Army's forbidden cavalry? Come out and explain to this thumper. Otherwise, the Windward family will be labeled the clowns who stole from the allied family. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shouted to the crowd behind him. I'm here, Your Highness. Soon, the captain of the 6th Corner Flag team of the Northern Army's forbidden cavalry came over and, after hearing Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's words, immediately began to recount what had happened. Sorry, I got carried away. Feng Lin Yuan apologized. After all, anyone in the McDougal family would have second thoughts about the contents of this ring. Ouch. You're still stealing. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo leaned forward with a sarcastic tone, mimicking Feng Lin Yuan's movements and language perfectly. Feng Lin Yuan awkwardly dug his feet into the ground, but knowing he was in the wrong, he could only bite the bullet and listen to the victor's taunts. He nearly dug a war fortress under his feet. Enough of that. We need to hurry. These soldiers can hold out, but the civilians can't. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at the sleds pulled by warhorses behind him. The sleds were tent-covered huts, filled with cold-scarce children, the elderly, and the sick. Due to the harsh environment and difficult conditions, civilians fell ill every day, but the Lagrang people would not abandon their comrades, dragging the sick forward. And so, the hodgepodge knights of the 14th Legion and the remnants of the Maple Forest Knights had all been reduced to infantry by the time they reached their destination. As for their warhorses, just look at those warhorses pulling the sleds like locomotives, and you know where they gone. Only the Wind Knights, a key unit, still had warhorses, preventing them from becoming two-legged infantry. Organize everyone to cross the river. Prioritize getting the elderly and children across. Feng Lin Yuan, commanding the knights, said, looking at the long, connected column. Inform His Majesty to prepare a makeshift camp and food supplies. These civilians are in poor condition. The long journey through the snow and wind has drained their energy. They need to rest. Feng Lin Yuan said solemnly to Caslo, who was in charge of communicating intelligence. Is the situation so serious? Caslo gazed at the slowly advancing column with a hint of disbelief, though everyone seemed to be in relatively good condition. They spend their days and nights in the snow and wind. They have no warm hearths or nutritious food. They don't even have much time to rest. Feng Lin Yuan shook her head with pity. To prevent the orcs from pursuing them, the surviving Lagrangians, led by Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, were like frightened birds. We're home, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said with tears in his eyes. Chapter 933. Are these the people of the Empire? Nyx watched as the nun figures crossed the ice bridge, supporting each other as they made their way towards them. They don't look particularly well. Roland nodded. After all, how could they be in good shape after traveling day and night? I hope there aren't any civilian casualties. Nyx clutched the pendant against her chest, tears glimmering in her eyes. Roland glanced at the silver light in Nyx's brow as she held him in his arms, shook his head, and said nothing. How could there be no casualties on such a long journey? Even the Imperial Army would suffer. Your Majesty, these people need emergency care. Caslo landed and said anxiously to Roland. I ordered the camp to prepare food and hot soup. They should be just in time. Roland nodded to Caslo. No, I think they need medicine. Even the soldiers have frostbite, so the civilians are probably even worse. Caslo explained. Caslo had barely finished his words when Roland slowly pulled a golden scepter from his bosom. It was inlaid with a large sapphire. What kind of design was it? Darian, tell Lord Charlie Prost to come over. He's got someone to promote his dragon god's glory. Roland spoke slowly into the void behind him. As you command, Your Majesty. The air behind Roland trembled for a moment, then fell silent. I hope that charlatan won't let us down. Roland raised his head and sighed softly. So what do you mean by this? Nyx poked Roland's hand, indicating the garish and unusually flashy golden scepter, and asked in confusion. Exercising divine power requires professionalism. Roland's words evoked a charlatan and a boastful prankster. Nyx's face sank, realizing that Roland was also a paladin. In a sense, his impersonation of a priest with a scepter was a perfect match. Here. Don't crowd. There's hot food and warm tents. Come as a family. No pushing or shoving. Soldiers from the kingdom, holding high the Imperial Dragon banner, diverted the apathetic crowd and placed them in pre-prepared tents. Pay attention to epidemic prevention and disinfection. Sprinkle plenty of quicklime. Let the priests have nothing to do, and cast more purification spells. If you cause a plague, you all die as a token of your guilt. Duke Joltea, clad in Grand Duke Dragon armor, moved through the crowd, exuding the aura of a high-ranking professional. The civilians looked at him with fear and made a detour. There's hot porridge up ahead. Don't worry, everyone stay calm. Duke Joltea directed the large crowd to disperse throughout the camp. Why not let them into the city? Lagran City isn't far from the camp, right? Weiss looked at Roland in confusion. If these people contract the plague, the entire city will be engulfed in it. Why take such a huge risk when we can prevent it in advance? Nick smiled. I see. Weiss nodded in understanding. After all, plague is no small matter in the supernatural world. When plague spreads, even magic isn't a panacea. Your Majesty, Darian Nightblade whispered. Has the notice arrived? Roland asked, looking at Darian Nightblade. Lord Charles Pross is on his way, and will be here soon. Darian Nightblade nodded. All right, go find the leader of this team. Have him come see me. I'm really curious about this Grand Duke of the East, Roland said to Darian Nightblade. He was curious about this so-called Grand Duke of the East. After all, he was an Elector Count after all. Apophis Brio was quite sensible, but he didn't know what this Grand Duke of the East was like. As you wish, Your Majesty. Darian Nightblade saluted Roland and withdrew. Roland grinned helplessly, as he watched Darian Nightblade's retreating back. Logically, a nation is composed of a large number of commoners, a majority of minor nobles, and a smaller number of great nobles. Are you the Grand Duke of the East? House of the Wind. Darian Nightblade glanced at the family crest on Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's chest. The soaring wind dragon shone brightly, a noble and elegant expression. After all, this crest symbolized the powerful Grand Duke's family. I am Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, and you are. The sudden appearance of the Creed assassin, Darian Nightblade, startled Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. I am Darian Nightblade, the King's Guard. I have been ordered to summon you. Darian Nightblade nodded to Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Okay. Please introduce me. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded in understanding. After all, as the Grand Duke of the East, the Wind family has returned, and the current ruler of the Empire will certainly take it seriously. After all, whether in name or by blood, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo is a shareholder and one of the electors of the Empire. Although he doesn't have original shares like the Double Fist family, as a veteran shareholder, no matter who he is, he deserves some respect. After all, he dined at the same table with the royal family back then. Your Highness. Okrian Ryukin, standing behind him, grabbed Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's cloak, his eyes questioning as he gestured for him to go with him. Alright, this hero can come along too. Darian Nightblade casually remarked after catching a glimpse of the Ryukin Swordmaster's subtle movements behind Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. After all, two level 6 heroes couldn't stand up to King Roland. The assassination expert was right before their eyes, and with the high-level fighters around Roland, they were sure to be defeated. This is Okrian Ryukin, the Swordmaster of the Wind Clan. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo explained. Swordmasters are so high-ranking. Heroes are everywhere, but Swordmasters are few and far between. I see. My apologies. Darian Nightblade nodded and apologized to the Ryukin Swordmaster. He had thought this guy was incredibly powerful, but well, this guy is quite something. The Swordmaster's legacy is extraordinary, especially those of the Wind Clan's 6th graders. Norman, go get Marquis Altigran Franz to come with us to the audience with His Majesty. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo instructed the knight commander behind him. Altigran Franz. Marquis? Are the Franz family members with you? Darian Nightblade was clearly aware of the family's reputation. After all, the Franz Bank was known throughout the Empire. One of the few remarkable merchants and nobles who could squeeze money out of the nobility. There was no time to grieve for the Windrush family. Next up on our way was Imperial Grandet, the business genius, the Middle-earth banker, the nightmare of the minor nobles, the royal loyal dog, the Emperor's walking will, the Emperor's ironclad planner, the Grand Marshal of expeditions, the inventor of 9 departures and 13 returns. The Franz family. Beggar. Beggar? Darian Nightblade could hardly conceal his shock at the sight of Marquis Altigran Franz's gray-black cloth attire. Darian Nightblade remained silent, only mumbling incessantly. Huh? How rude. I'm a hereditary Marquis personally recognized by the Emperor. How dare you insult me? Marquis Altigran Franz's face changed. This is the King's Guard emissary. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo whispered from behind him. Oh! A flash flood has truly washed away the Dragon Temple. I heard so much about you. Altigran Franz suddenly smiled and shook Darian Nightblade's hand. Chapter 934. Darian Nightblade was shocked by Marquis Altigran Franz's behavior. After all, the last person to change their expression so seamlessly was King Roland. The fact that they could do so smoothly and seamlessly showed that the Franz family was truly something. Ahem, come with us. Darian Nightblade gave Marquis Altigran Franz a deep look. Finally, with the confirmation of Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes, he recognized this guy as truly an Imperial Marquis. Though he looked a little shabby, his identity was likely genuine. Your Majesty. Darien Nightblade led his group to the mound where Roland was standing to report. After all, for the sake of safety and control, Roland wisely rejected the idiotic suggestion to move the king's camp to the camp gate. While Roland was tempted by the idea of allowing the people to better admire the emperor and win over the people, he was well aware of the principle that a gentleman should not stand under a precarious wall. As a king, he should avoid looking for trouble. Wouldn't it be better to just be a mascot in other people's situations? As for winning over the people, that was too easy. Could these naive people in Middle-earth compare to the political prowess of a mysterious Eastern power, with a history of 5,000 years, hold a grand ceremony? A return ceremony, followed by the distribution of food and money. The king, led by important ministers, would then offer condolences, and finally have Roland tearfully express his guilt and longing for his wandering son, followed by a sincere edict of repentance. Guaranteed that these simple-minded people of Middle-earth Lag Rang would be moved to the point of expressing their loyalty. Then, they would cry and dance, shouting that the emperor's favor would be endlessly rewarded. Social skills. Eastern political science. Isn't this insidious? Is there any way to play it without being dismissive? In the world of Middle-earth, to say it's a dimensionality reduction attack would be an overstatement for those aristocratic parasites who only know how to exploit primitive things. Roland unleashed a flurry of brainwashing and empty promises, guaranteeing these uninitiated individuals, untouched by the baptism of grandson, would rush to his side, shouting about gratitude and loyalty. Your Majesty. Before Darien Nightblade could finish his words, a gust of wind whistled past him. The figure, swifter than lightning, was even faster than Darien Nightblade's sword. Plop! Swish! Before Roland could react, a kneeling figure suddenly slid into position before him. Darien Nightblade silently retracted his drawn Garuda blade. After all, the filthy marquis before him didn't look like someone capable of a successful assassination. Your Majesty. The Franz family finally sees you again. The Legrand family is the Franz family's son. The Franz family can't live without you. Then Roland felt a suffocating sensation, like a python coiling around his thigh. Roland looked down, and saw a disheveled man clutching his thigh tightly. His expression paled slightly, and for a moment he was at a loss. As the man wailed, Nix had already calmly shielded Roland. Your Majesty. The Franz family's loyalty is evident to all. Loyalty is everything to us. I am terrified. You, like the sun, pierce through illusions and bring light to me. Gratitude? Marquis Altigran Franz wailed passionately, tears streaming down his face. That fatty is too. A strange background music suddenly echoed in Roland's mind. Gratitude? Loyalty. The Legrand family's kindness to the Franz family is something I could never repay with my entire life's loyalty. Marquis Altigran Franz spoke with such sincerity that he embraced Roland's thigh as if embracing the future. Franz. Family? Roland, his brain and cerebellum battling for control of his body for a long time, resisted the urge to kick the beggar away and carefully examine the person before him. Roland was completely bewildered. He had no idea what had happened. He only knew that a man had inexplicably slid to his knees, muttering something about loyalty and the sun, and then hugged him. Darien Nightblade's eyes twitched as he looked at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo with a look that was clear. You brought this thing here, you deal with it yourself. Ahem, you are Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo? Stand up. Roland, his mind in a state of confusion, quickly reached out to help. Your Majesty. I am Marquis Altigran Franz. The Franz family. A loyal dog of the royal family. Marquis Altigran Franz said in agony, as if his own worth had been denied. Oh! Altiger. Marquis Lang Franz, right? Stand up. Stand up. Roland frantically endured the stench as he scooped up the so-called Imperial Marquis. Your Majesty. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo approached awkwardly with a wry smile on his face. You are? Roland dragged Grand Duke Altiger Lang Franz, who was hugging his thigh, with one hand, while looking at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo helplessly. Clearly, Marquis Franz's crying act had stumped the theoretical Roland. Just as Liu Bei cried for Jingzhou in ancient times, so too did the Marquis cry for Roland today. In front of Marquis Altiger Lang Franz, Roland was like a rookie. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, Grand Duke of the Eastern Territory of the Windward family. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo bowed to Roland. No need to greet me, this is. Roland tugged at his trousers to prevent the eloquent Marquis Altigran Franz from pulling him down, while looking at the person behind Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Your Majesty, this is my retainer, Okrian Ryukin. A 6th-rank swordsman. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo introduced Roland. Your Majesty. Okrian Ryukin bowed politely to Roland. Then I won't interrupt you and Marquis Ael's reunion. I go and arrange for the soldiers to set up camp. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at Marquis Altigran Franz, who was hugging Roland's thigh, and Roland, who was trying to pull his leg free. He suddenly felt that his presence was a little out of place, and he quickly found an excuse to flee with the swordsman, leaving behind a despairing Darien Knight blade. Nix. Roland turned suddenly, only to realize there was someone behind him. Not only was Nix gone, but everyone else had vanished as well. Darien Knight blade, fading into the light nearby, watched Roland, also showing no intention of leaving. Your Majesty, I miss you so much. I'm terrified. The late Emperor is nowhere to be found. I've been exiled to the void, not out of fear of death, but because I've been entrusted with the heavy responsibility of the royal family, and can only survive in this world. Now that I see your Majesty, I'm terrified. I'm heartbroken. Your Majesty. Marquis Altigran Franz threw himself on Roland's lap, tears streaming down his face. Get up and talk. There's no need for that. Roland's eyelids twitched. He even mentioned the late Emperor? Aren't you going to give me a memorial to my father the next second? Someone. Take Marquis Altiger away and calm him down. Let him calm down. Roland shouted frantically, momentarily forgetting Marquis Altigran Franz's name, as he simply tugged at his trousers. Your Majesty. I'm terrified. As Altigran Franz was dragged away by the royal guards, his voice lingered in his ears for 3 days. Chapter 935. Huh? That's a bit scary. Roland, with lingering fear, looked in the direction where Marquis Altigran Franz was being dragged away, and began to recall the Franz family's past. As Roland recalled the Franz family's life, his lips twitched, and he sighed helplessly. It's a strange family, but it seems their loyalty is a bit excessive. Thinking of Marquis Altigran Franz calling him the son just now, Roland trembled all over, and a layer of fine goose bumps crawled across his skin. What a ridiculous name. He's not a general, there's no need to cry and jump. Crackle. The flames of the campfire flickered, and a few sparks danced and swirled in the air, leaving only a trace of residual warmth that slowly dissipated. Everything arranged. Roland sat beside the warm campfire and handed the barbecue over. Your Majesty made it himself. I'd be disrespectful to refuse it, Duke Joltia said respectfully. Be serious. Roland rolled his eyes. Where's His Majesty Nix? Joltia asked curiously, gazing at the empty seat beside Roland. She's gone. That girl isn't a tough guy like us, weathering the elements. Roland's heart ached. So we're just out here in the elements? Joltia grinned. Even eating can't stop you from eating? Roland complained, clutching his chest. Okay, the sun has a point. Joltia's eyes were teasing, brimming with mockery. I knew Darien Knight blade was unreliable. Roland's forehead veins jumped, and he clenched his fists. He knew with his ass who was the big talker. Who else but Darien Knight blade would dare to tease His Majesty the King? It's okay. Marquis Altigran Franz is also loyal to you. While his words may be a bit extreme, his loyalty is guaranteed, Joltia said solemnly to Roland. Clearly, as the hand of the Rapids, the Vladivostok family was well aware of the Franz family's value as royal lackeys. The Empire held few secrets to the imperial fists, and Joltia, knowing the Franz family's fortune, might know more than Roland. Is that extreme? Roland thought to himself. Throwing him there with that attitude would be his true destiny. After all, the true son was there. I don't doubt the Franz family's loyalty, but Marquis Altigran Franz still needs to prove himself. Roland didn't object to Joltia's words. While the people brought in by the system would undoubtedly be loyal to him, Joltia didn't know. Naturally, Roland needed to show the suspicion of a normal king. Otherwise, his indifferent attitude would surely make Joltia doubt Roland's worth as a king. For a minister, the unpredictable nature of the Emperor's heart isn't necessarily a bad thing. A king with a heart as deep as the ocean can surely lead the country further than one whose true intentions are easily discernible. Well, Your Majesty, these people have been settled. Do you have any further instructions? Duke Joltia didn't dwell too much on the Franz family with Roland. After all, this family had little to do with the Hand of the Flood. They didn't rely on aristocratic marriages, but rather on the monarchy. They were the most loyal non-blood nobles to the royal family. As long as this generation of Marquis Franz wasn't foolish, he would definitely learn how to interact with Roland. Pay attention to disease prevention. Have the priests keep an eye on it, and don't let a plague break out beneath the capital. Roland's face darkened at the mention of plague. After all, Someone had shamelessly used Barrow Whites to spread the plague to harm the north. As for other difficulties? Don't worry. They won't kill the Lagrang people. With these people, I don't think we need to mobilize civilians from River Rapids to fill the population gap here. These people are truly a timely relief. Duke Joltea said seriously, wiping his mouth and setting down his barbecue. Indeed, relocating people is a waste of time and money. We had no choice before, but now we have other options, so we don't have to torment the people. Roland sighed. After all, life was indeed hard for him. Whose capital is the most sparsely populated area in the country? Look no further. It's you, King Roland. Urge the population as quickly as possible. Build a city belt along the flowing river as quickly as possible. Utilize the flowing river for shipping. King Roland delivered an important speech and issued important instructions in the tent. The only person listening, Duke Joltea, nodded and applauded, sometimes listening attentively, sometimes buried in notes. He was almost jumping up and shouting sunshine, like Marquis Altigre and Franz. Build 10 cities for me now. I want the Mage Tower. Roland roared inwardly. He didn't really care about the mage inheritance. After all, the birth of mages required a large population base, and that was a game won in the future, not the present. He couldn't possibly use his own mage inheritance in a fight with Soren later, could he? Building a city takes time. Your Majesty, please be patient. We are working hard. Joelstea didn't understand why Roland was so eager for urbanization, but that didn't stop him from following the king's will. All right. Roland knew this couldn't be rushed, but he still felt a little frustrated. After all, the reward was hanging there, waiting for him. He wasn't Lu Xiaohui. With the Mage Tower, Roland could transform Lulong Fortress into a truly complete Imperial War Fortress. Mage Tower. Imperial High-Level Mage Tower. War Fortress. Lulong Fortress. Lend me your Imperial Iron Fist. Magical Fusion. The Ultimate War Fortress. I am the Ultimate War Fortress. I will protect the people and repel darkness. War Fortress Invincible Form. Wow. The little taste came up with a single tick. He looked like a new generation Dead King, but with the Mage Tower, the War Fortress was no longer just a dead thing. Through magic. Are you afraid of a space jump that locks onto a spatial anchor point? You won't come find me? I come find you in my War Fortress. Are you desperate? Baby! Do you understand the oppressive feeling of a War Fortress right in your face? The key is that Lulong Fortress is in a very awkward position. It used to be the southern gate of the kingdom, city-state. But now it's become the heartland of the empire. Who would be so kind as to build a fortress in their own heartland? It's not like Dongwang and Jilia fortresses, which at least served to protect Lagran City. Lulong Fortress is useless now, except for guarding the Jilia River. Your Majesty. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo requests an audience. Darien Nightblade's voice echoed outside the tent. No, Roland said subconsciously. Okay. Darien Nightblade said outside the door, clearly feeling insecure after Roland's response. Wait a minute. Let him in. Roland slapped his head. He was so enraged by Darien Nightblade that he almost missed the point. Darien Nightblade had let me down. He should be dragged out and beheaded. Your Majesty. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo came in, glanced at Duke Joltea, who was enjoying his meal, and winked at him. Noticing that Duke Joltea hadn't received his signal, he could only politely salute Roland. Chapter 936. The Okrian Wind Family. Roland twirled his wine glass, a flicker of thought in his eyes. This ancient Eastern Territory noble, and the kingdom's renowned noble were actually the Yinchin family. That's right. The MacDougall family. As members of the Eastern Territory nobility, the two families naturally came together. Your Majesty. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo didn't understand Roland's meaning, but he bowed without hesitation. No need for formalities. I'm simply expressing my gratitude for still seeing the Wind family after so many years. Roland shook his head, a bit emotional. I'm just lucky. The Imperial Spark Project protected me. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said honestly. Luck is also a part of strength. By the way, what did you say your name was? Roland shook his head, looking thoughtfully at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, and spoke. Okrian Yasuo Swiftwind, Your Majesty. You may call me Okrian Yasuo. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said calmly. His. Roland gasped as he looked at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. It was you birdman. Lord Dragon? Roland asked tentatively. Don't take nicknames people give you seriously. Your Majesty. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo hurriedly stood up and said in panic. Yes. That's the guy. Roland, observing Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's reaction, was immediately certain he was the cunning and insidious individual. This legendary warrior, known as the corpse-throwing king of Middle-earth, whose status was equal to that of Old Man Gar. Is the blessing of the twin dragons still there? Roland asked directly and bluntly. Of course, your majesty. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said, patting his chest. Roland gave Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo a long look. This guy still hasn't been weakened. There's no numerical suppression in battle, just pure mechanical dominance. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. I have to put more burden on your shoulders from now on. Roland walked over, patted Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's shoulder meaningfully, and gave him a strange look. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's brow twitched. He felt as if Roland had seen through him. But how many years had passed since the Empire's demise? How could anyone still know his deeds and understand him so well? Roland, on the other hand, gazed deeply at the mechanical monster before him. The power of the Daylight Dragon and the Night Moon Shadow Dragon blessed the Wind Blade in his hand. And he was the only one in the Wind Blade family who had truly mastered the Wind Blade. If he had been born a generation earlier, perhaps the Wind Blade family would have been even more glorious. In his early years, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo had once. As a noble, he roamed the Empire, performing heroic deeds. Each act of chivalry left behind his Wind Scar emblem as a symbol of protection and warning. Those who benefited from his favor privately built temples to honor Wind Scar, and the power of faith awakened the dragon soul dormant within the Wind Blade. As a family heirloom of the Wind Blade, no one had truly awakened the twin dragons dormant within before Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was the first and last to activate the family artifact's true power. Those who wield Wind Scar and call upon its true name can summon the brave to call upon Okrian Yasuo. That would be normal, but the power of the twin dragons grants him the power of clones. This means that when summoning Okrian Yasuo with the Wind Scar, he can choose to use the power of the Wind Blades to send a clone or descend in person. As a result, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo has become the Empire's most famous proxy. Have you ever seen hundreds of level 6 hero clones charging at you? In the end, they fought and earned the title of Divine Dragon Venerable. This is why Roland calls him a mechanical monster. As long as the power of faith is unwavering, his Wind Blades can infinitely replicate clones across time and space to reach you. This is almost as sinister as Tiga. How can I play without being a nerd? Your Majesty, I may disappoint you now. I am no longer the Divine Dragon Venerable. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at Roland frankly, without hiding or struggling. The Wind Blades no longer respond to you. Is it because you lost your power? Or is it because the power of faith has been severed? Roland looked at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo with a pointed look. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked up at Roland, his pupils suddenly shrinking. His greatest secret had been revealed by King Roland. Don't look at me with such surprise. Although the Empire has fallen, the Lagran bloodline is still alive. I know more about the creation of this Dragon King Blade than you do. You don't really think it's called the Wind Blade just because it's called the Wind Blade, do you? Roland's lips curled up mysteriously. Duke Joltea straightened his back and listened attentively. He didn't know this secret yet, so he quickly gossiped to enrich his knowledge base, so he could brag to other nobles later. What's so surprising? Roland couldn't help but show off as he watched the two stunned and bewildered men. Duke Joelstia's fists felt a little stiff. He hated the Riddler the most in his life. Riddler, get out of Lagrange. The answer is simple. The two dragon souls residing here aren't just the spirits of a mere dragon, but two dragon kings. Roland said softly. Huh? Duke Joelstia's reaction was even more dramatic than Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's, and he screamed in surprise. Sit down. You're so startled. You don't know what conditions are necessary for the creation of a divine artifact, do you? Either it must be an artifact used by a god and baptized with divine power, or it must be a collection of supreme will, like the lion iron seal of Apophis Brio. If none of these are available, then only the finest materials can be used. What do you think makes this ordinary steel sword of yours? Aside from being blessed by two dragons, everything else is perfectly ordinary. So how did it become a divine artifact? Roland smiled strangely. Where do you think the fallen dragon kings went after the dragon war and Ragnarok? This sword houses the remnant souls of the light and shadow dragon kings, Roland said calmly. In Darien Nightblade's Garuda. Duke Joltea stared at Roland with a questioning look. Wind listening blade. How can the ordinary wind dragon soul in Garuda compare to the wind blade? Do you understand what a dragon king's soul is? If you don't understand, ask Asada, the ice dragon king he's facing this time. Roland said angrily. It's your good fortune that this sword has come to your Wind family, but it also shows that your Wind family is truly unfortunate. Carrying the souls of both the light and dark dragons, it took until the last generation to successfully activate the Dragon King's gift within. Did the Wind swordsmen of the past just wield this sword like a mere iron blade? Roland said in agony, clutching his head. Twins of light and darkness. The two Dragon Kings left behind an incomparably rich legacy. The Wind blade was only passed down to the Wind family because they carry the blood of the MacDoug family, making them descendants of Ospia. Otherwise, the Wind blade would never have fallen into their hands. The bond of light alone has entangled generations. Except for you, the Wind family simply doesn't understand the value of the light of faith. Roland sighed, looking at the Wind blade. Chapter 937. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at Roland, realizing for the first time the mystical power of the Wind blade in his hand. It was a credit to him that he had developed its use naturally without anyone teaching him. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing to have the sword gather dust after the Empire's fall. This sword, blessed by the power of two dragon souls, acts as a constant spatial anchor. Any point that resonates with it can be sensed and channeled with its own power. Otherwise, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo would be cunning. This thing is simply unplayable without nerfing. Others can summon it through faith. Its mechanics are so absurd they rival those of a certain Ultra Corpse thrower. Your Majesty, what should I do? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at Roland, puzzled. After all, the entire Wind Blade family hadn't truly mastered the use of this sword. Roland's knowledge of its secrets inevitably gave Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo a higher regard for the royal family's legacy. How? Just do what you do best. Wander the world, doing good deeds and helping the weak. Roland said casually, then comfortably stretched out his hands and warmed himself by the fire. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes darkened. What kind of a suggestion was this? Just come back and let him go out and do his thing. He was the Grand Duke of the Empire, not a knight without an inherited title. Why? Do you think you're useful staying here now? Roland said, half smiled at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Boom! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's mind suddenly buzzed. He staggered to his feet, his lips twitching as he tried to say something, completely shocked by Roland's act of abandoning the donkey after it had served its purpose. A minister wouldn't abandon his lord, but the lord would abandon his minister? Why are you standing? Sit down. Roland seemed oblivious to the pain and struggle in Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes, continuing to speak to himself. You are the Grand Duke of the East. The lands of the Duchy of Windward are now in the hands of the Dongi people. The kingdom is newly established, and everything requires manpower and resources. Aside from your family's wealth, I cannot support your return to your fiefdom, Roland said calmly, but Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at him in surprise, his expression then turning awkward. That matter? It's all right, Your Majesty. Rebuilding the Empire is a major undertaking, and the Wind Blade family isn't in a rush. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo breathed a long sigh. He had thought King Roland was going to do what his great-grandfather had done, but it turned out he simply didn't have the energy to return home. While Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo didn't know the saying, when the nest is overturned, no eggs remain intact, he understood its meaning. Besides, the Wind Blade family currently lacked the ability to defend such a vast territory. He had some self-awareness. As long as King Roland didn't deprive him of his status as a shareholder in the Empire, Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo would be content. That's why I say there's no point in you staying here. It's better to travel Middle-earth and spread the faith. After all, the power of the Wind Blade ultimately relies on faith. Roland said calmly. Your Majesty, that family. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was tempted by Roland's suggestion. After all, how could he not dream of his youthful recklessness and the wars of war? I don't seem like a tyrant who would embezzle the wealth of my subjects, do I? Roland shook his head helplessly. You can take your private soldiers and old subordinates with you, or leave them in La Grande under the care of the kingdom. Don't worry, I won't call them on except for matters of national importance. Roland saw Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's concern for him. After all, how much trust could Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, a stranger to him, have in him? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo subconsciously glanced at Duke Joltea beside him. Duke Joltea gave him a barely perceptible nod, and Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo immediately nodded in response. After all, if Duke Joltea, one of the highest-ranking members of the nobility, had nodded, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo truly had nothing to worry about. After all, if the Vladivostok family had deceived the Wind family, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo would have accepted it. After all, if the Vladivostok family, as one of the representatives of the nobility, had even gone to the trouble to plot against him, it could only be said that the Wen family had truly reached its end. Alright, let's get down to business. That was one reason I just mentioned. There's another, more important reason, and it's the main reason I sent you out. Roland clapped his hands, interrupting their eye contact and regaining Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's attention. I'd love to hear more. Grand Duke Okrian Izuo straightened his tone. After all, Roland looked like he wasn't in the mood for casual conversation. I need to prepare for war. There's a great war in Middle-earth in the future. We don't know when or where it will break out, but I know who our enemy is. So I need you to help me explore the kingdoms in the south of Middle-earth. Show me the real them. Roland gazed into Grand Duke Okrian Izuo's eyes. I don't understand. Grand Duke Okrian Izuo clearly didn't understand the current history and situation. The history of the Empire has been erased. But the gods still have remnants of power left in Middle-earth. The dragons have left the mainland for the Dragon Island thousands of miles away. We have no allies other than those ignorant Western humans, dwarves, and elves. Duke Joltia briefly described the kingdom's current predicament. Gods? Weren't they the gods back then? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo muttered, but quickly recovered and fell silent. The gods have a backup plan. That invisible black hand scares me. Fortunately, the dragon race has left behind some heritage, but times have changed. How much they can truly bring to bear is a matter of opinion. Roland sighed. The inverse scale bestowed by the Ice Dragon King can command the entire Ice Dragon clan, but the history of the splitting of the Ice Dragons by the Extreme Dragon King Medusa and the Ice Dragon King Asada is still fresh in Roland's memory. Despite the Dragon King's assurance, Roland hesitated to trust it completely, fearing the embarrassment of a tainted loyalty. I'm willing to go and see for you. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo frowned. He had thought that even if the Empire destroyed the new power, even if life wasn't easy, it would at least survive. But now, it seemed that this fledgling kingdom was full of loopholes. What Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo saw before him made him doubt. Fighting against the gods? Him? Roland? Then I trouble you. Take your men to rest in the capital for a while. Well, wait until the weather warms up. Roland nodded. He had originally planned to have Darien Nightblade assist him in a field trip to the two southern kingdoms, but the return of the mechanical freak Grand Duke coincided. Now, he had a better candidate, didn't he? For the Empire. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo puffed out his chest, and spoke with a firm gaze. However, his gaze towards Roland held a hint of hidden pity. You've been handed this incredible script of internal and external troubles, poverty, and hardship. You worked so hard. This country has given Roland, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, no complaints. Given the current situation, even the last emperor would have to toast the surrounding leaders first. By the way, keep an eye on their nobles on this trip. I wonder how many of those parasites are still capable. Roland gritted his teeth, thinking of the abstract scenes of the two kingdoms during the War of the Ring. Chapter 938. Okay. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded at Roland. Although he didn't understand the reason for Roland's gritted teeth, it seemed that those nobles had irritated King Roland greatly. Look! The veins on his forehead were bulging. Alright, is there anything else? Roland raised his eyelids and looked at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo casually. My subordinates. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo hesitated. It's up to you. If you like, you can let them stay anywhere in the kingdom of Lagran. If you need them, you can take them out to seek a living. After all, Apophis Brio is pioneering in the Misty Mountains. If you're willing, you can do that. Roland waved his hand. Pioneering? Wait a minute. Apophis Brio? Apophis? The house of the Kingly Lion? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo glared. Well, we never thought there were any survivors. Much of this land's history has been erased. An invisible, dark hand seeks to wipe out all traces of the Empire's existence. We don't even know how many families still survived. Duke Joltia sighed. TSK. It's so unpleasant to be schemed against. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo spat. 1 month later. Everyone, come on. Give us a hand. Lift the things. Now that we divided up the land, we can all live in peace. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shouted as he ran through the crowd, his voice ringing out to everyone. Please rest assured, citizens of the Empire. Although the Empire has fallen, the kingdom's flag still flies high on the Lagran plain. The kingdom will not abandon any of its citizens. Roland spoke from a makeshift podium, noticing countless people quietly wiping away tears. The kingdom will distribute land and farm tools evenly according to population. Seeds and grain will also be distributed free of charge. We won't let hunger strike any of our subjects. Roland continued, a solemn look flashing in his eyes. After all, 70,000 people is no small number. Add to that the newly added troops, especially the 2.5 night orders, and they be huge consumers of grain. The kingdom's granaries are feeling the pressure for the first time in a long time. Your Majesty, can we handle this grain? Darien Nightblade, standing behind him, knew the kingdom's intricacies well. As Roland's constant companion and commander of the secret guard, he knew all the kingdom's intelligence, so he knew the kingdom's grain availability better than Roland himself. It should be possible. Procuring some should be enough. Roland lowered his voice. Is it possible that it's not enough? The shortfall from these 70,000 people is no small number. Add to that the cost of allocating grain seeds. Are we going to have to keep feeding the people and horses until next year? This is terrible, Your Majesty. You need to find a solution, Darien Nightblade said solemnly. Roland turned to look at Darien Nightblade, and upon noticing his serious expression, his smile faded. How much is the shortfall? Roland asked, then silently calculated, wondering where to gather food. The shortfall is enormous, at least tens of thousands of people. Don't forget we have a flock of dragons in the Lagran Plains. Feeding those dragons' flocks requires a vast amount of fodder, and those flocks will squeeze out farmland and manpower. Even with normal development, our demand for food increases year by year, let alone now. Darien Nightblade looked at the sea of people below, his heart beating. Is a population a bad thing? A population is so good. But if we can't support it, and it all collapses, cannibalism would be a real problem. That would be so satisfying. Can't we go south to buy food? Our enchanted weapons are unparalleled in the world. The southern kingdom should need it. Roland recalled a solution he had once used to address famine in the kingdom. Darien Nightblade sighed, as he looked at Roland, not responding. Your Majesty Yifeng toils daily, yet the kingdom soldiers haven't even completed their enchanted equipment. You? Duke Joltia bowed toward Roland, his eyes clearly implying, spring has arrived. I think you're missing someone, aren't you? Ahem. Roland coughed a few times to change the subject, but soon frowned again. After all, the arms trade was the most profitable. Gondor and Rohan could easily find alternatives for everything else. After all, the rich south couldn't compare to the impoverished north. Your Majesty, Marquis Altigron Franz requests an audience. A royal guard reported. Let him come. Roland waved his hand. He was curious to see what this Franz family's only son would do after a month of silence. Perhaps Marquis Altigron Franz has a solution. After all, the Franz family are all business geniuses. Darien Nightblade's eyes lit up. Duke Joltia, in a rare move, covered his face and cursed. This guy is indeed adept at exploiting the lower middle-class nobles. But the question is, where in the kingdom are we now? Where can we find anything to exploit? Duke Joltia spread his hands. Currently, the only two people in the kingdom who actually hold fiefs are Duke Apophis Bleo, Grand Duke, and Baroness Mir. Duke Apophis Bleo has a good foundation, and Baroness Mir is thankful that he doesn't need subsidies from the kingdom. As for plundering the common people, let alone Altigron Franz, the kingdom's nobles have their dignity. Your Majesty. Duke Altigran Franz respectfully saluted Roland, touching his chest. No need for formalities. Marquis Franz, what can I do for you? Roland asked curiously. After all, in Roland's impression, the Franz family was more like lackeys of the royal family, their actual abilities undiscovered. Your Majesty, supplies for the kingdom's reconstruction are certainly scarce right now. These are the supplies from the Empire's Eastern Frontier Corps. I hope this can be of assistance to you. It can also be considered as returning the property to its rightful owner, fulfilling the late Emperor's kindness. Marquis Altigran Franz solemnly removed a bracelet from his hand and handed it to Roland. The men exchanged a glance, each seeing the surprise in their eyes. Roland then took the bracelet without hesitation, channeling his spiritual power into it. This is... Roland stared at Marquis Altigran Franz in disbelief, his voice trembling. Haha, Your Majesty, this is the baggage of the 12th, 13th, and 14th Imperial Legions. I manage the baggage of the 3 Northeastern Legions. I'm the chief quartermaster. Marquis Altigran Franz looked at Roland and gave him a wry smile. It was a shame that these supplies, stored in the space equipment, would never see their original owners use them. Thank you, Marquis Franz. This batch of supplies couldn't be more timely. The kingdom is just starting out, and everything requires money and supplies. We're having a headache. Roland's eyes brightened again. With this amount of supplies, why worry about famine? A northern expedition tomorrow. A northern expedition. A northern expedition. The king of talking, as it should be, This is the legacy of the empire, and it belongs to you, your majesty. Marquis Altigran Franz said calmly. Roland couldn't help but look up to Marquis Altigran Franz. No wonder he was so favored. His family had trained him well. Just listen to what he said. Otherwise, he'd become a hereditary lackey of the royal family. By the way, I've seen the kingdom's current business. Altigran Franz hesitated, wanting to say it was better than nothing, but he held back for Roland's sake. Chapter 939. Ahem. My dear, please feel free to speak. Roland's eyes brightened considerably after receiving a legacy from the empire. As the saying goes, gaining something means losing something else, and Roland gained food and lost his worries. Now in a good mood, Roland was willing to listen to anything. I'm afraid the kingdom's current economic system is in serious trouble, Altigran Franz said reluctantly, his eyelids raised and his mouth twitching. Life always finds its own way. Roland blushed. The kingdom's current commercial activity was limited to a small portion of that in River Rapids. Who could have imagined that the northern capital would become the kingdom's commercial center? Marquis Altigran Franz's eyelids twitched. Would you mind looking at what you're saying? This laissez-faire approach to business management is pure genius. Ahem, it's not a big deal. After all, commerce isn't essential to the kingdom. The kingdom has many more important things to focus on. Roland coughed. The main reason was that the desolate land of La Grande was a war zone. Once a desolate wasteland, everyone quickly attracted it after Roland founded the kingdom. With a fixed gaze, Soren discovered his north-south passage was blocked. The two southern nations discovered they had backup. The dwarves discovered they had a backer to lean on. The once deserted wasteland suddenly became bustling with activity. Roland himself nearly became the great western king of Middle-earth, his constant barrage of kill, kill, kill. What little commerce remained existed solely to exchange for wheat to feed the people. Roland paid no heed to the rest of the spontaneous commercial activity. Although dragon coins circulated within the kingdom, their speed and efficiency fluctuated minimally. Incidentally, the two nations using dragon coins the most were the River Valley and the kingdom of Aquavia. It could be said that Roland had inadvertently bound the two kingdoms to himself through currency. Yes, that was the truth before. Things are different now. The Swiftstream Road is open again. Swiftstream shipping can flourish. Cities and towns are springing up along the Swift Stream. Now the kingdom needs commerce to keep its lifeblood flowing. Marquis Altigran Franz declared solemnly. Land and agriculture are the foundation of a nation, and commerce is its lifeblood. A nation without commerce will inevitably stagnate. Marquis Altigran Franz had been busy conducting on-site research during his absence, only to discover that this makeshift team had even bigger problems than he imagined. At first glance, the kingdom of La Grande appears formidable, a rising power. Its knights are legion, and they even have 2 Dragon Knight commanders to back them up. This lineup would have been a T0 level force in the War of the Ring, but a closer look reveals something amiss. The vibrant energy of all things still lingers before our eyes. You discover beneath the surface a shattered, makeshift team. If a country were a person, the La Grande kingdom is currently a paralyzed tinkin with a broken leg, a broken left arm, and a sword wielding in the right. It might look impressive, but getting caught and slammed by it is indeed painful. But if the opponent circumvents Lagrange's rules, the entire kingdom will be on the defensive. After all, what combat power can a paraplegic possess? Roland nodded noncommittally. You wouldn't expect a child who travels through time without even entering society to become a business genius, would you? Roland recognized this problem early on, but he never had the time or the ability to address it. The nobles also tacitly avoided this sensitive matter. Even nobles like Yun Feng, who disliked Roland, stayed out of the business. The implication was self-evident. For a kingdom in need of reconstruction, commerce, as the lifeblood of a nation, is undoubtedly paramount. La Grande's fragile business environment simply cannot withstand the turmoil of the nobles. Besides, you're going to intervene before the king even takes action? Wanting to control the market and the economy? What's your intention? Even the hand of the Swift Stream family has deliberately avoided these intricacies. The tangled web of interests terrifies Duke Joltea. Therefore, no nobles would volunteer before Roland's intervention. After all, economic factors are easy to address, but political factors are more difficult to clarify. Interesting. What are your thoughts? Roland smiled. As a qualified ruler, he at least possessed the most basic qualities of a ruler. Leave professional matters to professionals. Duke Joltea frowned at the impetuous Marquis Altigran Franz, but his frown soon relaxed, and a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. Duke Joltea realized, unintentionally, that he had found no better executors than the Franz family. As a family dependent on imperial power, the Franz family could not possibly produce an ambitious individual who would disrupt the government. Loyalty was the hallmark of the Franz family, and as an extension of the king's will, Marquis Altigran Franz clearly qualified. So, the Duke Kostia, who was about to speak, fell silent again. Agriculture is the foundation and cannot be neglected, but commerce is the upper limit of the kingdom. The economy depends on the circulation of goods, otherwise, the accumulated resources are useless. Marquis Altigran Franz stated firmly, in line with the Franz family motto of investing every penny in the right projects. I heard that, aside from the imperial merchants, all other transactions are now spontaneous. That won't do. How much tax revenue will be lost? I know you don't rely on taxes to support your army right now. But what about future generations? Marquis Altigran Franz saw Roland's hesitation. Domestic commercial taxes can be delayed, but you're not even concerned about customs duties. Marquis Altigran Franz grumbled. Tossing customs duties aside is truly remarkable. It's mainly because we're too small. It's a bit early to consider it now. Roland muttered awkwardly. Small? The kingdom's snowflake salt, steel equipment. Are these things considered small? And, with all due respect, we pay a lot of customs duties when we import grain. Marquis Altigran Franz glanced at Duke Joltia and grumbled at Roland again. Roland turned to look at Duke Joltia, still not understanding what was happening. What I mean is that besides Lonely Mountain, the other two countries are collecting our tariffs. Otherwise, how could dragon coins be widely circulated in those two countries? Duke Joltia explained. Ah? I'm the one who's humiliated my country? Roland's mind was shocked. Wasn't his situation more abstract than that of the old Buddha? They just lost their autonomy, while he lost everything. Why don't you just formulate it? Roland looked at Duke Joltia in shock. After all, Joltia and Euphone, two pillars of the kingdom, had been stationed in River Rapids. Logically, this should be a convenient matter. Duke Joltia was stunned. Do you want to hear what you're talking about? Euphone and I should discuss and formulate the tax ourselves? It's not even spring yet. If we don't miss each other, if we do that, we'd be able to detect the attacks from other nobles on the way. Where's Nyx? Isn't she handling this? Roland rubbed his brow, suddenly remembering that his wife was also in River Rapids. As the queen of the kingdom, she naturally had the power to make decisions. Shouldn't matters like this be decided through collective discussion? Marquis Altigran Franz asked awkwardly. If you don't come to the table, who will make the final decision? The nobles aren't fools. You use this as an excuse to annoy and harass everyone, and no one will be angry. You sit high and mighty in the court and say, no one even discussed the tax with me. And yet a top family is silenced. Who else but the Franz family's lickers would dare to do something so obvious as to hand you a knife? Anyone else who wants to do it either lacks status, or those who do have it don't want to. After all, who would exclude the absolute controlling shareholder from a shareholders' meeting? Chapter 940. Roland blinked. No one had told him things were so complicated. He thought being the Northern Expedition General was all he needed to do, but there were so many twists and turns. The restoration of the kingdom requires stability. I think His Majesty Nyx is focusing his energy on internal affairs. After all, it's not easy for River Rapids to command most of the kingdom from the center. Marquis Altigran Franz pondered. Well, since you're an expert, what are your thoughts? Roland glanced at Marquis Altigran Franz. Considering the Franz family's prestige, Roland felt it necessary to return this lackey to the right path. After all, he was a hereditary marquis, and bearing the royal insignia, it wouldn't be a problem to abandon him or keep him for nothing. It was just the right thing to do. Then may I ask what your majesty wants? If it's to maintain trade, then simply set tariffs, and conduct trade according to the law. If your majesty wishes to control the economies of both countries, continue to aggressively squeeze their markets, force our currency to bind them, and add arms trade, then we can surely weld them to the kingdom's chariot. Altigran Franz glanced up at Roland, then bent slightly and whispered. If your majesty wishes to swallow them, then it will take some time and effort. Altigran Franz thought for a moment. Stop! Roland called out. You're already venturing into someone else's territory when nothing's really going on? After the oil started to grow mold, is the land going to grow bacteria? Your majesty, are you worried about damaging your moral integrity and reputation? No problem. I can devise a plan to devour these two countries, forcing them to become dependent on the kingdom. This won't damage your reputation for kindness and bravery. Marquis Altigran Franz, assuming Roland was being coy and embarrassed, quickly raised his hand to indicate that he still had work to do. Get lost. You can't even manage a wasteland within the kingdom, and you're targeting others? The kingdom isn't short of generals to expand its territory, it's short of those who can govern. You probably already know the decline of the kingdom's nobility, but let me tell you, the situation is even more serious than you think. There are serious vacancies for officials everywhere. Multitasking is commonplace. Even if you annex 2 countries, how you govern them will be a major problem. Roland frowned, his eyes filled with distress. Your Majesty, why don't you recruit nobles from among the nobility as a token of your favor? Marquis Altigranfron said, looking at Roland's face, and then fell silent. Roland was speechless. 666, you're not even acting. Just talking from the heart, right? What kind of heartfelt words are you talking about? If I had nobles under my command, would I need you to talk nonsense here? Many people here were wondering, since there weren't enough talented and ambitious people under my command, why not promote education and enlighten the people, or even learn from the ancient imperial examinations? Roland could only chuckle at this. Not to mention the preparations for the imperial examinations in ancient times, and the countless backlashes from the aristocratic families. Even the living environment and soil were different. The Lagran Empire was essentially in places like the Qin dynasty, where promotions were based on military merit, officials were almost all from aristocratic families. Furthermore, aristocratic marriages were complex, with countless exchanges of interests involved. Encouraging the common people to compete for the aristocracy's share of the pie was undoubtedly a suicidal act. The empire never suppressed the common people's upward mobility, nor did it save the nobles from falling. Countless common people's rises were accompanied by the fall of countless lower-ranking nobles. But no one, past, present, or future, will encourage the common people to rise. Anyone who dares to cross the line will be punished by the entire aristocracy. Not even the human Emperor Lagran can stop them. Then someone cleverly said, Roland is now the Emperor Taizu. He's essentially recreating the Lagran Empire. As a self-made man with a system in place, shouldn't he be able to implement this system? Quite right. As the de facto founding emperor, with the system's loyalty guaranteed, Roland can implement this policy without any pressure. But Roland is no fool. The core of the Lagran Empire is the royal family, with the empire's fists at its beck and call. The dragon riders are its sword. The electors and grand dukes are its shield. The local marquises and earls are its bones. The viscounts and barons are its blood, supporting this massive giant. You actually told the future Lagran Emperor to dismantle the nation's foundations to survive the current hardship. Do you think Roland would kill you? Doesn't Roland know how to promote education? He does. There's a long history of farmers raising children over the past 5,000 years. While he may not be good at political science, he's an absolute master at history. The reason for the collapse of the Zhou dynasty's feudal system was human nature. In ancient times, the emperor was weak. But not the Lagran Empire. The Zhou rituals and music were in decline, but the Lagran Empire had a loyal group of nobles, both great and small, to its death. Do you know the significance of a nation falling with the death of a duke? It's no less than Jiang Wei's demise with the death of a general. The Lagran nobles are so morally upright that they trample on someone who farted at the Lu River. Look at the Sword and Shield family rebellion. Their ultimate ambition was nothing more than a promotion to dukedom. Enlightening the people and desanctifying the nobility will only result in a society like the ancient times, where kings, dukes, generals, and ministers were all of a different breed. The emperor was the one who ruled with the most powerful soldiers and horses. How would this benefit Roland in the slightest? Since ancient times, the butt has determined the head. He is a beneficiary of the aristocracy. As long as the royal flag is raised, all the nobles will rally behind him. Anyone who challenges him will be torn apart by nobles of all ranks. Instead of having everyone staring at his position with rage, because Roland wasn't a rogue emperor, he didn't need to overturn a system that favored him. Simply making Yunfeng suffer now was better than making future generations suffer years from now, right? He couldn't afford to have vested interests destroy their own bowls after their meal, could he? Then we can only make the officials suffer first. Besides, it's time to redeem your war merits. We always need the birth of nobles. The kingdom is vast, and we need them to expand your territory. Marquis Altigranfron said solemnly. He carefully considered Roland's war record and realized that the original knights should have been lords. It was just that Roland had been holding back because the kingdom was still in its infancy, and he couldn't afford to let them go. Even his early subordinates, like Caslarino, didn't have titles. After learning about the exploits of Baroness Mir and Duke Apophis Brio, Marquis Altigranfron keenly realized that the King Roland he served wasn't some ungrateful dictator, but a king too broke to offer any rewards. His current situation was truly pathetic. Even more tragic than being too successful to receive any titles was being too poor to receive any. So, when Marquis Altigrand Franz offered this answer as a close minister, Roland was momentarily bewildered. But he also understood that dragging it out like this wasn't going to work, so he reluctantly asked. But the current conditions for ennobling titles in the kingdom. Roland sighed. Other kings could ennoble a small city or town, but Roland couldn't even ennoble a village. Your Majesty, it doesn't have to be a real title. A court title is also a title. It also represents your grace. Duke Joltia, who had been listening for a while, said leisurely. Huh? Roland was suddenly shocked. Yes. There are also titles of court nobles that can be freely given away. The reason Roland restricted the number of court nobles was because he feared the emergence of a royal family like the Ming dynasty. Although court nobles were restricted in many ways, their salaries and wages were real. Chapter 941. Duke Joelstia, you draw up a list. You submit the report, and I approve it. Roland's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand. Duke Joelstia was stunned. What did you mean by submitting a report and approving an order? Ahem. You draw up the list, and I issue the decree. Roland coughed to mask his embarrassment. As you command? I have Duke Yunfeng draw up the list. Duke Joelstia patted his chest. Huh? Outsourcing this thing? Roland's eye twitched. The concept of outsourcing was shocking. Even government orders were being outsourced? Was this the political wisdom of the 1,000-year-old noble Vladivostok family? But only Duke Yunfeng would understand this. Duke Joelstia scratched his head. As one of Roland's earliest political officials, Yunfeng had held political power for a long time. It was only now that the profits were being transferred to him and Queen Nix. Oh no! Duke Yunfeng will suffer again. Roland, at such a young age, had to learn to mask his sorrow with a smile. But your Majesty, you're smiling so happily. Duke Joltia's mouth twitched. That's wrong. Your Majesty is worried about His Majesty Yunfeng, and this is a gesture of comfort to us. Marquis Altigrand Franz immediately spoke up. Is your Majesty smiling? He's clearly filled with grief and anger, masking it with a smile to keep us from worrying. Roland and Joltia stared at Marquis Altigrand Franz with wide eyes. Roland's eyes said, not at all. Brother, you really do have the potential to be a sycophant. Joltia's eyes were filled with disbelief. You can even justify such a lie? The Franz family is so terrifying. The loyalty of the Empire's loyal dogs is beyond words. Well, Joltia, go find Yunfeng and have him draw up a list. It's time to compensate those brave warriors who fought so hard for our country. Roland sighed. The soldiers who fought so hard deserve to be rewarded. Their loyalty was no excuse for wanton exploitation. Yes, Your Majesty. Duke Joltia nodded. What about me, Your Majesty? Marquis Altigrand Franz asked Roland, patting his chest. The customs duties are up to you. Go negotiate with Yunfeng and the others. I don't need them, but they can't refuse. Roland's eyes flashed with displeasure. Although Roland despised those small details, the feeling of being taken advantage of was truly unpleasant. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I make them spit out everything they taken. Marquis Altigrand Franz said with a sinister grin. Behave yourself. We're a legitimate kingdom, not a banditry. Roland's mouth twitched. Why was he being so blunt? It made the kingdom of Lagrang look more like a kidnapper than a legitimate government. King Roland must have gone mad. Yunfeng, who was allocating resources in Streamwind City, looked at the message from Lagrang City with a flicker of despair in his eyes. He held the entire military and political power of Streamwind City, yet he was being drafted into the capital. No time. Why don't you tell them to have Roland knight everyone who started following him? Honorary titles aren't hereditary, and they don't grant land. It's better to distribute the gold in the treasury to stimulate economic consumption than to just let it sit there. Yunfeng replied, complaining. Let Marquis Franz handle the tariffs himself. His family is good at it. Have him calculate it, and send it to me. Yunfeng said speechlessly. So what are you doing? The bewildered Duke of Kolstia asked curiously. If nothing else, why don't you come over and play with this magic furnace? Are you here to dress the kingdom's army? Yunfeng said speechlessly, his mouth twitching as he sent a series of magic letters. Soon, the magic circle on the other side fell silent, and Duke Kolstia was completely defeated. After all, magic wasn't his forte. How could a knight wielding a spear and a staff possibly handle something as sophisticated as a magic furnace? So let's put this matter on hold. Give the Holy Glory Knights and the soldiers who founded our nation a bonus of 10 gold coins. While knighthood isn't worth much, Granting it on a large scale will make the title lose its value. Roland looked at Yun Feng's reply and shook his head at Duke Joltia. While knighthood isn't worth much, it can't be given away wholesale. A noble title can't lose its value. Okay, that's it. Duke Joltia nodded in understanding. After all, for a kingdom with a population of hundreds of thousands, to confer knighthoods on thousands of people at once would be sheer madness. What do you think about the tariff? Roland asked, looking at Marquis El Tigran Franz. 1/10. Marquis El Tigran Franz said, after a moment's hesitation. So low. Roland raised his eyelids in disbelief. He had expected Marquis El Tigran Franz to propose a 30% tax rate. After all, while the tax rate wasn't high when Roland traveled through time, the combined tax burden was enough to make one's scalp tingle. A simple 10% tax rate wasn't considered harsh at all. The problem is, the kingdom's goods have very little profit margin. Too high a tax rate could easily kill the trade route. Marquis El Tigran Franz said with a scowl. Currently, Lagran can only sell a few unique handicrafts and weapons and equipment. Its flagship product is enchanted equipment, but this isn't sold to traveling merchants. It's only brought south by royal caravans and sold to nobles. Therefore, the profits ordinary merchants can earn from Roland are extremely slim. If El Tigran Franz imposes harsher taxes, it's likely to drive away foreign merchants. Alright, whatever. You're the experts. Roland decisively delegated power. After all, you couldn't expect someone who had barely read a few chapters of economics to lead the kingdom's economic development. Providing opinions and confirming signatures was already his greatest use. Thank you for your trust. Marquis El Tigran Franz secretly clenched his fists. King Roland's trust was a good sign. As a hereditary court noble, El Tigran Franz understood only too well what royal trust meant to his family. Only with Roland's trust would the Franz family have a chance of remaining in the kingdom. Clearly, this was a good start. No problem. Roland waved his hand, unconcerned with such trivial matters. His eyes were filled with the desire for urbanization and the joy of having the famine resolved. Joltia, you need to speed up. If the current housing isn't enough, expand the residential area. Roland's eyes flashed with a serious look. Outside the city, civilians lined up neatly. Because of the large number of people and the need for registration, the entire camp would be brought into the city over several days. Therefore, Roland and his team had left a large area of the city empty for the expansion of the residential area. We have limited manpower. Your Majesty, please be patient. It only take a few days. Joltia glanced at the long line and nodded to Roland. With so few literate clerks, Joltia had to temporarily recruit members of the Okrian family's collateral branches to fill in the ranks. At least as nobles, they could be considered literate. This progress is really slow. Roland sighed. For safety. Everyone needs to be registered. If it weren't for your special status, I would have asked you to help. Joltia joked to Roland, taking the family information file that had been delivered to him and stamping it. Chapter 942. Nothing unusual has happened at the border, right? Roland asked, looking at Caslow. Caslow, who had been separated from Ajax for only 2 days, crossed his arms, his mind lost in thought, his eyes filled with confusion and dullness. Hey! General Caslow! Roland threw the bread at Caslow. Pa! Caslow's hand moved faster than his brain, and he caught the bread Roland had thrown. Shame on you, Your Majesty, for wasting food, Caslow said subconsciously, looking at the bread in his hand. I'm asking you if there's any trouble at the border. What are you listening to? Roland's eyes twitched. Was he even listening? Oh! Everything's fine at the border. Caslow bowed. That's good. It looks like those orcs aren't trying to hunt us, Roland said with relief. What? Chase? Caslow was stunned. How many orcs would be needed to fill a force of tens of thousands? These orcs weren't stupid. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's response was also perfect. He clenched his fists and attacked the orc vanguard, then strangled every orc in his path. In the end, the orcs didn't realize the true strength of this human army. Although it was called an army, it was actually filled with a terrifying amount of water. Even so, this didn't mean that Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's army of tens of thousands was a force that the orcs could easily manipulate. The orcs should be thankful that they didn't forcefully attack the remnant, or else a counterattack from them, while still in good shape, would have shattered several of their teeth. Even with the remnants, the outcome was still uncertain. How desperate must they be to hunt down an army of tens of thousands? Caslow's eyelids twitched. The Lagrang dragon flag was known for its formidable reputation. Who didn't know how formidable the Lagrang men were? Were they not sure the orcs would dare to attack? Orcs were disgusting, cunning bastards, not brain-dead idiots. Without absolute certainty, facing the notorious Lagrang men, they would definitely choose to play it safe. Aren't orcs generally quite ferocious? They pounce on people like mad dogs. Roland shrugged. Do you think the orcs in the north have the time and space to muster an army capable of easily absorbing over 70,000 men? Caslow shook his head speechlessly. Grand Duke Okran Yasuo seemed so eager to return home that it was a miracle the orc vanguard could even catch him. All right, there's nothing to worry about at the border. Roland nodded, relieved. He really didn't want to fight with the spring plowing season approaching. Everyone was now thinking he was a warmonger. Almost 1,000 chapters in, and he was still shouting kill, kill, kill. He was just like the great western king of Middle-earth, who only farmed until everything turned to killing. Someone who didn't know would think Roland's brake pads were broken. By the way, Duke Joltea wanted to tell you something, Caslow said to Roland. Roland looked around, not a soul in sight, and stared at Caslow speechlessly. There was once a man who only spoke halfway, and I ended up chopping him off in half. So do you have anything to say? Roland's face darkened. Actually, Duke Joltea asked me to remind you that the man you're concerned about, along with Legolas, Prince of the Woodland Kingdom, left Raglan City this morning. Caslow gestured out the window. Gone? Roland was stunned at first, then thought to himself, great, great, great. So Aragorn, the man with the aura of a protagonist, has no human rights in your eyes? He's not even worthy of a name. Yes, gone. Caslow nodded. That's good. Gone is a good thing. Are SF and his team in Maple Orchid hidden? Roland raised his eyelids and said calmly. Of course. I had Maple Forest Orchid send them off to play whack-a-mole in the northern wastes under the guise of training. Caslow nodded quickly. Well done. They can be recalled? Roland said calmly. Yes. But I don't understand your purpose. Are you trying to prevent that guy and Legolas from seeing this group? Caslow asked, puzzled. Aragorn is of Gondorian royal blood. By bloodline, that guy is King of Arnor and King of Gondor. In the past, you would have called him the King of the West. Roland rolled his eyes at Caslow. What does that have to do with this? Caslow was puzzled. Then let me ask you, who are we working with in Gondor now? Roland raised his head and said quietly. The Gondor regent's family. Caslow said calmly. That's right. You don't really think that after all these years, the Huron family has no ambitions, do you? Do you think everyone is as loyal and steadfast as the family of Marquis Altigran Franz? Power corrupts everything, including one's own heart. Roland sighed. He had already felt the corruption of power, but he didn't resist it. Instead, he seemed to relish it. Really? The Huron family, with their thick eyebrows and big eyes, wouldn't be like this? Caslow thought of the regent families he had met. They were all ambitious, touted, but they certainly didn't seem ambitious. Power will change them. If Aragorn returns, they're doomed to lose their power. A family that controls the kingdom's power suddenly wants to share it with someone who emerged from nowhere. Do you think they accept that? Roland smiled wickedly. What does the high moral standards of Middle-earth have to do with me? Just because I wouldn't do it doesn't mean I won't think of them from the worst perspective. Isn't that the benefit of having such a rich history? Roland can find the original form of any conspiracy. So they only have two choices, either deny Aragorn's bloodline and kill him on the spot, or obediently give up the throne. The balance of power isn't so easy to control. Roland glanced at Caslow. The reason Raglan could be so unrestrained was because they were all related, sharing the same bloodline. Those who could compete for the position were either already high-ranking pillars of the nation, the imperial fists, or they enjoyed much of the same power within their fiefdoms, the archdukes and electors. On the other hand, everyone hoped for a pure royal family to sit in this position and share the pie. After all, what evil could the generals of the north of past dynasties have? He was just a bit reckless. But Gondor clearly isn't currently among them. The regent's family and the royal family have been separated for 800 years, and their relationship has long since fallen apart. It seems the regents valued their oaths, otherwise they would have sat on the throne long ago. So, Caslow frowned. Whether Denethor too wants to fight or not, we must help him. Gondor is the front line against Mordor. A unified Western Empire is not what we desire. Therefore, he is destined to be King of Arnor. Gondor and Arnor cannot be united. Roland uttered words that even he himself feared. Politics is cold-blooded. He was surprised at how he had become. I understand. Your Majesty. Caslow frowned slightly, but no other emotion showed. After all, he was simply surprised that these words came from the mouth of a rough man, and not from the mouth of the hand of the swift stream. Don't get me wrong, Castle is no saint. His kindness and protection are only extended to the people of Lagrang. Do you think he doesn't know where the vast lands of the Lagrang Empire came from? Chapter 943. Roland never considered following the trajectory of history. If history had truly been followed, parts of the kingdom of Raglan would have been legally claimed by Aragorn. Although Aragorn, as a wise and virtuous king, would have surely given those lands to Roland after the War of the Ring, just as the previous king of Gondor had granted lands to Rohan, that was not what Roland wanted. Although there was a bit of hypocrisy, Roland didn't want his subordinates to play the game of whoever has the most power takes it all, but that didn't mean he wouldn't play it himself. And a quick look at the map revealed the purpose of Roland's various plots. Although Roland was a political novice, he clearly understood the preciousness of Earth's heritage. History tells us that two neighboring world powers can't coexist on the same continent. The rise of one is bound to be accompanied by the decline of the other, otherwise there would be endless war, but you can't count on Roland. Bowing to Aragorn? Bah! Isn't Roland just showing you a Han dynasty dust in the northeast? A Han general leaving his home to destroy the remaining bandits? Fresh off the War of the Ring, Roland is about to promote Aragorn's coalition forces on the front lines. What rank would make the descendant of the Dragon God, the Dragon Emperor of the Empire, bow to him? Just because of his not-so-thin bloodline? Develop quietly, don't show off. Roland waved his hand. If his recent surge in high-end combat power had made him arrogant, then the last words of the Frost Dragon King Asada were enough to make Roland break into a cold sweat. Come to the Middle-earth stage, if there's work to be done. A symbol of shallow waters and many turtles. The shadow of the god still lingers in the world. Is there anything more terrifying than this? Roland, I fight gods? A noble vacation? Understood. Caslo nodded at Roland. King Rodrungo. Everyone else is struggling, only you are quietly making progress. Hakelan. You're causing great sorrow to the other kings of the north. Finished? Nyx put down the half-embroidered dragon robe and smiled at Roland. Well, this is for me? Wow. You're so skillful. Roland lovingly held Nyx's waist and gently stroked her ear. Don't mess around, it might get crooked. Your Majesty, you don't want to go out wearing a crooked dragon, do you? Nyx rubbed her head against Roland's chin and hummed softly. TSK. Roland raised his eyelids. Could his wife be from Japan? Why is she so nagging? And after all, Lord of the Rings isn't a Japanese anime. Okay, let's get down to business. The kingdom is basically back on track now. The flowway is connected, and the kingdom's territory is finally united. Nyx said with relief, leaning into Roland's arms. Well, thank you, Nyx, my love. Roland embraced Nyx, wrapping his arm around her waist and caressing her lovingly. Why thank me? If you need to thank someone, thank the kingdom's subjects. I'm not moving bricks. But you really should thank Old Man Rattle. He's practically become a bricklayer for the Swiftway. Nyx seemed to have thought of something and quickly straightened up and said to Roland. Let's put that aside for now. The key now is to build the kingdom's framework. Otherwise, we'd be nothing more than a makeshift team. Roland guessed the handsome readers off-screen were already complaining. After nearly 1,000 chapters, the kingdom was still a makeshift one. In the past, without these measures, government orders were difficult to implement. After all, cities rely on roads for communication. Now that the Swiftway is complete, we can naturally integrate the kingdom's resources. What? Why not use the Swiftway for river transportation? Good question. The aquatic monsters will give you the answer. For a ship without an inscribed dispel magic circle, sailing the Swiftway is like playing Minesweeper. Sweeping up a high-level monster can decommission the entire fleet. Nyx nodded subconsciously at Roland's earnest gaze. Let's go! Gather all the tribes. Let's have a meeting. Roland patted Nyx's head calmly. Your Majesty. Everyone saluted Roland. Is everyone here? Forget the children. Roland looked at Duke Jolteia. We're all here. Duke Jolteia glanced around and nodded at Roland. Okay, now that everyone's here, let's cut to the chase. Now that the Swiftstream Avenue is complete, it's time for the kingdom to enter a new era. Back when the kingdom was just starting out, everything could be kept simple. Now we need rules and regulations. Roland nodded to Duke Jolteia. Yes, Your Majesty. It's time to distinguish between court nobles and fiefdom nobles, and for civil and military officials to each fulfill their respective roles. Upon hearing Roland's words, Duke Jolteia immediately took over. We discussed the fiefdom issue later. After all, the kingdom doesn't have much capacity to resolve it right now. But that doesn't mean the kingdom will forget everyone's contributions. Our goal has always been the revival of the empire. And I, Roland, will not bask in this glory alone. Roland stood up, setting the tone. Your Majesty is wise. The others also stood up to join in the discussion. After all, when else would they not express their political stance? Amidst the chorus of chants of "Long live the Emperor," Roland waved his hand to silence the flattery. Then, with a stern expression, he got down to business. I already promised Duke Yifeng the role of Prime Minister. Logically, the Prime Minister should convene the Parliament, but I'm stepping in this time. Roland joked, implicitly reminding Duke Joltea that most of the Prime Ministers throughout history came from the Empire's powerful families. As the right-hand men of the Empire, even now, Roland needed to appease them. Duke Joltea will serve as the kingdom's regent. As compensation, Roland gave Duke Joltea the position of first-in-command under the Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister was second only to the other two in the kingdom, then the regent represented the royal family's will and acted within the kingdom. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duke Joltea bowed to Roland, his expression remarkably calm. After all, the Double Fist family had supported the royal family for so many years, because the royal family had given them a piece of the pie. Marquis L. Tigran Franz, Minister of Finance. I leave it to you. Don't let me down. Roland paused, his face sullen. After all, the Franz family had a history of skimming off the spoils, leading to complaints from the lesser nobles. Your will is my direction. Marquis L. Tigran Franz humbly leaned forward, and was about to kiss Roland's instep. Get lost. Roland kicked the flatterer away, and continued. Adolf Heinrich will be the Minister of Magic. Is there any objection? Roland raised his eyelids. Okay. Next. Lord Rattle will be the Minister of Engineering. By the way, congratulations to him on his advancement to the 5th rank. Roland didn't forget Old Man Rattle, who was mixing cement at the construction site. Lord Charlie Pross will be the Minister of Medicine. Congratulations, Bishop. Ms. Ivy will be the Chief Physician. She will serve as your subordinate and obey your orders. Roland nodded to Charlie Pross. May the Dragon God bless you and me. Charlie Pross said respectfully, rubbing his chest. Roland gritted his teeth and said nothing. Baron Lance has been appointed the governor of Pingnan. He is in charge of the 3 cities of Pingnan, Baidu, and Longya. Roland continued. Darien Knight-Blade is the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards. Roland looked around but couldn't find Darien Knight-Blade. Where is he? Roland frowned. Your Majesty, I am here. Darien Nightblade's voice suddenly came from behind. Your dad. He scared me to death. Roland shuddered. Chapter 944. Don't always stand behind people. It's terrifying. Roland was so frightened that goosebumps appeared all over his body. Darien Nightblade could only sit down obediently. The court nobles are almost done. Oh, and by the way, Lord Adile also needs the title of Knight Templar Mentor. Remember to record it. Roland thought of the old man who trained knights in River Rapids. Does River Rapids need to restore the northern governor? Nix asked. Isn't it a bit too early? Fonlin Yulon frowned. After all, after seeing the glory of the Empire, Roland's few tricks seemed a bit like a monkey in human form. What kind of makeshift team needed a northern governor? Yes, they need one. But not now. Roland nodded. Appoint Reno as Lulong governor and governor of the Northern Territory. But he needs to follow Prime Minister Yinfeng's orders. Roland thought for a moment. A governor of the Northern Territory was necessary, but his role depended on Prime Minister Yinfeng's return to the capital. Before that, he still had to obey Yinfeng's orders. However, Roland, knowing the game's history, understood the true versatility of the strongest governor of the Northern Territory, nicknamed Master Lei by players. He simply couldn't find a better replacement for him in Lulong Fortress. Militarily, reorganized the Royal Dragon Regiment. Before Roland had finished speaking, several Dragon Knights suddenly stood up, including Weiss, who had been dragged along with him to make up the numbers. He was no longer the ignorant peasant he had been before. After listening to Fonlin Yuan and Caslo's descriptions, he had a deep understanding of just how terrifying a behemoth the Imperial Royal Dragon Regiment truly was. Yes, sir. Without waiting for Roland to continue, Caslo and Fonlin Yuan, tears welling in their eyes, bowed profusely. However, no one else showed any surprise. After all, they all knew what the Royal Dragon Regiment meant to the Dragon Knights. It represented Roland's ambitions. It represented the glory of the Dragon Knights. It represented the heyday of dragons. We have few Dragon Knights, so all Dragon Knights in the kingdom are now automatically incorporated into the Royal Dragon Cavalry Regiment. I be the leader. Caslo and Fonlin Yulan will serve concurrently as deputy leaders. Roland casually gave himself a title. He couldn't really expect Roland to ride a dragon and kill people, could he? Without absolute strength, the only consequence of having Emperor Roland guard the country's borders is the death of the king and the country. Even a slap from the Dragon Island dragon was enough for Roland to endure. Reorganize the knights. The knights of the kingdom are in such disarray right now. It's terrifying, Roland said, glancing at Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo. After all, the regular knights of the 14th Legion of the Empire he brought with him were truly. Roland saw the diversity of knights, even rebels. What a blasphemy! The military commanders, and I will discuss the reorganization of the army later. Next, let's talk about the fiefdoms. The kingdom doesn't have many fiefdoms, and there are only a few who need resettlement. The Morin family isn't in a hurry, and neither is the MacDougall family. There are only two who are anxious right now, Duke Apophis Brio, who pioneered far away in the Misty Mountains. As a direct descendant of the Grand Duke of King's Landing, he should inherit the glory of the Grand Duke. Restore his Grand Dukedom now, and as for the fiefdoms, let him deal with them first. Roland sighed. As for the Wind family, I'm afraid you and I will have to stay in Lagran City for a few years. The kingdom currently does not have the ability to cross the Red River, so your fiefdom will be retained for the time being. When the national strength allows, I will bring soldiers to help you take the land back. What do you think? Roland asked Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo. If Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo insisted on expanding the territory, Roland would not stop him, but would help to recruit volunteer soldiers. After all, the people of Lagran have a deep love for expansion, and Roland had no excuse to refuse. No problem, Your Majesty. The Windrush family isn't about to be sealed off in a hurry. Besides, I still have to make the long journey myself to fulfill your instructions. Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo nodded to Roland, not feeling the slightest bit of danger while out on the road. After all, a 6th-rank hero would have little power to stop him if he tried to escape. You can handle that matter as you wish. It's not a crucial matter. Roland nodded to Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo. The reason he had sent Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo out to spread his light was entirely for future planning. After all, when the War of the Ring broke out, having someone who could fly Thunder God would definitely make things much easier. It would also free up some of the cannon fodder being used in the local areas, allowing them to support the main battlefront. After all, only if Denethor II had enough cards in his hand could he avoid being driven out by Aragorn. A divided Western world was in Lagrange's best interests. A unified Western world was something Roland would have to keep an eye on even when he slept. The military should adapt to the situation. After all, the kingdom's army is constantly in flux, and permanent military positions are useless. The mainstay should still be the legions. Roland pondered. Luke Leopold and Merc Leopold will form the 1st and 2nd legions of the Flood Infantry. These two legions will be under the command of Yunfeng and Renault. Roland waved his hand and dispatched 6,000 men. This was to reinforce the lines of defense for Flood City and Lulong Fortress. Roland didn't expect them to attack, just fill the defensive lines and hold the city. Your Majesty is wise. Marquis Altigran Franz appeared and complimented. Roland was bewildered. This wasn't a military matter, so why were you, a civilian, showing up? Velen Angus will be the commander of Pingnan. Form 3 city guard corps to assist Lance in defending the 3 cities. Roland thought for a moment, and named the general of the old man, who had followed the kingdom, Varen Angus. Rank 4 might be the end of the line for this city guard commander, but the honor of his loyalty would still favor him. So, what should we give him? Duke Joltea would have taken over the government even when he was no longer in power, let alone legitimately ascend to the throne. 1,000 Lagran city guards. 1,000 Badanian archers. 3,000 Swift infantrymen will form the 3rd Swift Infantry Corps. Roland tapped the table and made his final decision. The remaining Swift infantrymen will form the final 4th Swift Infantry Corps. There are still 2,000 left. Roland pondered for a moment. Just when everyone expected him to order the recruitment of 1,000 infantrymen to fill the 5th Corps, he finally spoke. The kingdom will soon see the rise of numerous towns and villages. Disband the remaining 2,000. Station them in various towns and villages. The 500 woodland warriors can also be disbanded. Use them as the backbone, supplemented by the flood infantry, so that the towns and villages scattered from the city won't be constantly harassed by monsters. Roland finally made up his mind to split up the 500 professionals. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough together, but Roland simply couldn't bear to break up the other professional teams. The Elf King Venerve has been idle for too long. Give him 1,000 Badanian archers. Let him train properly, Roland said without question. Since Grassland Elf King Venerwe was going to join him, It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to help lead his troops, right? Leave 1,000 of the remaining Bedanian archers to the garrison of Swiftstream City, and 1,000 to the garrison of Lulung Fortress. The remaining 2,000 will be stationed in Laglang City. As a border city, Laglang City is safe enough. But as a defense line for the capital, it's a bit underdeveloped. Roland was already limiting his presence to 2,000 Bedanian archers. Any more would affect other areas. Chapter 945. Alright. Duke Jolteon nodded. He had no objection to Roland's assignment. After all, the king needed to strengthen the defenses while guarding the border. While defending the city didn't require many offensive troops, it was essential to have more ranged units. Whether it was mages or archers, stock up. The only remaining major legion left are the Dorwinian heavy swordsmen. Roland tapped the table, his eyes narrowing slightly. Steamboat City doesn't need those tin cans. There are better ones in the north. They're returning to the capital. Roland quickly figured out the connection. The current defensive pressure on River Rapids wasn't great. Those slow-moving cans of steel were sitting there with little to do. After all, the dwarves to the north had far more cans than they did. If the dwarves' cans were completely pierced, the kingdom's dragon cavalry commander would have already arrived. Instead of letting these cans sit on the city walls and enjoy the scenery, it would be better to bring them to Raglan City to put pressure on the Easterlings. You're right. Duke Jolteon nodded in agreement. He didn't intend to interfere too much in military affairs. After all, King Roland's current centralization of power was quite good, and the nobles were satisfied with it. If they couldn't allow 100 schools of thought to flourish, the only option was to let the royal family dominate. Otherwise, internal unrest would ensue without Sauron. In the future, no one would dare to eat without these nobles at Sauron's banquet. The royal guard won't move. They'd definitely be stationed at the palace. Roland dispatched another unit. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the royal guards had nothing to do with anyone else. Ultimately, they were the royal family's most loyal private army. No one cared how Roland manipulated them, and even when the pie was divided among the nobles, it was destined that these people would have nothing to do with them. You, a marquis and earl, couldn't possibly want to take away a team of royal guards, could you? What were your intentions? Were you planning a rebellion? As for the mages, the royal mages will be stationed in Lagran City, and the rest should be distributed among the various locations. Each city will need a magic center in the future. It's inconvenient without mages. Roland continued. Thanks to the powerful sage Yufeng, Nyoma, the kingdom's alchemy system is comparable to others. If everyone wants, a simple magic center can be built. Yufeng will soon begin work on this project. We don't expect these magic centers to activate a city shield to protect the city from forbidden spells, but at least they can provide immediate warnings in the event of an enemy attack, rather than relying on cavalry, air knights, and magic carrier pigeons to transmit intelligence. Your Majesty. Feng Yulan stepped forward. After all, he still had a corps of mages at his disposal. While their combined strength was limited to casting a forbidden spell, and then withering away, they were still good enough to be used as playing cards. Your family's private soldiers are your own. No one will take them away. But you're responsible for their maintenance. You manage them. Roland waved his hand at Feng Yulan, not caring at all about the corps of mages capable of casting forbidden spells. After all, even Feng Yulan herself was loyal to him. His private soldiers wouldn't be so foolish as to rebel against their superiors, casting a forbidden spell on the palace, and then crowning Feng Yulan with a yellow robe, would they? Regardless of whether it would work, the MacDougall family's reputation would spread from the Rapid River to the inner sea of Rune. They were worthy of being seated at the same table as Brother Sima. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Yulan's brows furrowed briefly, but then quickly relaxed, and he gave Roland a grateful expression. He truly sensed King Roland's trust. Isn't it true that a man should die for his friend? Okay, now for the most important part. Regarding the division of the knightly orders. Roland knocked on the table, regaining the attention of the scattered crowd. Your Majesty. Duke Jolteon and the other nobles looked at Roland sternly. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, keep your family's knightly order to yourself. You can dispose of it wherever you wish. But as I said, maintain it yourself. Roland nodded at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. After all, he was the only one with a complete third-tier knightly order. It was also the kingdom's top-tier knightly order. As you command? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded calmly. The private army was just a formality. Unless the country was truly in jeopardy, the emperor who forcibly seized the soldiers of his vassal would surely be despised by everyone for generations, even. You already reserved the roles of clowns and villains in all sorts of picture books for 8 lifetimes. Same to you. Roland glanced at Fon Yuan. Though the Maple Forest Knights under his command were half crippled, they could still serve as cannon fodder for a few waves. But Roland, likewise, had no interest in the armies of his vassals. This wasn't a feudal dynasty, and Roland wasn't the Qin Emperor or Han Emperor. There was no need for abstract unification or the release of military power with a toast. Different times naturally required different methods. At least Middle-earth hadn't yet entered a new era where the Emperor's army was the sole ruler. The rest? Roland tapped the table, pondering. The others, watching his palms rise and fall, felt a wave of anxiety. No! Why am I nervous? Does it have anything to do with me? Marquis Altigran Franz, watching Roland, who was already biting his fingers nervously, suddenly realized that the Emperor wasn't anxious, but the eunuch was. Select 103rd level knights from the Holy Glory Knights and the 14th Legion, and have them form the new Holy Glory Knights. Roland waved his hand. After all, the Knights of the 14th Legion were also Lagran Vanguard Knights. With the same military service, they naturally had a tacit understanding, and there wouldn't be a generational gap to force a merger. I be the captain, and the deputy captain. Renault. Roland couldn't help but mourn for Renault in the distance. Wait! Forget it. Let Lord OMX take the deputy captainship. Deploy within the Lagran city area. Roland glanced at the system panel, a plan forming. Consolidate the remaining 100 knights to form the kingdom's 14th knights. Roland declared without question. The designation of the Empire's 14th knights was a symbol of faith within the hearts of those knights. Roland didn't need to shatter their faith. It was perfectly fine to retain the original designation. A reorganization would inevitably bring sadness to those knights. After all, who could bear to be disbanded just after returning to the fold? For a knight whose honor was his life, it would be no easier than killing them. The only change required was changing the prefix Empire to Kingdom. After all, there was no other way. The family pot was so small, and trying to make half-cooked rice would only bring shame upon themselves. Captain Renault. This knight order will be deployed to the Rapid City and Lulong Fortress. The specific arrangements will be left to Yifeng and Renault, Roland said, looking around. The Romanian Royal Knights remain unchanged in their organization. Fomlan Binglan will be appointed as their captain, and their base will be in the Lagran city area. Roland then finalized the destination of another knight order. As the capital city faced the greatest border pressure, it was natural to concentrate its elite troops there. Roland had no record of dispersing elite troops into a ragtag group, a remarkable feat. Seeing everyone acquiesce, Roland glanced at Knight Commander Ladian, who sat in the corner, speechless and vacant, and quickly formed a plan. The remnants of the Holy Glory Knights and the 14th Knights will be incorporated into the Cross Balhenia Knights. Knight Captain Ladian will serve as their leader, answering to Queen Nyx. Roland said calmly. Boom! Everyone looked up in surprise. Even Nyx, who was sitting nearby enjoying a melon, looked bewildered. Not to mention Ladian, who was trying to make up the numbers from a distance. The old man's face was now filled with confusion and bewilderment. He looked around at the crowd with a vacant look, as if he had no idea what year it was. Hee. Roland smiled at Nyx. He had just noticed this amazing number when he checked the system panel. If all the knights directly under Lagran were gathered together, there would be exactly 400. So Roland decided to consolidate the knight orders from 3 to 4, giving Nyx a little surprise. Chapter 946. Duke Joltia raised an eyebrow. Roland had actually divided his knightly order with Queen Nyx. You have to remember that the Lagran Empire was a dual emperor system, with the emperor and empress each commanding their own imperial guards. One thing everyone knew. No matter how Ragran's military and political affairs were reorganized, private soldiers would remain untouched, and the Crusaders were part of the Nyx family's private army. Roland hadn't considered annexing these soldiers, but instead rebuilt the Nyx family's former knightly order. This made everyone look up to him. A man of character. It's a betrothal gift. After all, we had nothing when we got married, so this is making up for what we owed. Roland smiled fondly at Nyx. He hadn't been able to personally hand over the Royal Guard's military talisman to Nyx before, but fortunately, today he could make up for that regret. Ladian looked at Roland in silence. After all, from the very beginning, he had despised this king who relied solely on luck and lacked ability. He saw no hope of happiness for Grand Duke Nyx, to whom he had sworn allegiance. Even the guards that were supposed to be with the queen at the wedding were nowhere to be found. This left Ladian speechless, yet he remained true to his heart, loyalty to the Grand Duke, not Roland. Therefore, in every war, Ladian carefully protected Nyx's weak troops. Ladian believed that the Crusaders, and the few remaining members of the Cross Bohemia Knights were Grand Duke Nix's last vestiges of support and backbone in the kingdom. Therefore, no matter how difficult the battles on the kingdom's battlefields, he always controlled Nix's private soldiers and kept them active on the secondary fronts. He feared that after these armies were decimated, they would be abandoned by the fortunate King Roland. "Thank you, your majesty." Ladian finally stood up and bowed solemnly to Roland. He knew that this knightly order was Roland's compensation to Nix and a reflection of Nix's status. Roland. Nix's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes tinged with shyness and surprise. Although she didn't value the power she held, she could sense her husband's respect and love. "It's okay. Leave the knight's order to Ladian. You don't have to worry about leading them." Roland nodded at Nix. Nix lowered her head, looking at Roland's earnest eyes. The blush on her face faded, leaving her face smooth and holy. "All right, no need to be so polite. Go back and take your seats. Remember not to delay training. The Cross Bohemia Knights are being rebuilt, and the Knight's strength and training levels vary. You have to be diligent. Don't let Nix down." Roland subtly slapped Ladian. As for the old man's attitude towards her, Roland didn't care much. After all, that was the way it was in this era. My vassal's vassal wasn't my vassal, and likewise, my wife's vassal wasn't my vassal. Roland was quite open-minded about this knight commander, who didn't want to eat his own rice. "As you command, your majesty." Radian saluted solemnly, and sat back in his corner. "Now that we have the most important knight order figured out, let's discuss the nation's future corps military," Roland said, looking at the chattering crowd. "Your majesty," Omsk said with a smile. After all, he had officially joined the knight order, which made him ecstatic. After all, being a temporary commander was a world apart from being a permanent general. The selection and training of Dragon Knights and Griffin Knights cannot be neglected. Knight Commander Nogai is currently the only aerial knight instructor. Duke Joltia and Duke Yifeng must cooperate with him in any way he needs, Roland said solemnly. Dragon Knights are the foundation of the Empire, while aerial knights are its branches. As the saying goes, the high defeats the low. The aerial knight's height advantage makes them overwhelming most professionals below level 5. I do my best to cooperate. Duke Joltia nodded. Although the kingdom currently held few cards, it could still manage to train Dragon Knights. While the resulting Dragon Knights might be inferior to the original Imperial ones, not everyone had the courage and ability to go as far as the Lagran Empire, using Dragon Knights as coaches and sparring partners for the aerial knights. For example, Caslow's combat effectiveness was comparable to that of a regular Dragon Knight. After all, when he was a Dragon Knight, the techniques and skills he learned were universal, save for the dragons he rode. In the Empire, you could think of Dragon Knights as cannon fodder. Those rangers will also be trained and commanded by Verway. He's been sitting idle in River Rapids for too long. Roland waved his hand, as if to shoo away flies. No, he's not in River Rapids. He should be with the Ancient of War. Roland covered his face in embarrassment. Should we let him come? I mean, bring the Ancient of War with him? Caslow thought for a moment, and suggested to Roland. After all, there won't be any war in the north or west anytime soon, and here. Caslow shrugged at Roland, giving him a look that said, you know what I mean? Okay. Then have him hand over the Bedanian archers to Yunfeng. He'd bring the remaining rangers. Roland thought for a moment. Compared to the flat terrain of River Rapids, the vast wasteland outside of La Grande was more suitable for a ranger-like unit capable of both long-range and short-range operations. All right then. Have Verway depart as soon as possible. I hope the Ancient of War isn't even halfway there by the time I reach Dorwinion. Roland joked. Although the Ancient of War's movement was slow, that was only relative to other things. From a human perspective, it was about the same speed as an average person walking at a brisk pace. Yes, your majesty. Duke Joltia wrote down the meeting summary and nodded to Roland. Then let's adjourn. Roland clapped his hands, looking at the crowd. Remember to attend the banquet tonight. Roland suddenly turned around and winked at the crowd as they stood up to leave. We will be there on time. Everyone patted their chests in greeting. Roland nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite happy about this little joke. He wasn't some unkind king who would drag everyone along all day and not even bother to pay for a meal. Roland, you go back first. I be back soon. Nix nodded at Roland, signaling him to go back first. Roland glanced at Ladian, who stood respectfully waiting, and knew his wife was probably about to give the old man some instructions. He nodded and left, casually informing the waiter about the dinner. Dragon God. It's already dark, And King Roland is saying he's preparing dinner now? The chefs glanced at each other, their hands full of bread, roast meat, and creamy soup, their scalps tingling. Will Duke Jolteon kill me if I serve this? The head chef shuddered at the sight of the bread. Will we make it in time? Everyone hurriedly glanced out the window. The setting sun was breathtaking, the unpolluted sky was incredibly clear, but their hearts sank. Get to work. Hurry up. We're running out of time to prepare a meal for dozens of people. Your Majesty, be merciful, but we can't use your mercy as an excuse. The head chef's eyes twitched as he began to work. He could imagine the horrific scene of dozens of people staring blankly at plates of bread, roast meat, and a can of creamy soup if they weren't quick enough. Chapter 947. Finally, thanks to the chef's tireless efforts, Roland didn't leave the banquet unattended. The hastily prepared dishes weren't exquisite, but they were still plentiful and filling. Chew, Caslow chewed contentedly. These founding fathers weren't picky about banquet food at all. Don't forget, these corn elements, who had fought their way through the dead, were naturally the finest Lagrang barbarians. Their appetites satisfied their spiritual needs, but they weren't demanding when it came to maintaining their physical needs. After all, not everyone could thrive on dry bread and potatoes. Looks like it suits your taste? Roland raised a glass of fruit wine and gestured to Caslow, who was wolfing it down. Dragon God. Can you handle that sour wine? Caslow glanced at the yellow liquid in Roland's glass. The dark color of the wine clearly didn't indicate it was of the highest quality. The last barrel of hoppy ale has long been consumed. This sour fruit wine was saved by the people as a gift to us. Roland raised his glass, took a sip, and then sighed. Didn't he know that this wild fruit wine wasn't delicious? But it was the only wine the kingdom could produce on its own, and even then, only a small amount could be stored during the autumn and summer harvest season. After all, the Legrand Kingdom's wheat-based brewing season was short-lived, and after a few days of prosperity, it faced a constant food shortage. Fortunately, the kingdom wasn't short of oil and water. The fat from smoked fish provided a good source of fat for the people. Otherwise, the need to feed the people with bread would have been even greater. I really can't say anything good about it. Caslow scoffed at the sour fruit wine, preferring not to drink it rather than let it ruin his palate. What a shame! Roland downed the wine in one gulp, then smacked his lips. It certainly didn't taste very good. Roland then looked around. Nyx was hanging out with a few of the women, who were gathered together, muttering something Roland had no idea. The others were gathered in groups of 3 or 4, toasting their glasses. No! Bowls! After all, no one except Roland was touching the sour fruit wine. Everyone else was drinking their soup. Hey! Roland's eyes lit up, suddenly remembering that there were still valuables in his system space. Aside from the daily check-in, he almost forgotten the system existed. Plus, with his honor points at rock bottom, Roland barely had any desire to open the system. A quick glance at the kingdom's progress was all he could do, and he didn't even expect to get anything even if he checked in. Ding ding ding! Dorwinian wine. Authentic stuff. Roland casually pulled out several sealed bottles of Dorwinian wine. As tribute from Dorwinian during the Imperial era, its value was undeniable. Pop! As Roland uncorked the bottles, a strange aroma suddenly filled the air. Everyone sniffed, then looked towards Roland. Goodness! Your Majesty, you're actually hiding something. Caslow took the bottles from Roland without hesitation. Yulon! Caslow called out to Fonlin Yulon, who immediately followed his lead and poured the wine from the decanter containing the low-quality fruit wine into a kettle, then rinsed it with clean water and handed it over. Gurgle. As the purple-red wine slid gracefully down the transparent glass, its contact area with the air increased, its aroma becoming even more enticing, intoxicating everyone. Your Majesty, this is wrong. How can a banquet be without wine? And why are you hiding this stuff? Duke Jolteon immediately poured a glass for Roland, then handed another to Nyx, and finally took a sip himself. He knew from just one sip that this was tribute-grade Dorwinian wine. TSK, TSK, TSK. Alas, has it really been forgotten? Caslow pretended to wipe away his barely visible tears, his performance achingly false. I forgot I had these hidden gems. Roland laughed and shook his head, amused by Caslow's playful antics. The main reason was that the system had given him more miscellaneous items and junk, so Roland had naturally forgotten about these things that didn't provide much combat benefit. Huh? Tribute-grade wine? Adolf Heinrich and Charles Pross's eyes lit up after taking a sip. Lilith, unsure of what was happening, also took a sip under Fonlin Yulon's suggestive gaze. The smooth wine flowed into her stomach, its fragrance intensifying. As her blood flowed faster, Lilith realized her magic power was quietly energized. Even her damaged source of magic power was slightly warmed. Roland watched in amazement as the spellcaster's eyes lit up and stared at Duke Joltea with a sense of apprehension, hoping he could clarify their confusion. Duke Joltea's mouth twitched. He had almost forgotten that the current king of Raglan was a Muggle, a representative of a family with a humble heritage, and clearly unaware of the significance of tribute-grade Dorwinian wine. The tribute wine's effects are comparable to potions, Your Majesty. Marquis Altigron Franz muttered quietly, noticing Roland's confusion. Dorwinian in the Lune region is a wine-producing nation. Even ordinary wine can be a hit in the Empire, so the effectiveness of tribute wine is self-evident. Besides its fragrant and smooth taste, its special magic-boosting effect is comparable to that of ordinary potions, attracting many minor nobles. Marquis Altigron Franz winked at Roland. You have to know that potions were not cheap even in the Imperial era, even with a complete alchemy chain. Those less affluent nobles could easily use Dorwinian tribute wine as a substitute for potions. Especially for families training mages, the price difference between potions and Dorwinian tribute wine was a world of difference. The savings were undoubtedly life-saving for the lesser nobles. I see. Roland nodded in understanding. No wonder the spellcasters were surprised, just surprised. For them, this wine could no longer permanently enhance their strength, only slightly increasing their magic power limit. However, the comfort brought by the free flow of magic power was truly enjoyable. Then please enjoy the feast. Don't be polite. We're not leaving until we're drunk. Cheers. Roland raised his glass. Cheers. Everyone followed Roland, gulping down the wine. Only a few spellcasters, stunned by the reckless peony chewing without any appreciation, fell silent. What a waste. Charlie Pross, the charlatan, said seriously for once. Indeed. Even Adolf Heinrich, his longtime enemy, agreed with him. Chapter 948. Here, everyone, drinking tribute wine, was happily feasting. While the food wasn't particularly exquisite, it was still quite acceptable in the face of the pricey Dorwinian tribute wine. Meanwhile, back in River Rapids, Verve, who had just been munching on bread and vegetable soup, heard the news of his own departure the moment he met Duke Yufeng. Here are the minutes of the meeting in La Grande. See if there are any objections. If not, execute the order. Duke Yufeng looked at Verve with a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. He had assumed Roland was merely making a small-scale troop movement, nothing more dramatic. He hadn't expected Roland to go so far, setting up a makeshift team in a flash. While it still crumbled at the slightest touch, at least it had some structure. Let me take a look. Verve casually took the minutes, his brows raised. Oh my! Such a big move? Even we're going there? Is he planning an attack? Vanderway asked doubtfully. After all, the ancient war tree was a slow-moving attack fortress. No one would use it as a defensive facility if they could. I don't know, but he definitely needs you. Yunfeng nodded at Vanderway. Whatever the situation, Roland needed the ancient war tree, which must have been a problem. No problem. I go back and pack up with my people, and then we set off. Vanderway nodded in understanding. Dependent on Roland, he had no reason or need to refuse his orders. After all, Vanderway was deeply grateful for the elven holy sword Manicotti, propelling him to the 6th level and giving him the confidence to protect his people. The ancient war tree further deepened the bond between the grassland elves and Lagran. After years of suffering, the grassland elves finally enjoyed the nourishment of nature's essence again. While not as magnificent as the ancient life tree or the magic well, its essence was equally as powerful. Well, if you're afraid of the risk, leave the women and children in River Rapids. It's safer here, after all, Yunfeng said solemnly to Vanderway. As the kingdom's prime minister, he needed to think strategically. Leaving the women and children behind would provide them with protection, and give the grassland elves something to worry about. Whether Vanderway was willing to do so was entirely up to him. Leaving them behind would provide a double insurance policy for the kingdom. No need. Grassland elves are no cowards. Besides, women and children can take refuge in Lagran City. The opportunity to bathe in the essence of the ancient tree is rare, so don't waste it. Vanderway shook his head decisively. Are you kidding me? You want to drive the elves off the war tree? No kidding. We are loyal subjects of the kingdom. We are honored to bathe in King Roland's grace. What elven pride! How can it compare to the tangible benefits brought by the ancient tree? The long lifespan compared to humans has exposed the grassland elves to all kinds of intrigue and deception, but they are not fools. They still have a basic ability to distinguish who is good to them. What? You say the elves give up their honor to lick the boots of humans and abandon their dignity? Then let me ask you, Have the grassland elves ever slept in the wilderness? Where were you when I was living in such precarious times? King Roland has both the holy sword and the ancient of war. How could I not know who's good for me? Answer me. No one cared when the grassland elves were suffering, but now that they're rich, they're acting like a tyrant. Okay, as long as you know what's going on. Don't let women and children get hurt. Yun Feng nodded. In the grassland elf tribe, there are no civilians. There are only women, children, and warriors. All young men must wield swords and bows to fight for the tribe. Don't worry, I won't joke with my people. Vannerway nodded. He had painstakingly gathered over 1,000 of his people, nearly wiping out the grassland elf tribes roaming around the Lagran plains. No, they couldn't even be called tribes. Those groups of only a few dozen could be considered groups of a few families. How could Vannerway put these hard-won people into danger? Furthermore, accompanying the Ancient of War wasn't considered dangerous. Go find the warehouse and collect your own supplies. Remember to bring plenty of arrows and spare weapons. Oh, and which route are you planning to take? Yun Feng frowned as he gave Vannerway instructions. Suddenly, he remembered this overlooked question. After all, if it was convenient, the kingdom's dragon knights could provide aerial reconnaissance along the way. Let's go directly through the Lagran plains. Vannerway waved his hand with a domineering gesture. Wouldn't it be too dangerous? The central part of the plains is undeveloped in the kingdom, and there are many magical beasts there. And when the knights exterminate the orcs, there will undoubtedly be remnants left behind. Yun Feng said worriedly. Relax, Lord Yun Feng. That's not your concern. Roland sent us with the ancient war tree. As a wise man, don't you understand the ancient war tree? A cunning glint flashed in Vannerway's eyes. Anyone bearing the name of war must be no pushover. I hope everything is all right. I'm going to find Renaud, so I won't see you off. Be careful on your way. Duke Yufeng glanced at Vannerway's confident expression and nodded in understanding. His worries were unnecessary. What could they possibly encounter with the ancient war tree leading the way? They couldn't expect to encounter another dragon king, could they? All right. Let's go! Vannerway waved to Yunfeng. Farway and the others are on their way. Duke Joltia rubbed his tired eyes and handed Roland a report. Last night's banquet had left him drunk too much. Roland, cunning and unsure whether he couldn't handle the alcohol or was doing it on purpose, frantically used himself as a shield. Every now and then, everyone came up to him and toasted him, but he drank it all for himself. His mind was still dazed. Let me take a look. Roland took it and was stunned. Wow! Good stuff. They're actually coming straight through the kingdom. Roland exclaimed in surprise at the route Verway reported. Verway feels that following the flowing river is too slow, and might not be until next year. So he's going straight across. Duke Joltia explained. Isn't there a risk? Roland asked with some concern. After all, while the Raglan Plains were called Raglan Plains, they were actually the kingdom's private territory, not a controlled territory. The knight's supposed sweep across the plains was merely a wiping out of the hordes of orc tribes. As for the monsters deeper within, the knights kept their distance. Firstly, they wanted to protect the ecological and biosphere integrity, not to exploit them completely, but also because they couldn't afford to develop these areas. After all, this wasn't the Raglan Plains of the Imperial era, filled with towns and villages. Forget wild monsters, even the sighting of wild beasts was a sign of good landscaping. No! You don't know about the ancient war tree? Duke Joltia looked at Roland tentatively, fearing he truly didn't understand. I know, but the monsters there haven't been completely cleared out yet. While the probability of encountering a powerful monster is low, it's definitely not zero. Roland thought again of the Ice Dragon King Asada. Chapter 949. Won't you stay a few more days? Roland asked curiously, gazing at Grand Duke Ocrian Izuo. After all, Roland hadn't expected him to leave so hastily. If word got out, people would think Roland was being intolerant and forcing the powerful Grand Duke to leave. So Roland wanted to persuade him again. If he truly wanted to leave, Roland would bless him and see him off. After all, he had nothing to fear from his own shadow. No, I can't help much here anyway. I might as well go out and take a walk and learn about the current situation in Middle-earth. Grand Duke Ocrian Izuo smiled at Roland, his golden hair gleaming in the sunlight. Have you arranged the soldiers? Roland paused for a moment before continuing. Ocrian Norman is the family's most accomplished knight commander. He will stay to oversee the troops. If you need anything, you can order him to join you in the fight. I already told him I'd give you the command. But Ryukin must come with me, or the journey will be too boring. Grand Duke Ocrian Izuo said to Roland, patting his chest. All right. Roland nodded in understanding. The people of Lagran are truly simple and honest. All the remaining knights we have will be used as a tribute to Roland. Although they belong to Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, that shouldn't affect Roland's use, right? I see you off. Roland nodded to Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Thank you. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes lit up, and he didn't refuse. After all, the political advantage of being close to the king was unreasonable, and as a Grand Duke, receiving the king's favor was his due. Although Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo didn't have any fiefs, that didn't mean he wouldn't capitalize on his political power. There was no harm in aligning himself with the king. A disloyalty between the border officials and the central government would be a disaster. Someday, a massive port will be built here. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo sighed, gazing at the surging rapid river. So now you need to figure out how to cross the river. Okrian Ryukin said helplessly, covering his face. Or you could just send them here. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at Roland awkwardly. They had been riding fast and lightly, but before they could even begin, they were stopped by the rapid river. What? You said a level 6 could fly? And what about the horse? Could it be that the Grand Duke carried the horse and flew first, while the wine was in the luminescent cup? No need to bother. Noticing their awkwardness, Roland drew his Dragon Slayer's sword, jumped off his horse, and descended to the riverbank. Dose. Freeze. Roland whispered. Roar. Dose, lying in his arms, emerged from Roland's chest, then coiled around his arm, and crawled to his wrist. As the essence of dragon power transformed into a cold current, it surged towards the swift river. The previously turbulent swift river instantly froze, and fine ice spread rapidly along the river's surface, engulfing it, forming a solid ice bridge that stretched straight to the other side. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin's eyes widened instantly. Was this combat power reasonable? Could a peak level 4th tier knight be so formidable now? Dragon power. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was the first to sense the ferocious dragon's might. The swift wind blade at his waist actually began to tremble slowly at the impact. Dragon Rider? Okrian Ryukin's eyes narrowed at Roland's words, clearly startled by his identity. So the royal family's dragon riding tradition continues unbroken? They just didn't know which guardian dragon he rode. Your Majesty, this is a dragon rider. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at Roland curiously. Grand Duke Yasuo's perception is quite sharp. Roland didn't deny it. He believed one should be open and daring when flexing muscles. As a king, one should instill confidence in his subordinates. Otherwise, they'd be fearful and unyielding, which is detrimental to the cohesion of the faction. The Empire excelled in this regard, using gentle words, but powerful weapons to hammer down any who object. It seems the Empire has a chance of revival. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said sincerely. For a nation founded on dragons, what could be more terrifying than the royal family losing its dragons? Fortunately, the Empire's heirs hadn't completely lost the Empire's secrets. Otherwise, the Lagrange royal family would have been utterly disgraceful. I agree. Good luck with your words, Your Excellency. Roland smiled at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Let's go! I see you off. Roland sheathed his sword, nodded to the two men, and mounted his horse. Just send them here, Your Majesty. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said respectfully to Roland. They had already reached the south bank of the rapid river, so Roland naturally didn't need to escort them any further. All right then, we stop here. Have a safe trip. Roland waved to the two men, who immediately saluted him, beating their chests with solemn expressions. Back. Roland waved to the two men, making a circle with his hand. The knights following him immediately turned their horses and followed him, treading the still sturdy ice back to the other side. Your Majesty is a blessing to the kingdom. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo paused until Roland's figure disappeared before sighing. Yes. Dragon Rider. The Empire's legacy hasn't been lost. That's a good thing. At least the kingdom's rule will be much more stable. Okrian Ryukin nodded. Whether he admitted it or not, one thing was certain. Roland's status as a dragon rider would greatly secure his throne. Even if Okrian Ryukin and his men wanted to elevate Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, the Elector Count, to the throne, they couldn't overcome this status. In Lagran, having dragons is the greatest advantage. Yes. I was worried that other Elector Counts would shake the kingdom's foundation, but now it seems that concern is gone. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo glanced at Okrian Ryukin. Not long ago, they were trying to elevate him to the throne. Now, as King of Rohan and a dragon rider, Roland could definitely hold the throne securely. Yes. Being a king isn't easy. You can't bow your head. Be careful, or your crown will fall. Okrian Ryukin said thoughtfully, gazing at the distant, dark dot of Lagran City. Alright. Let's not discuss this anymore. We're subjects. We should have the awareness of a subject. Let's focus on our work. Don't mention it. I haven't had a proper trip in ages. Now's the perfect time to see this magnificent natural scenery. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo stretched and spoke with high spirits. After all, he hadn't traveled the world with his sword since inheriting the family business. Every day he spent it on his fiefdom, or on the border, and he long lost his youthful chivalry. Are you referring to these orcs with pointed heads? Okrian Ryukin's mouth twitched, and he pointed awkwardly ahead. Chapter 950. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo gave Okrian Ryukin a look of pained devotion before decisively drawing his wind blade. Kill! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo leaped from the saddle. As a warrior, he could fight on horseback, but the benefits were too low. With the skill of riding, he could have sprinted 2 miles on foot. Bang! A shield enshrouded in wind element battle flame slammed down on the orcs, blocking his path. The swirling battle flames instantly shattered the orcs, leaving only a trail of blood mist. The battle flames covering the Grand Duke's dragon armor instantly ignited a bloody mist, leaving not a trace of filth to touch Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Swish! Okrian Ryukin moved swiftly. Even before he could speak, his sword was already unsheathed, followed by a shower of flying heads. The orcs' ferocious faces still grappled with what had happened, but with a flash of the sword, their heads fell to the ground. The decapitated torsos twitched helplessly, their nerves flailing and struggling even after death. Anyone facing death by beating would feel pity, but Raglan the Brutalist clearly didn't. After Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin excitedly cleaved an orc with a single blow, he looked up to discover that the true perpetrator of the slaughter had been his own retainer. What is a sword master? Countless people have countless answers, but essentially, it can be considered an assassin with increased defense, but the same attack power. The only drawback is that their attacks are less stealthy than an assassin's. Buzz! As the longsword in Okrian Ryukin's hand trembled, a strange wave spread out like ripples. He suddenly levitated, one hand supporting the sword, the other forming a strange sword gesture. Swordsman Dust Heart. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo grinned and sheathed his sword. He knew these orcs were doomed. Only those with a professional rank of 4th, or 5th, or higher could withstand this soul attack. Plop! A series of falls echoed, as the orcs collapsed to the ground, seemingly bleeding from all 7 orifices. If they were cut open, their hearts would be shattered, their brains a tangled mess. While there were no external injuries, they were practically dead. TSK. What a decline in morals. Even the orcs have come here? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo frowned. Your Highness, have you forgotten the situation His Majesty mentioned? Okrian Ryukin said helplessly. Before they left, Roland had specifically warned them that the world was different now. The Empire's southern territories had become a paradise of death and orcs. He was worried the 2 fools would plunge in and never get out. The Dragon Lord Yasuo was renowned, but unfortunately, there were even more ringwraiths of Mordor nearby. Hey! I didn't forget. I just assumed this was the Southern Empire. I was just thinking of visiting other noble territories. Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin covered his face with his hands and smiled awkwardly. Habits die hard, and he hadn't adjusted to this new world yet. Please be careful. While we're not afraid of a siege, you don't want to be surrounded by those filthy creatures, do you? Okrian Ryukin sighed, shaking his head. You know me too well. The sight of these things turns me off. Back then, they were just worthless scum. Only elite heavy-armored orcs would have given me a second thought. Now, these things are showing off their might before me. A frown formed on Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's face, and he felt a deeper understanding of the kingdom's difficult situation. We must march west. There's no one here for 1,000 miles, and the entire south has become a barren wasteland. Okrian Lucan admonished Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, recalling the intelligence Roland had given him. I regret it. I should have taken the swift way to Palembang to cross the river. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo complained, gazing at the desolate wasteland. Don't worry, Your Highness. At least there are orcs to entertain you. Okrian Lucan consoled him. With nothing else to do, he could only go and chop orcs. Let's go! It's not safe here. Those slaves of darkness could be here at any moment. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo glanced at the orc corpses on the ground and grumbled. Roland had specifically warned the 2 not to get caught by the ringwraiths. During this period, neither side's high-end combat power was in large numbers, and the ringwraiths were the highest-ranking force on the battlefield. Okay. Orishan Lucan nodded and remounted his horse. Do you think Norman can do it alone? Orishan Lucan asked anxiously as they walked. Trust King Roland. I don't think he's some incompetent monarch. You have to respect a king. They have their own dignity. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo said helplessly, looking at the worried Orishan Lucan. The nobles of the Lagran Empire had not yet reached a clear moral bottom line, so they had no qualms about entrusting their lives and property to the king. Yes. Though Akrian Ryukin had 1,000 words to say, they ultimately gave way to a sigh. He could only choose to believe that Roland was a true knight. This is. A dark figure, shrouded in a black robe, quietly surveyed the corpse on the ground, the soul fire in his eyes trembling a few times. What a swift sword! As his dark fighting spirit surged, everything that had happened here instantly replayed intermittently like a film reel, ultimately transforming into fragments that were deeply imprinted in his mind. Such a swift sword! Such powerful spiritual power! The figure in the black robe exclaimed. It was none other than Yuvasa, the Nine-Ring, who felt himself rising again. What a shame! My injuries haven't healed yet. Otherwise, I'd definitely go and learn from him. Ha ha ha! Yuvasa laughed wildly, the soul fire in his eyes twisting and pulsing strangely, and the gathering dark clouds of war in the sky also began to swell. What's wrong, Your Highness? Okrian Ryukin asked curiously, watching Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo come to a halt. Evil is behind us. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked up at the dense dark clouds in the distance, his face grim. Luckily, they left early, or they would have collided with them by now. Clang! Okrian Ryukin's expression changed, and he drew his sword and turned his horse. Come back! Let's go! Grand Duke Orishan Izuo glared at Orishan Ryukin. You idiot! King Roland spent all his kingdom's might, and still hasn't spared a single one. Are we just going to go over there, and make a big move? Oh! I thought you were going to meet the enemy. Orishan Ryukin said awkwardly. Have you lost your mind defending the wall? Grand Duke Orishan Izuo bared his teeth in frustration. Retreat! Grand Duke Orishan Izuo obeyed with all his heart. As the old Lagran saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. In this situation, Grand Duke Orishan Izuo would surely choose the wisest course. Ouch! I just sent Grand Duke Orishan Izuo away. There's a deadly noise coming from the other side. Could they have been intercepted? I told you not to go this way. Roland, from the castle, saw the dark clouds rolling across the river and immediately recognized it as the work of the ringwraiths. Chapter 951. Caslo. Roland spoke slowly, without turning back. Your Majesty. Caslo walked over and nodded to Roland, then summoned his dragon and flew out of the city. War has begun. Roland? Nyx lifted her skirt, her eyes flashing with panic. After all, she was just a noblewoman who had lived in the palace for a long time, so it was natural for her to subconsciously fear war. Don't worry, my wife, the situation isn't that bad yet. Caslo is just going to give my regards to the ringwraiths. It's no big deal. Roland soothed, but the cold glint in his eyes remained undimmed. Go back, sweetheart. Roland's tone was gentle, yet held a hint of unquestionable certainty. Nyx glanced at Roland worriedly, then stomped her feet and returned to the castle. What's the situation, Your Majesty? Fonglin Yuan gazed at the dark clouds of war in the distance, her serious expression instantly darkening. Oh my! My dragon god. Is he here again? Duke Joltea's face paled slightly. The appearance of the ringwraiths was a major event. Nothing could dampen one's spirits more than the ringwraiths. Should we prepare for battle, Your Majesty? Joltea then looked at Roland, awaiting his orders. No, they don't have the guts to come back. Roland scoffed. These people wouldn't move until the strongest ringwraith had been revealed. No one knew the destructive power of the dragon riders better than them. They'd probably already started trying to control the demonic dragons. Roland thought to himself. Then I go help. Fonglin Yuan was worried about Caslo going it alone. After all, 2 dragon riders had a better chance of winning than 1. Be careful. Treat our old friend well. Roland nodded to Fonglin Yuan, though he emphasized the word treat with a heavy emphasis. I understand. Fonglin Yuan nodded, then soared upwards on his dragon. A terrifying dragon aura emanated from him, causing countless livestock to tremble and urinate. TSK. From now on, unleashing dragon aura in the city without reason is prohibited. Roland, who also possessed dragon eyes, saw clearly, and could only shake his head helplessly, and give the order. These livestock, unaccustomed to the dragon's presence, would likely die of fright if suddenly exposed to it. Damn it! Did Grand Duke Akrian Yasuo just leave? Caslo's face suddenly changed as his mind raced. Caldor! Speed up. Charge! Caslo urged his dragon to forcibly break through the air and reach maximum speed. He had already noticed something was amiss. Roland had sent one of his powerful nobles on a long journey, and unexpectedly encountered a warning. A spirit ambush. While that was certainly true, future conspiracy theories will undoubtedly twist this story into one of Roland's scheming to murder his loyal vassals in order to wipe out their families. If that were true, then at least in the eyes of the Lagran people, Roland would have been nailed to history's pillar of shame. Dragon God. Cardo, who shared Caslo's thoughts, shuddered. After all, this idea was too terrifying. No matter what, Grand Duke Ocarina Yasuo must not be harmed. At least not on his doorstep. Roar! The dragon's roar shattered the sky, the pitch-black clouds unable to obscure the dragon rider's fiery heart. A flash of green light tore through the clouds, piercing through them with dazzling sunlight. The war cloud swirled, emitting a thick black fog that melted the ice and snow in the sunlight. Dragon Rider. A hoarse, piercing voice echoed from the dark clouds of war, which suddenly retreated a large step. Uvesa? I see you're dying. Caslo smiled suddenly upon seeing the ringwraiths, then swooped down on his dragon. The madman from Raglan? Uvesa was clearly shocked by Caslo's behavior. He clearly recognized the dragon rider, who had struck him with his sword and severed one of his arms. Today is the day you die. Caslo clearly had no desire to engage in a heart-to-heart conversation. After all, King Roland's instructions were to greet him properly, so of course he had to do so. Swish! The sharp, golden dragon spear tore through the void with a whirlwind, instantly stirring up spatial turbulence. Uvesa, who was about to escape into the void, was caught off guard and flung out. Before he could tear through space again and escape, a spear flash ignited before his eyes. Bang! Hastily, he mobilized his battle chi, and collided fiercely with Caslo's dragon power. The shield formed by the dark battle chi melted away like ice and snow. Not even the corrosive power of darkness could stop the dragon spear's inch-by-inch advance. Crack! Crack! Uvesa, pinned by the dragon spear, flew backward through the air. His soul fire trembled violently, as he continuously gathered his battle energy to form a new shield, barely blocking the dragon spear's charge. Dang! He swung his sword and deflected the adamantine dragon spear, attempting to escape Caslo's attack radius. But Caslo, riding a dragon, was not fighting alone. Boom! Dragon breath, condensed with compressed wind elements, surged out. Upon encountering the air, the wind elements instantly engulfed it, expanding into eerie azure wind blades. The damage to Uvesa was minimal, but the wind blades had already shattered the space within a kilometer radius, and spatial turbulence swept everywhere, leaving Uvesa with no chance to enter the spatial rift. Damn it! Uvesa lost his initial composure, the soul fire in his eyes pulsing violently. Buzz! A strange light emanated from his eye sockets, piercing Caslo's brow. Boom! Invisible mental energy stirred, the two's mental powers engaged in a fierce clash and crushing confrontation. Protected by the dragon soul and the knight's aura, Caslo barely managed to maintain his composure. Mental pollution? Caslo's heart skipped a beat. For ordinary knights, this would be more painful than killing them. Mental pollution can corrupt knights, turning them into their most disgusting black knights. This kind of corrupted skill, which shouldn't exist, is only mastered by a handful of dark creatures. The ringwraith's sudden attack stunned Caslo for a moment. Gaga! Uvesa chuckled sinisterly, dodging Cardo's dragon language magic and disappearing into the void. Exploiting a loophole left by Caslo's days, he escaped Caslo's pursuit. Boom! Uvesa, half disappearing into space, glared at Caslo, admiring his lost and regretful expression. The next second, he flew out of the spatial rift. A thick beam of light swept across, striking Uvesa squarely. The scorching power of the light element warped space, causing him to escape the spatial rift once again. Another one. Uvesa was completely stunned. There were actually two dragon riders with such a powerful aura. Caslo. Fonglin Yolan's Osby armor, mounted on Longshi, shone brightly, radiating the divinity of a divine artifact. Divine artifact. Uvesa hovered quietly in midair, gazing at Fonglin Yolan's armor and the dragon slayer's sword. His soul fire leaped again. He wanted to tell Lord Soren not to leave him any food tonight, and that he wasn't going home. You actually caught him? Caslo was delighted. Fonglin Yolan's skill was perfectly timed, blasting Uvesa out of the air. Even though he had a chance to escape, he was swept up in the turbulent space. Let's attack together. Kill as many as we can. Fonglin Yolan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. A ringwraith of this caliber would be better for the kingdom if he died. Chapter 952. Have you seen Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo? Fomlin Yuan frowned and asked. After all, killing Uvesa was a small matter. Protecting his own Grand Duke's life was a much bigger deal. After all, the ringwraiths had been so arrogant for years, and there was no rush to kill them. But if the Grand Duke died, it would truly be a stain on his king. I didn't see any signs of a fight, so he probably ran faster than a rabbit. Caslow guessed. If Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo wasn't stupid, he would have fled the moment he saw the ringwraiths, rather than standing there and attacking them. The two of them had inadvertently completed. After a brief exchange, they both simultaneously glared at Uvesa, their eyes brimming with murderous intent, undisguised. Look straight at me, you bastard! Caslow furiously swung his dragon spear. The sharp blade arced in a circle, unleashing a terrifying wind blade. As the wind blade sliced through the air, a distinct black line was visible. That was proof of the space being split open. Boom! Fomlin Yuan didn't hold back either. A powerful breath of light, fused together like a human and dragon, swept across. Filled with divine power, it caused the encircling war clouds to dissipate as quickly as snow in sunlight. How can the sacred tolerate the taint of evil? Fomlin Yuan stretched out his arms, twisting his sword to create a cross. Holy cross slash. Boom! Uvesa frantically used the war clouds to sweep himself up, and then retreated with all his might. The war clouds enveloping him melted away, as the ice and snow rapidly melted. His soul fire trembled, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. There's something wrong with those war clouds. As a fellow dragon, Long Shi but Cardo sensed the subtle changes in the war clouds first. Long Shi, who was about to rush into the war clouds to chase, subconsciously took Fomlin Yuan, who had given the order to charge, and avoided the sweeping war clouds. Roar! Cardo followed closely behind, bringing Caslow some distance. Although his perception wasn't as sharp, his dragon's sixth sense told him it wasn't any good. Roar! A desperate roar echoed from the dark clouds of war. Distorted faces appeared before the two men, and they could vaguely distinguish those of humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, and other races. Are those the imprisoned undead? They're wailing. The ringwraiths are inflicting pain on them. They're desperate and furious. These soul-twisting creatures. They're torturing these undead. Long Shi frowned. He frowned, his face twisting, as he watched from afar the undead spirits swirling and swirling in the dark clouds. His heart was filled with hatred and disgust for the ringwraiths. Nothing angered the light dragons more than toying with souls. This is blasphemy. Let us purify them. Fomlin Yuan said compassionately. Those souls were already gone. While there was a way to resurrect them, the cost was too high. Fomlin Yuan was an upright paladin, not a saint. All he could do was let them rest in peace. Wait! Yuan! Something's wrong. Caslow stopped the man and dragon from charging, his eyes filled with a rare solemnity. Through the black clouds of war, one could vaguely see Uvesa, hiding within them, holding out stubbornly. The two Dragon Knight commanders, possessing an absolute advantage, could easily interrupt Uvesa's attempts at spatial transitions. After all, their dragon energy had already been monitoring the spatial nodes on the battlefield, and any spatial fluctuations would not escape their perception. Uvesa, trapped within the clouds of war, seemed aware of this as well. He didn't attempt to break out, but instead gathered all the war clouds into a giant cocoon and held out stubbornly, as if awaiting support from the other ringwraiths. There's no time, Fomlin Yuan said firmly to Caslow. After all, while this place was far from Mordor, it was still within Mordor's control. If they attacked here, they would likely attract other ringwraiths. If that happened, Uvesa and the others would definitely not survive today. Don't hesitate. Those undead will have little impact on the Dragon Rider. At most, they cause mental damage and seduce the people. Is your chivalry incapable of withstanding even this level of force? Fomlin Yuan frowned, puzzled. Caslow was stunned. What the hell? Pure slander, huh? My chivalry can't withstand this? My chivalry isn't at all disadvantaged. Then what are we waiting for? Go in and kill him! Caslow was cautious for a moment, but was quickly provoked by Fomlin Yuan's words, which weren't exactly provocative. This war cloud is a bit strange. Cardo looked at the purple light emerging from the black fog, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. This sickening darkness. So disgusting. This level of evil should be purified by blazing fire and dawn. Long Shi's frown could have crushed a behemoth. These dark clouds of war were no less than the toad clinging to her feet. They didn't bite, but they were disgusting. Go! Fomlin Yuan's fury finally overwhelmed her fear of the unknown, and the two dragon riders bravely charged in. Ha ha ha. A shrill laugh reached their ears from all directions. Their eyes cleared, their dragon power automatically shielding them from the oncoming souls, incinerating them with a sizzling sound. Welcome to my home turf. I hope you like this gift. Uvesa, half glimpsed from the dark clouds, the soul fire in his eyes leaped with pride before disappearing into the darkness. Ah! Pitiful, piercing screams erupted from all directions. The two men calmed down and sensed Uvesa's position. We found you. Their brows raised as they spotted Uvesa in the center. Their dragon spears pierced through the advancing undead one after another, thrusting straight toward Uvesa. Ah! A shrill scream echoed, the cries of utter annihilation mingled with pain and resentment. Even the paladin Feng Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned by this widespread mental pollution, but in a duel between masters, a single moment is enough to accomplish much. Uvesa smugly gazed at the two Dragon Knight commanders, who had paused for a moment, his soul fire trembling violently. Ha ha! I hope you like this gift. A hint of mockery flashed across Uvesa's soul fire, a humanized expression. Then, he retreated at top speed, as if he had encountered some formidable beast. Unsuspecting the enemy, the dragon riders instinctively pursued, only to find themselves at the center of the dark clouds of war. One after another, undead stretched out their hands to grab them, and pairs of fleshless souls overwhelmed them, attempting to assimilate them and keep them captive. A trifle. Do you think you can escape like this? Feng Lin Yuan, watching the soul shattered by the dragon shield, remained unfazed, coldly pursuing them. No! Retreat! It's a trap! Cardo suddenly roared, then lunged outward. Feng Lin Yuan, still unaware, followed the equally terrified Long Shi as they broke free. What happened? Confused, Feng Lin Yuan opened her mouth when she saw the undead surrounding them swathed in black darkness, and a strange, sinister aura emanated from the arcs of purple light. The next second, the undead rushed towards the two. Boom! The violent explosion sent shockwaves whipping the flags atop Lagran City whirling wildly. Chapter 953. What the hell is that? Roland's mind skipped a beat. He stared blankly at the roiling sea of chi in the distance, wondering if his own dragon rider had just thrust a forbidden spell right into the ringwraith's face. If the ringwraith survived the attack, Roland could change his last name to Soren. This terrifying shockwave looked painful. Something's wrong? Kaslo is wind attributed, Feng Lin Yuan is wholly attributed, and Weiss didn't go. So where did this evil wave come from? Adolf Heinrich instinctively turned his head to glance at Weiss, who was stunned. Everyone stared at each other in silence for a second. Damn it! Help! Roland roared. Yulan. Lilith swung her staff, enduring the pain from her origin, breaking through the void and diving in. Teacher. Weiss, stunned, mounted Willie and rushed out. It's bad. Charlie. Activate shields. Adolf Heinrich's magical energy surged, and he floated upward. Wait! Adolf Heinrich, who had just taken off, stumbled and nearly lost his balance and was plucked from the air. However, upon seeing Roland's face, he raged and suppressed the words on his lips. Your Majesty? Adolf Heinrich, calming down, slowly asked doubtfully. Take me with you. Roland bared his teeth, unabashedly. Adolf Heinrich was stunned. Roland. Nyx, who had heard the news, looked at Roland's worried face. I go with you. Nyx raised her hand, and the smith climbed onto her shoulder. No, you stay. It's dangerous out there, I can go alone. Bringing you would distract me. Roland shook his head. You know I won't put myself in danger. Roland winked at Nyx. After all, it would be hard to leave him alone if he tried to escape with a golden dragon in his arms. Ever since he gotten himself killed last time, Roland's regard for his life had skyrocketed. Well then. Nyx reluctantly let go of Roland's hand. Thank you, Sir Adolf. Give me a ride. Roland nodded to Adolf Heinrich. Adolf Heinrich gave Roland a toothache-inducing look, but ultimately chose to obey Roland's orders. After all, he wasn't going to the front lines, so it didn't matter if he had to leave alone with Roland. Then, Your Majesty, be careful. If you encounter danger, you must evacuate immediately. Adolf Heinrich nodded to Roland. Although he knew Roland was the one and only Golden Dragon Knight, revealing this identity would clearly not be a good idea given the current strength of the Kingdom of Lagrange. He would most likely face a combined doubles match between Dragon Island and Soren. Well, let's go! Whoosh. Cardo's breathing was like a broken bellows, his chest heaving constantly, his dragon scales cracking and tumbling, dragon blood flowing through the cracks in his armor. The entire saddle shattered, and the dragon lay gasping on the ground. A closer look revealed Cardo's wings were twisted, with rolled-up flesh and torn membranes drooping to the side. Cass! Luo! Cardo growled. At the moment of the explosion, he could feel his knight being flung forward. Even though he tried to block Cass Luo's body with his wings, he couldn't stop it. In his panic, he even forgot to use the Dragon Rider contract to sense his knight. Long Shi. Fenglin Yulan, regardless of her dusty appearance, quickly rolled off the dragon saddle and ran towards the dragon's head. At the moment of the explosion, Long Shi instinctively made the same choice as Cardo. She folded her wings to protect the knight behind her. However, she was luckier than Cardo because she immediately chose to dive down. The kinetic energy of the air made her wings close more smoothly, and she successfully welded Fenglin Yulan to the dragon saddle, while she herself bore the greatest impact. I'm fine, my knight. Long Shi shook the dust from his neck, his entire dragon gleaming in the sunlight. It was a gift from the Frost Dragon King Asada before his death. The Eye-Soul Dragon crystal armor shimmered with brilliant light, and wisps of icy light swirled around the dragon crystal. After shaking off the dust, Long Shi resembled a dazzling sculpture. The light originally emanating from the Holy Light Dragon was constantly reflected by the dragon armor, making the entire dragon appear serene and sacred. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Fenglin Yuan said with fear, a flicker of deep regret and fear in his eyes. In that moment, he almost thought he would never see his dragon again. That level of their skill was undoubtedly a terrifying great forbidden spell. They actually penetrated his spellcasting core, something even dragons would avoid. They'd never done that. At that moment, Fenglin Yuan felt a sudden sense of relief. She looked up dazed, and saw that the sky had returned to a brilliant, sunny, azure blue. The war clouds, along with Uvesa, had vanished without a trace. But Fenglin Yuan had no regrets. After all, the ring wraiths could slowly cultivate, but a dragon's problems were a lifelong struggle. Wait! Yulan! Where are Cardo and the others? Long Shi, after checking his knight's safety, suddenly realized they seemed to have missed something and asked in shock. Caslo! My knight! Cardo dragged his battered body to Caslo's side. His broken dragon spear lay diagonally stuck in the soft earth. Caslo lay face down in the deep pit where the dragon had fallen, his life or death unknown. Ah! Cardo raised his head and tried to straighten his wounded body, letting out a shrill dragon roar. The dragon's roar has strong penetrating power. In addition, this place is not far from Logron City, so the dragon's roar for help will definitely be sensed. Even if other dragons can't sense it, DOS will definitely be able to. The dragon's roar is a basic innate talent of the dragon race, and it can convey countless messages. The request for help is just one of them. Roland, Cardo's calling for help. A voice suddenly rang out from Roland's arms as he flew through the air. Roland knew that DOS was actually speaking to Adolf Heinrich. Sure enough, after Roland glanced at Adolf Heinrich's flight speed increased slightly, and he used his previously stingy magic power to its fullest. Cardo is calling for help. Long Shi's face was filled with human helplessness. Sure enough, he hadn't noticed that those two were in trouble. Let's go! Fenglin Yulan frowned. Although she didn't know the situation there, the fact that a dragon could use its roar to call for help clearly meant things weren't going well. Yes. Long Shi nodded. She let Fenglin Yulan mount her back and flapped her wings, soaring towards her target. The violent explosion separated the two dragon knights by over 10 kilometers, a distance that a dragon could reach in an instant. Sir Yulan, please, save my knight. As Long Shi landed, a battered Cardo came sprinting towards them on all fours, dragging his two broken wings. What? Fenglin Yulan's pupils twitched. He had never expected Cardo to look so miserable. Only a few leather straps remained on his body, hinting at where a dragon saddle had once stood. Fenglin Yulan didn't dare to imagine what was happening to Caslo on the dragon's back. Chapter 954. Caslo. Fenglin Yulan, suppressing the pounding in her chest and abdomen, rushed forward, then came to a sudden stop. After all, Caslo, lying on the ground, was covered in blood, his limbs faintly visible twisted. Although the dragon armor protected his body well, it was somewhat powerless against blunt force injuries. While the armor withstood the external damage of the elemental cuts, the internal injuries caused by the shockwave were not easily offset. Even after being weakened by the dragon's power and several layers of armor, Caslo, who was at the core of the great forbidden spell, was still severely damaged. Dragon God. Fenglin Yulan's eyes widened. The mere sight of Caslo's injuries was heartbreaking. Roar! Long Shi let out a soft moan, and a band of light wrapped around Caslo's body. The wounds that were still bleeding were sealed with a halo of light, at least preventing him from bleeding further. Yulan. Help. She looked at the bewildered Fenglin Yulan, with a look of helplessness on her face. Fenglin Yulan was simply overwhelmed by concern. After all, Caslo's miserable appearance had truly shaken him to the core, causing him to forget his identity as a paladin. Oh! Healing with holy light. Fenglin Yulan nodded subconsciously, extending her hands. A golden holy light emanated, a hint of warmth. As the holy light absorbed her body, Caslo's body slowly twitched. A low groan drifted in, causing Fenglin Yulan to raise an eyebrow, then a smile of joy crept up on her face. Injuries weren't a big deal. After all, in this magical world, there were all sorts of skills for regenerating severed limbs. Unless it was irreversible damage like death or damage to one's essence, it generally wasn't a serious matter. Please save my knight, Caslo. Fear filled Cardo's eyes as he dragged his broken wing. Through the Dragon Knight contract, Cardo could sense the faint presence of the bond between Caslo and himself. According to dragon records, this only occurred when a dragon knight was near death. Don't worry, he'd be fine. Fenglin Yulan turned to Cardo, unleashing various healing abilities. Seeing Caslo's aura, he thought he shouldn't be in trouble. After receiving Fenglin Yulan's response, Cardo remained silent, watching his knight, and standing by in silence. Watching Cardo, his scales flying and blood gushing, she casually cast a few auras at him to stop the bleeding. After all, a dragon's immense vitality was truly remarkable. As long as the wounds didn't worsen, a dragon could handle most injuries with its own strength. Furthermore, Cardo, despite looking miserable, was actually only a tenth as injured as Caslo. Such superficial injuries were commonplace for a dragon that loved melee combat. Aside from a broken wing membrane and a slightly more serious tear, the rest were minor. Thank you. Cardo nodded at Longxi's kind gesture. While these injuries weren't serious, it wouldn't hurt to get some treatment beforehand. A wind dragon wasn't a fragile dragon like a fairy dragon. It was a powerful dragon capable of battling a black dragon in melee. Its physique was naturally impressive, though it was just a bit dusty now. I didn't expect that we'd fall for the trick. Cardo sighed, as he looked at the calmed-down Caslo. In fact, both dragons had sensed that something was amiss, but neither of them had noticed what was wrong. They truly hadn't imagined that Uvesa would dare to ignite the entire war cloud. You must know that those war clouds aren't natural weather, they're the accumulation of souls, death energy, and the resentment of war, all gathered over the years by the ringwraiths. Prolonged exposure to these clouds will lead to their being devoured and assimilated by the undead within. Furthermore, these clouds are like a giant, external power bank for the ringwraiths. Those war clouds are the source and foundation of their strength. In the novels, the Witch King of Onmar claims he cannot be killed by men. This is actually the protection afforded by the war clouds. Just like the law, to kill him, one must first break through his war clouds. Ultimately, his clouds dissipate, and he's slain by a single sword strike from a woman. A truly undignified death, and a testament to the importance of war. The importance of the war cloud to the ringwraiths. And now, in order to escape, Alvartha had unhesitatingly detonated the war cloud, creating a scene comparable to a great forbidden spell. It's no exaggeration to say that most great forbidden spells aren't as terrifying. Because most great forbidden spells are unleashed on ground targets, the merciful Mother Earth absorbs most of the damage and power. But that breathtaking explosion just now was different. There was nothing in the sky to block it. The air faithfully unleashed every inch of his power. Oh right. Where's Alvartha? Kaldor was stunned, then a fierce gleam in his eyes. He twisted his wing muscles, and tried to flap his wings to take off, but he ignored the fact that his wings were completely broken. Roar! Kaldor growled in pain. He turned his head, and saw two broken wings dragging beneath him. The ground was still stained with gouges scraped by the broken wings. Blood and mud mixed together, emitting a bloody smell that carried the power of a dragon. Don't move. Reinforcements should be here by now. He doesn't stand a chance. Longxi said in a low voice, frowning. She thought Cardo was afraid that Uvesa might suddenly burst out of the sky and attack them, so she offered comfort. No. I want to see him alive or dead. That **** must die. Well, it turned out that Longxi underestimated the dragon race's vindictiveness. This kid didn't care about Uvesa's return, but rather his vengeful desire to kill him if he wasn't. He's probably already gotten away. What are you doing? You can't catch him in your current state. Fenglin Yulan poured cold water on him. After all, Uvesa had detonated the war cloud in a desperate bid for his life. If he truly wanted to die together, he could have simply appeared and continued to attract the other two's attention, thereby reducing the power of the war cloud, instead of hiding and evading. How could someone willing to detonate his own power source and flee remain here and continue to farm for the Lagran Kingdom? Feng Lin Yulan's suspicions proved correct. Uvesa had indeed taken advantage of the moment of the explosion to forcibly escape into the void, but he didn't go far. After all, he wanted to see the full force of his combined attack. The result didn't disappoint him. Even a 6th-ranked dragon rider was killed. He was severely damaged. While the damage to the dragon wasn't great, considering the dragon's abhorrent magic immunity, being able to reduce a young pure-blooded dragon to a crawling creature was enough to make him proud. Unfortunately, it's still too far. Uvesa, looking back from the shadows at Feng Lin Yulan and the dusty Longxi, both busy rescuing people, immediately gave up his plans to resurrect. He simply lamented that he hadn't taken a single dragon rider with him. After all, going out now would be ungrateful. The dragon rider, who was the most restrained, looked alive and kicking. Uvesa had no interest in being tormented by the Holy Cross's slash, so fleeing was the only option. In reality, a large reason Feng Lin Yulan wasn't as severely damaged as Caslo was because of his status as a paladin. His evil powers were restrained by divine power, and his dragon was a holy dragon of light. These elemental restraints prevented him from taking too much damage. It was just the shockwave that completely absorbed both man and dragon. At least, unlike Caslo, whose protected dragon power was shattered. Chapter 955. Yulan. A sudden fragrant breeze blew over. As the voice's owner approached, Longxi considerately made room for the approaching person. Lilith? I'm saving someone. Calm down. Feng Lin Yulan couldn't free her hands, but she could see the concern and anxiety in Lilith's eyes. Seeing her wife about to pounce on him, Feng Lin Yulan gestured for her to look down at her feet. Ah? Lord Caslo. Lilith, who had been staring intently at Feng Lin Yulan, hadn't even noticed Caslo's presence. Seeing Caslo covered in blood, she exclaimed in surprise. Don't touch him. Feng Lin Yulan stopped Lilith from moving Caslo. Longxi. Use the dust light to immobilize Caslo. Take him back. Feng Lin Yulan nodded at Longxi. Roar. Longxi roared, and the light particles around him converged, forming a translucent mist. The light dust formed by these scattered light particles was originally a form of control magic within the light magic family. It could directly fix a target with high-speed moving light particles. Combined with the rapid-fire capabilities of light magic, it was incredibly accurate. However, now, Feng Lin Yulan was using it to evacuate the wounded. As the shimmering light particles converged around Caslo's body, these calm particles suddenly began to maneuver at high speed. The rapidly dispersing particles appeared to be stationary, but in reality, their speed was already beyond the human eye's resolution. These high-speed particles entangled Caslo, slowly lifting him up. The immobilized Caslo, drawn by Longxi's dragon force, flew towards Lagran City. What's going on? Roland's heart skipped a beat as he watched Caslo being dragged like a dead dog by Feng Lin Yulan. Let's talk back. Feng Lin Yulan nodded to Roland, then looked at Adolf Heinrich and gestured for him to take his majesty back to the capital. Be careful. Let's go back first. Roland was no fool. Seeing the seriousness in Feng Lin Yulan's eyes, he understood that this was not a good place to talk. So he nodded to Feng Lin Yulan and then said to Adolf Heinrich, What the hell? What could have beaten a storm dragon like this? Roland frowned. If Roland could still accept Caslo's twisted limbs, then the reptilian dragon before him truly opened his eyes. It could break the wings of the melee-focused storm dragon. Remember, the dragons of Middle-earth aren't some giant reptile from other Western fantasy worlds. Those pure-blooded dragons have incredibly strong bodies. How could a dragon capable of withstanding forbidden spells have its strongest wing bones broken? Could this be a dragon in disguise? A great forbidden spell. It was cast almost instantly. We were careless. Feng Lin Yulan didn't hide their mistake. If there were just one more ringwraith on the other side, it might have made headlines in Middle-earth for the rest of the year. 2 generals fallen, 2 dragons slain. Isn't that too bad of an injury? What's happened to Caslo? Roland's eyes twitched as he watched Cardo, whose flesh was being torn apart by the priests, resetting his bones. Although Longxi and Feng Lin Yulan's healing magic had sealed the main bleeding wound, the situation was urgent and only first aid measures were used. As the healing magic took effect, the broken bones and tendons grew wildly in the wrong way. Now they were just correcting and resetting him. It's just a minor flesh wound, nothing serious. If he has enough time, he can find a place to sleep and wait a few decades, and it will heal on its own. Feng Lin Yulan shook her head at Roland's concerned gaze. It was indeed a miraculous dragon bloodline. Although the emergency treatment had caused his wings to be deformed, largely eliminating his ability to fly, it didn't matter. Even without treatment, if Cardo rested and recuperated, those deformed wings would heal on their own in a few decades. A miraculous dragon bloodline. Decades may seem like a long time, but that's only a human's time span. For a magical, intelligent species like dragons, whose lives are spent either fighting or sleeping, decades are just a passing moment. It's just a rest. Dragons like the Dragon Rider's mount, which are constantly active, are considered an anomaly among dragons. Furthermore, after becoming guardian dragons without a rider, Dragon Rider dragons will rest in a place provided by their family until they meet the next qualified rider. Caslow won't be a problem. As long as he's not killed on the spot, Lord Charlie Pross will save him. Feng Lin Yulan shook her head. Charlie Pross is a qualified charlatan. You can't ignore his priesthood just because he's full of mystical babbling. Resurrection is a skill that only requires a certain level of skill for a priest to truly bring the dead back to life. And he's not dead yet. That's good. Now, tell me what happened in detail. Roland breathed a sigh of relief. Now that everyone was safe, it was time to settle accounts. The two's reckless actions had nearly relegated the kingdom of Lagrang back to second-rate status. Roland couldn't believe that if he had really sent 2 Dragon Knight commanders, that idiot Soren would have preemptively marched north to give him a jade token. It's like this. Feng Lin Yuan began with a dark face. Pa. So beautiful. Wonderful. Roland's hands were nearly swollen from clapping. When he seen the Ringwraith's forbidden spell, Undead Hellfire, in the game before, he wondered what idiot could successfully unleash it right there. The War Clouds, the source of the Ringwraith's cheat's power, couldn't possibly be far away from the Ringwraith's, thus dooming the Ringwraith's forbidden spell, Undead Hellfire, to have limited scope for execution. After all, with such obvious movement, what high-value target would you want to unleash right there? But Roland still underestimated the heroes of the world. This was a true 6th-tier hero. Nasu's. If a deity had truly voluntarily entered the core area of the Great Forbidden Spell to be attacked, it's safe to say they weren't killed. One relied on the Wind Dragon's tough skin, and the other relied on attribute suppression. By the way, go find Charlie Pross and exorcise the demon for you. The Undead Hellfire carries mental damage. It might not be noticeable now, but it's a potential threat. Roland nodded to Feng Lin Yuan. Charlie Pross must have spotted and dispelled the damage from Caslow, but he still had to check if Feng Lin Yuan had any hidden negative buffs. Your Majesty, before I was a Dragon Rider commander, I was actually a holy hero. Feng Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched. No, buddy. Reach out and look at your own holy light, then look at mine. I doubt you're clueless. What kind of negative buff could possibly be placed on a paladin? A divine curse? I'm so busy I'm losing my mind. Roland gritted his teeth. He was a figure himself. If the Ringwraiths had the power to place negative buffs on a paladin, Raglan would have already walked away from him. Alright, Lord Caslow needs to rest. I repaired his evil-infested body, but the internal injuries from the collision with his origin can only be healed with time. Fortunately, the excessive consumption didn't cause the origin to shatter. The Dragon Rider contract protected his soul, otherwise those screaming undead would have been enough to plunge a hero into darkness. Charlie Pross pushed open the door and explained to the crowd waiting outside. That's right. Besides its lethality, the Undead Hellfire's most important ability is its ability to assimilate fallen knights. Chapter 956. Oh right. Where's Grand Duke Okrian and his sword master? Roland suddenly remembered the 2 most important figures. After all, it was because of them that Caslow and his men were on the move. Otherwise, the Dragon Riders escorting them wouldn't have crossed the rapid river in the first place. I haven't seen them. I think they fled. Feng Lin Yuan said uncertainly, taken aback. Probably? Roland's eyelids twitched, his tone sounding strange and panicky. If these 2 had fallen into the hands of the Ringwraiths, Roland's reputation would have been ruined. There's no doubt that future historians would have accused Roland of intolerance and narrow-mindedness when they dug up this history, ultimately concluding with the rare title. Tyrant! We didn't see any trace of them when we went there, and the fight was so intense. They can't be fools, right? Feng Lin Yuan's face was filled with surprise. After all, these 2 were guards stationed at the Great Wall. They do have a good eye for the situation. After all, while the Imperial nobility may be human to Imperial citizens, they're far from human when it comes to alien races and rivals. You know, The imperial pioneering nobility are known for their unscrupulousness. The feudal nobles, inheriting the pioneering nobility's legacy, have furthered this tradition. They engage in guerrilla warfare and looting when the tide is against them. Good people can't become nobles. When it comes to assessing the situation, the imperial nobility have maxed out the technology tree. If they had a stat sheet for Mount and Blade, you see a whole list of politics +5 +3. In short, they're adapting to the times. I don't think they need to fight the ringwraiths to death, Phong Lin Yuan affirmed. He was a noble himself, and he understood their thinking. The reasons that would keep a noble fighting to the death were nothing more than irresistible interests, a stake in their family's survival, a military order from the emperor, and a blood feud that ingrained itself in their bones. Clearly, Grand Duke Aukrian Yasuo didn't fit any of those criteria. If a young, ardent ranger would draw his sword against the ringwraiths out of justice, then at Grand Duke Aukrian Yasuo's age and level, fighting a peak-level 6th Order ringwraith without any real benefit would be sheer folly. That makes sense. Then let's not pay attention to them for now. Roland nodded. Besides Phong Lin Yuan's persuasion, he relaxed because of the good status of his subordinates on the system dashboard. Caslo's status was already red, while the two from the Aukrian family hadn't made any movement at all. Phong Lin Yuan's guess was correct. As soon as he sensed the ringwraiths, Grand Duke Aukrian Yasuo and Aukrian Ryukin fled. With his family to revive, Grand Duke Aukrian Yasuo naturally wouldn't seek his own death by confronting the ringwraiths. Dragon God. Has the kingdom gone to war with those bastards? Aukrian Ryukin exclaimed in horror, observing the aftermath behind him. Oh no! It might have been us. Unlike Orishan Lucan's exclamation, Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo gave a wry smile. As Grand Duke of the Empire, a former lord on horseback, he possessed the same war experience as other titled nobles, and the strategic vision of a senior military officer. With a little deduction, he knew it was the kingdom's support personnel who had collided with the ringwraiths and engaged in a fierce battle. We caused it? Orishan Lucan shrank back, a bit apprehensive. A commotion of that magnitude couldn't be explained without a great forbidden spell. Had he and the Grand Duke gotten in trouble? Wouldn't it have triggered a major war? It's okay, don't worry. King Roland should have known this would happen when he sent me. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo shook his head calmly, an indescribable aura of nobility emanating from him. Looking at the calm Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo, Orishan Lucan's eyes welled with tears, and he couldn't help but puff out his chest. This is the patriarch of our house Orishan. This is our Elector of Raglan. Grand Duke Orishan Izuo spoke calmly, speaking with the tone of a superior. He felt no guilt or indebtedness. As Grand Duke of the Empire, he was loyal to the Lord of Raglan, but as the master of the state, he also had to provide protection for his subjects. It made no sense for someone to serve the king at their own risk. It wasn't fair. So we're just going to leave it alone? Orishan Ryukin frowned, feeling that it wouldn't be a good idea for them to just run off like that. Your Majesty's orders were to plant spies in the two southern countries, not to engage in direct combat with the ringwraiths. Grand Duke Orishan Izuo smiled. As for the remaining concerns, it's a reflection of his ability as king. After all, a king needs to be effective, right? What would have been disrespectful to any other noble, Grand Duke Aukrian Yasuo said with a smile. This was because he, too, was from an elector family, possessing the power to criticize the emperor's mistakes. If it were the imperial diet during the imperial era, a fight between the head of an elector family and the emperor of Raglan wouldn't have been uncommon. After all, everyone in the diet called him uncle or cousin. Okay. Aukrian Ryukin didn't understand politics, but he understood his own clan leader. He would naturally follow his clan leader's lead on matters the clan leader approved of. I don't know who won or lost. The kingdom's current strength doesn't allow us to act recklessly. I hope your majesty won't start an expedition. Grand Duke Aukrian Yasuo suddenly sighed softly. From his interactions with Roland, he knew that this seemingly mediocre and untalented king possessed the purest pride of the Legrand royal family. This was the key to Grand Duke Aukrian Yasuo's rapid recognition of this king and his obedience to his orders. His spirit of all under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people are his subjects was not something that every ruler could possess. In him, Grand Duke Aukrian Yasuo saw the shadow of the reckless emperors of Legrand throughout history. No way. I think his majesty is quite kind and gentle. Aukrian Ryukin frowned. Could the king he had imagined, so kind and simple, like a sage, regress? The Lagrang royal family's bloodline was indeed strong. How could the ruler of a nation that turned swords into plowshares be anything but a docile sheep? The Lagrang Empire was founded on cavalry. The Lagrang kingdom was restored on cavalry. Emperors who fought on horseback are complete lunatics. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo smiled bitterly, and shook his head. The thrill of life and death brought by ultimate force can be addictive. A kingdom that wields the Dragon Knight's club is equally formidable. A glint of fear flashed in Okrian Ryukin's eyes. The Sword Master was defeated in one battle. 10,000 people, but a single edict from the Emperor could bring millions of casualties, and thousands of miles of bloodshed to the north. I hope your Majesty can restrain your desires. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo sincerely wished. A nation caught in the wheels of war may grow stronger, but a ruler caught in the wheels of war will inevitably lead his nation into the abyss. At this moment, Roland was unaware that the two people he worried about were secretly plotting against him. Even if he knew, he would probably just smile. He wasn't Khorne's chosen one, so there was no point in constantly shouting kill, kill, kill. Instead, a certain bald charlatan serving the dragon god had the potential to evolve into a Khorne follower. Come on, friends, report him. Chapter 957. A figure on the bed let out a faint groan. Caslo, are you awake? The figure sitting nearby moved at the sound, anxiously leaping over to help Caslo, who had risen. Where am I? Caslo asked hesitantly, rubbing his head. Have you forgotten? You were severely injured in the battle with the ringwraiths, and His Majesty brought men to rescue you both from the battlefield. Ajax's eyes flashed with heartache. Her lover had been struck face to face by the great forbidden curse. Upon hearing this news, Ajax nearly collapsed. She rode Ringmore straight to Lagran City. Fortunately, the dragon rider was indeed tough and resilient. Even such severe injuries were largely healed after a few healing spells. Only the mental shock required rest. One must say that a 6th-level priest is truly amazing. What would have been fatal for anyone else was cured by the priest's hands in 2 days of sleep. Yes. Uvesa. That bastard. So cruel. How many days did I sleep? Caslo threw back the covers and prepared to get out of bed, when he was met with Ajax's groundhog scream. Hiss. Caslo scratched his ears and shrank back with a wry smile. Dragon Rider, you're not that bad. If you can't kill me right now, it only make me stronger. Caslo ruffled Ajax's hair awkwardly, hinting at his displeasure. Just lie down. While healing skills can heal your injuries, you still need to rest. You lunatic, you just took the great forbidden spell head on. Do you know what I've been through these past 2 days? Ajax's eyes were red, a glimmer of light swirling in them, and his voice became aggrieved. Okay, it's my fault. My love. I was wrong. Caslo almost fell to his knees as he watched the tearful Ajax. Yo. I was wrong. Wrong. A green figure in a nearby window stretched its neck and purred its voice, mimicking in a sinister tone. Cardo, you must have eaten too many red beans. Caslo's eyelids twitched. TSK? I saved you, and you're talking to me like that? See those wings? Caslo gestured with his wings spread out. The pristine skin on the wing bones, still uncovered by scales, revealed that this dragon had once had its wings broken. Caslo fell silent. He had saved her life, so he had a point. Dang. The awkward atmosphere was broken by a knock on the wooden door. Come in, Ajax called out. Oh, alive. Then Roland's face, filled with mockery and ridicule, came into view. We're all here for the fun. Caslo closed his eyes, exhausted. Let this world be destroyed. Feel the pain. Great forbidden spell. Super thermobaric cutting. Activate. Now that things have come to this, let's eat. Fonlin Yulon, her face rosy, squeezed in. She recovered in just 2 days, looking nothing like Caslo, who'd been struck by a great forbidden spell. Delicious. Chew. By the way, did you guys stay with that guy? Caslo rolled his eyes, swallowing the roasted venison that nearly choked him, and then said to the others. Silence was Logron tonight. No. Didn't catch him? That **** set the clouds of war on us. He's such a weakling, and we didn't catch him. Caslo continued. Space. Roland opened his mouth to defend himself. We're all level 6, so who doesn't have some understanding of space? Without the protection of the war cloud, that thing's spatial abilities are probably worse than those of an average level 6, right? Caslo questioned him. You didn't try to capture him in the dimension, did you? Caslo asked, revealing the truth. You two were terribly injured. Roland shrugged and didn't continue. After all, he had to save face for the 2 dragon riders. Alas, we didn't catch him this time, and I don't know when we see him again. Caslo lamented. Perhaps we won't see him for years. We fear a bow in the shadows more than a sword in the sunlight. Castle muttered. Rest well. The kingdom will enter a period of stability. We can't start another war. The kingdom's economy needs to function. If we continue fighting, we collapse. Roland looked at Caslow and comforted him. In reality, without the system's powerful void-generating ability, the kingdom of Lagran would have collapsed long ago. The famine alone would have been enough to turn the entire kingdom into a purgatory. I understand. Caslow obediently lay back in bed. What about Ajax's defenses? Caslow frowned. The high-altitude corridor from Rapid City to Lagran City couldn't be without the protection of the Dragon Riders. The Dragon Riders' military force was the foundation of peace in the kingdom. Weiss will temporarily take Ajax's place and patrol the Rapid City area. He's already departed. Roland explained the solution to Caslow. Weiss? Huh? Caslow stared at Roland in shock, his eyes asking, Did you really let child laborers go to war? Ahem. He's your student. You should have confidence in him. A teenager in his teens can already handle things on their own. Dragon Knights aren't greenhouse flowers, they belong in the skies. Roland repeated Caslow's words without blushing or beating his heart. Caslow remained silent. Don't worry, the power of a demon dragon is more terrifying than you imagine. You don't want to see a demon dragon at full power. Feng Yuan patted Caslow's shoulder and gave him a cruel smile. How could a demon dragon capable of resisting divine attributes be a simple existence? Among the higher-level dragons, the bloodline of a demon dragon is terrifyingly high. Okay, what about Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the others? Caslow continued. They ran away. Those two aren't fools. With the obvious fluctuations of the Great Forbidden Spell, they must have quickly left the battlefield. Feng Yuan repeated to Caslow what she had told Roland. Well, I'm glad they're okay. At least this beating wasn't in vain. Damn it! I must fight back next time. I always been the one using forbidden spells against others. How could someone else use them against me? Caslow gritted his teeth, his famous double standard. Then wait until you're done. We slowly find those bastards. Roland nodded at him. He only said he wouldn't mobilize the troops, not the generals. If he couldn't bring a large army to bear, couldn't he ride a dragon into the air? Picking on the weak. I think the Tang men are pretty good. Why don't we attack them first? As they were talking, the topic veered off, from visiting Caslow to discussing which enemy was easier to defeat. Where is this place? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo unfolded the map on horseback. Are we near the Dark Forest? Okrian Ryukin said, glancing around and then at the map. The distant skyline was already filled with green. The forest was clearly calling. We should be at the eastern clearing. Shall we enter the forest? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked. Huh? Why would we enter the Dark Forest? It's not under Imperial control now. You don't want to visit there, do you? Okrian Ryukin said, face-palming. Hey! I forgot. I thought we were in the Empire. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo smiled, a hint of dejection on his face. Let's skirt the forest. Heading west, we find the Anduin River. Once we cross it, we reach the territories of the two southern nations. Orishan Ryukin pointed at the map. Chapter 958. All of southern Romanium is overrun with orcs. My Ryukin sword is about to bend. Okrian Ryukin's face was filled with exaggeration. How could a 6th-level swordmaster's magical equipment bend after just a few orcs? With the added protection of battle energy, even the reflection of a human face could be seen on the blade. Alright, stop complaining. Let's get out of here and find a place to set up camp. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo glanced at the sky. Although this was considered a southern region, the spring nights were still chilly. In theory, a 6th-level warrior could withstand the battle energy flames, but only a fool would stand in the wilderness without a warm campfire and a tent. Looking at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo wiping his wind blade on a corpse, Okrian Ryukin glanced around helplessly and nodded. This was originally his. We'd chosen the campsite for tonight, but now, with bloody corpses scattered everywhere and the ground covered in purple-black blood, it was clearly unsuitable for lingering. I hate orcs. Okrian Ryukin grimaced. He rather engage in a passionate duel with the southern rebels than fight these rotting orcs. They did nothing but drain his fighting spirit and physical strength, and the only thing they could do was cause immense olfactory and mental damage. They reduced the once most prosperous region in the Southern Empire to this. TSK. Such fine black soil. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo grabbed a handful of fertile black soil and rubbed it greedily. This was the kind of fine land the Eastern nobles coveted. A bunch of bastards without even the most basic civility. What a waste of land. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo spitted. We be back one day. These beasts will pay. Oh! Your Highness, by the way, have you ever considered changing your title? Okrian Ryukin asked, looking at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. What? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was stunned. Wouldn't it be cool to go from Grand Duke of the East to Grand Duke of the South? Okrian Ryukin said excitedly. Great. The ancestors of the Okrian family would kill us. Forget it. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said with a scowl. Give it up, kid. Abandoning the East, where your family has cultivated for generations, for the South? Your relatives will curse you to death. Even though the East is now impoverished. Forget it. Okrian Ryukin shrank back, his neck drooping. The thought of his remaining clansmen pointing fingers and yelling at him made him break into a cold sweat. Think about where to sleep tonight. Just now, such a great place, and yet we ran into a bunch of bastards. What bad luck. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's face darkened, his temper instantly flaring at the thought of the perfect campsite he found. My perfect boulder windshield. Okrian Ryukin nodded repeatedly. A huge boulder surrounded on three sides by the wind. It would be a shame not to light a campfire and set up a tent. And then, out of nowhere, a group of orcs, following their lead, ran over us. Impossible. They can't. Not a single copper coin will slip through. I'm here to collect taxes under the orders of His Majesty. No one can disobey His Majesty's will. Marquis Altigran Franz looked at Duke Yufeng, his eyes filled with determination. Sit down first. What's the rush? No one said you can't collect. Yufeng rubbed his brows, thinking, what kind of good guy rushes into River Rapids and acts like everyone in the city owes him money? Then I take charge of the work now. Pay me back all the taxes I owe. Marquis Altigran Franz's eyes lit up, and he immediately rubbed his hands together. Fuck you. Yunfeng, staring at Marquis Altigran Franz's back, couldn't stand it any longer and sent him flying with a Leo kick, sending him to the ground. Marquis Altigran Franz. I want you to remember. I am the Chancellor of the Kingdom. You can do nothing without my approval. I know the Franz family's loyalty to the Imperial family. But that's no excuse for you to challenge the Chancellor. River Rapids City can't withstand your turmoil. You can investigate and formulate reasonable taxes. But don't bring up old issues with me. Yunfeng's eyes flashed with anger. He understood that as a court noble, Marquis Altigran Franz urgently needed to demonstrate his loyalty and ability to the new king, but that didn't mean he could interfere at will. You? Marquis Altigran Franz climbed to his feet and pointed at Yunfeng in shock and anger. He hadn't expected the kingdom's nobles to be so vulgar as to resort to violence on the spot. Me? I'm a noble too. Your Excellency. All I'm doing is restoring the former grandeur of the imperial diet. If you disagree, you can complain to His Majesty. Yunfeng's eyes narrowed. Hearing Yunfeng's words, Marquis Altigran Franz was truly speechless. After all, it wasn't uncommon for nobles to engage in brawls in the imperial diet back then, and the grand spectacle of court nobles and fiefdom nobles mingling was still fresh in his mind. Humph. I tell His Majesty what you done. Marquis Altigran Franz snorted coldly, but he knew the matter would be over. Such brawls over political disagreements were common in La Grande, and everyone tried to smooth things over. Thinking of this, Marquis Altigran Franz gritted his teeth and vowed to one day strike back. Goodbye. Yunfeng snorted coldly. Hiss. Will this offend His Excellency Marquis Altigran Franz? Darien Nightblade emerged from the shadows, bewildered. Offend? It's more like offending King Roland than offending him. Don't you understand? The Franz family has always been the Emperor's pawns. This is how the power of the Chancellor and the power of the Emperor clash. If the Emperor can't do it himself, the Franz family will represent the Emperor's will and confront the nobles. Yunfeng sneered. The kingdom is in turmoil right now. That idiot Roland isn't really dissatisfied with my governance. It's probably just Marquis Altigran Franz trying to show off. He doesn't even represent Roland's will. Yunfeng said calmly. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't hear a thing. How can you say that in front of the king? Darien Nightblade smiled bitterly and shook his head. Was that what he should be hearing? It's all right. You're part of the aristocracy, too. You have plenty of time to fight with His Majesty. Yunfeng said casually. Fuck. Slander. Defamation. My loyalty to His Majesty is known to heaven. Darien Nightblade nearly pissed himself. Aren't you afraid I tell His Majesty? Darien Nightblade was surprised by Yunfeng's audacity. Our king isn't the type to abandon a donkey after it's done with its work. If he really gives me a sinecure, that's perfect. I can get back to my alchemy experiments, Yun Feng said nonchalantly. It was always Roland who begged him, so there was no reason for him to beg Roland. Chapter 959. You see things clearly. Darien Nightblade shook his head and laughed. It's not that I see things clearly, but your majesty has no choice. Who could have taken over his shabby business before the Swift Hand family arrived? Yun Feng sneered. Roland was practically treating himself like an animal. I understand. Your majesty knows you harbor resentment, so he go along with you on even the smallest matters. Darien Nightblade gave a thumbs up, as if to understand. A dog that hasn't proven itself, and a slave that's easily used, how can your majesty choose without being taught? Yun Feng said self-deprecatingly. Ahem, the Franz family is still very loyal to your majesty, Darien Nightblade said cautiously. The sword and shield family back then. Weren't they disloyal? Yun Feng's whisper sent a chill down Darien Nightblade's spine. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not planning anything. Yun Feng's eyes flickered with amusement. Darien Nightblade's guarded demeanor and bewildered behavior clearly amused Yun Feng. Be careful what you say. Forget about the sword and shield family affair. I didn't hear a thing. Darien Nightblade expressed his unwillingness to get involved in the swirling mysteries and history of the Empire. TSK. Isn't that funny, Gongche Sima Ling? You're actually in this line of work. Yun Feng glanced at him. Why was this spy chief, engaged in covert intelligence work, pretending to be innocent? Darien Nightblade said, his face bitter and his eyes fixed on his words. By the way, why did His Majesty send you here? Yun Feng saw the bitterness on Darien Nightblade's face, so he turned back to business. After all, Darien Nightblade, now the commander of the public bus, was no longer as transparent as he had been in his former role. His every word and action represented Roland's will. As the head of the kingdom's spies, he definitely wasn't here to go shopping in River Rapids. Your Majesty was worried that Marquis Altigran Franz might make an overreaction due to lack of understanding, so he sent me to keep an eye on him. I didn't expect to be stopped here. Darien Nightblade shook his head helplessly. Taxation is necessary, but the kingdom's commercial atmosphere is too weak right now. Excessive harvesting will lead to exhaustion. After all, what can this impoverished and remote north have? The exchange of goods and services between the kingdoms is merely internal circulation. If we truly want to rely on trade to sustain our finances, we need to open up the entire Misty Mountains and the Anjuan River. Yun Feng saw clearly that the taxes collected from the tiny trade volume between these impoverished northern kingdoms would be less than the venue fee. The real profit lies in opening up trade routes to the south and the Shire. That makes sense. Darien Nightblade nodded. You can't expect to get rich selling a few pieces of salted fish. But there is one tax that should be taken seriously. Yun Feng said seriously, his eyes narrowed. Darien Nightblade was stunned. What in this miscellany of goods was worth taxing? Salt, Yun Feng said, striding out. Salt? Darien Nightblade's pupils suddenly shrank. Currently, the North's main source of salt is rock salt supplied by the Kingdom of Raglan. There are several vast salt mines around Palembang. Once, the North was sparsely populated, and the salt in Long Lake came from the byproducts of the lonely mountain dwarves digging. However, with the influx of population, the small amount of rock salt from Lonely Mountain mining became insufficient, so, following historical trends, the Raglan people activated the Palembang salt mines. Salt? The infuriated Marquis Altigran Franz fell into quiet contemplation after hearing Duke Yun Feng's words. This made the following. Darien Nightblade, who was following, was bewildered. Didn't you just have a quarrel? And now, in just a few minutes, you're sitting together calmly discussing politics? Yun Feng, boy. Social skills and the ability to judge people. Yun Feng, watching Marquis Altigran Franz pondering, revealed a satisfied expression. It's no wonder the Franz family is so well disciplined. When it comes to royal affairs, the Franz family is more dedicated than anyone else. Royal loyalists are no joke. That's why Yun Feng came to him. It's proven that the Franz family is indeed time-tested and trustworthy. If it's salt, the tax can't be too high. Marquis Altigran Franz said, his gaze fixed on Yun Feng. Oh! The reason? Yun Feng sat up straight and said calmly. Because from a geopolitical perspective, the kingdom currently needs these allies. Salt is valuable, but also worthless. Rather than create rifts among our allies for a small profit, it's better to make concessions and maintain our influence over other kingdoms. Marquis Altigran Franz spoke eloquently. Then, as you say, go for it. Yun Feng nodded at the railing. Marquis Altigran Franz stared at Yun Feng, somewhat bewildered, his eyes as if to say, "Are you telling me how to do things? I am the Duke of the Palace, the Chancellor of the Kingdom. I also represent the will of King Roland." Yun Feng nodded to Marquis El Tigran Franz before turning and leaving. "Are you two just sitting there?" Darien Knight Lade rolled his eyes. "This one represents Roland's will, that one represents Roland's will. If you didn't know better, you think Roland was a corn spirit, sitting on a golden toilet, chanting 'Long live the Empire,' right?" "Wait." Darien Knight Lade realized he seemed to represent Roland's will too. "Who is Roland? How could everyone represent his will? Salt?" Roland glanced at the news from Rapid City and instantly lost himself in memories. Salt was a must-have for any time traveler. As for why Roland had neglected it, it was because the system had stockpiled a large amount of salt. Well, that insane system doesn't give food during famines, but salt. Since the salt in the Kingdom of Lagran was all supplied by Roland, Roland hadn't paid much attention to it. There are salt mines in Palembang. Can we eat the coarse salt? Are we treating our allies like devils? Roland exclaimed in shock at the news on the letter. Is there? I oversaw the resumption of mining. The coarse salt is definitely edible. The people of other kingdoms can't afford green salt. Coarse salt is already excellent. And who are these devils? Why are we targeting them? Nix looked at Roland curiously. Hush. I was careless. Roland slapped his head. As an empire of immense material abundance, these remnants weren't overly impressed by the green salt Roland was supplying. But for the rest of Middle-earth, life was still difficult. Then we can process the salt and sell it to the West. Roland pondered. After all, a country's economy couldn't operate smoothly solely on systemic support. Both increasing revenue and reducing expenditure were necessary. Coarse salt? That's uncompetitive, isn't it? Nick shook her head. Coarse salt isn't expensive, and the dwarves are so wealthy because they control the salt and iron trade. Now you understand why the dwarves are so rich? All they mine is salt and iron. In ancient times, both were controlled substances. Not green salt. We refine it and sell it, Roland said. Processed coarse salt? With all due respect, the Empire has the technology to refine salt, but the cost isn't affordable for ordinary people, Nick said sternly. The Lagran Empire relied on its vast alchemist workforce to maintain its salt supply. No, we sell it cheaper than coarse salt, driven by volume. And no alchemy required, so ordinary people can afford it. Roland shook his head. Salt isn't about price, it's about quantity. And even alchemy is required? Time travelers from past generations would probably curse Roland to death. Chapter 960. Ah? Then how do we make a profit? Aren't green salt and snowflake white salt both products of alchemy? Nix was stunned. How much does green salt cost? Selling it cheaper than coarse salt? Even in the Imperial era, they probably wouldn't dare do that. Well, I have a method here. You can forward it to Yafone and have him implement it. Roland wrote down the method for boiling salt with charcoal and filtering it on a piece of paper and handed it to Nix. Will this work? Dissolve it? Boil the salt? Wouldn't that boil it away? Nix was stunned. Was her husband possessed? What nonsense was he talking about? Let Yafone try it. We know if it works, Roland said calmly. After all, this salt was already very refined. As long as the steps were correct, it should be fine. Thankfully, the salt mines in Palembang are all high quality. There are no toxic salt veins. Otherwise, filtering and utilizing it would be a real hassle. Although it's coarse salt, at least it's not toxic. Let's see, Your Majesty's plan. Yun Feng handed the letter from Lagran City to Marquis Altigran Franz and asked him for his opinion. Is this feasible? Why does it seem unreliable? Marquis Altigran Franz asked Yun Feng, pointing to the words on it. Which ones are you talking about? If it's a salt production method, it should be feasible. Dissolution, filtration, and purification. Huh? Why hasn't anyone thought of this before? Yun Feng rested his chin on his hand and thought. Your Excellency, you digressed. Marquis Altigran Franz said helplessly. Oh, that's right. Please discuss Your Majesty's unique foreign trade policy. See if it works. After all, your Franz family is the one who's playing with the money. Yun Feng nodded at him. Small profits, but quick turnover? That's certainly a possibility. But there are 3 important issues that need to be addressed. If they can't be solved, then discussing this issue is meaningless. Marquis El Tigran Franz pondered carefully and said decisively, Tell me, Yun Feng said seriously. First, how can we supply cheap green salt? Without a complete supply chain, the so-called small profits but quick turnover is just a castle in the air. Second, the so-called small profits, but quick turnover requires trade routes and market support. Without trade routes, all this talk is nonsense. Third, cheap salt will arouse the envy of many vested interests. How can we prevent and respond to the counterattacks that will follow from cutting off their financial resources? Without absolute force, this wealth cannot be protected. Marquis Altigran Franz leisurely laid out the three issues. Well, that means we only need to solve the first resource problem. Yun Feng nodded in understanding, instantly understanding the situation. Wait! Your Excellency, Prime Minister, I want you to hear me clearly. There are three issues. Marquis Altigran Franz clarified. I know. But for Lagrang, this is just a problem, isn't it? Yun Feng smiled kindly. Problems that can be solved with force are too easy. Your Majesty isn't spending food and dragon coins just to maintain a ceremonial guard. The army can only fully demonstrate its value when the wheels of war are in motion. A hint of bloodlust flashed in Yun Feng's eyes. With all due respect, what the Kingdom of Lagrang needs right now is rest and recuperation. Marquis Altigran Franz offered his suggestion. It's the civilians who need to recuperate. What does that have to do with the army? Yun Feng said calmly. Altigran Franz looked at Yun Feng in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? The army doesn't need civilians? Infinite magic crystal power? The kingdom's current situation is rather unique. The military and civilians are funded separately. King Roland is using the royal treasury to support the army. Otherwise, do you think the Kingdom of Lagrang could afford all those soldiers? Yun Feng sneered and casually tossed the roster to Marquis Altigran Franz. So, Marquis Altigran Franz was shocked. This made sense. No wonder the kingdom maintained tens of thousands of elite soldiers. The military-civilian comparison nearly frightened Marquis Altigran Franz. To say this about the military-civilian comparison was warmongering was an understatement for Roland. However, as loyal members of the royal family, the Franz family would not question the king and could only quietly go about their business. Yun Feng had finally cleared up Altigran Franz's confusion. If we're using the imperial treasury, then supporting these people isn't a lot. Marquis Altigran Franz nodded. The exact amount of money and grain in the Lagrang Empire's royal treasury was unknown to successive emperors themselves. It was the savings and hard work of generations. The emperor also possessed a bottomless storage artifact, which, like Apiccio, had been absorbing and discharging the entire empire's surplus for millennia. These accumulations were also the most crucial part of the Imperial Spark plan. So the plan is feasible? Yun Feng's eyes flashed with interest and excitement. If that's the case, we won't have to rush to sell salt, Marquis Altigran Franz said with relief. Why? Yun Feng asked. The fact that they can maintain an army with their own private treasury means the kingdom doesn't currently need to bear the financial burden of maintaining an army, leaving them with time to build the kingdom. Altigran Franz analyzed. Stupid. Living off the resources is a fool's errand. The royal treasury is for emergency use. Don't look at me like that. I know the accumulated wealth of past royal families could probably sustain these troops for a lifetime. But we can't let that become a habit. Developing a self-sustaining economic system within the kingdom is the key, Yun Feng said bluntly. But we can't keep fighting like this, Marquis Altigran Franz argued. The wheels of war never stop, and if they do, it's only a brief truce. The kingdom is in great shape right now. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity to reap more benefits for the country, how can you tell me to stop? Do the orcs and the ringwraiths deserve it? Yun Feng asked sternly. As you develop, others are also developing. The kingdom's population means our war potential is limited in the short term. Want to achieve prosperity by accumulating strength? What we lack is time. The orcs and the ringwraiths won't give us that. Believe it or not, as long as the Wainriders have a respite, they won't let us go. Yun Feng smiled. Force is the core of the kingdom. King Roland and I know this very well. We can slow down the pace of development, but we can't just let our troops go. The army can't be stopped, or the cost of recovery when they go to war again will be too high. Yun Feng waved his hand. This? Altigran Franz tried to persuade him again. Don't worry, neither I nor your majesty intends to send out all our troops. Even training will be done on a rotational basis, Yun Feng said.